Chapter 1. Entering the book. In the school dormitory, Shihuan sat on her bed, staring at the group chat name on her phone, her face full of despair. She had crossed over. She had entered a post-apocalyptic survival novel she had read. As the saying goes, reading novels is exhilarating for a moment, but crossing over leads to a funeral pyre. When Shihuan read the novel, she watched the female protagonist level up and become stronger, slapping the faces of various male and female side characters, killing zombies as easily as chopping cabbage. The more she read, the more satisfying it felt. Now that she was inside the novel, all she felt was panic and confusion. She had read countless novels, if not thousands, certainly hundreds, so why couldn't she have crossed into a normal story? Instead, she had crossed into this extremely difficult survival novel filled with zombies. To make matters worse, she had become the vicious female side character who provoked the female lead early on and was later slapped in the face. Looking down at the group chat on her phone, her register name was indeed the same as that of the cannon fodder female side character. The apocalypse struck just as it was time for classes. At that moment, the female protagonist was just leaving the dormitory to head to the cafeteria for a meal. Coincidentally, the zombie virus broke out, trapping her in the cafeteria. Compared to other places in the school, the cafeteria could be considered a great temporary shelter. There was food, drink, and a restroom, at least for a short time. There was no need to worry about food shortages. Moreover, it was early in the morning, and there weren't many people heading to the cafeteria. The original character that Shihuan had become, the vicious female side character, was supposed to be there to rescue those who were heading to the cafeteria when the female lead awakened her powers and went outside to fight zombies. Instead of being grateful for the female lead's life-saving help, she resented the female lead for not having awakened any powers herself. Later, when the female lead was focused on killing zombies, she pushed her into a pile of zombies that it was like a real-life version of the farmer and the snake. When Shihuan read this part, she was furious, feeling that the female lead's good intentions were unworthy, and she despised the vicious female side character who shared her. Named at that moment, Shihuan felt immensely satisfied, but now that this vicious female side character had become her, she couldn't feel happy at all. She was clear-headed enough not to oppose the female lead, but the original character had no powers. Didn't that mean she wouldn't awaken any powers either? Shihuan wanted to be the female lead in the novel, to awaken a spiritual spring space using a jade pendant, and couldn't help but search her body for necklaces or bracelets that could activate a space. Unfortunately, she found no space appeared, even after trying on bracelets and earrings. Just then, an unremarkable electronic voice rang out. "Zzz. Do you need to bind the system?" Shihuan was so touched she almost cried at this moment. She didn't care what kind of system it was, she wanted to bind it. She quickly said, I want to bind. The Apocalypse Safety House system paused for a moment and said, "Okay, this system has been bound. This system is the Apocalypse Safety House system. The apocalypse is about to arrive. Please choose a suitable location for your safety house." Shihuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Apocalypse Safety House system? This is great. She no longer had to worry about life-threatening dangers after the apocalypse. She quickly asked, "Apocalypse Safety House? Can I choose any location?" Shihuan suppressed her excitement. She needed to think about where to establish this safety house. No matter what, she had to choose a place with supplies. If the safety house could include the supermarket within its protection range, that would be even better. She tentatively asked, "Can I choose to establish the safety house at a supermarket?" The Apocalypse Safety House system fell silent for a moment before responding. The host can choose a supermarket as the location for the safety house, but the safety house will only occupy the area of the land. It will not include the items inside the supermarket. Please choose the location of the safety house carefully. Once selected, it cannot be changed. Shihuan nodded, feeling a bit disappointed. "So, what you're saying is, if I choose the supermarket as the location for the safety house, the items in the supermarket won't be included, right?" Now understanding, she continued to ask, "Then, do I need to go to that location to activate the safety house?" "Yes. The host must go to the designated location to activate the Apocalypse Safety House. Additionally, there are 30 minutes left until the apocalypse. Please confirm the safety house location before the apocalypse arrives, to avoid being harmed by zombies." Upon hearing this, Shihuan stood up abruptly. "System, why didn't you say so earlier? Only 30 minutes left until the apocalypse." If she had known, she wouldn't have been so leisurely sitting in the dormitory. She would have already started stockpiling supplies. Now that she had bound this apocalypse safety house system, things could be a bit easier. Song Shihuan quickly organized the original character's clothes in the dormitory, packing them into a suitcase so that once the safety house location was confirmed, she wouldn't be left without a change of clothes when the apocalypse began. After packing the clothes, she zipped up the suitcase in the original character's dormitory. Everyone except her seemed to have the habit of waking up early to jog, and now they were all out. This made it convenient for her to tidy up and leave. Song Shihuan had no emotional ties to the people in the dormitory. She was now in a hurry to confirm the safety house location and had no mood to care about the lives of those in the dormitory. She grabbed her suitcase and hurried downstairs. Song Shihuan, where are you taking your suitcase? Why are you suddenly leaving? When Song Shihuan crossed over, she retained the original character's memories and knew these were her roommates. But now, with the safety house matter more urgent, she didn't have time to chat with them. She left a quick remark and hurried away. Chapter 2. Zombies. After she spoke, the other two roommates chuckled. Who knows? She always had a strange temper. Yeah, I tell her I'll be quieter in our dorm now that she's gone. Let's go upstairs, I'm starving. She pushed her suitcase out of the school gate, and the apocalypse safety house system broadcasted the remaining time until the apocalypse, making her even more anxious. Where exactly should the safety house be established? The system recommended a spacious flat area, but she still wanted to choose a location near a supermarket rich in supplies to facilitate her search for resources. Standing at the school bus stop, Song Shihuan looked at the bus schedule, searching for a nearby stop that might lead to a large supermarket. The bus on Route 16 slowly pulled into the bus stop, and one or two people got off. With only 10 minutes left, Song Shihuan hurriedly boarded the bus, inserting coins to pay for her fare. The bus moved slowly, and she found an empty seat. She looked up at the arrival display. If the original character's memory was correct, there would be a large supermarket in 4 stops. Song Shihuan asked in her heart, System, how much time is left now? Her panicked heart gradually calmed down. Now, she just needed to wait for the bus to reach that stop, and she could get off. Entering a novel she had read was now a reality she couldn't change. However, with the apocalypse safety house system bound to her, she had some assurance of safety in the apocalypse. Next, everything must look forward. Living well is the priority. I plan to wait until the safe house for the apocalypse is settled before looking for opportunities to go out and search for supplies. As the number 16 bus slowly passed 3 stops, Song Shihuan sensed something was wrong. The man sitting in front of her had exposed skin that was starting to rot. She quickly turned her head and found that many people around her had their eyes wide open, with drool at the corners of their mouths. As Song Shihuan smelled the foul, rotten odor in the air, she couldn't help but frown. She anxiously asked the system in her mind, System, isn't the apocalypse supposed to arrive in 3 minutes? Why are they already starting to turn into zombies? She had set a countdown on her phone to remind her of the apocalypse time. The apocalypse safe house system coldly replied, the apocalypse indeed arrives in 3 minutes, but this is merely the preparation time for zombification. Please rest assured, host. Rest assured? How could she possibly relax? Song Shihuan abruptly stood up. Driver, please stop the bus. I want to get off here. Thinking of the 5 or 6 people on the bus who were already turning into zombies, she couldn't help but feel a cold sweat. The elderly woman sitting near the front leaned out and kindly told the bus driver, Driver, there's a little girl in front. Before she could finish her sentence, she was startled. Song Shihuan heard the conversation and felt a sinking feeling in her heart. Was the bus driver turning into a zombie too? An elderly woman in the front of the bus noticed the driver's change, and naturally, people in the middle and back of the bus also began to notice the changes in others. In an instant, terrified voices erupted, and everyone shouted to get off the bus. Song Shihuan frowned. The bus driver had already turned into a zombie, making it clear he couldn't stop the bus. She also didn't understand how to operate the bus controls and didn't know which button to press to stop it. Moreover, looking at the countdown on her phone, there was only 1 minute left. She couldn't afford to waste any more time here. Song Shihuan loosened her grip on her cumbersome suitcase, opened the bus window, and jumped down onto the grass beside the road. As she jumped, people in the bus gasped in surprise. Song Shihuan didn't care about them anymore. She fell onto the grass, crushing a large patch of green grass and branches, and got several scratches and wounds, but at least she was safe. She picked up her phone, stood up, and saw 30 seconds left on the countdown as she walked out of the grass. System, I want to establish a safe house for the apocalypse here. At this point, Song Shihuan didn't care whether the location was good or how far it was from the supermarket. She just needed a safe house where she could feel secure. As for everything else, she simply didn't have the time to worry about it. The Apocalypse safe house system said, "Okay, the location for the safe house has been confirmed, and construction is underway. Please wait a moment, host." Song Shihuan's heart couldn't settle down. Hearing that the safe house still needed to be built, she quickly asked, "System, how long will it take to build the safe house?" She regretted not knowing it would be so troublesome. If she had known, she would have built the safe house in the school to avoid all this hassle. But there are no pills for regret in this world. She could only accept it. Song Shihuan's heart calmed down a bit. If it was just 3 minutes, she could hold on for a while. She cautiously looked around, in case any zombies approached. Chapter 3. Safety. Song Shihuan couldn't see the Apocalypse safe house system building the safe house. There was only a virtual 3-minute countdown in front of her, making her feel a bit anxious and uneasy, especially when she saw the decaying bodies in the distance. Now mutated into zombies, she became even more frightened. She only liked to read novels and had never actually watched zombie movies or seen real zombies. Everything was based on her imagination. How could she have known that zombies looked so disgusting and terrifying? Skin completely rotting, eyes bulging with a green glow, teeth, fingernails, and toenails all hardened and elongated. They walked towards her, moving stiffly. Perhaps this was the most comforting part for Song Shihuan. These zombies had just mutated and didn't walk fast, still moving slowly. She watched the virtual countdown for the chosen safe house position, the seconds sliding down, leaving only 2 minutes left. Song Shihuan had no weapons on her, only her phone in hand, and her originally packed luggage was abandoned on the bus because it was inconvenient to jump down with it. She searched around the grassy area to see if she could find a sharp stone. Unfortunately, the soil was too moist and there were no sharp stones. She could only pull up a relatively hard branch, holding it as a makeshift weapon. Now, the zombie was only 5 meters away from her, and her heart raced in fear. She knew that this zombie was coming for her, a living person. According to the zombie settings in the novel she read, these zombies hadn't lost their basic sense of hearing and smell. Zombies relied on their sense of smell and hearing to find human prey. These were just newly mutated zombies. Besides their stiff appearance and sluggish movement, their sense of smell and hearing weren't particularly strong either. Song Shihuan thought perhaps she could create some noise to confuse the zombie's senses, leading it to other places with sound and delaying its approach towards her. With a crack, the crisp sound of something falling caught the zombie's attention, and it turned to walk towards the source of the sound. Song Shihuan sighed in relief. It seemed this little trick worked on these newly mutated, lower-level zombies. Gritting her teeth, Song Shihuan ran to the grass and pulled off several branches, throwing them one after another in another direction to lure the zombie away. No matter what, she had to hold on for this 1.5 minutes. The sound continued to come from that direction, and the zombie indeed walked slowly towards the noise. Song Shihuan was grateful that there was only this one zombie. Otherwise, even if she wanted to lure it away, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Her hand had been scratched by the branches when she jumped off the bus, and now, pulling up more branches to throw made her still healing wounds hurt even more. But in a life-and-death crisis, who could care about that? She was in full battle mode, focused solely on delaying for 1.5 minutes. She needed to lure the zombie away and then get into her safe house. The virtual countdown in front of her showed only 1 minute left, counting down 60 seconds, 59 seconds, 58 seconds. This minute felt especially long and torturous. The worst situation occurred when Song Shihuan suddenly heard footsteps behind her. She turned around and saw that a zombie had appeared behind her, only 1 meter away. 20 seconds, 19 seconds, 18 seconds. She was now surrounded by zombies on both sides. 10 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. The last few seconds of the countdown felt exceptionally slow. Song Shihuan watched as the two approaching zombies drew closer, retreating a bit while praying for the safe house to be completed quickly and for nothing else to go wrong. Countdown. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. At the moment the virtual countdown turned red, the two zombies were only 1 meter away from her. The voice of the Apocalypse safe house system sounded, a calm electronic voice announcing, "Ding dong, the construction of the Apocalypse safe house is complete. Host, would you like to deploy it in reality and choose to move in?" Hearing the calm voice of the Apocalypse safe house system, Song Shihuan felt a sense of warmth, as if it was the most pleasant sound she had ever heard in her life. Without thinking, she quickly replied, "Deploy. I want to move in." A shimmering blue light surrounded the spot where Song Shihuan stood, slowly expanding outward. The physical walls of the safe house grew inch by inch, spreading outward on the empty street. The two zombies that were about to get close to her were isolated outside because the physical walls of the safe house expanded outward from her position as the center. The impact of the expanding walls directly flung the two zombies several meters away. With the zombies no longer approaching, the crisis averted, her legs gave way and she collapsed to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. The tension that had built up since she crossed over, the pain from the injuries sustained when she jumped off the bus, the agony of throwing branches away, the helplessness against the two zombies, and the horrifying sights. All of this had brought her to the brink of mental exhaustion. Until now, with the protection of the safe house, she finally felt settled. Outside, the safe house expanded to a 30 square meter area before stopping, and the interior soft decoration materialized out of nowhere, dividing the 30 square space into 3 square meter small rooms and a 3 square meter common area. Song Shihuan was now in one of those rooms. Chapter 4. Welfare. Song Shihuan looked around the drastically transformed safe house, standing up and touching the walls, doors, and windows inside, unable to believe that this was all real. Building a 30 square meter house in just 3 minutes was truly incredible. Moreover, the places she touched were in a solid state, not virtual, which made her feel even more amazed. The apocalyptic safe house isolated Song Shihuan from the zombies outside, creating a naturally safe space. This also gave her a moment to catch her breath, finally feeling safe. Song Shihuan walked out of the room, wanted to open the other two doors to see what was inside. However, no matter how she pressed the doorknobs, she couldn't open those two doors. She couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked the apocalyptic safe house system, what's going on? Why can't I open these two doors?" Song Shihuan frowned. "What will happen if I don't complete the task?" The apocalyptic safe house system replied blandly. "If the host fails to complete the task within the specified time, the host will receive an electric shock punishment. After 3 times, this system will automatically unbind from the host." Song Shihuan nodded. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch or a system that can be exploited for nothing. She promised, "Don't worry, system, I will complete the tasks well." Regardless of whether she would have to complete the tasks issued by the apocalyptic safe house system in the future, Song Shihuan had already gained something significant. Having a completely safe house in a world overrun by zombies was extremely important. She believed that if the task was simply to attract people to spend zombie crystal nuclei to stay in the safe house, she would definitely be able to accomplish it. The voice of the apocalyptic safe house system sounded again. The apocalyptic safe house has been successfully built. The following will be a beginner's welfare for the host. Please choose one out of the 3 welfare items displayed on the public screen in front of you. As soon as the system finished speaking, a light screen appeared. Song Shihuan felt happy. She didn't expect there would be a pleasant surprise. 3 items appeared on the light screen. Her gaze fell on the first item on the far left, which was a bottle of mineral water. Below, it was a line of small text explaining, in parentheses, "This is a bottle of mineral water that can never be finished." Song Shihuan's heart stirred. The importance of mineral water was self-evident. Everyone needs to drink water every day, and after the apocalypse, water resources would be destroyed. The mineral water available in the market would be collected, and each bottle consumed would mean one less available. Even in the bases and novels, the female protagonist needs to purchase water from water ability users. Moreover, the water released by these ability users varies in quality. Some water is sweet, while some is sour and astringent. Sweet water can be consumed directly, while the 3-colored water cannot be consumed directly. Although it's not murky, it can only be used for daily needs. After thinking this through, she shifted her gaze to the right to look at the second item. The second item was a bowl of fried rice, and the small text in parentheses read, "This is a bowl of fried rice that can never be finished." Water resources are important, and food is equally important. A bowl of fried rice that can never be finished represents its significance. Even in the apocalypse, aside from the early stage where finding supplies is relatively easy, in the mid to late stages, survivors will be searching for resources in various fallen areas. and the search for supplies becomes increasingly difficult. This bowl of endless fried rice could at least ensure she wouldn't starve to death with 3 meals a day in the future. The first item was endless mineral water, and the second item was endless fried rice. Both were very important, making it hard for her to choose. Shihuan felt hesitant and conflicted inside, wondering why she could only choose 1 out of 3 instead of being able to take them all. She turned her head to look at the third item. The third item was a chainsaw with the small text below stating, "This is a chainsaw that never stops and is always fully charged." Clearly, this was a weapon for self-defense. Having a weapon meant being able to protect her safety. Upon seeing this endlessly charged chainsaw, Shihuan discarded the thoughts of the endless mineral water and fried rice. Indeed, water resources are precious, and food is valuable, but weapons are even more precious. In her view, safety is the most important thing, especially since the original character in the novel did not awaken any abilities. Without a reliable weapon to deal with zombies, things would be very bad. The apocalyptic safe house system was more of a trap than just offering her a choice of beginner welfare. Compared to the water and food she could still obtain outdoors, having a weapon for self-defense was far more important. She thought she might find kitchen knives in supermarkets or sickles in hardware stores, but nothing would compare to the effectiveness of the chainsaw provided by the apocalyptic safe house system. So, the endless mineral water and the endless fried rice were merely temptations from the apocalyptic safe house system, testing whether she would fall into the trap. Shihuan took a deep breath, pointed at the chainsaw on the light screen, and said to the system, "System, I want this chainsaw." As soon as she finished speaking, the light screen in front of her disappeared. The apocalyptic safe house system said, "Okay, please extend your hand to receive the beginner's welfare, the endlessly charged chainsaw." Following the system's instructions, Shihuan extended her hand and immediately felt her hands become heavy. The apocalyptic safe house system continued to explain, "This is a chainsaw that never stops and is always fully charged. When the host needs to use it, just press the switch to start using the chainsaw. The chainsaw will not produce noise when in use, and it can be upgraded by feeding its zombie crystal nuclei." Shihuan's eyes curved into a smile. It seemed she had made the right choice with the chainsaw. She hadn't expected it to be an upgradable chainsaw. If it could be upgraded, it meant it could be used not just in the early stages of the zombie apocalypse, but also in the future. After all, it was a chainsaw that could continuously evolve. She grasped the chainsaw handle and pressed the switch, eager to test its power. Chapter 5. Chainsaw. This chainsaw had been soundproofed, but without the buzzing sound, it seemed to lack power. Shihuan felt somewhat doubtful about this chainsaw. She looked at the items in the house, wondering if she should grab something to test its power. However, looking at these brand new decorations, she hesitated to use them for testing. She turned off the chainsaw, planning to go outside the apocalyptic safe house to test it. At that moment, her stomach growled unceremoniously. It was morning, and not much time had passed since Shihuan woke up in her dorm, realizing she had entered the story. She hadn't eaten breakfast, and while running and dodging zombies, she had long since become hungry. Ironically, she had just chosen the weapon, the chainsaw, instead of the fried rice and water. Shihuan hadn't brought any food into the safe house, and if she wanted to eat breakfast, she would have to go out herself to search for supplies. She sighed inwardly, walked to the window, and looked outside. Only the 2 zombies she had already encountered were still slowly moving around outside. Man is iron, food is steel. 1 meal skipped makes one anxious. She steeled herself to pick up the chainsaw, planning to go out and practice by taking down a zombie before searching for food supplies in a nearby supermarket. Shihuan comforted herself, thinking that at this moment, the zombies were extremely stiff and slow-moving. As long as she cut off their heads, they would be unable to move and would fall to the ground, completely dead. Then she could dig out the zombie crystal cores from their brains, which would serve as materials for upgrading her chainsaw. With this thought, Shihuan made sufficient psychological preparations and convinced herself. She took a deep breath and stepped out of the safe house. The 2 zombies, probably familiar with her scent, turned their heads toward her as soon as she exited the safe house, as if they had found a target. Shihuan pursed her lips and walked toward the closest zombie. She pressed the switch on the chainsaw, activating it. Without any mercy, she swung the chainsaw toward the neck of the zombie's head. The chainsaw ground against the zombie's neck, but the zombie was numb and felt no pain. It showed no reaction at all as the chainsaw was placed against its neck. The zombie attempted to move forward, but was unable to because the chainsaw was stuck in its neck. Song Shihuan felt relieved in her heart. As long as she could stop one, that was good enough. However, a few seconds later, the chainsaw sliced through the zombie's neck, splitting its body and head in two. The zombie's body lurched forward, almost colliding with Song Shihuan, who quickly stepped aside, watching as the headless zombie body thudded to the ground. She raised the chainsaw, raising an eyebrow in surprise at the power of this tool. It seemed she had chosen a good item. Not wasting any time, Song Shihuan walked toward the other zombie. Having gained experience from killing the first zombie, she felt less scared. She approached the second zombie and placed the chainsaw against its neck, also resolving to split its head and body in two. To avoid being caught off guard like before, she observed her surroundings, confirming that no zombies would approach in the short term before crouching down and striking at the zombie's head. The zombie's brain splattered and green pus flowed out. The zombie's blood was black-green, different from that of humans. The sight of this black-green pus always made her feel uncomfortable. From the split zombie head, Song Shihuan extended her fingers and pinched the zombie crystal core in the center. She held the crystal core up, examining it closely. Who would have thought that the ugly and disgusting zombie brain contained such a crystal-clear and spotless crystal core? After a small sigh of admiration in her heart, she went on to extract the crystal core from the other zombie's head. Having tested the power of the chainsaw several times, she anticipated the upgrade even more. She couldn't help but ask the Apocalypse safe house system, how many crystal cores are needed for the chainsaw upgrade? Song Shihuan. Yes, you are correct, host. Song Shihuan. Frustrated. Damn it. What the hell? She felt that she would be trapped by this Apocalypse safe house system for her entire life. She might have to work for this system forever. A safe house and a chainsaw made her willingly undertake any task from the Apocalypse safe house system and kill zombies to obtain the necessary crystal cores for the chainsaw upgrade. Song Shihuan stuffed the 2 zombie crystal cores into her pocket, patted her hungry stomach, and walked ahead. She was now not far from the large shopping mall she initially wanted to go to. Just a few minutes of walking would get her there. There wouldn't be many people in the supermarket in the morning, mostly just the staff. But even if they were staff, the number of them turning into zombies could still be quite terrifying. Song Shihuan had a powerful chainsaw, but going alone to fight a group of zombies was still impossible. During the early stages of the apocalypse, it was the easiest for people to be infected and turn into zombies. At this time, people had no concept of zombies at all. Seeing the rotting skin of those around them only made them concerned and worried. And at this moment, zombies could simply reach out their hands to scratch humans, easily infecting them and turning them into zombies. In such situations, unprepared humans could easily be infected by zombies, becoming mindless walking corpses. Song Shihuan thought that aside from schools, densely populated places like these would have more zombies. She didn't plan to go directly into the supermarket now. She would first look for a breakfast shop to see if there were any clean buns, fried dough sticks, dumplings, or something similar to quickly fill her stomach. Chapter 6. QA. The original owner seemed to frequently come here to buy things, at least in the memories of the original owner that Song Shihuan inherited. There were many scenes of the original owner coming here to shop, which quickly familiarized her with the area. Following the memories of the original owner in her mind, she walked toward a breakfast shop. Now that the apocalypse had begun, the zombies had fully mutated after about 20 minutes from their initial zombification. This time was already long enough for people to notice something was wrong and flee. Therefore, when Song Shihuan walked into the breakfast shop, she only saw 2 zombie staff members in aprons. At this moment, Song Shihuan couldn't afford to feel sentimental. Filling her stomach was more important. She first dealt with the 2 zombies. Using the chainsaw felt increasingly smooth, and cutting zombies was as easy as cutting cabbage. After handling the 2 zombies, she closed the door of the breakfast shop to prevent any more zombies from entering and disturbing her breakfast. Song Shihuan washed her hands with water from the breakfast shop, then opened the heated glass cabinet inside her pants pocket and took out a still warm bun, stuffing it directly into her mouth and eating quickly. Afraid of choking on the dry bun, she opened a bottle of warm milk. Freshly made buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks couldn't be left for too long in this weather. They had to be consumed the same day. However, the buns in the breakfast shop were quite delicious, and Song Shihuan licked her lips. She thought about how she wouldn't be able to eat such tasty buns in the future and would only be left with instant noodles, making her unable to suppress her sighs. Why did she have to be transported into a world of zombie apocalypse? Eating buns would become a luxury in the future. Feeling a bit regretful, Song Shihuan took a few different flavored buns and went to the kitchen to grab clean fried dough sticks, sesame balls, dumplings, etc., to avoid breaking eggs in the bag and messing up the other food inside. She packed the long-lasting, unopened milk bottles from the breakfast shop into a bag. She thought these could last longer without worrying about them going bad after a few days. However, the milk was quite heavy, and after packing about 10 bottles, the bag became very heavy. Plus, with her needing to carry a chainsaw, it was impossible to take more items. At this moment, Song Shihuan desperately wanted storage space. Clearly, it was a standard feature in apocalypse stories, so why was it not working for her? If she had a storage space, she wouldn't need to collect supplies so awkwardly like now. Song Shihuan thought about this in her heart, looking at the zombies outside the safe house, which were gradually increasing in number. Now, trying to transport supplies was becoming difficult. She couldn't help but ask the system, do you have a system mall? Is there a personal space that can be exchanged? Song Shihuan felt a stir in her heart. It was okay if she couldn't afford anything right now. At least it was a motivation to strive for. She couldn't help but ask, so how much do I need to afford it? Let me see if I can work hard for it. The Apocalypse Safe House system once again projected a screen in front of Song Shihuan, saying, Host, please check the system mall. 100,000,000 points. No deception. Song Shihuan couldn't believe it and rubbed her ears. 100 million points? She widened her eyes and counted the price of the portable space displayed on the screen, and it was indeed correct, followed by 8 zeros. She still didn't know what these points were or how to earn them. To require so many points for a portable space made her feel a sense of frustration that no amount of effort would help. The Apocalypse Safe House system explained to Song Shihuan, Host, the portable space is a total of 100 square meters, and it indeed requires 100 million points to purchase. Song Shihuan felt exhausted and didn't care whether it really required 100 million points. No matter how those points were earned, she felt she would never be able to accumulate enough. Or rather, by the time she earned that many points, she might not even need the portable space anymore. However, she still asked, where are these points you mentioned? How can I earn points? There were so many items in the system mall. If she couldn't exchange for the portable space, she could still exchange for other things. She realized that she didn't know enough about the Apocalypse Safe House system, so it was good to get more familiar with it now. It was rare for a person and a system to be on the same wavelength regarding this idea. The Apocalypse Safe House system also thought that it hadn't properly introduced its functions yet. It explained, points are a currency used within the Apocalypse Safe House system to exchange for items. The host can earn points by completing tasks released by the system. Additionally, the host can also obtain zombie crystal cores by killing zombies and use those cores to exchange for points. The exchange rate for a primary zombie crystal core is 1-to-1. One primary zombie crystal core can be exchanged for 1 point. The higher the zombie level, the more points the zombie crystal core can be exchanged for. The tasks of the Apocalypse Safe House system would officially go live tomorrow, and today was a beginner's grace period, so the host could feel free to stock up. Song Shihuan nodded. Understanding what points were and how to earn them was a good thing. When the Apocalypse Safe House system mentioned stocking up, it reminded her that she seemed to have only gone to the breakfast shop to haul milk and food. As for changing clothes and such, she hadn't prepared anything yet. Song Shihuan wasn't a neat freak, but she couldn't just lie in bed like this, all dirty. She sighed. It seemed she would have to go out a few more times today to gather supplies. Chapter 7. Group chat. Song Shihuan felt she had thought wrong from the start. It was actually necessary to go to the supermarket. So she darted around, avoiding the zombies, and it was easy for the zombies in university to increase, which made survival in the university much more difficult. As Song Shihuan approached the supermarket, the only people around early in the morning were the elderly up early to buy vegetables. At the beginning of the apocalypse, most people hid in their homes and didn't come out. It wasn't until later, when food became scarce, that they slowly mustered the courage to go outside to look for food. So now, go to the supermarket could mean two situations. The first was that the supermarket was occupied by zombies, and the only way to get in was to kill zombies all the way. The second was that there were few zombies, and they had already been subdued and tied up. The supermarket was still in operation or had already closed its doors. Song Shihuan thought, no matter which situation it was, she should go take a look. She checked her phone to see her payment balance. If it was what she guessed was the second situation, she would need to pay to purchase supplies. In that case, it was necessary to see if she had enough money in her mobile balance. She didn't want to just grab and pack like she did at the breakfast shop. She clicked in a look, and the class group chat was discussing the world changing, how someone had started biting people after their body began to rot. What to do? It's become like this. We try to lock her tightly in the bathroom, but she keeps banging on the door, crying, "It's the same over here. Everyone in our dorm is fine, but when we opened the door, it scared me, and I quickly shut it again. There's no hope. The world is in chaos everywhere. Be careful not to get bitten, or you'll also get infected and become like that. Damn. It seems like the people in our dorm on both sides have been infected. We're locking the dorm door and shivering inside. Doesn't this look like something out of a zombie movie or zombie novel?" At this point, the lively class group fell silent for a moment before suddenly many messages popped up. "Damn, what you said is a bit scary." "Ah, I thought the same," frantic. "They must have all turned into zombies, right? Is the apocalypse already here? Scary. I'm the only living person left in our dorm, hiding on the upper bunk, shivering. Can someone come save me? I think we should first count how many of us are still alive, boys and girls. Let us unite and see if we can escape." Yes. There are too many people in the dorm building. Staying here will eventually get us infected, and there's no food or bread. I'm going to starve to death. With the situation outside, do you dare to go out? I certainly don't. I don't dare to go out. Running out now is likely to get infected by these people, right? I think it's better to wait in the dorm if there's food. What if soldiers come to rescue us? Going out now is too risky. Just a class group. Regarding whether to team up to go out or to defend and hide in the dorm, everyone had their own thoughts. The survivors now. Those who left the school at the first opportunity. And those who still had enough food to last a few days generally wanted to stay and wait to see if there would be a turnaround in the situation. Meanwhile, those who were not in the habit of stocking up on food and bread were eager to leave the dorm to avoid starving to death inside. Song Shihuan thought that if it followed the plot in novels, soldiers would still be around. However, waiting for others to rescue was not as good as saving oneself. Even if there were soldiers, the city would organize to establish a survivor base. But waiting for the soldiers to come for rescue, one had to know that now, globally, everywhere was in the midst of a zombie crisis. By the time the rescuing soldiers cleared the roads and arrived at the university town, who knows when that would be. Moreover, even when that time came, it wouldn't be possible for them to go into each dorm building to rescue people. They usually chose a place to gather and took people away together. Song Shihuan exited the class group chat page and clicked into the dorm group to see. Song Shihuan. They've all turned into zombies. What to do? We were having breakfast just fine, and suddenly their skin started to rot. It scared me to death. Are you okay out there? What should I do? You haven't turned into a zombie too, have you? Please, if you're still alive, say something. I'm afraid I can't hold on much longer. The original host's dormitory was not spared. Someone had mutated into a zombie. The surviving roommate, named Wang Yujia, was the one mentioned in the class group chat who was hiding on the upper bunk. Song Shihuan sighed and decided to type in the chat box. Chapter 8. Roommate. When Song Shihuan escaped from the school, she didn't have time to remind the original host about these roommates. At that time, the most important thing for her was to save her own life. But now, facing a situation where they directly sought her help, she could at least provide remote guidance, telling her the zombies' weaknesses and how to kill and avoid zombies. After all, she had just crossed over not long ago, and even though she was clear-headed and calm, she couldn't be cold-blooded in the face of such a situation. Wang Yujia, I'm here, I'm still alive. When the zombie outbreak happened in the morning, I happened to be on the bus. However, when I saw that their situation was not right, I escaped from the bus. Now I am at the supermarket area, and I am relatively safe. Boo-hoo, it's so good that you're still here. Song Shihuan, can you come and save me? I'm the only one left alive in our dorm, and the others have turned into zombies. I'm really scared. However, She had specifically escaped from university, so how could she possibly risk her life to save a roommate of an unfamiliar original host? Song Shihuan thought to herself that even if she had a good heart, she wouldn't be kind enough to that extent. She quickly typed on her 26-key keyboard, shattering all the hopes her roommate had for her. Wang Yujia, you should look around to see if there is anything that can be used as a weapon. Right now, these zombies move slowly and their movements are stiff. If you want to subdue them, it's actually quite simple. Our dormitory is a 4-person room, and now besides you, there are only 2 who have turned into zombies. It should be easy for you to deal with them. If you want to kill those 2 zombies, I can teach you how. Wang Yuji on the other end of the chat felt a sense of disappointment. However, her last glimmer of hope was also shattered. Wang Yuji looked at the 2 roommates who had already turned into zombies in front of her bed. They were stiffly waving their decaying arms at her bed, staring wide-eyed and drooling, wanting to grab and eat her, who was leaning against the wall. She couldn't help but shed tears from sadness. Wang Yujia tightened her grip on her phone, looking at the 2 messages from Song Shihuan, telling her to find something that could be used as a weapon and that he could teach her how to kill zombies. She gritted her teeth and could only follow what Song Shihuan said. Now, no one could come to save her. She could only save herself. Otherwise, she would eventually collapse and be bitten by her roommates who had turned into zombies, becoming one herself. Seeing the terrifying appearance of the zombies in front of her made Wang Yujia a little scared. She didn't want to become like that. She turned her eyes around, looking at her own bed and the bed of her connected roommate. Aside from pillows, quilts, and a desk, there was nothing useful. There were no items here that could be used as weapons. While keeping an eye on the movements of the 2 zombie roommates, Wang Yujia raised her phone to send a message to Song Shihuan. What should I do? I only have a pillow, a quilt, a desk, and my phone. Frustrated, crying, am I really not going to be saved? Seeing that she was willing to save herself, Song Shihuan felt relieved. In her opinion, as long as someone was not self-destructive and only thinking of asking for help, but was willing to try to save themselves, she would be patient enough to help. Don't panic, stay calm, let me think. Okay. Song Shihuan thought for a moment. Even in the dormitory, she could use the diversion tactic she had used before. Wang Yujia's desk should be the kind of small folding table. If she threw it down, it should make a loud noise and attract the 2 zombies surrounding her. But then she had to think about what to do after throwing the desk to make noise and lure the zombies away. If Wang Yujia had no weapon and couldn't deal with the 2 zombies, just temporarily distracting them wouldn't help her much. Even if she got off the bed or escaped from the dormitory, facing the zombies inside or outside the dormitory would still be a disaster. She might still be infected and turn into a zombie. Song Shihuan bit her lip and sent a message. I think I have a plan. Look under the bed to see if there is anything that can be used as a weapon. It's best if it's close to the door. Using noise to temporarily lure the zombies away can only lead them to the balcony where clothes are hung. Otherwise, if the 2 zombies block the door, even if Wang Yujia gets off the bed later, she won't be able to fight the zombies and escape. When Wang Yujia heard that Song Shihuan had a plan, she searched the dormitory again for something that could be used as a weapon. She saw that under the opposite bed, there was a fruit knife. And by the dormitory door, there was an iron rod used for hanging clothes. After seeing this, Song Shihuan thought for a moment and said, Okay, listen to me first. Don't rush to act. Wait until I say you can move, then start doing it. All right? She was afraid that if she hadn't finished speaking, the only thing that could make noise, the desk, would be thrown down. Chapter 9. The scent on the other end. Wang Yujia agreed, and Song Shihuan felt relieved. As long as she followed what she said and didn't act recklessly, she was confident that she could ensure that Wang Yujia could take down the 2 zombies and be temporarily safe. Song Shihuan thought about the few things Wang Yujia mentioned that could be used as weapons and felt a bit troubled. A fruit knife, a stool, an iron rod for hanging clothes. None of these were ideal weapons, but no matter how she looked at it, these things Wang Yujia had were much better than the tree branches she had at the beginning. The fruit knife was relatively sharp and could directly stab the zombie in the head. However, someone as nervous as Wang Yujia would definitely not be able to use it to stab a zombie. She feared that if she didn't stab the zombie, she would get scratched by its claws. Once scratched, it would be game over, and she would be infected and turn into a zombie. Similarly, using a stool to smash a zombie could temporarily stun it. But to do this, one needed enough strength and also had to be careful about the distance between herself and the zombies. Otherwise, she could easily get scratched. As for the iron rod, it was long enough to keep distance from the zombies and was made of iron, so it was much sturdier than plastic ones and wouldn't break easily. However, it was still meant for hanging clothes on the balcony, so its sharpness was limited and wouldn't easily stab a zombie. Looking at it this way, it seemed that each option had its advantages and disadvantages. Song Shihuan carefully sent a text to Wang Yujia. First, take the desk and slowly move it to the far left bed. Then, when the two zombies have moved closer to your position, use some strength to throw the desk toward the balcony. The farther you throw it, the better. She paused, about to continue organizing her message. Wang Yujia replied, Okay, can I fold the desk and take it over now? She thought that if she could disassemble the rods, it would provide more noise-making items. This way, it would better lure the zombies away and wouldn't let them come back quickly after the noise stopped. Wang Yujia hurriedly said, Okay, my folding desk can disassemble the rods. I can throw those little rods to make noise to lure them away. And then what? When Wang Yujia saw this, she hesitated. Should I go down? Isn't it more dangerous down there? When her roommates turned into zombies, in a critical situation, she had hurriedly climbed onto the bed. Zombies are not agile and are stiff all over, so they can't climb up. This allowed her to temporarily maintain a distance from the zombies and be safe at first. However, this also meant that they were in a stalemate, and neither could do anything to the other. Now, going down felt very dangerous. Song Shihuan said helplessly, If you stay on the bed without a weapon, and you lure the zombies away, they will still come back. If you don't go down to get a weapon, how are you going to deal with these zombies? Wang Yujia slid to her knees. Boo-hoo, you're right. I was wrong. Song Shihuan, you continue talking. I'll listen to you. Song Shihuan thought that since she was so scared, it might be difficult for her to confront the zombies directly. She adjusted her original plan, which was to let Wang Yujia confront the zombies head-on. She pressed the voice-to-text button and spoke. When you go down, first take the fruit knife and the iron rod for the clothes hanger and put them on the bed. Be careful to watch the zombies' movements. If they're about to come over, quickly climb onto the bed. If there's still some distance, put things like a stool on the bed as well. Wang Yujia didn't ask more questions this time, just remembered what Song Shihuan said. Okay, what's next? Is there more? Song Shihuan looked at the message from Wang Yujia and continued. If you have extra time, take more pens or similar items that can make noise and put them on your bed. Then just climb onto the bed. When the zombies come over again, you can throw something down to make a sound and distract them. Then, while they're turning their heads, pick up the stool and hit them on the head hard. The most vulnerable part of a zombie is its head. If you hit it hard, they should faint or die. If a zombie falls, go down and stab its head with the fruit knife to confirm it's dead. Cut the weeds at the roots. Wang Yujia saw this and couldn't help but speak again. But they are our roommates. Do I really have to kill them? Can't we just hurt them a little and tie them up or something? Song Shihuan was speechless. Are you sure you want to do this? After seeing such a saintly statement, she felt powerless. She regretted wasting time and energy talking to Wang Yujia about this. Since she loved those zombie roommates so much, she might as well be with them. After all, she had nothing to do with her, so ignoring her was not a problem. With so much time, it would be better to collect supplies instead. Song Shihuan put down her phone and prepared to pack a few bags to go out and collect supplies. On the other side, Wang Yujia looked at the two zombies by the bed and started crying in despair. She couldn't understand why she suddenly felt sympathy for these zombies that had turned from her roommates. She had ruined everything that was fine. Clearly, she was also afraid of these zombies, afraid they would come and bite her, and wanted to escape this predicament. She clenched her phone, stared at the two zombies for a while, and finally made up her mind. Wang Yujia memorized what Song Shihuan had said in the chat. She put her phone under the pillow against the wall to prevent it from getting lost when she got on and off the bed. Following Song Shihuan's instructions, she first broke off the four legs of the folding desk used on the bed and slowly moved towards the bed on the left. When the zombies slowly followed her over, she began throwing the legs of the folding desk towards the balcony. The noise indeed startled the zombies. Wang Yujia felt a surge of joy as she watched the two zombies that had been surrounding her turn around and walk towards the balcony. However, just a few steps later, the zombies stopped because of the noise from the balcony and showed signs of wanting to turn back to her. Just throw these small sticks first, and make noise to lure the zombies over. Wang Yujia's mind recalled Song Shihuan's words, and she continued to throw the legs of the folding desk towards the balcony. Sure enough, the zombies were once again distracted and walked towards that side. Wang Yujia then found the right moment when the two zombies stopped. She threw another leg of the folding desk until she was left with just a bare piece of the small desk. At this point, the zombies were still a bit far from the balcony, but the small desk board was a bit heavy, and she was worried she couldn't throw it that far. She gritted her teeth, stepped a bit outside the bed, and threw the desk board towards the balcony. The sound echoed again when Wang Yujia's small desk was thrown. It just happened to hit the clothes rack hanging on the balcony, causing it to fall as well. The noise continued for a while before stopping. She didn't hesitate and took the opportunity while the zombies continued to walk toward the balcony to quickly climb down from the bed. She hurriedly moved things onto the bed, and when the zombies reacted and started to come towards her, she quickly climbed back onto the bed. Wang Yujia was slightly out of breath and took a moment to calm her breathing. Next, she would have to confront these two zombies head-on. Wang Yujia took out her phone from under the pillow again and looked at the tip Song Shihuan had given for fighting zombies. She felt a little relieved. She put the phone in her pocket, threw a few pins behind the zombies to make some noise, and got their attention. Then, while the two zombies turned their heads, she raised the stool and smashed it onto one zombie's head. The zombie's head burst, black and green pus oozing out, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Wang Yujia sighed in relief as she knocked down the zombie and inadvertently loosened her grip on the stool, which fell from the bed. She stood on the bed, looking at the zombie wearing her roommate's clothes, still lying on the ground, tears welling up in her eyes. But before she could feel sad, the other zombie turned its head at the sound and frightened her, making her scoot further against the wall. Zombies have no sense of camaraderie. The one that had been hunting with it was dead, and it didn't care. It showed no intention of avenging its partner and stared expressionlessly at its prey, wanting to catch and tear her apart. Wang Yujia's hands felt weak again because she had used too much strength earlier and hadn't recovered. However, the stool had already accidentally fallen to the ground, and now all that was left by the bed were the iron rod for the clothes hanger, the fruit knife, and some small items that could make noise. She felt a loss again, wondering what to do next. Song Shihuan only looked at the messages in the chat app again after she finished packing the bags for collecting supplies and was ready to set off. Song Shihuan, are you still there? I really messed up. Can you talk to me again? I'm going to do what you said, throwing the desk to lure the zombies, taking the stool, fruit knife, and iron rod to fight the zombies. Please don't ignore me. Song Shihuan read each line and finally landed on the last one. She glanced at the time displayed above. Some time had passed already, and she wondered if Wang Yujia had followed her instructions and succeeded. She sighed. She really couldn't just ignore it. If you're soft-hearted and don't want to kill zombies, then it's the zombies that will treat you as food to bite and tear apart. The moment they turned into zombies, they were no longer human. You could be a bit ruthless. After all, a zombie's life isn't worth more than your own. Wang Yujia was at a standstill with the zombies. Her slightly weak hands had recovered a bit when she heard the notification sound from the chat app. She couldn't help but wonder if it was a message from Song Shihuan. She quickly took out her phone and looked at the chat page. Chapter 11 Method. When Wang Yujia saw the message from Song Shihuan, she almost cried. Now she completely agreed with what Song Shihuan had said and fully understood that a zombie was just a zombie. It could never be her roommate again. She couldn't believe that she had been too scared to fight against her zombie roommates. She didn't even consider that the lives of these zombies were not as important as her own. She sent a few crying emojis asking for help. Help, help, help. Song Shihuan, I've done everything you said. I just killed a zombie with a chair, really. But now the chair has fallen, and all I have left are a clothes pole and a fruit knife on the bed. What should I do now? Seeing her message, Song Shihuan couldn't help but sigh. She thought that Wang Yujia probably regarded her as a lifeline, not even thinking for herself. Clearly, she had an iron pole, a clothes pole, and a fruit knife by her side. Why not think of a way to save herself quickly? She sent a message to Wang Yujia, sharing all the methods she could think of. First, you can repeat what you did and lure the zombie to the balcony to fetch the chair and continue fighting. Second, you can try using the iron pole to poke the zombie's head or eyes. It might be slower than smashing with the chair, but it can work. Third, you can use the fruit knife to stab the zombie's head, but be careful not to let the zombie grab your hand. Choose whichever method you think is safer and go for it. Personally, I suggest you take advantage of the zombies being relatively weak right now and kill them quickly. After that, whether you want to hide in the dormitory or find a way to break out, it's up to you. Song Shihuan wouldn't be as patient as before, explaining so much. After all, she had already provided the solutions to the dilemma. How Wang Yujia acted was her own business. As for herself, she had things to do. Taking a deep breath, she picked up her chainsaw and walked out of the safe house. In fact, she needed to mentally prepare herself for going out to kill zombies. Having seen those ugly and foul-smelling zombies, it wasn't something one could just accept. Whether it was the system's mall space or the zombie crystal cores needed to upgrade the chainsaw, she needed a lot of them. Song Shihuan thought that she could rely on this basic chainsaw to easily cut down zombies on this street. However, if she kept refusing to improve and only sought to remain complacent, she would soon be left behind and killed by these slowly evolving zombies. At that point, her relationship with the zombies would reverse, becoming a situation where the enemy was strong and she was weak. Then she wouldn't just be left behind by the zombies, but would be mercilessly devoured by the now powerful zombies. Song Shihuan did not want to see such a situation, and she found it hard to imagine being bitten by a zombie. Just thinking about it made her feel cold all over. Her fighting spirit surged, and she began to harvest the zombies she encountered on the road. By the time she reached the entrance of the supermarket, she had already collected about 20 zombie crystal cores. These cores filled her pockets to the brim. Song Shihuan asked the Apocalypse Safe House System, "Can I temporarily store the zombie crystal cores with you? It's quite inconvenient to carry these in my pockets. If I shake the chainsaw a little, they might fall out." Song Shihuan, "Can't you make an exception?" The Apocalypse Safe House System remained silent. Song Shihuan hummed in her heart, looking at the chainsaw in her hand, and asked, "I remember it takes 100 zombie crystal cores to upgrade the chainsaw to level 2, right?" Song Shihuan's eyes sparkled as she thought of a good idea. The 100 zombie crystal cores required for the upgrade should be input into the chainsaw, just like putting coins into a game machine in an arcade. The Apocalypse Safe House System replied calmly, "Yes, there's a hollow small tube next to the chainsaw switch. Just drop the zombie crystal cores into it." Song Shihuan's eyes lit up. "Doesn't that mean there should be a display screen showing how many zombie crystal cores I've put in? Otherwise, what if I forget the number after putting in so many at once?" The Apocalypse Safe House System fell silent and began modifying the chainsaw's program. System repaired. When a host inputs zombie crystal cores into the chainsaw, a display screen will show the quantity. Song Shihuan revealed a triumphant smile as she dropped the zombie crystal cores into the hollow opening. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zombie crystal cores disappeared into the hole, and the numbers on the display screen began to change. After confirming that the number displayed was indeed consistent with the amount she had put in, she emptied all the zombie crystal cores from her pockets into the chainsaw. Once the display screen on the handle showed 21 zombie crystal cores, her pockets became empty, and she felt much lighter. Chapter 12 Incitement. The Apocalypse Safe House System realized that it had been outsmarted by Song Shihuan and could do nothing about it at this point. Song Shihuan pushed the door and walked into the supermarket on the first floor. The empty hall was quiet. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether the place had been overrun by zombies or if humans had dealt with the mutated zombies. She tightened her grip on the chainsaw, keeping a wary eye on her surroundings. The products on the counters were neatly arranged, but there were no salespeople standing at the counters. As she walked deeper inside, she finally heard some voices. "Manager, what should we do? Should we close the door?" "Yes, we have no idea what's happening at home. I've called, but no one answers, and I'm feeling uneasy." "Calm down, everyone. In this situation outside, can you even get out?" "Just now, we used electric shock batons to stun those zombies and lock them in the office. If you all rush out like this, are you sure you can survive? Have you forgotten that these zombies can hurt people and turn them into zombies too? Then what do you suggest we do, manager? Anyway, staying here like this isn't a solution." It was at this moment that Song Shihuan approached, eager to search for supplies. She felt a bit awkward interrupting the conversation between the supermarket manager and the employees. "Excuse me, is the supermarket still open? I want to buy something." The supermarket operated on a 2-shift system, and at this point, there weren't many employees working, about 50 in total. Excluding those who had already mutated into zombies or had escaped during the chaos, Only around 30 employees remained. Upon hearing an unfamiliar voice, all 30 or so employees turned to look at Song Shihuan, making her feel a bit uneasy. The eyes of the supermarket employees lit up, and they began to ask her questions excitedly. "Miss, did you come in from outside the supermarket? What is the situation like out there? Are there many zombies? Was it safe for you to come over? You didn't get hurt, did you? Oh, why are you holding chainsaw? Is that for killing zombies?" What she said was the truth. She had already killed most of the zombies on the road, unless new ones had come from elsewhere. Riding an electric bike or a bicycle was much faster than zombies. They had hope and could indeed find a way to escape these zombies. The sales clerks were surprised to hear this. They had temporarily dealt with some people who had turned into zombies in the supermarket using electric batons to stun them, and then lock them up in a room. These zombies were quite terrifying. Once they bit someone, that person would also turn into a zombie, which scared them. As for what was happening outside, no one dared to look. They were only worried that there would be more and tougher zombies outside, making it impossible to leave. So when they heard Song Shihuan say that there weren't many zombies outside the supermarket, how could they not feel surprised? The supermarket staff were generally between their 20s and 40s, and most of them had families to take care of. They had elderly parents and young children to worry about. And even though the supermarket was currently safe and the zombies had been dealt with, who wanted to stay here? They were all worried about their children at home. So it seemed that the situation outside was not bad. Should they hurry and leave now? Yes, the girl said there weren't many zombies outside, and those zombies couldn't move much, so there was nothing to fear. If they were to leave, they should do it together to look out for each other. Hearing this, the sales clerks nodded in agreement. Indeed, the girl was right. They were about to head into the supermarket, and the manager couldn't stop them even if he wanted to. After all, he was just one person and couldn't manage so many clerks. The manager sighed at the thought of what he had seen in the video on his phone. Forget it, it is what it is. He couldn't contact the supermarket owner anymore, and he couldn't hold the supermarket by himself. He might as well turn a blind eye and let them go. After Song Shihuan had sorted out this group of supermarket staff, she followed them into the supermarket. It just made sense. If they had family, it was definitely better to be with them. Although the supermarket was well stocked, it was by no means a safe place. If they waited too long, zombies would flood in, and humans would too. Eventually, it would either be overrun by humans or by zombies. The supplies here would eventually be looted or occupied. Since it would happen sooner or later, what was the difference? Chapter 13. Gratitude in the Apocalypse. Everyone was selfish, even the supermarket employees who were originally cashiers. Wouldn't waste time continuing to check out. Instead, they used large bags from the breakfast shop to carry supplies. It was fine if they couldn't carry much at once, but holding them was tiring. A suitcase and a backpack were much more practical and convenient for collecting supplies. She had just picked out a large suitcase and 2 large backpacks when she heard the beeping sound from the checkout area. The supermarket's entrances and exits were equipped with detection machines, and if someone passed through with unpaid items, they would emit a beeping sound. This measure was originally set up to prevent theft in the supermarket, but it had no effect anymore. The detection machine kept beeping, but the supermarket employees didn't care. They tossed a rough amount of cash at the checkout and rushed outside. Seeing how quickly these supermarket clerks were moving, Song Shihuan also stopped leisurely selecting items and quickly got to work. She grabbed the oversized suitcase and looked for the hygiene products section. As a girl, hygiene products were the most essential and important items she needed to prepare. At this moment, she didn't care about brands or which ones were good or not. She had no time to be picky and stuffed everything into the suitcase, zipping it up tightly. After filling the suitcase with hygiene products, she stuffed towels, underwear, shirts, and pants in her backpack. She had originally prepared these items, but when she had to jump on the bus, everything had been wasted. So she had to start collecting again from scratch. She thought about putting more clothes from the shelves into her bag, as well as bottles of laundry detergent, shower gel, and shampoo, successfully filling her backpack to the brim. After packing a suitcase and a large backpack full of daily necessities, she ran to the food section. The empty backpack on her back was meant for food. Heavy items like cooking oil, rice, bottled water, and milk couldn't fit in her backpack as they were too cumbersome to carry. She filled the backpack with noodles, rice noodles, bread, and biscuits, items that could be easily stuffed in, quickly making it bulge. By this time, the supermarket employees had long disappeared. leaving her alone with her large backpack and suitcase as she made her way out. The detection machine continued to beep, but she ignored it and headed straight for the supermarket exit. If the supermarket employees still felt embarrassed about leaving a few $100s at the checkout, she had completely dismissed that idea. In this apocalypse with zombies attacking, money had long lost its value. At this moment, Shihuan desperately wished for a portable space. Carrying a large backpack and pushing a suitcase to stockpile supplies was incredibly inconvenient. Every time she encountered a zombie, she had to stop and deal with it before she could continue pushing the suitcase toward the safe house. Without even pausing to organize her things, she set them down to rub her sore shoulders, picked up the chainsaw, and headed back out. There were fewer zombies on this trip to the supermarket, likely because the zombies on this street had already been dealt with a few times. This time, she pushed a shopping cart into the supermarket from outside. As usual, she grabbed another oversized suitcase and filled it with hygiene products. Then she put on a large backpack, this time for extra shoes. The shopping cart was filled with several large bags of rice. She placed the relatively light suitcase filled with hygiene products on top of the shopping cart and pushed it out of the supermarket. After checking to ensure she hadn't left anything behind, she sat down on the floor of the safe house. Shihuan casually grabbed a bottle of milk she had brought from the breakfast shop, opened a straw, and took a sip to replenish her energy. She took out her phone from her pocket to see if Wang Yujie had sent any new messages. Wang Yujie did send a message to Shihuan, expressing her gratitude. After Shihuan had sent her the last few suggestions and stopped responding, she had selected the most suitable and safest method, using an iron rod to poke the zombies' heads. Although it was quite time-consuming, it was very safe. These newly turned zombies had no cognitive abilities, even when their heads were repeatedly poked by the iron rod. Their stiff hands couldn't grasp it. Time after time, they approached her recklessly, drawn in by the scent of humans. After Wang Yujie's relentless attacks with the iron rod, the last surviving zombie finally succumbed beneath her weapon. Wang Yujie sighed with relief as she looked at the two zombies lying on the ground, no longer moving. She slowly got off the bed, took a knife, and poked their heads to ensure they were completely dead. Then she extracted the zombie cores from their heads, which were two clear, crystalline zombie cores. They must have some use, otherwise, Shihuan wouldn't have reminded her to extract them. Chapter 14 Upgrade. Wang Yujie let out a sigh of relief after the threat of the two zombies was gone, feeling a sense of security wash over her. She first went to the bathroom to wash her hands and then scoured her dorm for some edible bread and milk to fill her empty stomach. She sent a message to Shihuan, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. After that, Wang Yujie checked the class group chat, which had long lost its initial vibrancy. Perhaps many of the surviving classmates had perished at the hands of zombies. She felt a wave of sadness wash over her, struggling to digest and accept this reality. Having finished her bread and milk, she listened to the sounds of zombies howling from the neighboring dorm and sighed softly. She put on gloves, dragged the two zombies to the window, and threw them out. The decaying smell of the corpses was indeed quite unpleasant. Looking at the two zombies reminded her of the fear and panic she had felt earlier, and it was better to throw them far away, out of sight and out of mind. Now that she had killed the zombies, she no longer felt the naive urge to treat them as roommates. Wang Yujie took a mop from the bathroom and cleaned the area where the zombies had lain, maintaining a facade of peace, as if nothing had happened in the dorm. She gathered her roommate snacks, bread, and milk, discovering that combined, they would only last her 2 days. Wang Yujie didn't have a habit of hoarding supplies. She preferred to eat fresh meals from the cafeteria or order takeout, rather than stock up on bread. She bit her lip, realizing that if she didn't want to starve in the dorm, the only option left was to escape. Shihuan felt relieved when she saw the message from Wang Yujie. Regardless, the girl had been saved, which was a good thing. She stood up from the floor, wanted to take a shower. The safety room system from the apocalypse was impressive. It managed to fit a 2-square-meter bathroom and a 1-square-meter wardrobe into a 9-square-meter space. Although it was a bit cramped, it was reassuring to have a separate resting area. Looking up, Shihuan realized that using the shower required a crystal core. A 10-minute shower needed a level 1 zombie crystal core. She thought to herself that there was no such thing as a free lunch. And even hot showers weren't free. However, using just one level 1 zombie crystal core was quite cheap for her, given the bountiful harvest she had collected that day. She stepped out of the bathroom, fetched a zombie crystal core, and inserted it into the slot for the shower. Sure enough, the small display screen showed a remaining time of 10 minutes. This prompted her to ask the safety room system, can we add some wall storage cabinets in the safety room? The space above could be utilized, right? Otherwise, the residents experience 1 TB that good. This suggestion was intentional. Song Shihuan thought that if she asked for storage space for her supplies, the safety room system would probably say that such a service wasn't available. However, as a safety room system, it was meant for apocalypse survivors to reside in, so it should consider the client's experience. She felt that since the safety room system could create a 30 square meter safe house in 3 minutes, adding some storage cabinets in each room shouldn't be too much to ask. After some consideration, the safety room system agreed to Song Shihuan's proposal. Okay, host. Please wait a moment. Looking at the walls of her room, several rows of storage cabinets had appeared, making her smile. Regardless, these storage cabinets had benefited her first. She jumped down from the bed, organized her toiletries from her suitcase, and placed them uniformly in one of the cabinets. She also found a storage rack for her 2 suitcases, finally creating some walking space on the floor. Slowly, Song Shihuan finished organizing the room, then opened the door to bring in the supplies from the public area outside, arranging them bit by bit. She filled all the storage cabinets and even placed pots and pans for cooking on the small table. Looking at the neatly organized room, she smiled in satisfaction. Now, she only had the zombie crystal core she had collected during her earlier trips to the supply store and the chainsaw waiting for an upgrade. Song Shihuan bent down to pick up the chainsaw, which she had set aside after entering the safety room and no longer treated as a treasure. The display screen on the chainsaw showed that she had 76 crystal cores, and she needed 24 more to upgrade to level 2. She looked at the pile of zombie crystal cores she had. It was more than enough for the chainsaw to upgrade. Squatting down, she fed the zombie crystal cores one by one into the chainsaw's slot until the number on the display changed to 100. She couldn't help but marvel at how many zombies she had killed in a single day. She asked the system, is 100 crystal cores enough? Does the chainsaw upgrade automatically, or do I need to inform you to upgrade it? Song Shihuan nodded, relieved that she was upgrading in the safety room. If she had overshot the zombie crystal cores outside, it would have been dangerous. It seemed she needed to be cautious in the future and not treat the chainsaw as a movable storage space for zombie crystal cores. Chapter 15 task. By the time the chainsaw was upgraded, Song Shihuan was already exhausted and had fallen asleep in bed. It was until the early morning sun slowly rose from the east the next day that she woke up groggily. As she opened her eyes and saw the supplies filling her room, her consciousness gradually returned. She had crossed over into a world of zombie apocalypse, and the place she was in was none other than her bound safety room. The safety room was extremely secure. She didn't have to worry about zombie disturbances and couldn't hear any outside noise. This sleep had been very restful. She didn't wallow in self-pity. Once she thought about it, it was over. Song Shihuan picked up her chainsaw from the floor, recalling that she had upgraded it last night, but hadn't waited for the custom upgrade to complete before falling asleep. Looking at the chainsaw, it seemed unchanged on the surface. She asked the Apocalypse safety room system, are you there? Has this chainsaw been successfully upgraded? The safety room system had mentioned that upgrading the chainsaw took 10 minutes each time. However, she had spent those 100 zombie crystal cores on the upgrade and didn't feel any difference, which puzzled her. What exactly had it upgraded to? 100 zombie crystal cores were a lot for her, and she didn't want to waste them. The safety room system decided to display the information regarding the upgraded chainsaw on the screen in front of Song Shihuan. Host, the chainsaw has been successfully upgraded. Here are the data for the chainsaw upgraded to level 2. Swipe left to view the data for the previous level. Song Shihuan nodded. Having data was good, as it allowed her to see the differences after the upgrade. She looked at the chainsaw's displayed length, weight, attack power, sharpness, and agility, finally understanding the clarity and intuitiveness of the chainsaw's upgrade. Swiping left to check the initial data, she discovered that the upgrade from level 1 to level 2 had increased the sharpness and attack power while reducing the weight slightly. Song Shihuan weighed the chainsaw in her hand. She didn't feel much difference in weight. It seemed she would have to wait for a few more upgrades to notice significant changes. The Apocalypse Safety House system saw that she had understood, retracted the displayed light, and said to her, "Host, the newcomer protection period has ended. The Apocalypse Safety House tasks will soon begin. Please be prepared." Hearing the Apocalypse Safety House system say this, Song Shihuan couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, and she asked, "Okay, what task do you need me to do?" The Apocalypse Safety House system released the task. Apocalypse Safety House Beginner Task. The host needs to successfully accommodate a guest in the Apocalypse Safety House within 1 day. The current price for a single room in the Apocalypse Safety House is 5 crystal cores per day. Please do your best to complete the task. After hearing the system's description, Song Shihuan let out a faint sigh of relief. If it was just about inviting someone to stay in the Apocalypse Safety House, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Song Shihuan picked up her chainsaw and was about to walk out of the safety house. She planned to clear some zombies nearby first and see if anyone would come over. If someone was interested in staying in the safety house, her task would be completed smoothly. As she walked out of the safety house, there were only a few scattered zombies. When these zombies caught the scent of a human, they all tilted their heads and approached her. Song Shihuan observed the zombies' walking posture and actions, noticing that there was no change from yesterday. Clearly, they had not continued to evolve. She felt happy. Being able to deal with such low-level zombies for a few more days was a good thing. After all, it was much better to chop down zombies like they were vegetables than to deal with high-level zombies that were much more difficult. If it were a regular game, she might not enjoy constantly grinding low-level enemies. But in real life, she hoped her opponents would be as weak as possible because that would ensure her safety and absence of danger. Song Shihuan stood at the entrance of the safety house, waiting for the zombies to come to her. Humans were like a living advertisement. She didn't need to go out looking for zombies. They would come to her on their own. She pressed the switch of the chainsaw, raised it in her hand, and began to chop down the zombies that couldn't walk. After the zombies that had gathered around her were split in half, she finally stopped to extract their crystal cores. Song Shihuan instinctively wanted to throw these zombie crystal cores into the chainsaw. Just as she was about to do so, she remembered what the Apocalypse Safety House system had said yesterday. The chainsaw upgrade had a buffer period requiring a 10-minute upgrade time. Song Shihuan then asked the system, how many zombie crystal cores are needed for the next chainsaw upgrade? If the number of required zombie crystal cores wasn't too much, she might as well carry a backpack to store the crystal cores, so she wouldn't accidentally let the chainsaw go for an upgrade. Song Shihuan's feelings were a bit complicated. On one hand, she felt relieved if the number of crystal cores needed for the upgrade was high. She could safely throw the zombie crystal cores into the chainsaw. On the other hand, she thought that the Apocalypse safety system was indeed a shrewd businessman. If she continued upgrading like this, she would end up working for the system for her entire life. But in any case, these were all necessary. She wanted to vent, but had no place to do so. She could only extend her leg and kick the zombie corpses in front of her. Song Shihuan thought that she couldn't just stand at the door of the safety house killing zombies. Otherwise, the corpses would block the entrance of the Apocalypse Safety House, making it inconvenient for her to attract guests and allowing them to enter the safety house. She threw the few zombie crystal cores she had into the chainsaw and decided to walk towards the supermarket. Attracting customers was important, and collecting supplies was equally important. The supplies she had collected yesterday were enough for her to use for a month or two, but who would complain about having too many supplies? Chapter 16. Where are the people? As Song Shihuan walked towards the supermarket, she killed some zombies, but gradually realized that something was wrong when she didn't see any signs of people on the street. Where were the people? Where were the living humans? Although it was only a short walk of a few minutes, she hadn't seen a single living person. Where had all these people gone? Didn't they need to come out to collect supplies? If there was no one outside, how was she supposed to attract guests to stay in the Apocalypse Safety House? Song Shihuan thought this in her heart, but didn't stop her steps toward the supermarket to collect supplies. She had already walked to the supermarket, so she had to go inside to gather some supplies. Otherwise, it would be a wasted trip and a waste of time when she had gathered enough basic supplies. The next priority for collecting supplies was, of course, food. Clothes, shoes, towels, and such supplies would still be around, but vegetables and grains, which were crucial supplies, would be gone once someone else collected them. So, no matter what, even without thinking, the The priority for collection would definitely be various food supplies. Song Shihuan put bag after bag of rice in her shopping cart when she suddenly heard a roaring sound coming from inside the building not far away. That sound was all too familiar. It must be the zombies that hadn't been killed but were just locked up inside the supermarket. After filling her cart with rice, she picked up her chainsaw, intending to go take a look. The zombies in the supermarket were in an office. Standing outside, Song Shihuan could feel that the zombies inside were getting restless. They seemed to have caught her scent and wanted to approach her bite, but they were all blocked at the door because the office door was closed. She hesitated, wondering whether to leave these zombies in the office or find a way to open the door and kill them all. After all, she didn't know how many zombies were inside that office. Yesterday, she had heard the manager and the salesperson say that they had stunned all the zombies in the supermarket. After a whole day of collecting supplies, she hadn't heard any zombie roars, but it seemed that they had all woken up today. Song Shihuan thought that if she ignored these zombies, it would be safe to collect supplies since the office door was blocking them. However, she was worried that if the zombies stayed inside, would they end up devouring each other? After all, zombies were not friendly, even among themselves. There could be instances of cannibalism. Devouring other zombies and absorbing their crystal cores could also be used for evolution and upgrades. Song Shihuan thought that if she allowed them to continue devouring each other, would there eventually be a high-level zombie? She felt a bit uneasy. The wooden door in front of her couldn't keep the zombies locked up forever. Moreover, the safety house location she had chosen wasn't far from the supermarket. If she let the zombies devour each other now, once the zombies inside broke down the door and came out, it would pose a threat to her. Unless she hid in the safety house and never went out, which was obviously impossible. As long as the apocalypse safety house system required her to complete tasks. She couldn't just stay inside the safety house without going out, and as long as she went out, she would have the possibility of encountering zombies. After preparing herself mentally, Song Shihuan decided to eliminate the danger in advance. No matter what, anything that could threaten her life should be eliminated beforehand. She pressed the wooden door handle and confirmed that it couldn't be opened. It had been locked by the supermarket staff. Taking a deep breath, she planned to use the chainsaw in her hand to saw open the office door and take a look. The chainsaw pressed against the wooden door, cutting into it. The sound of zombies scratching at the wooden door mixed with the sound of the chainsaw cutting through the door. Song Shihuan first opened a window in the office door and peeked inside at the zombies. As the zombies inside reached out their hands toward her through the window, attracted by the scent of a human, she decisively sawed off their hands. A zombie's purple and green hand fell from the window. Song Shihuan continued to saw open the door from the window. She had a plan in her mind. There was no need to saw the door too wide, just enough for a zombie to pass through. This way, she could deal with them one by one, which would be easier than facing a large group of zombies all at once, as that would take a lot of energy and she would have to worry about sudden attacks from other zombies. Song Shihuan pulled the chainsaw away from the door, and the door panel that had been sawed open suddenly fell forward. She gripped the chainsaw, her expression serious, as she looked at the first zombie to come out, and swung the chainsaw mercilessly at it. Blocking the door and taking down zombies one by one was quite easy. Within a few minutes, she had killed over 20 zombies. The chainsaw was splattered with dark green zombie blood, and the ground was piled with zombie corpses. Seeing that no more zombies came out from the office, Song Shihuan, for safety's sake, decided to saw the door completely open and checked inside. She dug out the zombie cores from the heads of the 20 or so zombies and fed them to her chainsaw. Just as she was about to get up and leave, she noticed a set of keys that had fallen from one of the zombies' pockets. Song Shihuan paused and picked up the keys. It was a large bunch, likely including the door keys from the original owner's home. However, her attention was caught by the electric scooter key and a device to ring for the scooter. She took these two items from the keyring, planning to go outside to find where the scooter was. Having a vehicle, even if it was just an electric scooter, would be a good thing. Song Shihuan pushed the cart she had collected, filled with rice, out of the supermarket. She pressed the button on the scooter's bell to find the vehicle, listening carefully for the sound to locate it. As for the rice, there was no need to rush, even if someone came to steal it. There was still plenty of stock in the supermarket. If worst came to worst, she could just go back inside and push out another cart of rice. Chapter 17. Recruiting customers as she walked along, she surprisingly did not see a single person. Would she still have a chance to recruit a customer today? Song Shihuan thought about it being the second day of the apocalypse. Most people would not venture out to look for supplies or seek refuge in her safe house upon seeing the strange situation outside. That was her oversight. Most would likely hide and survive on their food for a few days, only daring to step out once they ran out. If that was the case for her, then most people here would be the same. Most would be too scared to come out, possibly not having killed a single zombie, still hoping the world would return to peace and that all zombies would be eliminated. If that were the case, who would come out at this time? Not to mention that to enter her safe house, one would need to defeat 5 zombies and obtain 5 zombie cores. Most people probably couldn't afford the rent for her safe house, which required 5 zombie cores per day. Those who were bold enough or had killed a few zombies wouldn't feel the need to stay in her place anyway. After all, their homes were still relatively safe. If they stayed in their rooms, zombies could not break through the doors. Thus, there is even less reason to spend 5 zombie cores to stay in her small safe house. Thinking about it this way made Song Shihuan feel cold inside. She initially thought that recruiting just one person would be an easy task. Who would have thought it would be so difficult? There wasn't even a shadow of a person, let alone finding someone to stay. Especially since the safe house system had told her earlier that if she did not complete the system tasks, she would face electric shock penalties. After 3 failures, she would be directly cut off from the system. Song Shihuan thought this apocalypse safe house system was very annoying, but she had to admit she really needed it. She and the system indeed had a mutually beneficial relationship. She began to feel anxious, thinking of ways to attract customers to stay in the safe house. She thought of the nearby university and wondered if she could post an advertisement in the university group to see if anyone would come stay. After all, with thousands of people in the university, there should be a few brave souls willing to kill zombies, right? Besides, it wasn't far from the university. If they wanted to, they could make it here. Song Shihuan gritted her teeth. She couldn't just sit and wait. If she couldn't recruit a single customer today, the increasingly difficult tasks ahead would be even harder. She made up her mind to advertise in the university group to attract customers. Song Shihuan took out her phone and opened the chat app. Her phone had been on silent, so she didn't know anyone had messaged her. Suddenly seeing the chat page, she noticed the little red dot next to Wang Yujia's name and clicked in to check the message she had sent. Wang Yujia. Song Shihuan, where are you now? Wang Yujia. I remember you said your place is quite safe. Can I come find you? Song Shihuan's heart skipped a beat. It would be great if she could come. No matter what, if she could come from school, she should be able to kill a few zombies, right? If she wanted to stay in the safe house, she would definitely have enough zombie cores. Song Shihuan, if you plan to come, you can come now. I'm near the supermarket, and there's a safe house here. You only need 5 zombie cores to stay for a whole day. Song Shihuan, the most important thing is that this safe house can isolate zombies, so you don't have to worry about being disturbed by zombies. And it's very safe to sleep at night. She only told Wang Yujia that she was staying there and did not mention that the safe house was bound to her. She had no intention of saying so. In a world of the apocalypse with zombies, binding to the safe house system and becoming the owner of the safe house was not something good to expose. After all, the temptation of this safe house was too great. There was no telling that someone would want to control her to achieve their goal of controlling the safe house. Song Shihuan was also someone without any superpowers. Relying solely on her chainsaw, she might not even be a match for others. For now, she planned to treat this place as a smart safe house to manage and would have to take it step by step regarding what to do next. At that moment, Wang Yujia was in her dormitory, drinking milk and eating bread, listening to the sounds of zombies roaring for the girls' dormitory and the screams from other rooms, slowly calming down. However, the dark circles under her eyes proved she hadn't slept well at night. The food she scavenged was not much, and she realized that sitting and waiting was not a solution. She had to escape and choose to save herself. Otherwise, even if she wasn't bitten by a zombie, she would starve to death. However, after escaping from the girls' dormitory, she had no idea what to do or where to go. It seemed that only Song Shihuan's words could give her peace of mind. Ding dong. When she saw the message from Song Shihuan, she was even more surprised. A safe house? There's a very safe house near the supermarket. You could stay for a whole day with just 5 zombie cores. Wang Yuja looked for the zombie core she had dug out after killing zombies. She only had 2 now, which didn't seem enough to stay in the safe house. Chapter 18. Seeing that Wang Yuja seemed a bit tempted, Song Shihuan began to entice her. Song Shihuan, you can come too. It's not far from our school. If you can break out of the dormitory, I can ride the electric scooter to pick you up at the school gate. Song Shihuan. The most important thing is that this safe house is really safe, and there's a supermarket nearby where I can collect supplies anytime, so I don't have to worry about not having food to eat. Song Shihuan. Think about whether you want to come over. If Wang Yuja can come, it would solve her urgent problem. What if she makes a trip to the university? Anyway, she has just acquired an electric bike and can ride it over, which won't take much time. Moreover, there should be more zombies on the way to the university, right? At that time, she can also kill some zombies and collect zombie crystal cores, which will be pretty good. If she encounters people who want to move over here at the university, that would be even better. She can promote the safe house to those students and encourage them to stay. Thinking about this, Song Shihuan seemed to see a bright future ahead, and she would finally not have to worry about attracting guests anymore. She asked the Apocalypse safe house system, can this safe house be a bit bigger with more rooms? 3 rooms are not enough for so many students at the university. Song Shihuan nodded. That would be nice. She thought of something else and continued to ask the Apocalypse safe house system. I have another question. Don't customers need to insert crystal cores at the door to check in? What if someone enters the safe house but doesn't occupy a room and just stays in the corridor to hide from zombies? Song Shihuan felt that this seemed to be a loophole in the Apocalypse safe house system. Currently, no one has come to the safe house, so she has no way to experiment. However, she can indeed push the door and enter the safe house, then go to her own room. Does this mean that others can also push open the safe house and walk into the corridor? If 5 zombie crystal cores are needed to open a small room, then not opening a room means they can stay here without leaving? It seems she had found a system flaw. If it is indeed a system, then many people would likely exploit this loophole to take advantage of the Apocalypse safe house system's defenses. In that case, it would not be a big deal to take advantage. It would just affect the people living in the safe house. They might also follow suit and think they could just sit in the corridor. This could lead to a poor experience for those living in the safe house rooms, especially since they would encounter people sitting in the corridor when they opened the door. The Apocalypse safe house system fell into thought, as it indeed seemed to have a flaw. The safe house can be entered by pushing the door, but the door to the occupied room does require inserting a crystal core to check in. It thought that if someone does not check in and just stays in the corridor, it indeed could not monitor the corridor 24 hours a day to kick these people out. After all, the Apocalypse safe house system is not intelligent enough to know whether every person who enters has the intention to check in. It could forcibly kick someone out, but was afraid of harming those who genuinely wanted to check in but were still contemplating. The Apocalypse safe house system's mind was a bit short-circuited, and it asked Song Shihuan, do you have any good solutions, host? If the host can provide a good solution, the system will reward the host. Rewards for solutions? Song Shihuan's eyes immediately lit up. Since there are rewards, she would think carefully. She thought of hotels in the real world. Isn't this just a real-life management game? She could do it. First, I think you can make a sign outside the safe house that reads Apocalypse Safe House in big letters, so that anyone passing by will know they can check in here without guessing what this place is. Then, we can refer to the hotel management model and set up a reception desk in the front area to handle room bookings. This way, anyone who wants to stay can simply check in and take their room card to the designated room. Song Shihuan thought that the Apocalypse safe house system is also an intelligent system. It shouldn't be difficult to create an intelligent automatic check-in system, right? It should be possible, right? She didn't want to suggest a reception desk that would bind her to that position. Song Shihuan quickly said to the Apocalypse safe house system, by the way, if you are so intelligent, you should be able to create a smart check-in screen, right? Then we can put up a sign for the Apocalypse safe house outside, with a card reader for check-ins in the middle and self-service screens on both sides for ordering. The Apocalypse safe house system processed everything and started to make modifications outside the safe house, according to what Song Shihuan said. It said to Song Shihuan, host, is this okay? Song Shihuan had become somewhat calm about the efficiency of the Apocalypse safe house system. She picked up her electric saw and walked outside the safe house. All right, wait for me. I'll go take a look first. She walked out through the glass sliding door of the safe house and saw that the Apocalypse safe house had changed significantly. The big letters Apocalypse safe house were just as she had envisioned, and the self-service check-in screen was also glowing. Song Shihuan nodded. Yes, this is exactly right. She thought about pretending to be a resident entering and exiting the Apocalypse safe house and said to the Apocalypse safe house system, I'll try checking in. Remember to set it up to give me a card with no expiration date. The Apocalypse safe house system. Okay. Song Shihuan walked up to the self-service ordering screen, and the screen displayed a simple interface. The first thing she saw was the big letters Apocalypse safe house with a room type icon in the middle. Below, she could directly select the number of days for her stay. Then in the crystal core input window, she could insert the correct number of crystal cores to receive a room card. After completing the process, she felt the experience was quite good. Chapter 19. Solution. Wang Yujia saw the message sent by Song Shihuan and felt tempted. She thought she only needed to break out of the dormitory and walk to the school gate, and Song Shihuan would come pick her up. Moreover, the place Song Shihuan mentioned was very safe. She completely trusted Song Shihuan. She wouldn't lie, and if she said she would come, she would definitely come to get her. And the safe place she mentioned would definitely be safe. Wang Yujia's heart raced as she looked at the dormitory door and thought about the safe place that felt like a paradise right now. But could she escape from the dormitory? Wang Yujia held her phone and walked to the dormitory door, watching the movements outside through the peephole, guessing the possibility of pushing the door open and escaping. She thought about the iron rod and the fruit knife she had on hand, but they seemed inadequate as weapons. Along the way, she might encounter many zombies, making it difficult for her to cope like she did in the dormitory. Wang Yujia sent a message to Song Shihuan. I want to come to your place, but I'm a bit scared. I'm afraid there are too many zombies outside attacking me together. If that's the case, I wouldn't be able to escape, right? She felt anxious and urgently needed reassurance from Song Shihuan. The Apocalypse safe house system pondered for a moment and said, Okay, host, how about this? It thought if the room card for the Apocalypse safe house were a card that could be easily lost, then making it into a wristband might prevent it from being lost. So it recalibrated the data and changed the room card into a wristband. Song Shihuan looked at the room card on her wrist, which had turned into a wristband, and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, turning it into a wristband is great. The overall feeling of the Apocalypse safe house was completely refreshed after the modifications. Only then did Song Shihuan have time to check the message Wang Yujia sent. She raised her wristband to the smart door of the safe house and walked inside. Staying inside would be safer, as it would prevent her from being distracted by chatting and forgetting to guard against the zombies approaching. Song Shihuan looked at Wang Yujia's message, contemplating in her heart. She felt that it was perfectly reasonable for Wang Yujia to feel scared. After all, she was already equipped with the chainsaw provided by the safe house system when she could handle zombies independently. Without a sharp weapon, she wouldn't dare confront those zombies head-on. Wang Yujia only had a metal rod and a fruit knife nearby. The metal rod wasn't sharp enough to take down a zombie in one hit, and the fruit knife would put her too close to the zombies, making it easy to accidentally injure herself. There wouldn't be any other suitable weapons for attack in the dormitory, as students aren't allowed to bring dangerous items into the dorms. After all, if she went to pick up Wang Yujia now, it would only make Wang Yujia more reliant on her. This was the last thing Song Shihuan wanted to see. In a world overrun by zombies, one must rely on oneself, not on others. Song Shihuan suggested to Wang Yujia, Aren't we on the third floor? That's not too high. Maybe you could see if you can tie all the blankets in our dorm together and climb down from the window. If that works, there will be fewer zombies to encounter in the dormitory, or you could completely avoid the zombies in there. Based on the current speed of the zombies, as long as she ran and dodged quickly, it would be hard to get attacked by them unless she ran into a large group. For the smaller groups, she could use the same trick as before, creating diversions to outsmart the two zombies and get out of the school gate. She considered how to attract people to come stay in the university. Traditional methods, like handing out flyers on the street, were no longer feasible. That approach was time-consuming and labor-intensive, and she had to avoid zombies. Everyone who managed to escape was rushing to find a safe place or gather supplies. Who would have a leisure to stop and listen to her? She initially thought about posting in the class group. But the number of people in the group was already small. Moreover, there weren't many survivors left in the class. It would be simpler to use other methods. The more people that came, the less she had to worry. After all, the safe house system had stated that as long as it was filled with people, the system could gain energy and upgrade. Once that was achieved, she could let the system complete its tasks and upgrade. Shihuan recorded a promotional video for the safe house on her phone, narrating its various advantages, planning to upload it online later. This way, while the internet was still available, more people would see the information, making it easier to spread the word. She had already thought of the methods for online dissemination. Now, she just needed to promote it at the university. She needed to find some speakers or something similar to throw in the school and let it play continuously. The noise would attract the zombies, so she had to choose the placement of the speakers carefully. As Shihuan thought about this, she prepared to take the chainsaw outside to find her broadcasting materials. Of course, before leaving, she switched her phone from silent to ringing and sent another message to Wang Yujia, asking her to message her when she confirmed her escape from the dormitory. This way, she would have time to quickly ride her bike to the school to find her, avoiding a situation where Wang Yujia escaped and she hadn't reached the school yet. That would make it even more difficult for her to face the zombies alone. It was better to give a heads up ahead of time, for everyone's sake. Chapter 20. The speaker. She could only ride her small electric bike to the school. Carrying a heavy speaker would be inconvenient. So the smaller B speakers were the most suitable. Shihuan browsed an electronic store and finally found a few small B speakers and small speakers in a remote corner, which she placed in her large backpack. Shortly after, she received a message from Wang Yujia. Wang Yujia, in the school dormitory, had finally made up her mind. She was going to take a gamble and try to escape the dormitory. After all, whether she followed Shihuan to the safe house or escaped the dormitory to stock up on supplies at the school supermarket or cafeteria, the risks were significant. Even if she didn't go with Shihuan to the safe house, she still had to navigate through the school, facing the same level of danger and insecurity. Therefore, she had to choose a place that felt safe and reassuring to her. If she chose not to follow Shihuan to the safe house, she would have to rely on herself and stay vigilant against the zombies. However, choosing to follow Shihuan would allow her to relax a lot more. At least the safe house she mentioned was very secure. It was clear that she could only choose to follow Shihuan. Upon receiving the message, Shihuan smiled slightly. She thought that as long as Wang Yujia could successfully escape the dormitory and reach the school gate, her task for the day would be accomplished. Shihuan indeed intended to go to the school to meet Wang Yujia and continued gathering the B speakers and other sound equipment. She walked out of the mall, skillfully cutting down zombies and extracting their cores, tossing them into her chainsaw. She was becoming very adept at this. Then she hopped onto her small electric bike, cranked it up to the highest speed, and left the pursuing zombies far behind. The mall was only a few stops away from the school, and Shihuan rode calmly on her bike. She believed that, given Wang Yujia's temperament, her speed on the electric bike would surely be much faster than Wang Yujia's escape from the dormitory to the school gate. Meanwhile, Wang Yujia had made up her mind to escape the dormitory. Her mind was still clear as she first packed a few changes of clothes and shoes into her backpack. Then she included the remaining chocolate bars in her bag, followed by gathering her roommates' phones and anything that could make a loud noise. Outside the dormitory was not like inside. Even small noises inside the dorm could attract zombies. Outside, she thought that even the sound of dropping a pen would not be enough to divert the zombies' attention. So, she felt that once she got outside the dormitory, she would need something heavier to draw the zombies' attention. She tied her long hair into a tight bun on her head, ensuring it wouldn't hinder her movements later. She then stuffed some fruit into her clothing pockets and wedged the metal rod into the gap of her backpack. Now that she had prepared all the escape essentials, she began crafting a tool to escape from the third floor down to the first. If she simply climbed down from the third floor, with so many dormitory doors on each floor, not every dormitory door would be closed and many would be open. At that point, one or two zombies could easily pop out, making it far too dangerous. She collected the blankets from her bed and the ones stored in her closet, tying them tightly to ensure they wouldn't come undone halfway down. Finally, she looked out the window to confirm that the windows below were closed, not open, to avoid encountering zombies while climbing down. After confirming that she wouldn't run into zombies, Wang Yujia tied the blankets together and secured them to a wall pillar in the dormitory. Taking a deep breath, she tied the end of the blanket around her waist and carefully began her descent from the window. She extended herself little by little. Standing in midair for the first time made her legs feel a bit weak, but she had to keep control. She pulled on the blanket with all her strength and slowly made her way down. As he slowly climbed down from the third-floor window to the second-floor window, she looked up to see the situation inside. The people in the dormitory had turned into zombies, and the 4 zombies noticed her crawling down the window and started walking towards her. Wang Yujia, with a pale face, quickened her pace to climb down. When she reached the first floor, she had to start paying attention to the movements below. After confirming that there were no zombies surrounding her, she quickly untied the bedsheet from her waist, took out an iron rod from her backpack, picked up a few stones from the grass, and began to run towards the school gate. At that moment, Shihuan had also arrived at the university gate on her electric bike, not wanting to waste time. She drove directly into the school, throwing a pre-recorded sound speaker near the cafeteria. This was also the place where the male and female protagonists in the novel initially chose to stay. Shihuan was quite eager to take advantage of the protagonist effect. If the male and female leads in the novel heard the advertisement from the speaker and rushed to her safe house, then others would likely follow suit, right? This way, she wouldn't have to worry about the residents, as they would all gather around the bamboo area. After placing the speaker on a tall tree, she began to play her prepared advertisement. Are you still worried about not having a safe place to sleep due to the zombie attacks? The mall's Apocalypse Safe House is now online. Every day, just 5 zombie crystal cores will give you a peaceful sleep without any zombie disturbances. The mall is convenient for obtaining supplies and safe to stay in, but the number of beds is limited. What are you waiting for? Come stay with us. The recorded announcement kept repeating around the cafeteria. Chapter 21. Convergence. After finishing the announcement, Shihuan quickly hopped on her electric bike. She couldn't afford to stay there, waiting for the zombies attracted by the noise to come. Even if she had a chainsaw to kill these zombies, she couldn't guarantee victory in a 1 versus many situation. Shihuan successfully rode her electric bike about 20 meters away before the zombies could react. A ding sounded from her phone, and when she took it out of her pocket to check, it was Wang Yujia saying she had successfully escaped the dormitory. Looking around, Shihuan thought since she was already here, she might as well pick Wang Yujia up. After all, it wasn't much of a detour. Once she got her to the safe house, she could start gathering supplies and do what she wanted to do. She headed towards the dormitory building, and after a few minutes, saw someone ahead swinging an iron rod at a zombie. Noticing there weren't many zombies nearby, and they were at a distance, Shihuan didn't rush to help, but let Wang Yujia handle it herself. Wang Yujia, on this escape route, stopped to fight the lone zombie, also with the intention of training herself. Shihuan had made it clear that to stay in the Apocalypse Safe House, one needed to collect 5 zombie crystal cores each day, and so far, she only had 2. Wang Yujia needed 3 more to qualify for staying in the safe house. If she didn't confront the zombies directly, she wouldn't even have the qualification to stay, and no one would be able to help her then. So when she arrived here and saw there weren't many zombies around, she decided to take on the lone zombie. Wang Yujia had gained experience from killing 2 zombies in the dormitory. Dealing with these zombies, who were still quite stiff and slow, wasn't too difficult for her. She could even spare some attention to observe the surrounding environment and check if any other zombies were approaching. With the iron rod, she repeatedly jabbed at the zombie's head, and after many attempts, finally killed it. She took out a fruit knife from her pocket and dug into the zombie's head, extracting a zombie crystal core, which she then put into her backpack. Only then did Shihuan ride her electric bike over to her. She stopped the bike and asked Wang Yujia, "Can you ride an electric bike?" She was somewhat cautious. After all, she had removed her weapon and was carrying someone she wasn't very familiar with, making her a bit worried about being backstabbed. So she wanted Wang Yujia to ride the electric bike while she sat behind, holding the weapon to navigate. This way, she could ensure her own safety and avoid being attacked. Wang Yujia was pleasantly surprised to see Shihuan ride the electric bike over her. She hadn't expected Shihuan to come all the way into the school to wait for her. She thought she'd have to walk to the school gate herself. Now, seeing Shihuan asking her, She quickly replied, yes. I can ride an electric bike. There were only shared bikes in school. But her family had an electric bike, so riding one was no problem for her. She didn't elaborate further, keeping her doubts to herself. Wang Yujie had gathered enough experience and directly said, okay. The mall was only a few stops away from their school, and she knew how to get there without needing Song Shihuan to guide her. So she agreed readily, feeling that finally there was something she could help with. Wang Yujie took the key that Song Shihuan handed her, walked to the electric bike, inserted the key, and called for Song Shihuan to get on. She rode the electric bike fairly well, and they went smoothly along the way. Song Shihuan kept an eye out for zombies in the directions they were heading and said to her, watch out for the zombies in front. If there are too many, we'll take a detour. You can also speed up a bit to shake them off. Wang Yujie nodded a couple of times. Okay, I'll keep an eye out. However, such an easygoing time shaking off zombies wouldn't last long. If Song Shihuan remembered correctly, the zombies would evolve on the 4th day, and the evolved zombies would move as fast and agile as humans. However, their decaying bodies, long sharp teeth and nails, and wide red eyes would still easily distinguish them from humans. The first 3 days were like an adaptation period for humans to get used to this zombie world. But the evolution of zombies corresponded to the awakening of superpowers in humans. By that time, some humans would also awaken their powers, and they would possess different abilities to deal with these zombies. They would become superpowered individuals. Song Shihuan thought about how the original host hadn't awakened any powers. So she didn't hold out much hope for herself either. She just wondered if Wang Yujie would awaken any powers. Otherwise, living as an ordinary person in the zombie world would become very difficult. As they approached the mall, Song Shihuan called out to her, all right, you can stop now. The safe house is here, just to your right. Wang Yujie quickly stopped the electric bike, looking around until she spotted the large apocalypse safe house. She exclaimed, I remember there was no building here before. Song Shihuan shrugged, playing along, who knows. Anyway, since the apocalypse and zombies have come, having a safe house isn't surprising. As long as it's safe to stay inside. Chapter 22. Fragments. Wang Yujie nodded in agreement, saying, what you said makes sense. That is certainly true. Song Shihuan glanced at the nearby zombies and said to her, you wait here for a moment. I'll go clear out those zombies. By the way, how many zombie crystal cores do you have now? She had been out for about half an hour, and a few more zombies had appeared on this road, drawn by their scent, and were walking towards them. Wang Yujie raised her finger a bit shyly and said, I only have 3 zombie crystal cores. The extra zombie crystal core she had was from the zombie she encountered while escaping the dormitory, which happened to be picked up by Song Shihuan. After that, riding the electric bike, there weren't any more opportunities for him to kill zombies. Song Shihuan nodded and said, all right, I'll leave 2 zombies for you to practice with. She wanted Wang Yujie to move into the safe house so that she could complete the tasks of the apocalypse safe house system. Therefore, at this moment, she hoped more than anyone else that Wang Yujie would quickly gather enough zombie crystal cores and move into the safe house. She wielded her chainsaw, advancing towards the zombies to keep them away. The chainsaw flew through the air and a zombie's head fell. Song Shihuan efficiently cleared away the surrounding zombies, leaving only 2 in the distance that hadn't approached yet. Then she called out to Wang Yujie, all right, you can come over and practice now. Wang Yujie parked the electric bike and said, okay, I'm coming. She returned the key to Song Shihuan, grabbed her iron rod to prop up her clothes, and walked toward the zombies. Song Shihuan was busy digging up the zombie crystal cores from the ground and didn't have time to pay attention to how Wang Yujie was doing. Only after she had dug out all the zombie crystal cores did she realize Wang Yujie had only killed 1 zombie. This efficiency made her feel a bit helpless. Watching Wang Yujie poke at the second zombie's head with the iron rod, Song Shihuan thought that once she finished the zombie and successfully moved into the safe house, she would take her to the mall to see if they could find her a new weapon. The iron rod was just too weak. Song Shihuan had no intention of going over to help. She understood that she needed to let Wang Yujie know she could only rely on herself to kill zombies and shouldn't think about depending on others. After much effort, Wang Yujie finally knocked down the second zombie, dug out the zombie crystal core from its head, and walked over to Song Shihuan. With a smile, she said, Song Shihuan, I now have 5 zombie crystal cores. Can I move into the safe house now? Song Shihuan nodded, yes. Just go to the smart screen in front of the safe house to place your order, and you can get the room number wristband. After hearing this, Wang Yujia walked over to the smart screen in front of the safe house. The operation on the smart screen was simple. She only needed to select the house and the number of days to stay, then deposit the zombie crystal cores in the designated spot. She took a wristband from the window next to the smart screen, raised it in her hand, and said to Song Shihuan, "Is this okay?" Song Shihuan walked over to her and shook the wristband in her hand. "Yes, that's fine. When you go in now, the door in front of the safe house will open automatically. Then you just need to go to the room indicated on the wristband." She led the way to the safe house door. Wang Yujia followed closely, looking at the 3 houses in front of her and confirming that the room number on her wristband was the one on the far right. As Song Shihuan saw her about to go in, she said to her, "Wang Yujia, I'm going to the mall to look for supplies later. Do you want to come with me? You can see if there's a suitable weapon to replace the iron rod you're holding." She thought for a moment and decided that since Wang Yujia had helped her complete today's tasks for the Apocalypse safe house system, she would take her to find a weapon suitable for her current use. Wang Yujia was excited. "Can we go together?" She thought Song Shihuan would only bring her here and that everything after would be up to her. She didn't expect Song Shihuan to actively suggest going to the mall together. Song Shihuan nodded, glanced at the time on her phone, and said, "I'll probably head out in about 20 minutes. If you have time, you can come along." Wang Yujia smiled. "Okay, I want to go with you." After they finished discussing their plans, they walked to their respective rooms. The rooms in the Apocalypse safe house could only be opened with one's own wristband. This provided a high level of security, and the soundproofing of the houses was also quite good, making them very suitable for living. Once inside her room, Song Shihuan asked the Apocalypse safe house system, "Have I completed my task today?" She let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, her task was completed. If she couldn't even complete the task of recruiting one person, she couldn't imagine what would happen a few days later when she might be unbound from the system. The chainsaw in her hand would probably vanish as well. After confirming the task was complete, she began to inquire about the lottery fragments the Apocalypse safe house system had mentioned. "System, what are lottery fragments? What can they be used for?" The Apocalypse safe house system replied, "Every time the host collects 10 lottery fragments, they can be combined into a lottery crystal. One lottery crystal allows the host to spin the prize wheel once. Please work hard to complete your tasks." Song Shihuan pouted. Indeed, everything about the Apocalypse safe house system was frustrating. If she didn't complete the system tasks, she would be struck by lightning, and if she accumulated too many points, she would be unbound from the system. But the rewards for completing tasks were particularly lackluster. It was known that completing one task earned 1 lottery fragment, and she needed 10 fragments to spin the wheel once. That meant she needed to complete 10 tasks to get 1 spin. And the so-called prize might not even have rewards on every segment. By the time she accumulated 10 lottery fragments, it was possible she would just get a thank you for your patronage. Chapter 23. Fully occupied, of course. Song Shihuan only complained quietly to herself and didn't express it in front of the Apocalypse safe house system, because she knew in her heart that being able to bind to the Apocalypse safe house system was already a good thing. However, human needs are always insatiable. She thought about the loudspeakers set up in the school cafeteria and wondered if anyone would dare to come over and move into the Apocalypse safe house. Song Shihuan opened her phone and posted the promotional video for the Apocalypse safe house that she had forgotten to share online. The internet and electricity hadn't been cut off yet, and although zombies were already wandering outside, people were hiding in their rooms and didn't dare to come out. She believed that posting a video about the Apocalypse safe house would allow someone to see it. In any case, it's good to promote it a bit more. Who knows? Someone might see the information and come over to move in. When the time was about right, Song Shihuan put on an empty backpack, opened her door, and walked outside. She saw that Wang Yujia hadn't come out yet, so she knocked on her door. After Wang Yujia entered the room, she was busy organizing her things. There weren't many items in her backpack. The room was small, not even 10 square meters, but it had basic necessities like a cabinet, bed, shower room, and wardrobe. It could be said that even though it was small, it was well equipped. Since she had already learned about the room conditions from Song Shihuan, she was neither surprised nor uncomfortable upon entering. Wang Yujia thought living here for a while was acceptable, and what she liked the most was that once she entered the safe house, she could no longer hear the outside sounds, including the growls of zombies. For a moment, it felt as if the apocalypse had never happened. However, she quickly snapped back to reality, knowing that avoidance was not a solution. If she had chosen to avoid it, she wouldn't have ended up here. Whether they went out to collect supplies or change weapons, they still needed to prepare adequately for their outing. She touched her stomach, realizing it was probably around noon, and she was indeed a bit hungry. Wang Yujia walked to the door and opened it, saying, "Sorry, I was just tidying up my things." Song Shihuan shrugged. "No problem, I just came out too. The mall here is close to the school, so there's no need for an introduction." They silently walk past each other. Song Shihuan is not familiar with the original owner's roommates, and it's impossible for her to find a topic to talk about. Wang Yujia had a mediocre relationship with the original owner when they were in the dormitory, and even if she wanted to find another topic, she couldn't find a suitable one. Fortunately, they often encounter zombies on the way, so they are busy handling these zombies, which prevents any awkwardness between the two. Wang Yujia looks at the large saw in Song Shihuan's hand and feels a bit envious of her decapitating weapon, but she doesn't dare to ask how she obtained it. Once they enter the mall, there are no zombies around, since it is only the second day of the apocalypse. Most people here are staying at home and not coming out, except for Song Shihuan, who is wandering outside. Every time she enters or exits the mall, she closes the glass door, reasoning that the unevolved zombies probably won't push the door open. This makes her feel more at ease when searching for supplies in the mall. Song Shihuan skillfully pushes a small cart. Since the supermarket is relatively safe, there is no need for her to accompany Wang Yujia. She says to Wang Yujia, "You can get what you want, and we can meet up at the ticket check later." Wang Yujia nods and replies, "Okay, let us meet then." There are no zombies in this supermarket, making it very safe. Wang Yujia thinks it's fine for her to collect supplies alone. In fact, going together might waste Song Shihuan's time due to indecision, which is not ideal. After wandering around the supermarket, Song Shihuan becomes familiar with it. She routinely grabs a large suitcase and fills it with clean clothes in the clothing section, placing a few pairs of sneakers in her backpack that fit her size. She temporarily puts the suitcase filled with clothes on the cart and heads towards the food section, tossing various dried goods and long-lasting bread and cookies into bags and throwing them into the cart without hesitation. Chocolate? Toss it in. Instant noodles? Toss it in. Wherever Song Shihuan goes, she puts anything suitable into the cart until it is full. Then she lifts the suitcase again and places it on top. Suddenly, Song Shihuan hears the voice of the Apocalypse safe house system. "Host, the Apocalypse safe house is full. Would you like to upgrade?" Song Shihuan is surprised. She only called Wang Yujia to move in, so how is it suddenly full? She is puzzled and asks the Apocalypse safe house system, "Is the safe house full now? Has someone moved into the third room?" She nods and says, "Then let us upgrade." She feels that the cost of upgrading the safe house is not deducted from her accumulated zombie crystal cores, so she is indifferent. Moreover, a larger safe house would make completing tasks easier in the future. The Apocalypse safe house system receives Song Shihuan's response and begins upgrading the safe house. Okay, upgrading the Apocalypse safe house now. Song Shihuan suddenly thinks of something and quickly says, "Wait, when you upgrade the safe house, can we still move in later?" She's a bit worried that the upgrade might take some time, just like the initial establishment. Otherwise, those currently living in the safe house might be forced out because of this, which would not feel good at all. The Apocalypse safe house system replies, "Host, rest assured. The existing safe house rooms will not be affected. The 3 new rooms being constructed will only take 3 minutes." Song Shihuan nods, relieved. She thinks that if that's the case, then it doesn't matter. The system can take as long as it needs for the upgrade. Chapter 24. Expansion in her 9 square meter small room. She has utilized almost all the available space. If it stays this size, how can she stockpile supplies? No matter how she tries, she can't stockpile enough. She hasn't even gathered a year's worth of supplies. Of course, she needs to continue stocking up. She must gather supplies for 20 to 30 years to feel at ease. How can Song Shihuan feel secure in this situation? Although there are many things in the 9 square meter room, she doesn't particularly like being in such a cramped space. It makes her feel uncomfortable. A larger space would be much better and more comfortable to live in. The Apocalypse safe house system reassures her, "Host, please rest assured. Once you obtain more zombie crystal cores, and the system has enough energy, we will gradually construct more room types. Shihuan thinks that as long as the Apocalypse safe house system collects more zombie crystal cores and has sufficient energy, it can upgrade the safe house, which is what she understands. She then asks the Apocalypse safe house system, how many crystal cores are needed to upgrade to a larger room. She thinks that if the upgrade cost isn't too high, she will pay to upgrade the room herself. After all, the current room is almost too small to hold her supplies. The space she wants to carry with her can't be bought right now, so she can only find a way to expand her room a little. She doesn't know when the system will have enough energy to upgrade the room. Of course, she needs to focus on stocking up supplies while the simple mode is in effect. If the room isn't big enough, she won't be able to stockpile her supplies, so she naturally needs to find a way to expand it. In fact, the cost for future upgrades will change based on the evolution of the zombies. For example, right now, the zombie crystal cores needed to move into the safe house are only the initial level cores. The Apocalypse safe house system is not a charity. It won't keep the initial charge of 5 basic zombie crystal cores as the fee for the safe house, just because the zombies evolve. These costs will change according to the evolution of the zombies outside. Otherwise, if the Apocalypse safe house system receives less energy, it won't be able to maintain the protective shield against higher-level zombies. Shihuan nods in understanding. To upgrade to an 18-square-meter room, she only needs 100 zombie crystal cores, which is a pleasant surprise for her. Initially, she thought if the safe house could only remain at its current size without any options for larger rooms, she would have to implement her plan to rent a room in the safe house. The room she currently lives in can be considered a benefit provided by the Apocalypse safe house system. Originally, it would cost 5 days' worth of rent for a day. As the host, she gets to live there for free. Shihuan thinks that since she isn't paying for the room, renting a storage room for supplies at the cost of 5 zombie crystal cores a day doesn't sound like a loss. However, she didn't expect the system upgrade to require zombie crystal cores, which is much more economical than renting a room directly. 100 zombie crystal cores equate to the cost of living for 20 days in a safe environment, while upgrading her own room is permanent. It's clear which option is more cost-effective. Shihuan doesn't rush to express her thoughts about wanting to upgrade using her zombie crystal cores. Instead, she tentatively asks the Apocalypse safe house system, if I want to move into a larger room later, will the upgrade cost be covered by me or the system? She thinks that as the host of the Apocalypse safe house system, she should have some privileges, right? If upgrading the room size requires her to spend her own zombie crystal cores, that would be unreasonable. The Apocalypse safe house system replies, the upgrade cost for your room will be covered by this system, but it will need to wait until the energy of the Apocalypse safe house system is sufficient to proceed with the upgrade. The system means that since it has just bound to the host and the safe house has only just begun operations, its energy is limited and it currently cannot provide assistance. Shihuan felt a surge of joy in her heart. If that is the case, then it's great. The energy of the Apocalypse safe house system is insufficient, so she can first lend zombie crystal cores to the Apocalypse safe house system. After all, she wants to upgrade now, and it's fine as long as she doesn't have to spend her own zombie crystal cores. She would just be lending them for the upgrade, so there is no problem at all. She spoke up, is this possible? I can lend you 100 zombie crystal cores for my room upgrade, and when your energy reserves are sufficient, you can return them to me, or convert them into system points as well. System points can be used to buy portable space, so exchanging the zombie crystal cores for points is also fine. The Apocalypse safe house system pondered, it is possible, but host, do you have so many zombie crystal cores? Shihuan, that is a bit heart-wrenching. She had just spent zombie crystal cores to upgrade her chainsaw yesterday, and all the zombie crystal cores she collected today had gone into the chainsaw, leaving her with not a single extra zombie crystal core. She recalled that she had earned 100 zombie crystal cores in one day and used them to upgrade the chainsaw. Surely it was possible to do that yesterday and not today, right? Her fighting spirit ignited. Chapter 25. Surprise. Just as Shihuan's fighting spirit ignited, Wang Yujie had finished gathering supplies in the supermarket and was heading over. This was Wang Yujie's first time out collecting supplies. Usually, when she went to the supermarket, it was just to push a shopping cart to buy snacks and such. This was her first time entering a supermarket to gather supplies for future survival. To be honest, her mind was still in a jumble. Wang Yujie only thought about her growling stomach and took several bags of bread from the bread section in the supermarket. After this, she fell into a dilemma, not knowing what else to take. She usually didn't eat instant food. She resolved her meals outside. But in the future, there wouldn't be such shops where she could solve her breakfast, lunch, and dinner. She was really confused about how to eat. Wang Yujie saw rice and took a bag, saw noodles and took some, and also grabbed some potatoes, sweet potatoes, and radishes. She thought about the rice cooker for cooking and took that too, as well as a cutting board and a kitchen knife. In short, she took whatever came to mind from various food and appliance sections. On the shelf selling farming tools, Wang Yujie also found a long sickle. After all, it was better than the iron rod she was holding. She switched to the new weapon and put the original iron rod into the shopping cart. She gathered supplies like this, slowly filling her cart. Wang Yujie thought of Shihuan, who had come out to collect supplies together, and excitedly pushed her already full cart towards the ticket-checking area. She said to Shihuan, I'm here. When Wang Yujie passed through the ticket-checking area, the machine beeped several times, startling her. She had originally wanted to battle zombies, but upon seeing Wang Yujie pushing the cart over, she gradually suppressed her excitement. It seemed that on the way here, Shihuan had already cleared a path. Now, there weren't many zombies approaching, making it much quieter. Occasionally, when one or two zombies walked by, Shihuan would let Wang Yujie handle them, allowing her to practice and get accustomed to her new weapon. The safety house wristband they wore sensed and let them in front of the safety house door. Coincidentally, a new resident walked out. It was a boy dressed in a white short-sleeve shirt, sports pants, and sneakers, holding a baseball bat. He looked to be about the same age as them, probably a student from the same school. Shihuan stuffed the cart full of supplies into the room, then picked a not-too-big backpack and put in 2 small speakers before heading out of the safety house. She was going to hunt zombies, and this wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment decision. As for Wang Yujie, she thought that since she had already accompanied her to the supermarket to find supplies and change weapons, there was no need to drag her along all the time. Shihuan preferred to kill zombies alone, or rather, she found it more thrilling to do so. This way, she didn't have to worry too much. She just had to ensure that she wasn't touched by zombies and focus on killing them. This way, her speed in killing zombies would return her normal level, and she wouldn't waste time on others. Shihuan felt that she needed to take advantage of the current opportunity to upgrade her room. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to continue stockpiling supplies. The Apocalypse safe house system had also stated that the zombie crystal cores would be returned to her later. So, she had no further worries. Shihuan placed the speaker on a tree a little distance from the safety house. She stood under the big tree, waiting for the zombies to come to her. Now that she wasn't the only one living in the safety house, even for the sake of attracting guests, the outside environment needed to be a bit better. After all, having a row of zombie heads lying around would be a bit off-putting. Hearing the commotion from afar, the zombies approached slowly. Zombies have average smell and hearing senses, but humans are often too far away for zombies to easily detect their scent. As for hearing, because of the loudspeaker, even distant zombies could hear the sound. Shihuan watched the scattered zombies walking over and didn't wait for them to get close. She revved up her chainsaw and walked towards the zombies. She took down one zombie with each swing, and before the zombies from behind could catch up, she squatted down to dig out the zombie crystal cores. This time, the zombie crystal cores she collected were not immediately stuffed into the chainsaw. Instead, she put them in the little zippered pocket of her specially reserved backpack. She intended to save these until she had enough 100 zombie crystal cores to exchange for a larger room in the Apocalypse safe house. Shihuan stayed outside the Apocalypse safe house for half an hour, and in the end, she only managed to get about 30 zombie heads. She felt that this efficiency was a bit slow. It could only be said that the zombies here were indeed very few. Even amplifying the speaker's sound couldn't quickly attract these zombies. Shihuan thought that she should find a place with more zombies to kill. She couldn't waste her precious time here. He initially thought this girl was putting the speaker outside to seek death, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be quite interesting. Chapter 26. Cafeteria. Shihuan weighed the zombie crystal cores in her backpack and felt a bit troubled. She had been here for 30 minutes and had only collected a few dozen zombie crystal cores. This efficiency was a bit slow for her, seeing these awkwardly walking zombies. With just one day left before they evolved, she didn't know what the situation would be like then. She could only take advantage of the limited time now to kill a few more zombies. She walked into the safety house and saw Wang Yujia knocking on her door. She walked over and asked, "Wang Yujia, are you looking for me?" Wang Yujia turned around upon hearing the voice, surprised to see Song Shihuan walking in from outside. "Song Shihuan, were you just outside?" Song Shihuan nodded. "Yes, I took the opportunity to collect some zombie crystal cores while the zombies are still weak." Outside, she had used the speaker to blast loud music, and Wang Yujia inside the safety house had not responded for quite a while. This could only mean that the soundproofing of the safety house was exceptionally good. Hearing Song Shihuan say she had gone outside to kill zombies, Wang Yujia initially wanted to invite her to have lunch together and chat, but suddenly felt too shy to say it out loud. The outside world had already turned into this state. How could she continue lying around like this? Indeed, it is necessary to prepare like Song Shihuan and make more plans. Wang Yujia couldn't help but ask, "Did you kill the zombies outside? Will you be going out to kill zombies this afternoon?" She thought that if Song Shihuan continued to go out in the afternoon, she would follow her to brush zombies outside. This would give her a sense of security, as she wouldn't have to worry about zombies coming from all directions. Just focus on the zombies in front of her, with Song Shihuan providing protection. Song Shihuan shook her head and said to her, "I'm planning to go to the school this afternoon. There are more zombies over there." She spoke honestly to Wang Yujia and had no intention of hiding this. However, she also didn't plan to take her along, as going solo was more suitable for her. Killing zombies alone meant she wouldn't have to consider anyone else, making it much easier. However, Song Shihuan had no altruistic intentions. Bringing someone out of the school was merely to complete her task earlier. What Wang Yujia wanted to do afterwards was her own business. Wang Yujia nodded, feeling a bit disappointed. From what she heard, it seemed that Song Shihuan did not plan to take her along. Nonetheless, she couldn't say much. After all, Song Shihuan was under no obligation to keep her company. In her heart, as long as Song Shihuan was around, she didn't have to worry about other zombies attacking her, which made her feel at ease. But upon hearing that she was going to the school, her thoughts were immediately extinguished. She had just escaped from the school and didn't want to go back there again. Even if she had to go out to kill zombies in the afternoon, she would just look for some nearby. Seeing that Wang Yujia had nothing else to say, Song Shihuan nodded at her. "If you go out to brush zombies, be careful." After saying that, she walked into her room and closed the door. Song Shihuan exchanged all the zombie crystal cores she had collected in her backpack with the Apocalypse safe house system for points in the system. After all, the safe house needed zombie energy to build houses, so exchanging them for points was fine. She got up, washed her hands in the bathroom, and took out some toast she had collected from the supermarket, pairing it with pure milk as her lunch. The Apocalypse safe house had running water and electricity, so cooking in her room was not a problem. This was also the reason Song Shihuan stocked up on rice, oil, and salt, as it was only after the safe house started allowing the use of electrical appliances and water that she began to stock up. However, both electricity and drinking water needed to be purchased with additional zombie crystal cores. Currently, it was very cheap and cost-effective to stay, with just 5 zombie crystal cores for accommodation. This was really just the price for staying in a room. Any other functions of the room required additional payment. She took out a tissue to wipe her mouth, put the chainsaw back in her backpack, and picked up the key to her electric bike as she walked out of the safe house. When Song Shihuan saw the boy who had moved in later, she guessed that he must have been attracted by the sound of the horn she placed in a tree near the cafeteria or through a short video. He was able to charge out of the school alone and had enough zombie crystal cores to stay here. One could only say this boy was indeed a bit impressive. Song Shihuan wondered how the horn she placed near the school cafeteria was doing. Was it still working? In fact, she guessed correctly. Lu Xinghe had decided to come to this Apocalypse safe house after hearing the loudspeaker sound placed by Song Shihuan in the tree near the cafeteria. When the apocalypse first hit, Lu Xinghe had just finished playing baseball at the outdoor baseball field of the school and was having a meal in the cafeteria. He had barely taken a few bites of his wonton noodles when he heard a scream from the next table. He raised his eyes to look over and saw a girl at the next table being bitten on the neck by a decaying person. Lu Xinghe's wonton noodles instantly lost their appeal. He grabbed the baseball bat that was beside him, stood up, and instinctively backed up a few meters. It was a natural reaction to the chaos in the cafeteria. However, a more terrifying thing happened. The person who had been bitten by the zombie quickly mutated. She also began to decay and turned into a zombie. Chapter 27. Eyes in the morning. There weren't many people in the cafeteria when a scream rang out. Everyone turned to look at him, and upon seeing the person bitten by the zombie and infected, their first reaction was to distance themselves. No one wanted to be bitten by a zombie and end up like that. It was far too frightening. No one dared to step forward to help, and many just called the school security office to let the officers come and take a look. The person, fully decayed, had wide-open eyes and long, sharp nails. It was just like the terrifying zombies in horror movies. Lu Xinghe was close enough to witness that person's mutation. His hand gripping the baseball bat trembled slightly out of nervousness. His body stiffened, and he didn't dare to take a step forward. But after those two people turned into zombies, they began to walk in his direction. Lu Xinghe retreated step by step until he had nowhere left to go. He could only grab his baseball bat and swing it wildly at the two zombies. Perhaps due to his training, when the bat hit the zombies' heads, they quickly fell down. But what followed was the strange looks of the people in the cafeteria. He killed them. They were all humans. How could he kill them with one blow? It was too scary. Let's keep our distance from him, they whispered, looking at him as if he were a murderer. They seemed to think he was a violent, cold-blooded monster who could strike down his kind without hesitation. Clearly, just moments before, everyone had been afraid and avoiding those two zombies. Lu Xinghe truly didn't understand. He killed those two zombies wrongly, but why were all these people looking at him like that? Why were they avoiding him? His bowl of wonton noodles, which he finished, was no longer appetizing. The number of people in the cafeteria was already small, and after Lu Xinghe knocked those two zombies out, his area became a vacuum, until another scream rang out from the crowd. Someone had mutated into a zombie again. Someone else has mutated. He was my friend. How could he become like this? Stay away. If he bites you, you'll become a zombie too. Help! Save me. This time, Lu Xinghe was far away, and that zombie didn't come toward him. He originally reached for his temporary weapon, the baseball bat, but remembering the strange looks from earlier, he hesitated. He decided it was better not to do anything thankless, just to take care of himself, lest they blame him again later. The boy who had been caught by the zombie also did not escape becoming a zombie. The people over there, too, began to retreat. The threat to life was right in front of them, and everyone ran away. Hey, didn't you just kill them? Come over and kill these two too. Don't let them run around. Otherwise, it will be too dangerous if they all turn into zombies. At this time, it seemed someone remembered him, and someone called out to him, but they stopped at a distance from him. He thought the people on the cafeteria side outnumbered those on his side. The zombies would surely chase after that group of people, not come after him. If those zombies really came over, he could deal with them then. The noise over there continued, with people running and hiding, and none had been bitten by the zombies. Stalemated. The last two zombies were slowly lured out of the cafeteria by a girl over there, who then closed the cafeteria door, finally ending the commotion inside. Lu Xinghe and Lu Qing took two very different approaches, resulting in vastly different evaluations. Everyone surrounded Lu Qing as if they had seen a savior. On Lu Xinghe's side, the two zombies that had been knocked down woke up again and lunged towards him. He picked up a baseball bat and fought against the two zombies, directly smashing their heads open, ensuring they could never get back up. However, the people in the distance were still whispering about him. Look, the zombies are targeting him. He must have a tendency towards violence. We should avoid him. He was reluctant to help earlier, and now the zombies are after him again. With zombies outside, no one dared to go out, and those trapped in the cafeteria began scrolling through their phones and watching videos. They discovered that zombies were appearing everywhere outside, and panic began to set in. By this time, the number of zombies outside had increased, and they had no courage to leave the cafeteria. Lu Xinghe sighed with relief, glad that he hadn't killed any humans, but rather zombies that had truly mutated and were beyond saving. Thus, he felt no guilt, since what he killed was no longer human. Having watched zombie movies and read zombie novels, he had some understanding of the current situation. He stood up and walked over to the two zombies he had killed, crouching down next to them. From the heads that had been smashed open, He indeed found 2 zombie cores. Lu Xinghe dug out the 2 cores and was met with strange looks from others who were observing him. This time, he ignored them completely and simply put the 2 zombie cores in his pocket. He thought that according to what he had seen in zombie movies and novels, these 2 zombie cores must have some other uses. Since he had earned them himself, it was only natural for him to keep them. With zombies outside, he too did not act rashly. It wasn't until the next day that the loudspeaker outside the cafeteria began to broadcast. The Apocalypse Safe House is online. Each day, just 5 zombie cores can guarantee you a peaceful night's sleep without any zombie disturbances. Shopping malls are convenient for obtaining supplies, and the accommodations are safe. Limited beds available. What are you waiting for? Come and stay. Lu Xinghe was immediately tempted, taking advantage of the zombies surrounding the loudspeaker hanging from the tree. He pushed open the cafeteria door and headed towards the location of the Apocalypse Safe House alone. If he wasn't wanted here, there were certainly other places he could go. Chapter 28. Departure. The people in the cafeteria, upon hearing the broadcast from the loudspeaker outside, gathered at the cafeteria's entrance, listening intently and even starting to cheer. They thought this meant that the government was taking action, establishing a safe house to secure their future livelihoods. Great! There's an Apocalypse Safe House. Let's all go there. Yes. Let's go together for safety. Their initial joy at hearing the announcement quickly turned into hesitation and then dissatisfaction. Wait, we need zombie cores to stay there. Doesn't that mean we have to kill zombies? Haha, that person can go try it out. They had been hiding in this pond, not having killed a single zombie. And who would dare to go out and kill zombies? Just then, when the zombies outside heard the noise and swarmed towards the tree where the loudspeaker was, panic ensued. Who brought the loudspeaker here? The zombies are all coming. How annoying. What if the zombies surround the cafeteria and come in? Lu Qing, what should we do? Should we block the cafeteria door? After all, there's still food here. As long as the zombies don't come in, we should be safe. Someone will come to rescue us. Right? Complaints began to rise, and their mentality shifted from initial excitement to hesitation, and now to dissatisfaction. They complained about the loudspeaker being placed in front of their cafeteria, putting them in danger. It was at this moment that Lu Xinghe left the school cafeteria. To him, with everything outside having turned into this, how can anyone come specifically to save them? Rather than waiting for someone else's help, it was better to save himself. As for the complaints, there was no need to voice them. Saying them would be of no use. She didn't know that the loudspeaker she had kindly set up gave all those lost and helpless people a place to go for some comfort, only to become a redundant act in the end. She rode her electric bike back to the school. This time, it was purely to kill zombies, with no other agenda. Since she didn't have to worry about others, she could relax. There weren't many zombies at the school gate, so she rode her bike directly into the school. Inside the university, she didn't blast the loudspeaker like she did at the safe house. After all, there were more zombies in the school than at the safe house. If she attracted too many zombies, she might not be able to handle them. Shihuan chose a sidewalk with zombies, parked her electric bike, and took out her chainsaw. Walking towards the zombies wandering by the roadside, she was very grateful for the system reward she had chosen, which was not bottled water or fried rice, but the chainsaw as a weapon. Otherwise, if she had to use another weapon to kill zombies, it wouldn't be so easy. After killing the zombies, she began digging for zombie cores. It was already the second day of the zombie apocalypse, and those watching from the dormitory were gradually becoming active. Many people had already fled the dormitory, planning to head to the school's supermarket, wanting to find something to fill their stomachs first. After digging out the zombie cores, Shihuan stood up and encountered a person running towards her. The person waved while running. "Classmate, hurry! There are a lot of zombies coming this way. It's not safe." Shihuan looked behind her and saw a string of zombies trailing about 10 meters away. She had to admire this sister for running so fast and having such strong aggro-drawing abilities. Shihuan raised her chainsaw. "Thanks, I'm just here to kill zombies." She felt a good impression of this sister, unlike the vicious female characters described in novels who would harm others upon seeing them, wanting to lead trouble elsewhere. This sister was running while speaking so sincerely, making her feel no dislike at all. She even wanted to help her clear the zombies following her. Looking at the person in front of her, small in stature, she hadn't expected her to have such strength and bravery. Shinli ran quickly. able to distance herself from the zombies by 10 meters. Seeing Song Shihuan was going to kill zombies, she paused temporarily to watch. Song Shihuan nodded at her and sincerely suggested, "These zombies are pretty weak. You could find some weapons and give it a try." Her outing was originally to farm zombies, so killing the ones trailing her was no big deal. It was just going with the flow. Of course, the main reason was that Song Shihuan and the person in front of her hit it off. Song Shihuan walked towards the zombies, and the chainsaw roared as she chopped through their heads, leaving behind a mixture of black and green liquid. After finishing off all the zombies, she started crouched down to dig for the zombie cores. Shunli was left in awe. "Sister, you're so strong." Song Shihuan smiled at her. "It's my chainsaw that's powerful." Shunli looked around and saw no more zombies approaching, crouched down to be level with Song Shihuan. "What are you digging these zombie heads for?" Song Shihuan. "The zombie's head contains a zombie crystal core." Shunli didn't understand. "Zombie crystal core? What's that for?" Song Shihuan casually replied, "There's a shopping mall a few stops outside the school where an apocalypse safe house has appeared. You can stay there for a day with 5 zombie crystal cores. I'm planning to save up some more zombie crystal cores so I can stay there longer." Shin Li's eyes lit up. "Apocalypse safe house? What kind of place is that? It sounds interesting." Chapter 29. Rescue. Song Shihuan didn't stop the work of digging out the zombie crystal cores, and, seeing her interest, continued, "Well, the Apocalypse Safe House is a place where survivors like us can stay. It's very safe inside, and you don't have to worry about zombies coming in." Shenli Nudda. "That sounds great. Can you tell me more about the Apocalypse Safe House? What's it like inside?" Song Shihuan thought for a moment, took out her phone from her pocket, and found a short video she had posted online. "Here, you can take a look. This is what it's like inside." Shunli took the phone and watched the video, which showed a small, independent room. Although the space was small, it was still a single room with all the necessary facilities. She felt that she had found a place to go. Shunli returned the phone to Song Shihuan and confirmed, "So this Apocalypse Safe House is at that shopping mall, right? And the zombie crystal cores you need are from the zombie heads you're digging out now, correct?" Shunli rubbed her hands together and said to her, "Then I'm going to find a suitable weapon to try it out." "Thank you." After saying that, she got up and left. Song Shihuan watched her walk away, thinking that this girl was kind of cool. She was indeed someone Song Shihuan had her eye on. With a slight sigh, Song Shihuan continued to dig out the remaining zombie crystal core from the last zombie head. She also planned to leave, and her next step was to find a girl's dormitory. This idea suddenly came to her after seeing this girl. After all, it was the same whether she killed zombies here or elsewhere, but since she had that ability, why not help the girls in this world? Not to mention the peaceful real world, just considering the current apocalyptic zombie world. Girls living in such a world filled with zombies always had it the hardest. Girls should help girls. If at the very beginning of the zombie apocalypse, the girls here bravely took the first step to fight against the zombies, wouldn't there be more strong and brave girls in the future who would help each other? Song Shihuan rode her electric bike to the nearest girls' dormitory. Logically, the place with the most people should be the cafeteria. However, there was the female protagonist from the novel there, and it was very safe, so she didn't need to go help there. Instead, she chose the girls' dormitory, which needed help the most. After all, Wang Yuja had also been trapped in her dormitory, surrounded by zombies, and didn't dare to move. Compared to the students waiting to be rescued in the cafeteria, the dormitory was definitely the most dangerous. The door of the girls' dormitory was open. After she walked in, she closed the door behind her. She planned to start clearing zombies from the top floor, the 7th floor, downwards. At this time, the zombies were stiff and moved slowly. They couldn't move in the stairwell at all. Unless they mutated while in the stairwell, they mostly wandered around the dormitory corridors. Holding her chainsaw, she walked up, occasionally using it to chop off a zombie's head and dig out the zombie crystal core inside. When she reached the top 7th floor, she was slightly out of breath from climbing the stairs. Just then, some zombies, attracted by the smell, started moving towards her. Song Shihuan had no choice but to deal with these zombies in advance. After digging out the zombie crystal cores, she took a moment to catch her breath before walking into the corridor on the 7th floor. The first dorm room, 701, was empty. She didn't know if all the people in that dorm had turned into zombies, but the room was completely deserted. Song Shihuan confirmed there was no one there and walked out. As for the clothes and bedding of the original dorm residents, she had no interest in taking them. The brand new supplies at the supermarket were far better, so there was no need to collect supplies here, and even if she did, it wouldn't be convenient to carry them away. After exiting room 701, she saw zombies slowly approaching her from the corridor. So, she decided to clear out the zombies in the corridor first. Clearly, there were still living people in this dormitory. After hearing the commotion, she made outside. They started calling out, "Is anyone out there? Can you hear me? Can you come into our dorm and help me? Everyone in our dorm has turned into zombies. I'm a bit scared." There were 12 rooms on the 7th floor, and only rooms 701, 702, 705, and 709 had their doors open, and she had already cleared the zombies wandering outside. Hearing the cries for help from an unknown dorm room, she paused and asked, "Which room are you in?" The person calling for help replied excitedly, "I'm in 706. Shihuan walked toward room 706, pushed the door, but it wouldn't open. She then said to the inside, "Is your dorm locked?" The person inside realized, "Yes, we locked the door." When the first roommate in their dorm mutated, she was lying in bed asleep. Suddenly, she heard screams and saw her roommate in the upper bunk being bitten by the one in the neighboring bed. In an instant, both of them turned into zombies. Fortunately, her roommate from the bed next to her didn't stay at school the previous night, so she didn't have to worry about her neighbor turning into a zombie too. But with two zombies on the opposite bed, she didn't dare to move, staying awake day and night. Now, those two zombies had somehow fallen off the bed and were surrounding her bed, making her even more terrified. Hearing the commotion outside, she immediately called for help. She pressed against the wall, looking at the locked door, feeling desperate. Our dorm is locked. The door is iron, and it can't be opened without a key. Although Shihuan had a chainsaw, it was useless against the iron door. She could only say to the inside, "These zombies are pretty weak. They rely on smell and sound to move. You could try to make some noise somewhere else to lure the zombies away, then come down and open the door." She continued, "If you can open the door, I'll help you clear the zombies in your dorm. Otherwise, I can't help you." The person inside gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, let me think of a way first." Chapter 30. Floor sweep. While Shihuan wanted to help these girls, she only intended to lend a hand casually, not to specifically come to their aid. Her top priority was still to kill zombies, and anything else was just an additional help if she could manage it. Zombies use smell and hearing to detect directions, so if you want to escape from the dorm, try to attack the zombies' heads, which are their weakest points. I'll stay here for at most 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, I'll leave, she warned, to avoid attracting the zombies to the dorm door with her repeated voice messages, making it harder for the people inside to come out. The school used iron doors, which were either open or locked. There were no objects blocking the doors. Therefore, those that were locked could only be opened by someone inside. Then she could help kill the zombies. Getting out from inside is actually quite simple. You just need to find a way to lure the zombies to the balcony over there, and then take the opportunity to run over quickly, open the door, and get outside. Then she can go in and help them eliminate the zombies. Shihuan looked at her phone. Time was passing second by second, and there were some noises coming from the rooms on the 7th floor. It seems there are still some people wanting to save themselves. Shihuan felt reassured. The door was locked, and the only ones she could save were those who chose to help themselves. Besides that, she really had no power to do anything else. A click sounded, and the door to room 706 in front of her opened, with a girl in pajamas running out. The girl looked like she was about to cry when she saw her. Shihuan didn't have time to chat with her. She turned on the chainsaw and walked inside. The zombies in the corridor outside had already been cleared, so it was quite safe. She went in and dealt with the two zombie roommates of the girl, extracting the zombie cores from their heads. When she came out of room 706, the girl saw this terrifying scene, her face pale, but she still said, "Thank you. Thank you." Shihuan sighed inwardly. This was clearly a timid girl. She said to her, "There are zombies outside now. You need to adapt and try to fight them. Relying solely on others isn't good. Besides, the fact that she could come up with a plan to lure the zombies away and run out in just 5 minutes shows that her mind is quite agile. At least the Wang Yujia from back then took quite a while to make up her mind to come out of the dormitory. A sound of a door opening came from room 707 next door. Shihuan didn't stay to talk to her. She walked into room 707. In this dormitory, only 2 people had turned into zombies, and the other 2 had survived and could now find a way to rush out. As for those still inside the dormitory, they were likely stuck because they had roommates who had turned into zombies and didn't know how to deal with it. The dormitories were all connected, and they were all students from the same class. Here, too, the 3 people who were rescued outside were from the same class. After being rescued, they began to send messages in the class group, sharing their escape methods from inside, try to encourage other classmates who were still too scared to come out. Shihuan chatted with them in the group or directly knocked on doors and shouted, urging others to find ways to come out. Anyway, she would enter any dormitory that had its door open, helping to kill zombies and extract zombie cores, until there were no more locked doors that opened to come out. Shihuan said to the 7 girls who had escaped from the dormitory, I'm going downstairs now. If you want to escape and kill zombies, I can arrange for a zombie for you on the 6th floor to practice. If you just want to stay in the dormitory, that's fine too. The few of them looked at each other, hesitating. Shihuan just casually mentioned it, and it was up to them to decide. However, deep down, she still hoped they would stand up. After saying that, she headed downstairs. On the 6th floor, she did the same thing, clearing the zombies in the corridor and checking the open dormitories to see if there were any that had been missed. Then she used a loudspeaker to announce, checking if anyone planned to save themselves and come out. If there were, she wouldn't go in to help clear zombies. On the 7th floor, Shihuan didn't wait for anyone wanting to escape. On the 6th floor, she instead saw 2 girls who proactively wanted to kill zombies. She kindly reminded them, you should pick up something heavy to hit the zombies on the head. The 2 girls nodded and followed her advice, each picking up a chair and heading towards the zombies. Without needing Shihuan to say anything more, they started to extract the zombie cores. Shihuan was curious. Since the 2 of them dared to fight zombies and knew to extract the zombie cores, why hadn't they thought about coming out earlier? The 2 girls smiled shyly. At first, it was just us and we didn't feel safe. Now that you're here, even if we can't win, we can still rely on you. So we decided to give it a try. Shihuan smiled back. Then you can find a better weapon and go out together from the dormitory. The 2 girls took the opportunity to ask, by the way, do you know about that safe house in the apocalypse? Is it real or fake? 5 zombie cores for 1 day's stay. It can't be a scam, right? They had seen that video, but were worried about the safety inside. Seeing that they asked, Shihuan replied, it's quite good. I live there. I'm here now to kill zombies and earn some zombie cores for rent. The 2 girls exchanged glances. Can we join you in fighting? We also plan to check out that safe house. The 2 girls said in unison, sure. Thank you. Chapter 31, these 2 girls actually had a habit of stockpiling supplies. Even in the dormitory, they had a box of bread and a box of milk. And even small appliances that weren't allowed in the university dormitory, they secretly bought a low-power electric cooker. Therefore, even with zombies in the dormitory for the past 2 days, they managed quite well. They could just grab bread and milk from their bedside and start eating. It wasn't particularly difficult. They thought that since there were zombies everywhere outside, it meant that nowhere was safe. Instead of panicking and running around outside, staying in the dormitory with iron doors and food seemed safer. So, being locked in the dormitory didn't make them particularly anxious. It wasn't until Shihuan came and offered to help them kill zombies that they started to consider whether to go outside and take a look, especially after seeing the promotion for the safe house in the apocalypse nearby their school. But they didn't know whether it was real or fake. Now that someone living there was speaking, it felt like it was worth checking out. Shihuan took the 2 girls and slowly went down to the 6th floor. She intentionally left 1 or 2 zombies for them to deal with, while the rest fell under her chainsaw. With the 3 of them cleaning zombies in the girls' dormitory, their speed increased. More importantly, more girls gradually came down with backpacks, joining their group. It seemed they were starting to come around. Shihuan welcomed those girls who followed her. Regardless of whether they were planning to go out with her to the safe house or intended to venture out alone to fight zombies. As long as they bravely took that first step, it was a good thing. The zombies in this building were gradually cleared away by the girls who joined in. Besides the more zombie cores she obtained from the upper floors, the lower floors saw fewer cores as more people joined in and practiced. However, she didn't mind. As long as she wanted, killing zombies and obtaining cores was still quite easy. When Shihuan came in, she had closed the dormitory door. And now everyone who needed to come down had come down. When they reached the first floor of the dormitory, she saw that it was still early, and she could kill more zombies outside without needing to rush to leave for the safe house. She said to them, "I might go to other dormitories again. If you want to leave first, you can go to the safe house or elsewhere." Those who stayed to help clear zombies were mostly looking to stick together. The two girls who initially followed Song Shihuan had already killed zombies to obtain 5 zombie star rivers each. They thought for a moment and were the first to say, "Then we'll head out first. We want to take advantage of the early evening to check out that apocalypse safe house." Song Shihuan nodded. "You go ahead. Be careful on the way." With their lead, more people expressed their desire to follow them to the safe house. After all, those who had come out of the dormitory wanted to see if the safe house was indeed reliable and if they could move in, rather than continue grinding zombies and wasting time. They parted ways, each heading to their respective destinations. Behind Song Shihuan, a few girls were still following her. They hadn't killed enough zombies to obtain sufficient zombie crystals yet, so they thought about sticking with Song Shihuan a bit longer. Otherwise, even if they reached the safe house, they wouldn't have enough zombie crystals to stay there. Song Shihuan led them towards the nearby girls' dormitory, suddenly thinking of something regarding those who went towards the safe house. She asked the safe house system in her mind, "System, since I've brought so many people to the safe house, is there any extra reward?" The safe house system replied blandly, "None, host." Song Shihuan huffed inwardly, feeling that the safe house system was too stingy. She then asked, "If they all want to move in, won't there be a shortage of rooms at the safe house? There are only 6 rooms inside, 3 of which are already occupied, leaving only 3 available. But there are 6 people heading to the safe house." The safe house system fell into a dilemma. Upgrading the rooms in the safe house would take 3 minutes, which it could afford to wait. The first 3 people could move in, receive their zombie crystals, and then upgrade the rooms. But what if the remaining 3 mistakenly thought the rooms were sold out and left? The safe house system hadn't anticipated that Song Shihuan would be so capable. The first task it issued was merely to invite 1 person to move in, as it was somewhat worried that Song Shihuan wouldn't be able to attract residents. It didn't expect her to be so strong in this regard. Seeing the safe house system silence, Song Shihuan smiled and said in her heart, "Do you need my help? Would you like me to make a suggestion?" The safe house system asked, "Host, do you have any ideas?" Song Shihuan blinked. "I can lend you the points I have in the system." There was actually a simpler way, just to set the main page on the smart screen, used for room purchases, to show the safe house and indicate that it needed 3 minutes to upgrade. However, if she did that, she wouldn't be able to trick the safe house system, so she didn't mention this idea. The safe house system asked curiously, "Host, are you willing to lend me your points?" Song Shihuan lightly coughed in her mind. "How about you trade me a lottery fragment for it? 10 lottery fragments are too hard to gather. If the system could be a bit generous and give me 1 or 2, that would be great." The safe house system replied, "Host, that's not possible." Song Shihuan didn't expect the safe house system to be so stingy even when it needed help. But she continued to ask, "Then can you at least tell me a day in advance what tomorrow's task will be?" Chapter 32. Song Shihuan thought knowing what tasks she needed to complete the next day a day in advance was very important. At least she could prepare ahead of time. Otherwise, if the system suddenly told her that tomorrow's task was to recruit 10 people to move into the safe house, where would she find them? The safe house system responded, "Host, that would be considered a violation of rules and is not allowed." Song Shihuan huffed inwardly. "Then you figure out yourself." After all, her task was completed, and whether anyone moved in at the safe house today had nothing to do with her. She wouldn't benefit from it anyway. Since there was no benefit, why should she remind the safe house system? Seeing Song Shihuan reject it without mercy and not offer help, the safe house system weakly said, "This system can at most tell you the task for the next 10 days in advance." It had been consistently informing the host of the next day's tasks, which was indeed against the rules. However, bending the rules a bit to inform her of tasks for the next 10 days was not a problem. Song Shihuan insisted. "A month." The safe house system resignedly said, "Fine, a month it is." The system thought that since a month and 10 days were not that different, it might as well inform her of all the tasks for the next month in advance. Seeing her scheme succeed, Song Shihuan became happy. "Then go ahead and use the points. The next upgrade for the safe house will be to upgrade all 6 rooms, doubling the number of rooms with each upgrade. This time, it would require 30 zombie crystals, exactly the number needed to fill all 6 rooms. After receiving Song Shihuan's permission, the safe house system began its work on upgrading the safe house. Once the 6 rooms were upgraded, there would be a total of 12 rooms available in the safe house. It calculated that if the 6 people who had gone over moved in, there would be a total of 9 people in the safe house, plus the 4 who were still with Song Shihuan, making it 13 people. The safe house system was pleased with this thought. On the first day of binding with the host to do tasks, to have 13 people moving in and gain so much energy was truly wonderful. It said to Song Shihuan, host, "Your task for tomorrow is to recruit 10 guests to move into the safe house." Song Shihuan paused as she pushed open the door to the girls' dormitory system. "Are you serious? Today, I only needed to bring in 1 person to the safe house, no matter how she thought about it. Tomorrow would only be 2 or 5 people. She never imagined it would suddenly increase tenfold to recruit 10 people. If this continued, wouldn't the task for the 3rd day be to recruit 100 people? How could she possibly complete the tasks issued by the safe house system? She might as well lie down early and wait for the system's elimination." The safe house system felt a slight pang of guilt, but then said confidently, "Host, you only needed to recruit 1 guest today because it's the adaptation period for new hosts. Moreover, you managed to attract so many people today, so I believe you can do it tomorrow too." Song Shihuan thought to herself. She had only recruited 2 people today. The rest were uncertain if they would move in. Besides, the initial Wang Yujia was someone she had brought from school. If it weren't for that, she wasn't sure if she would have moved in at all. As for the last boy, that was just luck. Could she really recruit 10 people tomorrow? Song Shihuan was slightly distracted when a nearby zombie caught her scent and approached her. The girls following her quickly said, "Be careful. A zombie is coming." With a swift movement, she decapitated it, separating its head from its body. Song Shihuan turned to the girls behind her and said, "Thanks for that just now. I was a bit lost in thought." The girl blushed and said it was nothing. Song Shihuan squatted down and first dug out the zombie crystal core from the zombie's head, then put it into her backpack. She stood up and said to the people behind her, "Let's go to the rooftop first. Remember to close the main door, so no zombies come in later." The girl behind nodded in agreement, saying, "Okay." Song Shihuan led them upstairs, and to ensure they moved quickly and didn't fall behind, she cleared out all the zombies in the stairwell. As for the zombies they needed to practice on, that could wait until they reached their destination. Once they reached the 7th floor of this building, she slowly began to assign zombies for them to deal with one-on-one. Song Shihuan's little speaker turned on as usual on the 7th floor. There were very few doors already open, only one, while the others were closed. She played the speaker 3 times normally before turning off the sound. The noises coming from the dormitory included some girls' cries for help, while others were just the growls of zombies. After dealing with the girls' dormitory, Song Shihuan had become accustomed to this process. Regardless of whether the people inside came out or not, she would wait for 5 minutes. But as soon as the people inside managed to open the door, she would go in to help deal with the zombies. After clearing out the dormitory, it was getting late. By this time, everyone who had participated in dealing with zombies had earned about 5 zombie crystal cores. Those who didn't get that many could wait until they reached the safe house to see if they could collect more without needing to stay in the school. The 4 girls who had followed her from another dormitory said, without hesitation, that they wanted to join her. "Okay, let's go together." "Yes, we're going to the safe house you mentioned." Chapter 33, The Speed of Electric Bikes, is incomparable to the walking speed of zombies. They could easily pass by these zombies, but when they encountered a large number of them, they still had to stop to clear some out. If they just passed through the zombies, the ones behind could be touched by the already alert zombies. Thus, what should have been a few minutes' journey took over 10 minutes to reach the safe base. Song Shihuan brought them to the safe house and just instructed them to go to the smart screen to check themselves in. She didn't plan to take responsibility for how they operated or entered the safe house. Otherwise, it would feel like she was babysitting. The girls understood her approach. The zombies they had killed and the crystal cores they had dug out were sufficient. They just needed to register at the smart screen, and no one needed to accompany them. They lined up at the smart screen to operate, while those who hadn't gathered 5 crystal cores started looking for zombies to hunt nearby. Song Shihuan walked into her room, emptied her backpack of zombie crystal cores, and planned to count them to see how many she had earned from this university trip. She placed the crystal cores in groups of 10 aside and suddenly remembered something. asking the safe house system, have the 6 girls who came over this afternoon checked in? The system replied, host, all 6 of them have checked in. The points borrowed from you have also been returned to your account. Song Shihuan nodded. It was good that those girls had checked in. Choosing to stay in the safe house was definitely safer than elsewhere. However, this meant that out of the 12 rooms available, 9 were already occupied. And with 13 more girls planning to check in, it seemed that the rooms in the safe house would soon be insufficient. She thought for a moment and said to the system, now there's still 13 people outside. Won't the rooms in the safe house be insufficient? The system fell silent and then said, then, host, can I borrow your zombie crystal cores again? The next upgrade would require 60 crystal cores for 12 rooms. But Song Shihuan had only about 30 stored in the safe house system. Currently, there were 3 vacant rooms left in the safe house. And given the speed of operations of the smart screen, they would soon sell out. Song Shihuan shook her head. You could display safe house as upgrading. Please wait 3 minutes on the smart screen. She had already played the system once. Borrowing energy from the system now didn't make much difference. Rather than continually borrowing her zombie crystal cores, it would be better to mention this simpler method, according to their speed of using the smart screen. Even if she lent the zombie crystal cores to the system, those outside would still need to wait for the safe house to upgrade before checking in. Thus, there was no need for her to go through the trouble of lending energy again. The safe house system realized it had been outsmarted and felt fortunate. It thought it should be more cautious in dealing with the host in the future. Fortunately, the task it sent out was not valuable. Otherwise, it would have suffered a significant loss. While the two were talking, the people outside indeed began to panic. 3 people outside the safe house had successfully exchanged for wristbands to check into the safe house, but they were waiting for their classmates to enter together, only to find that the rooms on the smart screen had sold out. What should we do? It looks like there are no rooms left. Really? It was fine just now. Should I try? There really aren't any left. Can we still check in? At that moment, the safe house system displayed what Song Shihuan had suggested on the smart screen. Safe house is upgrading. Please wait 3 minutes. Wait, don't leave yet. Look, there's text on the smart screen. We just need to wait 3 minutes. The few girls who had panicked and thought they couldn't check in were about to turn away when they heard this and quickly looked at the smart screen, where they indeed saw 2 lines of large text. They let out a sigh of relief. The safe house was just upgrading, not out of rooms, which was great. Then let us wait a bit. The 3 girls who had already placed their orders and received their wristbands to the safe house also stayed to wait for their classmates to check in together. Those outside who were still a crystal core or too short began to finish off zombies and got enough crystal cores. They walked over and saw the girls who had not yet entered. Hey, you all haven't checked in yet? This place can't be full, right? Everyone who arrived at the safe house cleared their doubts from their minds. They initially thought there could be no absolutely safe place to prevent zombies from entering. But looking at the technologically advanced safe house before them, they started to believe. Since strange zombies had come, having a safe house was also quite normal. The few girls in front quickly explained, the screen says the safe house is upgrading, and we just need to wait 1 more minute. You can wait with us. Hearing this, the girls settled down to wait. Chapter 30 for the 12 rooms added behind the safe house system had completed construction. The smart screen restored the original self-check-in page for the safe house. The girls waiting here quickly formed a line, and without a moment's hesitation, they started operating on the smart light screen. They tossed the zombie crystal cores they had painstakingly obtained from killing zombies into the collection entrance next to the smart light screen, taking their own doorplate wristbands for entering and exiting the safe house in the apocalypse. The 4 girls from the same class in front had all received their wristbands for the safe house, and they walked inside. They didn't wait for those behind them, as they weren't familiar with them, and they were afraid that when night fell, the zombies outside would become active. It was better to enter the safe house earlier to see what the rooms were like and whether they were safe enough to stay in. The main door of the safe house slowly opened upon detecting their matching wristbands, allowing them to enter from the outside. Inside, they each looked for their room numbers. And when they found that their rooms were connected, they were all delighted. Great, we're all living together. It feels just like a university dorm, but with 1 room each. Quick, let's go inside and take a look. I hope the rooms are nice. The 4 girls opened their respective rooms, their faces showing expressions of surprise. They had only heard from Song Shihuan that this place was an absolutely safe shelter against zombies, with everything one could need in the single-occupancy rooms. Though the rooms were only 9 square meters in size, they had imagined it would be shabby and run down, but they were pleasantly surprised by how exquisite it was inside. There were brand new large beds, various storage cabinets, wardrobes, and even a separate bathroom, with charging outlets available. It was much better than they had imagined. At least better than their university dorm, where 6 people shared a room. They settled in comfortably, no longer worrying about the zombies' growls at night, finally able to sleep soundly. The other girls gradually rented rooms on the smart light screen and entered the safe house. Their reactions were the same as those of the first 4 girls. They were all thinking about getting a good night's sleep before dealing with anything else. During their stay in the dormitory over the past couple of days, they had been unable to sleep at all, sharing a room with zombies that had not yet been driven away. Now, they no longer had to face the zombies that would stare at them while they slept at night. They too could finally get a good night's sleep. And as for the zombie crystal cores, they could continue killing zombies tomorrow. The safe house system was pleased to see that 22 out of 24 rooms were occupied, and only 2 rooms were left empty. The performance of the first day's housing task was quite impressive. This made the safe house system particularly fond of its chosen host, Song Shihuan. She took out the zombie crystal cores she had collected from her backpack and counted them. During her university trip, she had killed a total of 230 zombies and obtained 230 zombie crystal cores. She was somewhat incredulous and suddenly realized why her hands had hurt so much today. It was all from chopping zombies and digging out crystal cores. Song Shihuan said to the safe house system, I'll store 70 zombie crystal cores in the system, and please help me upgrade my room to 18 square meters. When your energy is sufficient, remember to return my points. She only planned to store a roughly equal number of zombie crystal cores in the safe house system to temporarily upgrade her room for convenience in hoarding supplies. The remaining 100 or so zombie crystal cores will be used to feed her chainsaw and continue upgrading it. After all, she understood the importance of the chainsaw now. If she stored all those zombie crystal cores in the safe house system to save for purchasing personal space, that amount would be far from enough. Using some for upgrading her chainsaw would allow her to upgrade it at least once more in the short term. The safe house system gladly responded, Okay, host. I will upgrade your room to 18 square meters now. Also, please rest assured that when my energy is sufficient, I will return your points. With Song Shihuan's achievements on the first day, the safe house system was full of confidence for future tasks. Moreover, it had arranged a task for the host to attract 10 guests to stay in the safe house tomorrow. If the more than 20 people who checked in today also renewed their stay tomorrow, plus the guaranteed 10 guests, it would have at least 150 zombie crystal cores to convert for energy, and it could easily return the host her 100 points. Song Shihuan looked at her enlarged room in astonishment. Although she had seen the storage shelves that the safe house system had suddenly installed in her room before, seeing her small 9 square meter room expand to 18 square meters still surprised her. Her room had magically gained 9 more square meters, providing more space for placing things. Now, the 18 square meter room had a new furniture desk added. Additionally, her wardrobe and bathroom were several square meters larger than before, making the entire room feel much more comfortable and spacious. The supplies she had placed on the shelves had not moved with the room's expansion. They remained neatly arranged in their original spots. The additional space was filled with storage cabinets, standing empty, waiting for her to place new supplies. Song Shihuan got up from the floor and began to organize the supplies she had collected from the supermarket before heading out to school. She slowly unloaded the cart and suitcase, emptying everything into her room. Looking at the sky outside, she decided to take advantage of the remaining daylight to collect more supplies. She wanted to fill up on the supplies she would need as soon as possible. Chapter 35. After Song Shihuan finished tidying up, she stepped out of her room in the safe house, only to find the outside empty and devoid of any people. The supermarket was brightly lit, with the lights still on since the day the zombie apocalypse began. Song Shihuan began to search for the items she needed as usual. Her movements for collecting supplies had almost become mechanical from the past few days of hoarding. She even accurately rummaged through the empty shelves for goods. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the supermarket, causing Song Shihuan to jump in fright, thinking that zombies had entered. She quickly stood up stopped searching for supplies and gripped her chainsaw, readying herself for action. However, coming from the other side was not a zombie, but a familiar boy she recognized driving a forklift loaded with supplies. She placed a hand over her chest, relieved, and said to the boy, "It's you. You're still collecting supplies." The person she saw was the boy who had autonomously checked into the safe house the next day. Lu Xinghe was also surprised to see her in the supermarket and nodded. "Yeah, since we have time now, let's collect more supplies." He had read zombie apocalypse novels and watched movies, so he naturally knew what it was like in a world filled with zombies. There will no longer be a time when things improve and return to normal. It will only get worse. Supplies will continue to dwindle, so of course, one must seize the opportunity to gather resources while others are still unaware. Lu Xinghe has only been in the apocalypse safe house for a day, but his experience living there has been very good. The safe house is zombie-proof, ensuring a good quality of sleep. So, he just needs to adapt to the zombies outside. Occasionally, when he wants to exercise, he can go out to earn zombie crystal cores, which is enough to cover the daily rent of the safe house. He is quite satisfied with this life, except that the room he is currently staying in is a bit small. Song Shihuan looked at Lu Xinghe's forklift and felt a stir in her heart. "Where did you find that forklift?" She had been collecting supplies in this supermarket for 2 days and had not noticed such a treasure inside. Isn't it much quicker than pushing things with a shopping cart? The forklifts in the supermarket are of the manual type, usually used by employees to transport heavy items and for stocking in the warehouse. At first, Song Shihuan did not think about this, as she had always been using the shopping carts in the supermarket. Now that she has a more convenient tool for transporting supplies, she naturally wants to know more about it to use it. After hearing her, Lu Xinghe pointed in the direction he had just come from. "There's a warehouse over there. You can go take a look inside." The supermarket's warehouse has trucks and more complete goods, so you don't need to rummage through the supermarket shelves. Just find the necessary supplies inside and directly move them out in large boxes. Originally, the warehouse door was locked, and Lu Xinghe couldn't think of a way to get in. However, when he reached the office with the door open, he found a key to the warehouse in the desk drawer. This allowed him to unlock the warehouse door, and collecting supplies inside would be much faster than wandering around the shelves. After getting the answer, Song Shihuan smiled at him. "Oh, thank you." Lu Xinghe looked at her, awkwardly pulled down his baseball cap, and said softly, "There are more supplies in the warehouse. It'll be faster for you to collect and transport them directly from there." He thought for a moment and reminded her, since there are plenty of supplies in the warehouse, he wouldn't be able to collect them all by himself, so it's better to share. Upon hearing his suggestion, Song Shihuan's eyes brightened. "Okay, thank you for the reminder. I'll go check it out now." She knew there was a warehouse in the supermarket, but had been unable to go there because she didn't have the key. She didn't expect he had found a way to open it. Moreover, since the outbreak of zombies, she had always been the one reminding others. But now she was kindly reminded by someone else. It made her feel that in this zombie apocalypse world, people are not entirely indifferent. There is still some warmth. Lu Xinghe nodded at her and pushed his forklift toward the supermarket exit. Song Shihuan also pushed her small cart toward the supermarket warehouse, only to hear 2 beeps from the ticket-checking area behind her. The warehouse was dark, and she couldn't see any light. Song Shihuan took out her phone from her pocket, searched for the flashlight function, and turned on the light. The warehouse immediately brightened up, revealing long rows of shelves filled with large boxes stacked with goods. She searched for a forklift, intending to get one to transport the supplies later. Song Shihuan blocked the large warehouse door with her cart to prevent it from locking. She jogged inside, looking for a forklift, and finally found a manual forklift in a corner. She pushed the forklift and searched the shelves for rice, fragrant cooking oil, and piled them into her cart box by box. After stacking the boxes of rice and cooking oil high on the forklift, Song Shihuan felt satisfied. However, seeing so many supplies inside made her regretful. The warehouse door outside had clearly been opened with a key, not by force, which meant the key to the warehouse was inside the supermarket. Why hadn't she thought to look for it before? Transporting a cart full of supplies was much faster than her previous method with the cart. She felt a pang of regret, thinking she had been foolish to use the cart to transport supplies, wasting so much time. She could only comfort herself that it wasn't too late to discover this now. She could still continue collecting supplies like this from now on. Chapter 36 Song Shihuan transported supplies until it was completely dark outside. During this time, she ran into that boy a few times, but each time it was while she was pushing the forklift out and he was walking in, so they missed each other. The last time, Song Shihuan simply decided to put the forklift inside the room instead of unloading right at the door. Her room in the Apocalypse safe house had doubled in size, and there was enough space for the forklift, making it much more convenient for her to store supplies inside the safe house. She collapsed onto the bed, thinking about the extra zombie crystal cores, but had to force herself to get up. The chainsaw had already consumed 50 or 60 zombie crystal cores, and it only needed about 100 more to upgrade to level 3. Song Shihuan thought about the cooling time required for the upgrade and decided to upgrade it while sleeping at night, so it wouldn't delay her time to go out and kill zombies in the morning. She took out a bag of zombie crystal cores and poured them all in her chainsaw until the small screen on the chainsaw displayed 200. The chainsaw began to upgrade and entered the cooling period. The next morning, Song Shihuan woke up and checked the upgrade status of the chainsaw, then looked at the data from the Apocalypse safe house system. This upgrade again increased its sharpness and attack power while reducing the chainsaw's initial weight. The difference in handling it didn't feel very obvious. Upgrades would need to be more significant for the changes to be noticeable. She didn't check the data again and directly picked it up, planning to go out. The Apocalypse safe house system reminded her again. Host. Today's task is to attract 10 guests. Please don't forget. Song Shihuan's eyes immediately drooped. In fact, the Apocalypse safe house system had notified her about this task a day in advance, but hearing about the 10 guests again still made her feel exhausted. With the speed of attracting guests according to the system's task, would she be able to complete it? She couldn't help but fall into deep doubt. She simply asked the Apocalypse safe house system, "What about tomorrow? How many guests do I need to attract tomorrow? It won't be 100, will it? Today is the 3rd day since the zombies emerged, and tomorrow is when the mutated humans awaken their powers. If the number of guests to attract increases exponentially at that time, she wouldn't have the energy to complete the task." Song Shihuan felt uncertain about going out to kill zombies. By then, the zombies would have fully evolved. Without powers herself, she felt uneasy facing zombies that had regained their speed. Moreover, zombies might awaken their powers later, making them even harder to deal with. When Song Shihuan heard what the Apocalypse safe house system said, she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She thought it was good that the system only increased the number by 10 compared to today, rather than crazily demanding 100 guests. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to manage it all. All right, I understand. Song Shihuan took out her phone from her pocket to check the time. Her phone had been charged once in the safe house, so the battery was sufficient. It was now 6 a.m., and even if she went to the university town to recruit customers, it was still too early. Song Shihuan decided to first head to the supermarket to gather supplies. It would be quiet and undisturbed, without anyone or zombies interfering in the transport of supplies. Today was the last chance. By tomorrow, zombies would regain their original speed, and those who had been holed up at home, unwilling to come out, would also venture out to look for resources. She pushed her forklift out, not forgetting to grab her chainsaw, and walked towards the familiar supermarket. She could actually sense some changes in the zombies now. They were no longer as stiff as they had been on the first day, although the zombies still walked much slower than humans. There was a noticeable difference from the very beginning. Song Shihuan extracted the zombie cores from the heads of the zombies she had killed and fed them to her chainsaw. She thought that in this apocalypse, no one could be relied upon, and the only thing she could depend on was her chainsaw. If she couldn't awaken any special abilities, she would have to rely on this chainsaw to survive in a zombie-infested world. She needed to make the most of this last day to upgrade the chainsaw as much as possible for her future safety and security. She pushed the forklift into the supermarket warehouse and headed to the rice and grain shelves, where she encountered that boy again. Song Shihuan greeted him. "Hi, you're here so early." Lu Xinghe looked up at her when he heard her voice. "Good morning." Song Shihuan ran her fingers through her hair, thinking that they were both residents of the same safe house. Having bumped into each other several times, it was time to exchange names. Otherwise, the next time they met, they would just awkwardly greet each other again. After all, everyone in this apocalypse safe house was a girl she had brought from school, and this was the only boy she could get to know better. She said to him, "I'm Song Shihuan. What's your name? Since we live in the same safe house, we can look out for each other. Song Shihuan nodded. Lu Xinghe? That's a nice name. Lu Xinghe nodded and continued moving his supplies. The two of them fell silent again, and the large warehouse was filled only with the sounds of moving goods. Chapter 37. Until the sky brightened. It was 8 a.m. Song Shihuan said to Lu Xinghe, I have something to take care of, so I need to leave. Stay safe. After transporting the last batch of supplies, she placed the card directly in the room and casually mentioned it to Lu Xinghe as they crossed paths. At this time, she needed to start heading to the university. Otherwise, she might not be able to complete her task of recruiting 10 people. She thought it was better to do the task early, so she could feel more at ease. Lu Xinghe's gaze shifted down to the car key in her hand, and he asked, Are you going to school? He remembered seeing her riding an electric bike towards the school. Song Shihuan thought about her unfortunate task of recruiting 10 guests to check in. If she didn't go to attract customers now, and waited until the evening, she might not be able to recruit 10 people. And then she would be the one facing the punishment for failing the task. She nodded with a dull expression. Yeah, I have some business at school. Lu Xinghe felt a bit complicated. He thought about the sudden increase in girls in the safe house yesterday. Could it be that she recruited them all from school? Was this girl the so-called great benefactor? However, looking at her expression, it didn't seem like she was eager to save people. It felt more like she was forced into it. He thought this and asked, Are you going to school to save people? How could she be that great? If it weren't for the system task pressing her, she probably wouldn't even go near the school. She would just casually kill zombies here and stay holed up in the safe house. But there was no choice. She had already bound herself to the safe house system, received the newbie benefits, and had to complete the tasks assigned. There was no turning back or regretting any of it. Lu Xinghe nodded. Well, I hope you have a smooth journey. There was no need to deliberately seek out zombies. It was enough to manage what was necessary. The two of them exited the safe house, one pushing a forklift towards a supermarket, and the other riding an electric bike towards the school. This time, Song Shihuan didn't head straight to the girls' dormitory, but first went to the boys' dormitory entrance to drop off a loudspeaker promoting the safe house in the apocalypse. Are you still worried about not having a safe place to sleep due to the zombie attacks? The mall's apocalypse safe house is now open. With just 5 zombie cores a day, you can enjoy peaceful sleep without zombie disturbances day and night. The mall makes it easy to obtain supplies and ensures peace of mind for residents. Limited beds available. What are you waiting for? Come check in now. After placing a loudspeaker, she moved to drop off another one near the next boys' dormitory. She went to go inside to help kill zombies. If they wanted to come to the safe house, they would have to find a way out themselves. In Song Shihuan's view, boys always had an inherent advantage, whether in strength or stamina, which made them much stronger than girls. Although she was trying to attract guests to check into the safe house, the boys could manage their own actions. She placed loudspeakers outside all 8 boys' dormitory buildings within a few dozen meters, then clapped her hands and continued towards the girls' dormitory. In the girls' dormitory, she similarly announced the safe house's offerings from outside. However, she would also go inside the girls' dormitory to do some rescue work. Now, it was already the 3rd day since the zombie apocalypse began. The girls in the dormitory had slowly started to come to terms with the situation over the past few days, and some of them were beginning to wake up. They wanted to escape the dormitory. As Song Shihuan entered the girls' dormitory, she had just closed the door when she saw a girl on the first floor cautiously opening her door and stepping out, holding a clothes pole. When the girl peeked out and saw that there were only 3 zombies wandering in the corridor, she let out a slight sigh of relief and stepped outside. There are only 3 zombies outside. Great. Let's lure one over. Okay, we'll follow your lead. The 4 girls in this dormitory were very lucky not to have been infected. They were now beginning to take matters into their own hands, planning to try to lure a zombie over to practice handling it, making it easier to escape from the dormitory building later. Upon seeing Song Shihuan walk in, they waved. Careful, classmate. There's a zombie coming up behind you. Song Shihuan raised her eyebrows and said to the girls, Thanks for the warning. She smoothly brought her chainsaw down on the zombie's neck, cleanly slicing it in half. The girls from the dormitory gasped, Wow, you're amazing. Song Shihuan bent down to extract the zombie core and put it into her chainsaw. It was actually fine. She had gotten used to killing zombies after doing it a few times. The 4 girls from the freshman dormitory nodded. Yeah, We were just about to try it out too. If we don't get out of the dormitory soon, we're going to starve. Song Shihuan smiled at them. You guys hang in there. These zombies are pretty easy to deal with. Just go for their heads. After saying that, she headed upstairs. She hoped that there would be more people on each floor wanting to save themselves, rather than locking themselves in their dormitories waiting for death to come. Chapter 38, the girls' dormitory has a total of 8 floors, with 16 dormitories on each floor. This is more than the 2 buildings I've visited before, which means there are more people living here. However, it seems that the residents here already know that Song Shihuan is coming. After she cleared the zombies from floor's corridor, some of the dormitory doors opened, and people called out for her help, asking her to assist in killing the zombies that came out of their rooms. Song Shihuan didn't have time to ask questions and quickly dealt with the zombies that came out. The few girls who saw the zombies die expressed their relief, saying, "Great. It really is you." Song Shihuan was puzzled and asked, "How did you know I would come?" It seemed she hadn't announced her arrival at the girls' dormitory to kill zombies. Why did everyone here seem to recognize her? The girls raised their phones and said, "We heard someone in the group chat say that a girl killed zombies in the previous 2 dormitories yesterday, and then someone in our dormitories group mentioned seeing you coming. When we heard the commotion, we thought it might be you, and it turned out to be you." Song Shihuan nodded in realization. So that's how it was. It seemed someone helped spread the word, which saved her the trouble of using a loudspeaker and wasting time waiting here. She thought for a moment and asked them, "So what do you plan to go after this? Are you going to follow me to kill zombies and then head to the safe house? Or do you have other places in mind?" The girls looked at each other and asked, "Can we follow you for now? We won't slow you down. We'll try our best to kill zombies." In fact, they hadn't decided where to go, just thinking it was good to follow along and learn to kill zombies. Song Shihuan looked at the girls in front of her and said, "Then you should look around in the dormitory and see if there are any tools you can use as weapons. If nothing else, a chair will do. Anything that can kill zombies is fine." She thought about her task of gathering 10 customers and planned to proceed according to yesterday's process. At least, no matter what. Some people would follow her to the apocalypse safe house, making it easier to complete the task. Song Shihuan thought for a moment and asked them, "Are there still classmates from your class alive? Do they plan to come out? If there are none left here?" While they were talking, someone from the nearby dormitory ran out. Song Shihuan immediately stopped her unfinished sentence and ran toward that dormitory. Killing zombies was more important right now. This dormitory only had 2 survivors left. The other 2 had turned into zombies. The girls who had said they wanted to practice didn't come over, so she directly dealt with the 2 zombies. After all, there were quite a few zombies on each floor, so losing these 2 wasn't a big deal. Perhaps the girls who were saved outside began to send messages in their class group. Before long, other dormitory doors opened as well. This was the first time Song Shihuan had cleared all the zombies from an entire floor of dormitories. Yesterday, on any floor, there would be people unwilling or afraid to come out, so she could only save those who wanted to come out, leaving the rest helpless. However, the girls in this building were braver. They found ways to open their doors and rush out. Song Shihuan led these girls who intended to kill zombies alongside her down to the lower floors. There were many girls following her, but the corridor was only so wide, so she could only let them practice killing zombies in batches. As they walked and stopped along the way, by the time they reached the bottom floor of the girls' dormitory, nearly 50 people had followed her. Among these girls, some carried backpacks and luggage, while others only had weapons. Song Shihuan, eager to complete the task given by the apocalypse safe house system, didn't plan to continue killing zombies in the dormitory. No matter how much she wanted to kill zombies and gather zombie crystal cores, she had to finish today's task first. Everything else could wait. Most of the more than 50 people nodded in agreement. "Okay, I want to see that safe house. People who have been there said it's very safe. If it's good, I'll kill more zombies and move in there. I still want to see what other places are like first. If I don't find a better place, then I'll check it out." With so many people, naturally, there were different opinions. Many people just wanted to follow her to practice killing zombies and didn't necessarily want to go to the safe house. So it was normal to have disagreements about where to go now. Song Shihuan was indifferent this time. She only needed to meet the task requirement of 10 people for the apocalypse safe house system. She said to them, "Think about it first. I'll go kill some zombies over there and then come back. Those who want to go to the apocalypse safe house can leave together." She also installed a small loudspeaker at the bottom of the building. A number of zombies gathered around the tree near the loudspeaker. Song Shihuan went to kill the surrounding zombies and slowly extracted the zombie crystal cores. The group that was discussing whether to check out the Apocalypse safe house had also finished their discussion. Those planning to go to the safe house stood on one side, while those who just wanted to collect supplies in the school stood on the other. Song Shihuan nodded at them. All right, let us go now. Chapter 39. When Song Shihuan set off for the school, a few people had already come over, whether they heard the loudspeaker's announcement or saw the promotional video, to move in. Coincidentally, this filled the remaining rooms in the Apocalypse safe house. This time, the upgrade was for 24 rooms, directly elevating the safe house to 3 floors. The first floor has 24 rooms, which should have been 2 floors perfectly. However, the room upgraded by Song Shihuan was equivalent to the size of 2 single rooms. Therefore, the first floor only had 23 rooms, the second floor had 24 rooms, and the third floor had 1 room. However, there was no difference in living on the first, second, or third floors of the Apocalypse safe house, as there was an elevator inside that could be accessed directly to the upper floors via wristband, without needing to walk up the stairs. Song Shihuan stopped her electric scooter and noticed the newly upgraded Apocalypse safe house, which inevitably surprised her. The current safe house was much larger than the one she had opened earlier. The original safe house only had 3 small rooms, and now it was already 3 stories high, looking completely different. Her gaze shifted from Song Shihuan to a group of girls following her, unsure of what to say. He thought of his experiences in the school cafeteria and completely lost the intention of inviting people to come and stay. He pushed the cart into the supermarket, as his room was about to be filled with supplies, contemplating whether to rent another room for storage. Lu Xinghe was very satisfied living here, especially after confirming that zombies couldn't get into the Apocalypse safe house. He felt even more at ease. However, the only downside was that the room was too small. Song Shihuan noticed Lu Xinghe leaving and realized that the baseball bat he had been holding earlier had long been replaced with a sharp machete. She thought to herself that this person truly was capable of fighting alone, unafraid of anything. She turned around and said to the girls who had come along, "You can go directly to the smart light screen in front and check into the Apocalypse safe house by yourself. How many days do you plan to stay? Just order the house for that many days." The girls who came with her nodded and walked towards the self-service area. Song Shihuan thought that this time would be as easy and effortless as yesterday. She had sent them there, and her mission for the Apocalypse safety house system would be complete. After all, there were quite a few people who had come along. Even if half of them checked in, it would be enough. "Classmate, can you give us each 5 zombie crystal cores? We also want to stay in the Apocalypse safety house." Just as Song Shihuan was about to start her electric vehicle, she was stunned by what the 2 girls said. She couldn't help but wonder if she had misheard. Huh? What did you say? She truly thought there might be something wrong with her ears. How could anyone ask her for zombie crystal cores? The 2 girls repeated, "Classmate, can you give us each 5 zombie crystal cores? We also want to stay in the Apocalypse safety house." They spoke with such confidence. Song Shihuan found it both amusing and infuriating that 2 such girls had actually followed her. They had clearly managed to escape from the dormitory, but instead of thinking about killing zombies to gather crystal cores, they wanted to be freeloaders in the Apocalypse world. She replied coldly, "No. If you want to stay in the safety house, go kill zombies yourselves." After saying that, she started her electric vehicle and left. This was the first time Song Shihuan had encountered such bizarre people. They had come out of the girls' dormitory together, yet they were completely unable to stand on their own. Just thinking of relying on others while being so brazen about it. To reach this level of freeloading, one could only say that she had seen it all in her long life. Song Shihuan didn't feel the need to give them zombie crystal cores. She had no intention of being responsible for others' lives, nor did she have any desire to help them. She simply thought that it was the same to kill zombies anywhere. So why not do it in the girls' dormitory? Who would have known it would be such a thankless task, encountering such people? As for those 2, she decided to add them to her blacklist. Song Shihuan preferred those who actively face challenges. It was okay to feel fear or hesitation, but those 2 girls had taken it too far. Moreover, even if she gave them 5 zombie crystal cores today, they would still have to fend for themselves tomorrow and earn their crystal cores by killing zombies, right? Zombies only evolve to become stronger, not weaker. If she really gave them the cores, it would be doing them a disservice. Feeling relieved, Song Shihuan vented all her frustration towards those two girls on the zombies in the girls' dormitory. She chopped them down one by one, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. The girls who had rushed out seeking help hesitated, not daring to ask Song Shihuan for assistance in killing the zombies in the dormitory. Song Shihuan didn't notice anything unusual. She focused on her chainsaw and walked into the dormitory, killing all 3 zombies inside. The girl standing by the door hesitantly said, "Classmate, thank you." Chapter 40. Song Shihuan nodded and casually asked, "So, do you want to stay in the dormitory? Or come with me to kill zombies and then go to the apocalypse safety house?" The girl seemed a bit indecisive and stammered, I think I'll stay in the dormitory. Thank you for your help just now." She was unwilling to leave, and Song Shihuan didn't insist. She nodded at the girl, saying, "Okay, then be careful yourself. I'm heading down." As Song Shihuan walked down to the lower floors, the urgency to complete her mission faded, and she felt more relaxed. Her task of accommodating 10 guests in the Apocalypse Safety House had been completed. The Apocalypse Safety House system had also reported that the mission was accomplished. With no task pressing her to recruit people for the safety house, she completely disregarded whether others would stay or not, maintaining a nonchalant attitude. The reward for completing this mission was 2 lottery fragments. And as the difficulty of recruiting guests increased, the reward from the Apocalypse Safety House system had also slightly improved. At this point, she couldn't say that the Apocalypse Safety House system was being stingy. Song Shihuan killed zombies floor by floor, gradually noticing something amiss. There were still many people rushing out of the dormitory seeking help, but they were now retreating back inside, unwilling to leave. Initially, she hadn't paid attention to this, but now she sensed something was off. When another girl expressed her desire to stay in the dormitory, Song Shihuan couldn't help but ask, "Are you planning to stay in the dormitory forever? It's dangerous outside, but the dormitory isn't particularly safe either." The girl was taken aback by this and mumbled softly, "But it's not necessarily safe outside either. It's better to stay in the dormitory and not go anywhere." After saying this, she smiled and added, "But thank you very much for helping me kill the zombies in the dormitory. Now I can sleep peacefully." With that, she waved her hand and closed the door. Song Shihuan felt somewhat perplexed, but when she heard the girl say that outside wasn't necessarily safe, she wondered how these people had suddenly become so pessimistic. She touched her hair, still feeling puzzled. The few girls who had chosen to follow her couldn't help but say, "Classmate, don't mind them. If they want to stay in the dormitory, let them. After all, it was just an excuse for them to hide away." Song Shihuan blinked in confusion and asked, Did something happen?" She realized she was increasingly unable to understand what others were saying. The previous girl's words and the latter ones made no sense to her at all. The girl added, "Classmate, don't be angry. There are quite a few people in the school whom you've helped, and they are all speaking up for you. It's just that some people are using this as an excuse and are afraid to come out. We all believe in you." Song Shihuan was completely taken aback. How had she deceived anyone? Was the big apocalypse safety house not real? She had even thrown people outside, unable to contain herself. She exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" One girl perked up, her ears twitching and her eyes shining. "Classmate, can you explain? That way we can clarify things in the group." Song Shihuan thought whether to explain or not wasn't that important. Whether they stayed in the apocalypse safety house or not was completely irrelevant to her, since she had already completed her mission for the day. However, she was still somewhat annoyed. Although today's task was indeed completed, there were many more tasks in the days to come, and if this stalemate continued, it would become difficult to complete future tasks. After venting her frustrations by killing zombies, she couldn't help but rant when she found out that they were spreading rumors in the university group. "These 2 should be the ones I just brought to the apocalypse safety house. They were too scared to kill zombies on the way there, and then directly asked me for zombie crystal cores to stay in the safety house. The safety house requires 5 zombie crystal cores daily to stay in. This is something everyone knows. They can't possibly be unaware of this. In any case, they should prepare their own crystal cores. If it were you, after working hard to kill zombies and earn crystal cores, would you casually give them to someone else?" The girls immediately shook their heads. "Of course not. It takes so much effort to kill zombies. We haven't even gathered 5 zombie crystal cores yet. How could we give them to others?" Song Shihuan was a bit angry. Yes, so I told them directly that I wouldn't give them any, and they should find a way to obtain zombie crystal cores themselves. She paused for a moment and continued. Little did I know, they started spreading rumors in the group since I wouldn't give them the zombie crystal cores. The other girls nodded in realization, feeling indignant for Shihuan. So that's what happened. We said their words were not trustworthy. They had been stuck in the girls' dormitory for 3 days, wanting to get out of the building with zombies. But there were zombies in the corridors and outside, so they had been too scared to act until Shihuan came and killed those zombies. Now they finally had someone to welcome them and would be able to kill zombies together on the way down. Such a good thing. How could they refuse? As for the inflammatory remarks made in the group, they completely ignored them. Now that they knew the truth, they felt their decision was justified. After venting her frustration, Shihuan was no longer angry. However, she was not the type to hold grudges and wouldn't let personal grievances affect the Apocalypse safety house system by blacklisting them and preventing them from staying in the safety house. If they had the ability to hunt zombies and obtain crystal cores later, they could still stay in the safety house. Shihuan let her personal dislike affect her decisions. Conversely, if they continued to be afraid to hunt zombies, she would simply ignore them. After killing all the zombies in the girls' dormitory, Shihuan left the building and asked the girls who came out with her, "Are you planning to go directly to the Apocalypse safety house or continue hunting some zombies?" The girls exchanged glances and decided, "Let's go to the safety house first. We want to see what the situation is there and gather some supplies." Although they understood that the safety house would definitely be good, they still wanted to check it out first since they already had enough zombie crystal cores to stay there. It was better to settle into the safety house first and then prepare for other things. Shihuan nodded. "All right, be careful on the way." During that morning, she spent her time killing zombies in the school dormitory. Her harvest of zombie crystal cores was quite abundant, and she noticed her chainsaw was about to upgrade. She immediately stopped feeding it crystal cores and stuffed all the excess ones in her backpack. After pushing the door closed, she sat down on the floor. Her legs were tired, and all she wanted was to rest. If her clothes weren't dirty, she would have rolled on the bed. She took out the remaining 10 zombie crystal cores needed to upgrade the chainsaw to level 4. At this moment, she felt that the 2 girls' rumors were not without benefits. At least there were fewer people following her, giving her more time to hunt zombies. The harvest of zombies that morning had been substantial. She set down the upgraded chainsaw and stood up again. Shihuan went to wash her hands in the bathroom, then opened her rice cooker and took out the inner pot to fill it with a cup of rice. After rinsing the rice a few times, she plugged in the rice cooker and pressed the cooking button. She then took an egg and a bottle of drinking water from the shelf, cracked the egg into a bowl, stirred it, added twice the amount of water, a pinch of salt, and continued to stir until the water, egg, and salt were well combined. She took out a small electric pot, added a steamer for the egg, wrapped the prepared egg mixture bowl with plastic wrap, placed it in the steamer, and covered it with a lid. Shihuan's super lazy method of cooking was complete. She only needed to wait for 15 minutes to turn off the steamer and 30 minutes later to turn off the rice cooker. Then she could enjoy her lunch. In the real world, she rarely cooked. She would order takeout or eat at the cafeteria. Now she was just learning to make some simple home-cooked meals online to get by. It was impossible for her to make anything delicious or gourmet. After setting the alarm clock, she patiently waited for her lunch to be ready. Feeling bored, she decided to ask the Apocalypse safety house system, how many people are currently staying in the safety house? The mood of the safety house system appeared to be good. While Shihuan was killing zombies at school, it had upgraded the safety house again. Now the safety house was 5 stories high with 96 single rooms. It didn't have to worry about running out of space anytime soon. It could fully accommodate the survivors coming in and even consider introducing double rooms and larger units in the future. This way, the safety house could diversify its room types and offer more choices to its residents. The safety house system said, "Host, there are now 53 people living here. Please continue to work hard to attract more people to the safety house." Shihuan nodded. She felt the results of the safety house were quite good. She took out her phone and scrolled through videos. Most of the videos being released outside were related to zombies, mainly filming zombies outside the windows or demonstrating various ways to kill them up close. Her short video about the safety house had also received a lot of likes and comments. Is the Apocalypse safety house real? Why don't we have one here? Is there anyone living inside who could tell us about it? ISNT, the 5 zombie crystal cores, just attacks on intelligence? Will zombies come knocking on the door at night? How is the soundproofing? Are all the rooms this size? Where's this safety house located? Is there a road? Song Shihuan scanned through the comments. Most were from people in her city discussing it, and it hadn't spread to other provinces or cities yet. Under each comment, there were enthusiastic residents sharing their experiences. Song Shihuan clicked to see how they evaluated the safety house. Important things are said 3 times. The Apocalypse Safety House is great. The Apocalypse Safety House is great. The Apocalypse Safety House is great. Friends, the safety house is really safe. I've moved in, and it's definitely not some intelligence tax. The soundproofing in the safety house is excellent. You can't hear the zombies outside at all, and all the rooms are private, with sockets for charging, showers, and wardrobes. It's super good. Song Shihuan smiled slightly. Although only 53 people had moved in, their evaluations were unexpectedly good. Compared to the rumors spread by those 2 in the college group, the comments here were much more authentic. Song Shihuan thought for a moment. When she went out in the afternoon to gather supplies, she would shoot another video and post it on the short video platform to promote it as much as possible. This way, she wouldn't have to go around promoting it. People would know about such a place. Chapter 42, Song Shihuan's alarm clock rang, and she unplugged the steamer for the egg. After another 15 minutes, when the rice cooker beeped, she turned it off as well. She lifted the steamer and placed it on the table, removing the plastic wrap to reveal a round steamed egg that looked like a mirror. Song Shihuan took some soy sauce and drizzled a little on the surface of the steamed egg. Her easy, lazy meal was ready. She picked up her bowl and chopsticks and opened the rice cooker to scoop out a bowl of steaming hot rice. She had only steamed a cup of rice, which turned out to be 2 bowls, just right for her appetite. 1 bowl of egg with 2 bowls of rice would leave no leftovers. After Song Shihuan finished her meal and washed the bowls and the inner pot of the rice cooker, she planned to push her cart to the supermarket for a stroll. Walking would help with digestion, and taking the car out would not only aid digestion, but also allow her to transport supplies, which was even better. As for the zombies she would face now, they were nothing to her. The current zombies, which had not fully evolved, were easy for her to handle. Song Shihuan's chainsaw had also been upgraded to level 4, so ordinary, low-level zombies posed no threat to her. However, she thought about the next upgrade for the chainsaw, which required 500 zombie cores. This made her anxious. Could she really collect 500 zombie cores? Collecting 100 or 200 cores was manageable, but gathering 500 would be very time-consuming and labor-intensive. Moreover, zombies would evolve tomorrow, making them harder to eliminate. Thinking about the workload of collecting 500 zombie cores made her hands twitch. Killing zombies and extracting their cores was quite exhausting. This was not something that could be accomplished quickly. Most importantly, if this continued, wouldn't upgrading the chainsaw to level 10 require 1,000 zombie cores? Song Shihuan couldn't help but ask the Apocalypse Safe House system, does the chainsaw really need 500 zombie cores for the next upgrade? If the zombies evolve, the level of zombie cores will also evolve, right? In that case, higher-level zombie cores should be worth at least 2 low-level cores, right? Tomorrow, the zombies would evolve, essentially upgrading from low-level to level 2 zombies, which meant the cores would then be level 2 zombie cores. It was impossible for zombies to become harder to deal with while still requiring the same amount of cores for upgrading the chainsaw. That would be a nightmare, making it impossible to gather enough cores for the upgrade. The Apocalypse Safe House system replied, "Host, it is as you think. If the chainsaw upgrades to level 5, it will require 250 level 2 zombie cores." After confirming that it was indeed as she thought, Song Shihuan let out a sigh of relief in her heart. She pushed the cart toward the safe house and unexpectedly ran into Lu Xinghe, who was going out. Lu Xinghe raised an eyebrow at her. "What's up? Aren't you going to kill zombies?" He had seen the rumors about her in the university group, but didn't say much since others were already explaining. He thought that since Song Shihuan had been backstabbed, she probably wouldn't do such good deeds anymore. Song Shihuan smiled at him. "I plan to take a break this afternoon and just transport some supplies from the supermarket. How about you? Want to join me?" Lu Xinghe tugged at the cart behind him. "Let's go together." After many people moved into the Apocalypse Safe House, the supermarket was no longer as quiet as before. The goods on the shelves were no longer neatly arranged, but had become noisy and chaotic. The goods in the supermarket had been looted and scattered on the floor. The people coming in didn't seem to care about closing the door behind them, which led to zombies being drawn inside. However, after Song Shihuan and Lu Xinghe entered, they had already shut the door. They cleared out the zombies inside. Both Song Shihuan and Lu Xinghe agreed that the presence of zombies in the supermarket made it inconvenient to collect supplies. They needed to clear the zombies first to gather supplies safely. The two walked toward the warehouse, but the items in the warehouse were much fewer than before. Lu Xinghe spent the entire afternoon moving supplies, and during that time, he encountered several people from the Apocalypse safe house who were out searching for supplies. Naturally, he was familiar with the warehouse supplies and knew which ones were still available and which had been cleared out. Song Shihuan followed him and asked, Lu Xinghe, do you still have enough space in your room to store supplies? Even though the 9-square-meter room was designed to utilize space effectively, continuously hoarding supplies would eventually run out of space. Lu Xinghe felt troubled thinking about it. His room could only accommodate the supplies from this cart, and he would need to open another room specifically for storage. However, the available rooms were all upstairs, and living downstairs made it inconvenient to store supplies upstairs. Song Shihuan nodded and said to the Apocalypse safe house system, can you open the larger room now? She wouldn't directly tell Lu Xinghe that her room was 18 square meters and could store more supplies. That would easily expose the difference in their rooms. However, Lu Xinghe thought the same thing. She had considered renting a room for storage, but upgrading to 18 square meters directly was better and less troublesome. She would feel more secure collecting supplies in a larger room. The Apocalypse safe house system responded, Host, the system currently has enough energy to upgrade the room. Song Shihuan then said to the system, could you add room upgrades to the smart ordering screen, like ordering different types of rooms? That would be more convenient for others to move in. By others, she meant Lu Xinghe. Chapter 43, The Apocalypse safe house occupies actual land rather than virtual space. This means that upgrading or expanding rooms requires actual land area. If one wants to expand within the original space, it would inevitably require the neighboring residents to move out. Song Shihuan's room was to the left of Lu Xinghe, and Wang Yujie's room was to the right. If moving the room, it couldn't shift towards Song Shihuan, but could only be adjusted towards Wang Yujie. The Apocalypse safe house system checked the renewal status of Wang Yujie's room, and her room was about to expire. When she renewed, they could adjust her room and see if it could be moved upstairs, allowing the room that needed upgrading to be upgraded as well. Although the land dedicated to the Apocalypse safe house was actual land, the positions of rooms could be freely adjusted by the system. This means that it could move everyone's room, including the supplies stored inside, without any cost. Living in the Apocalypse safe house, there really was no difference between upstairs and downstairs. The elevator was much smarter than usual. As long as you entered the elevator and pressed the floor, you could reach your desired floor in a few seconds. As for the task of needing 20 guests to move in tomorrow, that could wait until tomorrow to worry about. As the sky darkened completely, Song Shihuan stopped her outdoor supply collection. She looked at her room, which was once again filled to the brim. She was quite satisfied with being able to collect so many supplies. However, with the room already stuffed, she couldn't fit anything else, which became a new concern. Song Shihuan frowned and asked the system, can you upgrade my room again? This would make her room larger by another 9 square meters. However, the room rate for Lu Xinghe also increased, changing from the original 5 zombie crystal cores per day to 15 zombie crystal cores per day. Lu Xinghe had a rich reserve of zombie crystal cores, and the amounts he obtained along the way were only needed for renting the safe house in the Apocalypse. He didn't mind the increased rent after the upgrade at all. In fact, when he came out, he even took a backpack full of zombie crystal cores and directly paid for an extra month for his room. The only thing he felt slightly dissatisfied with was that the room was too small, but now that the house could be upgraded to a larger size, that last bit of discontent disappeared. Song Shihuan also wanted to upgrade her room. Her current 18 square meters, filled with items, felt a bit cramped and small. The Apocalypse safe house system had a good impression of Song Shihuan due to her speed in completing tasks and her ability to exceed them daily. When it heard her say she wanted to upgrade her room, it took the opportunity to use its remaining energy and upgraded her to a 54-square-meter room. Song Shihuan was so surprised that her mouth almost dropped open. The Apocalypse safe house system was being too generous this time. She was used to its stingy demeanor, and now seeing it so grand, she felt a bit unaccustomed. Looking at the vastly enlarged room, she could only feel a sense of amazement. The room was still square, expanded sideways and backward, with the interior space remaining a large rectangle. Song Shihuan thought about how exaggerated her exceptionally large room was compared to the other single rooms of 9 square meters. She quickly asked the Apocalypse safe house system, can this large room be seen from the outside? It won't be exposed all at once, right? We're on the first floor, and with such an expansion, people upstairs should be able to see the difference from their windows. The Apocalypse safe house system replied, Host, don't worry. The system can set some of the backspace to an invisible virtual mode, so it won't be directly visible to others. Song Shihuan nodded. If others couldn't see it, then she felt reassured. She still liked the large room. She stood up to look at her newly enlarged room, planning to remodel it. Generally speaking, bedrooms are usually between 12 to 30 square meters. Her current room was equivalent to the size of 2 bedrooms. Song Shihuan felt that she could completely divide the room into 3 parts. One side for her daily sleeping and resting area, and the other side for the dining area with a table. Since cooking would produce smoke, it was important to keep the kitchen separate from the sleeping area to make her stay in the room more comfortable. The 2 areas above didn't need to be too large, just enough to be functional. The remaining space could be used for storage, to keep all the various supplies she collected, so that space could be a bit bigger. With the layout of her room forming in her mind, Song Shihuan began to direct the Apocalypse safe house system to remodel her room. She said, System, this area of 27 square meters, I want to use it for storage. Can you set up shelves in there? Put all my stored supplies in, and by the way, add a door here and install lights, separating it from my sleeping area. The Apocalypse safe house system responded, Okay, host, please wait a moment. The room will be remodeled shortly. Song Shihuan watched as shelves rapidly appeared in the room. Supplies rushing towards the shelves, and a wall and a door materializing out of nowhere. She felt as if she was playing a room arrangement game, but everything she was managing was real. After just a minute, she saw her supply storage room take shape with everything neatly arranged. Song Shihuan walked inside to check how the supplies were organized in the room. Chapter 44. This room looked like a small warehouse, with shelves neatly arranged inside and filled with goods. There were still some empty spaces that hadn't been filled yet. The gaps between the shelves were wide enough for Song Shihuan to walk around. She took a quick turn inside, roughly memorizing the placement of the supplies before stepping out of the room. Song Shihuan continued to have the Apocalypse safe house system rearrange the remaining space of the room. The kitchen didn't need to be too big, but it definitely needed a small door that could close to keep the cooking smells contained. The sleeping area could remain the same as before. The storage shelves and cabinets could all stay unchanged. This had been Song Shihuan's experience living in her 18-square-meter room over the past few days. The kitchen and sleeping area being together made the smell of cooking linger uncomfortably, and if she could separate those smells, that would be great. The Apocalypse safe house system remodeled her safe house room according to Song Shihuan's requests. Host, the remodeling is complete. Song Shihuan looked around the remodeled room and was quite satisfied with the changes made by the Apocalypse safe house system. Although she now had a large warehouse to store things, she could still keep some odorless items in the sleeping area for convenience. The morning light filtered through the window, brightening the room. Song Shihuan's biological clock rang on time, and she couldn't help but frown and open her eyes. She sat up in bed and slowly got down. Yawning, Song Shihuan walked to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face, repeating her daily routine. The soundproofing in the Apocalypse safe house was good, so she had no idea what was happening outside with the zombies and their evolution. As she thought this, she finished tidying up, ate some bread and milk for breakfast, and picked up her chainsaw to push open the door. She saw that quite a few people were already gathered in front of the safe house. The front door of the Apocalypse safe house had a transparent view of the outside situation. Therefore, people living inside the safe house didn't need to step outside to see that the outside had returned to normal speed and the zombies no longer moved stiffly. When it comes to personal safety, everyone becomes cautious and no one would carelessly walk out after seeing such a situation. Who knew if those zombies, aside from returning to normal, would undergo other changes? Wang Yujia saw Song Shihuan approaching and hurried over to her, a hint of excitement in her tone. Song Shihuan, have you awakened any powers? She had noticed that her hands could produce water when she got up to brush her teeth that morning. Initially terrified by the change in her body, she had searched everywhere for the cause and found that the internet was full of videos about awakened powers. Some could become invisible, some could shoot fireballs, some could transform their hands into vines, and some could summon lightning. Once Wang Yujia realized this was about awakening powers and not some strange mutation in her body, her panic lifted, and she became excited. Song Shihuan was taken aback, shaking her head and saying, I shouldn't have any. The original owner had not awakened any powers, and she felt no change when she got up today. So it seemed she hadn't awakened any powers either. Wang Yujia was surprised. You haven't awakened any powers? She thought she had awakened a water-based ability. So how could Song Shihuan, who was much stronger than her, not have awakened any impressive powers? She didn't expect her to say she hadn't awakened anything. Song Shihuan had anticipated this, so she wasn't too upset. She smiled and asked, what about you? What power did you awaken? Wang Yujia raised her eyebrows and extended her hand for Song Shihuan to see. Look, I can now condense a water ball. Song Shihuan watched the water ball released by her ability and nodded, saying, water-type ability, your power is quite impressive. In the apocalypse, water sources were precious. Even in safe houses, there was only tap water for bathing, which would also have its price adjusted according to the level of zombies. If Wang Yujia's water-type ability produced drinking water that was consumable, she could survive in the apocalypse just by selling water. Of course, even if the quality of her water wasn't that good, she could still try using her water ability to attack zombies. Hearing Song Shihuan say this, Wang Yujia raised the corners of her mouth, but then felt disheartened when she saw the fire abilities of the people ahead. If only she had a more offensive ability, then she would dare to go out and fight the zombies now. After awakening her ability, she had been full of confidence. However, when she stepped out of the room to face the zombies outside, she was taken aback by how the zombies suddenly seemed to have evolved. They no longer moved stiffly like they had a few days ago. Their walking speed had become similar to that of ordinary people, and they could even run if they wanted to. This frightened her. Could she still handle these zombies? Just as Wang Yujia hesitated to go outside, a lightning ability user stepped out of the safe house. From inside, they could see the lightning user release a bolt of lightning and approaching zombie, effectively frying it. The girl then quickly stabbed the zombie in the head, completely eliminating the possibility of its survival. However, before she could extract the zombie crystal core and stand up, 2 more zombies approached from behind, forcing her to continue using her lightning ability to fight. This time, the lightning she released only slowed the zombies down slightly. Seeing that the situation was not right, the girl quickly ran back into the safe house, breathing heavily and looking somewhat pale. The newly awakened ability was not so easy to use. The shallow energy accumulated in her body could be exhausted quickly, and with the zombies' increased speed, they couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. Thus, at the entrance of the safe house, a group of hesitant individuals gathered, too afraid to go out and hunt zombies. Chapter 45. To be honest, Song Shihuan also valued her life. Seeing the current situation with the zombies outside, she didn't dare to go out and kill them either. Those who had awakened abilities found it difficult to deal with these evolved zombies. So how could she, without an awakened ability, know if she could kill zombies faster than they could hurt her? If she got injured by a zombie, she would become one, and that was something she couldn't tolerate. Rather than recklessly stepping outside, it was better to take this opportunity to observe the situation of the evolved zombies. The people at the entrance of the safe house shared the same thoughts. They were also hesitant to go out under such circumstances. Everyone had only one life and didn't want to get hurt. Although most of them had awakened abilities, just like the girl with the lightning ability, they were all newly awakened and not particularly effective. Their energy reserves were insufficient to support long-term combat against zombies. Lu Xinghe pushed his forklift out of the room and saw this scene. Many hesitant people gathered at the entrance of the safe house, unwilling to go out. He had also awakened an ability, but after experimenting with it a few times in a room, he had lost his curiosity and was now focused on collecting supplies. Unexpectedly, the situation outside had already changed. Lu Xinghe had awakened a wind-type ability, allowing him to manipulate the wind elements in the air and turn them into wind blades for attack. Seeing the zombies outside moving at normal speed, his usually calm heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that finally, there was some difficulty. If the current zombie world were likened to a game, it would be a monotonous game without any challenge, which always felt tedious. He preferred challenges. Of course, if he said this out loud, he would definitely be met with disdain from others. In a world like this, who hopes for increasing difficulty? Everyone just wants to unlock easy mode, not hard mode. Lu Xinghe pushed the forklift forward, and the people around him, hearing the noise, made way for him to exit. He then saw Song Shihuan among them, nodded in greeting, and walked outside. He had no intention of staying there when he was eager to test his skills against the more challenging zombies. Song Shihuan admired Lu Xinghe in her heart. He was indeed much braver than her. At that moment, the safe house system reminded her, "Host, today's task is to attract 20 customers." Song Shihuan sighed inwardly and said, "Got it." Taking a deep breath, she gripped the chainsaw in her hand and walked out the door. Inside, she could only see the zombies outside walking around. To truly determine whether she could handle these zombies, she had to see for herself. Song Shihuan planned to wait at the entrance for the zombies to come to her. She would venture too far outside, just trying to get a feel for these evolved zombies. Once she stepped out of the safe house, she was no longer within its protective range. The evolved zombies outside quickly approached, drawn by the scent. Lu Xinghe also stopped the forklift, gripping his machete. To him, his wind-type ability was like a trump card. If he could handle the situation himself, he would do so first. If that didn't work, he would rely on his ability. Song Shihuan, seeing Lu Xinghe stop, turned her back to him to fight the zombies on the other side. At least with her back facing him, she felt a bit safer. She focused her attention on the zombies approaching her. These evolved zombies were much faster than the stiff ones she had encountered a few days ago. However, their appearance remained unchanged, still horrifying and terrifying. Song Shihuan bit her lip, and, as the zombies reached out towards her, she swiftly used the chainsaw to sever one of the zombies' arms, then swung it horizontally to decapitate the zombie. As the zombie's head hit the ground with a thud, Song Shihuan didn't have the leisure to dig for the zombie crystal core like before. More zombies were approaching her. Maintaining her focus, she concentrated on dealing with the zombies, gradually finding her rhythm. These evolved zombies were a bit more challenging than the original, stiff zombies, but she was getting the hang of it, and handling them wasn't too difficult. However, she didn't have time to dig for the crystal cores inside the heads of the zombies she had just killed, which left her feeling a bit anxious. After cutting down the zombies in front of her and noticing that there were no more around, she finally crouched down to dig for the crystal cores. On Lu Xinghe's side, he also finished his battle. Using his machete to kill zombies was more labor-intensive than Song Shihuan using a chainsaw. He relied entirely on his strength. Killing so many zombies in one go left his hands feeling somewhat fatigued. Lu Xinghe switched hands, first extracting the zombie crystal cores, then pushed the forklift and continued toward the supermarket. No matter how the zombies evolved, his intention to stock up on supplies remained unchanged. She could not become stronger because of the zombies and stop stockpiling supplies. Song Shihuan directly threw the extracted crystal cores into her chainsaw, watching the numbers on the screen fluctuate, which made her feel at ease. The zombie crystal cores after evolution were indeed equivalent to 2 unevolved zombie crystal cores. In this case, she only needed to save up 250 zombie crystal cores to upgrade her chainsaw for the next level, instead of the 500 she had initially planned. The increased difficulty of killing zombies and the reduced number of required zombie crystal cores were also not a problem for her. Today, Song Shihuan did not plan to go to school. She thought that at her current speed, she could ride her electric bike faster and shake off the zombies. But there was also some risk involved. She still decided to look around near the mall to see if there were any residential buildings. There should still be some people alive in those buildings, now that the supernatural abilities had awakened. Many of those who had been hiding at home and afraid to come out would likely venture out to look for supplies. She looked around and identified a residential building, then walked towards it. Chapter 46. The people inside the apocalypse safe house slowly began to tentatively come out after seeing the actions of Song Shihuan and Liu Xinghe. This was entirely because both of them had not used their supernatural abilities at all, yet they were still able to win in battles against the zombies, which gave others the courage to go out and kill zombies. After all, a girl with lightning powers had previously come out of the safe house to kill zombies, but had to retreat due to insufficient energy. This made them feel that zombies were very powerful, and without supernatural abilities, they couldn't deal with zombies, while having abilities raised concerns about whether their energy reserves were enough. Most of the people living in the safe house had awakened supernatural abilities, but there were also ordinary people who had not awakened any abilities. They could not just stay cooped up in the safe house forever. After all, without enough zombie crystal cores, they wouldn't be able to stay there. The Apocalypse safe house operated on a self-check-in system through a smart screen, rather than being run by a landlord. Even if someone wanted to play the pity card and drag out their stay for a few more days, it was impossible. A few days ago, someone had tried to let their rental expire without renewing it, thinking they could still stay inside, only to be forcibly ejected from the safe house. Not only did they get kicked out, but all the supplies they had collected were also left at the entrance of the safe house. When that person tried to check in again through the smart screen, they found a warm reminder popped up on the page. The Apocalypse safe house reminds you, if the room is not renewed upon expiration, the safe house will activate the forced ejection function. After being ejected more than 3 times, you will be placed on the safe house blacklist, and you will never be able to check in again. After all, the Apocalypse safe house was cold and unfeeling, and would not make any exceptions. They could only try to abide by the rules of the safe house. After all, it was only 5 zombie crystal cores a day. There was no need to put themselves on a blacklist. After all, everyone had seen the benefits of the safe house. While other provinces and cities outside did not have such safe houses, rather than struggling to sleep outside, listening to the howls of zombies day and night, it was better to spend some zombie crystal cores here for peace and stability, even if they did not want to go out and kill zombies. They could pay for a few more days in advance to stay in the safe house without worrying about their safety. After killing the zombies at the entrance of the safe house, Song Shihuan held the chainsaw and walked towards the nearby residential building. On this road, she did not dare to be distracted as before, but focused on the surroundings. She was afraid of zombies that might suddenly appear, especially the ones that had also awakened supernatural abilities, launching attacks on her before she could dodge. Thus, she walked, stopped, and killed zombies along the way, extracting their crystal cores. Looking at the residential building not far away, Song Shihuan had lost the thought of going inside to help clear out zombies. Instead, she found a spot a little farther from the residential building, placed a speaker in a high place that was not easily reachable by zombies, and let it play automatically. This way, those who did not often watch videos on their phones would know that there was a safe house nearby that they could check into. In fact, apart from the girls that Song Shihuan had brought from school, there were also nearby residents who had come to check in at the safe house. She thought that those who had not yet moved in were likely waiting because they had sufficient supplies at home and did not need to go out and fight zombies, putting themselves in danger. But now that the zombies had evolved and the supplies at home had dwindled, moving into the safe house was bound to become a trend. Humans are social creatures and need to communicate with others. If someone stayed alone in a room for a long time, hearing the howls of zombies from nearby buildings day and night, they would always feel anxious and have difficulty sleeping. Over time, it would only lead to exhaustion both physically and mentally. Of course, the most important thing was that with some zombies also awakening supernatural abilities, staying at home could not be considered safe. After placing the speaker down, Song Shihuan quickly left without lingering. As she ran away, some zombies heard the noise and came over, and she mercilessly took down one of them. There were quite a few zombies coming, and Song Shihuan spent considerable effort killing them here. Mainly, she was reluctant to abandon the heads of the zombies that she had not extracted the crystal cores from. How could she easily let go of the zombies she had worked so hard to defeat and let others benefit? Thus, the battle continued for a while until there were no more zombies nearby, and only then did she have time to extract the crystal cores. Fortunately, the sound that the speaker could transmit was limited. Otherwise, a continuous stream of zombies would come running upon hearing the sound. The zombie swarm tactic could have led to her demise here. Song Shihuan thought this was not feasible, Placing the speaker posed much greater danger to her than before. She could no longer use the speaker and would have to look for sound devices that could delay playback. Thinking this, she changed her route, originally walking in completely opposite directions with Lu Xinghe. Now, she headed towards a mall where Lu Xinghe was. She decided to look for a phone and a Bluetooth speaker. The transmission distance for Bluetooth and phones was 10 meters, which was enough for her to remotely control the Bluetooth to play recordings and then toss the phone aside to run away. However, this required her to find an available phone in the mall that did not need to be plugged into play, as well as a portable Bluetooth speaker. As she passed by the supermarket, she paused for a moment and turned to go to another place. If it weren't for the daily tasks from the safe house system, she could completely do what Lu Xinghe did and just stockpile supplies every day. However, thinking about the fact that she indeed did not have supernatural abilities, she could only comfort herself by being glad that she was bound to the safe house system. It was completely impossible for her to have the stamina for prolonged battles like she did now. When Lu Xinghe came out of the supermarket and saw Song Shihuan turning into the electronics store, she found it strange. Did she seem very enthusiastic about letting others check into the safe house? Chapter 47. Song Shihuan did not see Lu Xinghe. Once she entered the electronics store, she closed the glass door. Although she had evolved to be agile and move like an ordinary person, no longer stiff and slow, closing the glass door could still block some zombies from entering from outside. As she walked inside, she quickly heard a clattering sound from within. She promptly raised the chainsaw slightly, ready for battle. A zombie came out from inside, and just by looking at her long hair, she could still distinguish the zombie's gender. It was wearing a suit, and there was a bunch of keys on its belt, indicating that it was likely the manager of the electronics store in its previous life. Song Shihuan had never been to this electrical store before and didn't expect to find a zombie hidden inside. She noticed the keys hanging from the zombie's belt and felt a slight stir in her heart. If she wasn't mistaken, there was a car key there. After the zombie's evolution, driving a car was much safer than riding an electric bike. At least there were glass windows separating her from the zombies, reducing the chance of injury. Moreover, cars were significantly faster than electric bikes, and the trunk could store supplies. However, if it were an electric bike, she could push it into the safe house to charge. A car, on the other hand, could only be parked outside the safe house, and she would have to stock up on gasoline at a gas station. Regardless, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. For Song Shihuan, who only had an electric bike, the car was very tempting. Nowadays, riding an electric bike wasn't as safe, while a car provided a greater sense of security. However, she and found a car with keys here before, so she had to keep riding her electric bike. Now that she discovered this zombie had a car key, it was likely that the car was parked outside the electrical store. If she killed this zombie, she could take the key and go look for the car. Song Shihuan was determined to get that set of keys. She looked at the solitary zombie, gripped her chainsaw, and walked toward it. As the zombie launched an attack, she swiftly chopped off its head, preventing it from using its abilities against her. The zombie's head was severed, its outstretched arms still trembling, as if it hadn't realized that its zombie life had come to an end. Song Shihuan dodged to the side, watching the zombie's body collapse to the ground. She first extracted the zombie crystal core from its head, then approached the body to take the keys from its belt. She placed the keys in her pocket, intending to look for a phone or Bluetooth speaker first. This time, she learned from her previous experience and decided to keep all the keys on that keyring. Perhaps the warehouse's main door key for this electrical store was among those keys. Song Shihuan continued walking inside and discovered that the zombie had been trapped in a room. She didn't know how it managed to break free, only to encounter her right after. This made her think of the zombies she had eliminated in the offices at the supermarket. Thankfully, she had taken care of them in advance. She walked into the office and found the zombie's phone. The phone had a password and fingerprint lock and was difficult to unlock. Logically, she could look for the zombie to see if its fingerprint could work. However, the zombie's decayed hands wouldn't have clear fingerprints anymore. Song Shihuan had to give up on that phone and rummage through the drawers in the office. Fortunately, she found a few spare phones in a nearby drawer. The spare phones had no passwords, which was just what she needed. She placed the phones she found in her backpack, after not finding anything else useful in the office. She left. Air conditioners, fans, and electric heaters were no longer needed and were neatly arranged on the shelves of the electrical store. indicating that no one had come here to collect supplies. Song Shihuan continued deeper into the store and finally found the Bluetooth speaker she wanted. She moved the few Bluetooth speakers she needed to the entrance of the electrical store, preparing to go outside to see if she could find the car belonging to the previous manager zombie. As she walked outside, she jangled the keys to find the car. There weren't many cars parked here, and soon she found a car flashing its lights in the parking lot. Song Shihuan walked over, unlocked the car door, opened it, and sat in the driver's seat, driving the car right up to the entrance of the electrical store. Taking advantage of the time it would take for the zombies to arrive, she quickly loaded the Bluetooth speakers into the trunk. As the zombies approached, Song Shihuan hurriedly grabbed her chainsaw and swung it at them. At that moment, the voice of the safe house system rang out. "Congratulations, host. Today's task has been completed. Reward: Lottery Fragments 3. Song Shihuan was surprised. The task was already completed? This task had been too easy, leaving her somewhat stunned. In past tasks, she had fought her way through zombies in the school dormitory while bringing people along, but today's task was completed so effortlessly. It should be noted that in the Safe House Systems program, the number of tasks to be completed each day did not count the residents already living in the safe house. Those who renewed their stay did not count toward her daily task quota. To complete her tasks, she had to recruit new guests every day. This meant she had to attract new customers daily, while old customers didn't count. Yes, today's task has been completed, the safe house system confirmed. It was quite pleased with Song Shihuan's efficiency in completing tasks and reminded her, "Host, you need 50 guests tomorrow." The safe house system wanted its large safe house to be built as soon as possible so that it could continuously gather energy. Just a moment ago, Song Shihuan had been happy about completing the task painlessly, but now she felt overwhelmed by the mention of 50 guests. She weakly replied, "Okay, I understand." Chapter 48. After Song Shihuan finished tidying up in her room, she began to push her forklift outside to continue gathering supplies. Now, aside from completing the tasks for the safe house system, the most important thing was to collect supplies for future use, and the zombie crystal cores needed to upgrade her chainsaw. Collecting supplies and obtaining zombie crystal cores could actually happen simultaneously. She would inevitably encounter zombies while gathering supplies, allowing her to collect materials and obtain crystal cores without wasting time. Although cars were good, the amount of supplies they could carry was limited compared to the convenience of a forklift. Therefore, between the car and the forklift, Song Shihuan chose to push the forklift out of the safe house to gather supplies. As she pushed the forklift towards a supermarket, she found that every time she went to the supermarket to gather supplies, she would run into Lu Xinghe. This time, she entered the warehouse with her forklift and saw Lu Xinghe coming out with his own. She greeted him. "Hi." Lu Xinghe saw her and kindly reminded her, "The supplies in the supermarket warehouse are running low. You'd better hurry up and collect them and then check other places." After hearing this, Song Shihuan smiled and said, "Thank you. I'll go in and take a look." Lu Xinghe nodded at her and then left with his forklift. Song Shihuan walked inside and found that more than half of the shelves were already empty. Just as Lu Xinghe had said, she needed to collect quickly or switch to another place. The residents of the safe house primarily gathered supplies from this supermarket. Those who found forklifts used them, while those without used the supermarket's small carts. However, in just a few days, most of the supplies in this supermarket warehouse had been collected. Song Shihuan picked through the items inside, selecting what she needed and filling her forklift to the brim before pushing it outside. After the danger level of the evolved zombies increased, she only dared to pull the forklift with one hand while holding her chainsaw with the other. She couldn't handle it like before, with both hands on the forklift. From time to time, Song Shihuan would stop to deal with a wave of zombies. The short journey was constantly interrupted by zombies, which was quite frustrating for her. However, after throwing the zombies into the chainsaw and watching the number of zombie crystal cores on the chainsaw's display decrease continuously, her mood improved a little. Song Shihuan pushed the fully loaded forklift into the safe house and happened to run into Lu Xinghe, who was going out. She thought for a moment and asked him, "Lu Xinghe, where do you plan to go to collect supplies later?" The supplies she could use from the supermarket warehouse had basically been collected, so it wasn't suitable to go there again. If there were better places, that would be even better. Lu Xinghe showed a contemplative expression. "I'm not sure yet. I need to go take a look first." Song Shihuan made a gesture of request towards him. If you find any other good places, could you let me know? Later. When I go out and find a better place, I'll let you know too. He pushed the cart out without wasting any time. However, compared to the gas station, it would be better for her to go to the car dealership first. If she could find a few trucks to collect supplies, that would be even better. Determined, Shihuan picked up the car keys and the chainsaw and walked outside. At the entrance of the safe house, perhaps due to the constant flow of people coming and going, the zombies here had been mostly eliminated by them. Now, walking out like this, there weren't many zombies following her. Shihuan successfully sat in the driver's seat, and since the internet hadn't gone down yet, she used her phone's map to look for the nearest car dealership and drove there. However, she realized she was too optimistic. The zombies had mutated, and many of the original drivers had also mutated. This resulted in the cars on the road being without human operation. Many of them crashed into each other, blocking the road. The zombies inside the cars had mostly already left this area, wandering elsewhere, leaving only the scenes of the car accidents. She twisted and turned, taking twice as long as the usual 20-minute trip. However, there was no other way. She finally arrived at her destination. Shihuan grabbed her chainsaw and got out of the car, casually shutting the car door behind her. The car dealership was still closed. The zombies had come during the early morning, and the dealership didn't open that early, so it was quiet here. However, there were still wandering zombies around, likely from nearby residents or those passing through from other places. Shihuan turned on the chainsaw and cleared out a wave of zombies nearby before holding her chainsaw and walking towards the dealership's entrance. The dealership's entrance had a push-pull rolling shutter door, and she easily used the chainsaw to cut it open. She saw a hole big enough for a person to enter, but didn't rush inside. Instead, she threw a few pebbles inside to make some noise. She wanted to confirm whether there were any zombies inside. Otherwise, it would be dangerous to walk in blindly in such darkness. Chapter 49. After not hearing any sounds or footsteps of zombies coming out, Shihuan decided to go inside. After making such a noise and not having any zombies inside should indicate that it was safe without any people or zombies. She took out her phone, turned on the flashlight, and illuminated the interior. There were no zombies inside the dealership, so she didn't have to fear a sudden attack. Holding the chainsaw in one hand and the flashlight in the other, she walked into the dealership to find the light switch. Once she turned on the lights, the entire dealership brightened up, clearly illuminating everything inside. Shihuan only opened a small hole in the rolling shutter door, just enough for one person to enter. This way, if a zombie entered, the noise would be loud enough for her to notice immediately, eliminating the worry of zombies coming in from outside. This allowed her to focus her energy on choosing a vehicle instead. Looking at the vehicles inside the dealership, Shihuan couldn't help but nod. The dealership didn't sell any big brand foreign cars. Instead, it was filled with domestic vehicles like vans. Although there weren't the trucks she wanted, vans could also meet her needs for collecting supplies. The space in a van was relatively large. If she needed to use it for collecting supplies, she could simply remove a few seats from the back, creating a big storage space. Thinking this way, Shihuan began searching for the keys to the van. Without the keys, she wouldn't be able to start the van and drive it away, making the trip pointless. Therefore, finding the keys to the van was urgent. She walked towards the front desk of the dealership, rummaging through the drawers. However, after turning the front desk upside down, she only found account books, receipts, calculators, and information registration forms, but nothing else. The keys to the van were nowhere to be found. Shihuan puffed her cheeks but didn't get discouraged. It seemed that besides this hall, there was also a separate office inside. She continued walking towards the office, hoping to find the keys there. The office was equipped with tea-making utensils still sitting on the coffee table. Desks, bookcases, safes, and even a fortune cat, a god of wealth, and a money tree were all present. Following her usual routine, Shihuan searched through the office desk. The office desk in this separate area was not like the one at the front desk. The drawers were tightly locked with keys, and there were no keys on the desk to open them. However, as long as it was a wooden desk, it would be easy to deal with. Shihuan raised her chainsaw and started sawing at the desk. She didn't care about the dealership owner's feelings. After all, it was the apocalypse. Who cared about these things? She felt justified in taking what she wanted. One by one, the drawers were sawn open, and she easily accessed them. Sure enough, She found a set of keys in one of the drawers, but they didn't look like car keys. Song Shihuan assessed the layout of the office and, taking the set of keys, walked over to the safe in the office. She examined the lock on the safe and compared it with the keys in her hand. Finding one that looked similar, she inserted it and tried to open it. Click! The safe door opened. Song Shihuan's eyes lit up. She had found the car keys. Indeed, there were car keys in this office, but the person who worked here had stored them in the safe for safety. The contents of the safe were quite valuable. Besides the car keys, there was also a small safe and several packs of Shihuan cigarettes. Song Shihuan took the keys, thought for a moment, and placed the packs of Shihuan cigarettes in her backpack. That left only the small safe inside the car. It felt a bit like opening a blind box, not knowing what she would find inside, which made her a little excited. After trying 3 keys, the small safe finally opened. To her surprise, it contained several gold bars. Song Shihuan took the gold without hesitation and placed it into her backpack. Although she didn't quite understand why the dealership owner would keep such valuable items in the dealership, she gladly accepted them since they were there. Most of the items in the safe were packed away, making her backpack bulge. Satisfied, Song Shihuan left the office and felt happy as she walked into the dealership's hall. At the rolling shutter door, the small hole she had opened was stuck with a zombie that was howling. This zombie was quite large, and it couldn't squeeze through the hole she had made, getting stuck perfectly. Seeing that the zombie couldn't get in, Song Shihuan chose to ignore it. She first took her car keys and looked for the corresponding van. After finding the right van closest to the door, she tried starting it, confirming that the oil was present in the vehicle. It seemed that this van was left here for visitors to use, right? It was obvious that it had been driven out before. Song Shihuan didn't mind this at all. After all, she had a van, and that was enough. Now that the van was found, the next problem to solve was how to open the roll-up door in front of her. Otherwise, having the van wouldn't help if she couldn't get out. She took out the bunch of keys she had found in the office compartment and looked to see if there was a key for the roll-up door. However, this time she wasn't so lucky. There was no key for the roll-up door among them. Song Shihuan sighed, realizing it made sense. How could a bunch of keys locked in a desk possibly have a key for a regular door? But since that was the case, she had to resort to another method. Song Shihuan, holding a chainsaw, walked towards the door opening she had just made. First, she needed to deal with the screaming zombie. The world returned to silence. Chapter 50, when the zombie fell, Song Shihuan kicked it, pushing its body outside the door. After stepping out, she confirmed that there were no other zombies nearby before crouching down to extract the zombie crystal core from the zombie's head, feeding it to her chainsaw. Next was the most important task. The van that Song Shihuan had in mind was positioned right in front of the roll-up door. Without the key for the roll-up door, she had to find a way to break it open. Otherwise, even if she found the van's key, she wouldn't be able to drive out. The method she thought of was the old trick, using the chainsaw to cut through the bottom edge of the roll-up door, which would allow her to open it. The chainsaw cut through the zombies with great sharpness, but perhaps the zombie's head wasn't as hard as the roll-up door, which was likely a bit softer. Song Shihuan crouched down and inserted the chainsaw straight into the roll-up door at the bottom edge, starting to saw through it. During this time, she couldn't let her guard down about the outside situation. She had to stay alert to avoid the noise of the chainsaw, covering up the sound of approaching zombies, which would leave her unaware of their closeness. That would be disastrous. Song Shihuan focused on both tasks, her eyes scanning the surroundings while slowly sawing through the door. She completely missed the small red exclamation mark flashing on the chainsaw screen. After she cut through the door, the red exclamation mark started flashing more frequently, and the sharpness of the chainsaw dropped by more than half. Song Shihuan was completely unaware of these changes. She was immersed in the joy of opening the roll-up door, pushing it up to let the garage see the light again. She didn't linger there, taking the keys directly to the van. She started the van and slowly backed it out of the garage. Then she took out her phone, opened the map, and found a gas station to drive to. As for the small car she had found in the electronics store, she had already abandoned it here. Song Shihuan was alone and couldn't drive 2 vehicles at once. Just like one has to make choices between fish and bear's paws. The car was for storing supplies, but the van had a much larger space for that. Among these 2 vehicles, she naturally chose the van for convenience in gathering supplies. After driving the van to the gas station, Song Shihuan got out and went to deal with a wave of zombies as usual. It was clear that she felt something was wrong with her chainsaw. It felt much duller, not as sharp and agile as before. She quickly decapitated another zombie and swung the chainsaw towards another one. It was tiring. This chainsaw had indeed become difficult to use. She clearly felt that the sensation of using the chainsaw to chop zombies was different from before. But there wasn't much time to think about such matters with so many zombies in front of her. She had to clear them out first before she could afford to think about anything else. After clearing the surrounding zombies, she crouched down to dig out the zombie crystal cores, and when she fed the cores to the chainsaw, she noticed the exclamation mark lighting up. Her heart sank as she connected the exclamation mark with the feeling of using the chainsaw. The Apocalypse Safety House system explained. Host, you just used the chainsaw to cut through the wooden cabinet roll-up door. This chainsaw was originally meant for cutting zombies, but using it to saw through hard objects will cause damage. The sharpness of the chainsaw has now decreased by half, and the wear has reached a critical point. Shihuan thought, oh no, what should I do? What happens when a wear is used up? That chainsaw was essential for her survival and couldn't be lost here. The Apocalypse Safety House system responded. If the wear of the chainsaw is used up, it will face the danger of being scrapped, but there's a solution. The host can use 50 zombie crystal cores to repair the chainsaw, but the repair process, like the chainsaw upgrade process, will take 10 minutes to complete. When Shihuan heard this, her anxiety eased. Using 50 zombie crystal cores was not a problem. She could definitely manage that. However, the 10-minute waiting time for the upgrade meant she couldn't use the chainsaw as a weapon during that period. That meant she couldn't easily upgrade it outside, or she would put herself in danger. Shihuan calmed her racing heart and asked the Apocalypse Safety House system, if I don't repair the chainsaw now, how long can I use it before it's completely used up? The Apocalypse Safety House system replied, based on the current wear of the chainsaw, it can still be used for 5 more minutes. Upon hearing this, Shihuan quickened her pace in extracting the zombie crystal cores. After she dug them all out, she grabbed the chainsaw and ran into the gas station. After clearing the zombies inside the gas station, she closed the door. Just doing that wasn't enough for her to feel secure, so she found some heavy objects to barricade the main entrance. Shihuan said to the Apocalypse Safety House system, I want to repair the chainsaw now. The number of zombie crystal cores she fed to the chainsaw had long exceeded 50. It was more than enough for the upgrade. The Apocalypse Safety House system responded, okay, chainsaw repairing, please wait patiently for 10 minutes. With the door barricaded and the zombies cleared out, this place could barely be considered a relatively safe environment. So she just needed to wait for the chainsaw to upgrade. During the waiting time, she didn't remain idle and searched for portable gasoline in the gas station. Chapter 51. While Shihuan was looking for gasoline in the gas station, she couldn't help but eye the convenience store inside. The convenience store had supplies as well, and those supplies hadn't been collected by anyone yet. The supplies inside were relatively intact, and it even seemed to have more than what she had in the supermarket warehouse. After all, the supplies at the supermarket had been collected time and again by the people from their Apocalypse Safety House, and there were no longer as many supplies as there used to be. Although the convenience store didn't have rice or cooking oil, it still had plenty of drinking water, instant noodles, bread, and other ready-to-eat food. However, when she moved all the portable gasoline from the gas station, she realized the van might only have enough space left for the gasoline. The space inside the van for storing supplies is slightly more than that of a car, but when compared to a truck, it's not even comparable. The van can only hold a limited amount of supplies, so she can only prioritize the most urgent items. Shihuan thinks that instant food can be picked up later, but if she waits too long for gasoline, it might be gone by the time she comes back. After the apocalypse, food is indeed very important, but she has already collected quite a bit of it. If she wants to travel far, she must have a vehicle and gasoline. Otherwise, she would have to rely on her own legs to walk. After contemplating this, Shihuan set a 10-minute alarm on her phone. As she watched the time slowly pass, just as the 10 minutes were about to be up, there was a commotion outside. She peered through the glass table and saw someone stopping their car to refuel. Shihuan breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Glad it wasn't someone trying to enter the gas station. She blocked the outside door with heavy objects, ensuring that no one could come in for a while. However, being alone, she couldn't just stay here indefinitely in a standoff with others. She could kill zombies without hesitation, but when it comes to other humans, she couldn't bring herself to fight if a dispute arose. It would be best if both parties could go about their business without disturbing each other. Song Shihuan blinked as she watched outside, holding the nearly repaired chainsaw in one hand, and saw the car leave after finishing refueling. The countdown hit 3 seconds, 3, 2, 1. The ringtone on her phone rang sharply, and she reached out to turn off the alarm. She touched the blade of the chainsaw, thinking that she should take good care of it in the future and not use it carelessly on other things. If she had to cut something else, she must remember to maintain it promptly. She moved the heavy objects away from the door, opened the gas station's door, and drove the van over. Once in the driver's seat, she inserted the key and brought the van over. She didn't rush to get out of the car to prevent encountering any zombies outside. First, she folded down all the back seats of the van to make room for the gasoline. After creating enough space, she stepped out of the van with the chainsaw. The back seat of the van faced the gas station's main door, which she had parked intentionally to facilitate moving boxes of portable gasoline bottles onto the vehicle. Song Shihuan filled the van to the brim with gasoline, leaving no space left. Indeed, the van was only enough to hold gasoline, and there wasn't enough room for other supplies. She felt a bit regretful, but didn't linger. She quickly got back into the driver's seat while the zombies outside hadn't approached yet, starting the vehicle and heading toward the safe house in the apocalypse. If she encountered zombies blocking the road, she wouldn't hesitate to run them over. If a bus or similar vehicle blocked the way, she would have to take a detour. Song Shihuan parked the van not far from the safe house entrance, as there were always people coming in and out at the entrance. She couldn't park too close and block the road. She asked, "Lu Xinghe, have you found a good place?" Lu Xinghe nodded, looking at her unloading the van. "Where did you get this van? Is there more?" He had also obtained a driver's license, but he didn't have much driving experience at school. But now that there weren't many people driving outside, it wouldn't be a problem to practice directly. It would be even better to get a vehicle to collect supplies. Lu Xinghe nodded. "Can I borrow your electric bike to go over?" Song Shihuan was certainly willing. It was just an electric bike. After she got the van, the electric bike wasn't that important anymore. Just as she was about to agree, she suddenly thought of something. "Why don't you wait for me a moment? I'll go with you. The keys to the car dealership are with me, and I was planning to go over again." She thought that since she needed to go to the gas station later to transport more gasoline, it would be convenient to stop by the dealership on the way. The van would never be too much. In the future, no one would be able to repair vehicles, and losing one would mean fewer available. So it's better to stock up. Lu Xinghe nodded. "All right, I'll go in and drop off the supplies first." After saying that, he pushed the cart toward the safe house. Song Shihuan also quickened her pace to finish loading the gasoline in the van. She planned to take all the remaining gasoline inside this trip to avoid making others wait for her. Chapter 52. When Song Shihuan went out, she saw Wang Yujie and asked, "Wang Yujie, we plan to go to the dealership to get a van. Do you want to come along?" It never hurts to have an extra person. If she wanted to go, they could go together. Wang Yujie's first reaction was a bit happy. Having a vehicle for stockpiling supplies would naturally be good. However, she thought about it and realized she hadn't unlocked the driving skill yet. So, Wang Yujie shook her head and said to Song Shihuan, "Forget it, I haven't even taken my driving test. You guys go ahead." Song Shihuan nodded and didn't insist further. "Okay, I'll head out first." Lu Xinghe was already waiting for Song Shihuan outside the safe house. While waiting for her, he killed a few zombies nearby and only approached her when he saw her come out, not wasting any of his time. "Are you ready? Shall we go now?" "Yes, let's go now." Song Shihuan had been to the dealership once and was relatively familiar with the route. So, she directly sat in the front to drive, letting Lu Xinghe sit in the back, which would make the journey faster. She asked the person sitting in the back, "Are you seated comfortably?" Song Shihuan was driving the electric bike with her feet placed on the front footrests. Her chainsaw was placed in the middle, held in place by her feet to prevent it from moving around. In her view, while she could trust Lu Xinghe, she couldn't trust him too much. Her chainsaw wasn't like those in fantasy dramas that bond with their owners through blood. Basically, anyone who grabs the chainsaw can use it. If she let someone else hold it and a person with ulterior motives got hold of it, they probably wouldn't return it to her. Song Shihuan didn't want to test people's hearts. It was better to keep the chainsaw close to her for peace of mind. Lu Xinghe sat in the back seat, with Song Shihuan's long hair floating in front of him, along with the pleasant scent of her shampoo. He awkwardly looked elsewhere and initiated a conversation. Song Shihuan, have you awakened any special abilities? He seemed to have never seen her use her abilities, only witnessing her wielding the chainsaw. Song Shihuan focused on the road ahead, steering clear of zombies as she replied honestly, I haven't awakened any abilities. What about you? Throughout the day, whenever she encountered Lu Xinghe, he had been using the machete in his hand and hadn't used any special abilities. This led her to mistakenly think he was just an ordinary person without powers, not realizing he had such formidable abilities. Lu Xinghe replied, I've heard that this ability is quite weak and can easily be exhausted. I plan to wait until later to try it out. Besides, I've seen on my phone that people look pale and exhausted after using their abilities. So I'd rather not waste time that could be used for gathering supplies. Song Shihuan nodded in understanding. With so much gasoline at the gas station, even if she was collecting it for her own use, she wouldn't need all of it. Moreover, it would be better to give what she didn't need to those who did. She had no intention of hiding after finding a supply point. She was very willing to share with others. Lu Xinghe thought about the necessity of fuel for collecting supplies with a van after considering the situation. He said, all right, you go ahead and I'll follow. The electric scooter sped quickly to the car dealership and stopped at the entrance. The two got off the scooter and dealt with the approaching zombies before heading into the dealership. Song Shihuan pulled out the keys she had taken from the dealership. She removed the van key and said, here, this is the key to the van. You can give it a try. Lu Xinghe took the van key and replied, thanks. Song Shihuan smiled and took the set of keys to find the van. The van seemed to occupy the size of 4 storefronts. It wasn't too big or too small. So they quickly located the van that matched the key. They both climbed into the driver's seat. Song Shihuan rolled down the van window and said, Lu Xinghe, I'm going out first. You need to follow me. Lu Xinghe also rolled down his window for easier communication. Okay. Thus, the two vans drove towards a nearby gas station, one after the other. However, the gas station was no longer calm. It was occupied by a few fierce-looking people wearing gold chains. Song Shihuan hadn't driven into the station yet and planned to observe the situation from outside. Seeing Song Shihuan stop, Lu Xinghe slowly moved his car forward and parked next to her. He rolled down the passenger window and asked, what's wrong? Is something off inside? Song Shihuan looked over at her window and replied, it seems like this place is occupied by someone. I don't know who those people are. She didn't want to look for trouble, nor did she want trouble to find her. She thought that if someone had occupied the gas station, then she could just leave. After all, there were other gas stations, so it wouldn't be a problem to find another place to collect fuel. But she wondered what Lu Xinghe was thinking. Lu Xinghe looked ahead and saw 5 or 6 people with iron rods inside the gas station. At a glance, they looked like the street thugs from before, which could lead to trouble. He thought similarly to Song Shihuan. There was no need to provoke these people, and it was better to avoid them if possible. After all, there were only 2 of them, and confronting the thugs directly was not a good idea. It wasn't worth fighting over the gasoline at the gas station. In this situation, spending time fighting instead of collecting supplies or killing zombies was a waste. After all, there were more gas stations in the city, and checking other stations would be quicker than fighting and getting hurt. Plus, they didn't even know what abilities those people had, so it was better not to confront them directly. With that in mind, Lu Xinghe said to Song Shihuan, let's check somewhere else. He quickly made the decision that it was better to leave. Upon hearing his words, Song Shihuan smiled. It seemed they were on the same page. Since they both chose to retreat, that was even better. This way, there wouldn't be any conflict between them. She said to Lu Xinghe, all right, let's go to another place. The thugs waved their iron rods and shouted at them. Who are you? Not even greeting us when you come over. If you're smart, come out quickly. We won't let you off easy. Song Shihuan was not interested in their provocation. She wasn't the type to get hot-headed over a few taunts. She could easily dismiss their words and act as if she hadn't heard them. With only 5 or 6 thugs, they couldn't possibly stop 2 vehicles. She continued to adjust the car to back away from the gas station. As for those blocking the way, if they weren't afraid of dying, they could continue to try to stop them. She wouldn't T-stop just because they were blocking the cars. Lu Xinghe had the same thought as Song Shihuan and ignored the thugs' provocations, directly reversing the car to turn around and leave the gas station. The thugs, seeing that they were determined to leave, felt disrespected and quickly became angry. One of the strength-type ability users, known for his bad temper, saw that they were ignoring them, raised his iron rod, and struck the van. He wanted to show them that they were not to be trifled with. The sound of the iron rod hitting the van window was sharp. If it were just an ordinary person hitting it, the window might not even shatter. But this was a strength-type ability user, and his strike shattered the van's front window completely. Coincidentally, he struck Lu Xinghe's window directly. The shards of glass flew towards Lu Xinghe due to the force of the strike. He barely had time to cover his face with his arm to block the sharp glass flying towards him, although Lu Xinghe's quick action protected his face from injury. The shards of glass did cut his arm, leaving thin lines of blood. Feeling the pain in his arm, he couldn't help but feel angry. He truly didn't want trouble. Yet it found him. In retaliation, Lu Xinghe unleashed a wind blade that shot out from the broken window and sliced through the thug's neck, causing blood to flow out. Hearing the commotion, Song Shihuan turned her attention towards Lu Xinghe's vehicle. She raised her voice and asked, "Lu Xinghe, what happened over there? Are you okay?" He pulled out the large pieces of glass embedded in his arm, leaving only small shards still stuck in. He then saw the wound on his arm and the thugs lying on the ground. Song Shihuan's face showed concern. "Lu Xinghe, your arm." She looked at the blood on his arms, feeling both worried and regretful. She thought that if she hadn't brought him along, he wouldn't have suffered this misfortune. Lu Xinghe glanced at his arm and shook his head. "I'm fine." He was actually a bit scared, fearing that Song Shihuan would look at him with fear after seeing him kill those people with his abilities, much like the people in the cafeteria had. So, when he heard her approach and express her concern, he felt a slight touch in his heart. Song Shihuan saw him shake his head and looked at the blood on his arm, not believing his claim of being fine. She glanced outside and recalled that there was a large pharmacy diagonally across the street, which should have supplies for disinfecting and treating wounds. With Lu Xinghe's arm injured, it meant he couldn't use his machete and would have to rely on his abilities. After just taking down 5 people, it was already quite strenuous for him, who had just awakened his powers. Song Shihuan hesitated for a moment, then said to Lu Xinghe, "You should get in my car. Let's go to the pharmacy first." Fearing that Lu Xinghe might refuse, she pushed him into the van and fastened his seatbelt. Song Shihuan then went around to the driver's seat and drove directly towards the pharmacy. There were some zombies at the pharmacy entrance, but she planned to handle the zombies herself and find the medicine without letting Lu Xinghe get out of the car. Lu Xinghe watched Song Shihuan walk outside, blinking his eyes, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. Chapter 54. Song Shihuan vented her anger towards those few people on the zombies in front of her, chopping them down mercilessly. After all, in her view, Lu Xinghe was someone she had brought out, and now that he was injured, it wouldn't be good. However, she wouldn't get angry. She still needed to dig out the zombie crystal cores, which she remembered to extract. The fruits of victory she fought for had to be picked up. After extracting all the zombie crystal cores, she headed towards the pharmacy. Once inside, she quickly closed the pharmacy door to prevent many zombies from entering and making it difficult for her search for medicine. There were still a few lingering zombies in the pharmacy, and Song Shihuan first cleared them out. Looking around the empty pharmacy, she finally felt at ease to search for medicine. Fortunately, the medicines in the pharmacy hadn't been looted, and most were still neatly arranged, with labels on each shelf indicating what they were, making it relatively easy for her to find the necessary supplies. Song Shihuan searched for disinfectant, cotton swabs, bandages, and powders. And after finding a large pile, she grabbed a bag from the pharmacy's cash register and filled it to the brim with medicine before walking out to the van. In her view, collecting supplies was quite fast. She just didn't know if he waiting here thought the same. Lu Xinghe shook his head. Good. Song Shihuan took the medicines out of the large bag and placed them in front of the van. She said to him, "Extend your hand, and I'll help you clean it up." She could still handle such wounds. First, she rinsed his arm with saline, then used tweezers to pull out all the glass shards inside, applied powder to the wound, and finally wrapped it with a bandage to stop the bleeding. Lu Xinghe extended his hand towards Song Shihuan. She winced at the sight of his injured hand, cursing those thugs under her breath, and gently began to clean his wound, step by step, removing the glass shards. While she was extracting the glass shards with tweezers, she softly asked him, "Lu Xinghe, does it hurt?" Song Shihuan was being very careful, but she still worried about hurting him. She thought that if she had such a serious injury, she would have been crying in pain long ago, unlike Lu Xinghe, who remained so calm. Lu Xinghe felt pain, but didn't show it. He said to her, "I'm fine. Just continue." Song Shihuan continued to extract the glass shards from his arm. She even blew on his arm to make it feel more comfortable. After she had cleared all the glass shards from his hand, a bead of sweat rolled down her forehead. Song Shihuan said to Lu Xinghe, "Take a look. Are there any stragglers? If not, I'll sprinkle some powder and bandage it." She was a bit worried, concerned that she might have missed a shard and not cleaned his arm properly, which would be a disaster. Lu Xinghe bit his lip. His mood, originally affected by the injury, improved a bit. He raised his arm and lowered his head to check. "It's all gone. Please help me bandage it." Lu Xinghe knew he had to take responsibility for his own hand. He carefully scanned his arm to confirm that all the glass shards had been removed. Song Shihuan felt relieved as she sprinkled powder on Lu Xinghe's arm and wrapped it with a bandage. Then, using the same method, she removed all the glass shards from his other arm, finally finishing it off with a bow. She apologetically said to Lu Xinghe, "For the next few days, don't use your hands too much until the wounds heal, or they might reopen. I'm really sorry. If I hadn't brought you here, your hand wouldn't have been injured." Lu Xinghe didn't think it was Song Shihuan's fault. He comforted her, saying, "It's fine, you don't need to feel guilty. I wanted to come to the gas station, and it has nothing to do with you." She added, "Don't worry, I'll carry the gasoline I got inside. We'll split it, and I'll take your half inside." Lu Xinghe knew Song Shihuan still felt a bit uncomfortable, so he didn't push it. The thugs that Lu Xinghe had killed had attracted a number of zombies nearby, which then feasted on their bodies. Song Shihuan looked at the gruesome scene, unable to bear to watch. However, thinking about their need to go to the gas station, she steeled herself, gripping the chainsaw as she prepared to get out of the car. "Lu Xinghe, you stay inside. Don't come down." After instructing Lu Xinghe, she opened the door and went down, dealing with the 6 or 7 zombies that had come over, drawn by the scent of humans. She could clearly feel that these zombies, having consumed human flesh, were stronger and faster than the usual ones. However, she noticed them early and dealt with them quickly, preventing these zombies from having too much opportunity to grow. Song Shihuan got back in the car and drove it to the entrance of the gas station. As usual, she reminded Lu Xinghe not to get out of the car, then took the chainsaw down to check for any zombies inside the gas station. After that, she carried box after box of gasoline and placed them in the back seat of their van. She filled the back seat with gasoline, leaving no extra space. She thought of Lu Xinghe in the van with the broken window, which was practically totaled, and said, "How about I give you this van? I still have another one at my safe house." Song Shihuan thought for a moment and asked, "Is it okay for you to drive with your hand?" Lu Xinghe looked down at his bandaged hand and replied, "It's fine, as long as I don't use it too much." Chapter 55. On the way back, they passed by the car dealership they had visited earlier, and Song Shihuan found another van for Lu Xinghe. Then the two of them started their own vans. This way, they filled both vans with supplies. She first placed half of the supplies from both vans in her room, and after storing everything on her side, she began helping Lu Xinghe by taking the remaining half of the supplies to his room. "Hey, don't move. Let me do it." Song Shihuan moved the supplies box by box onto the forklift. After she filled the forklift, Lu Xinghe was about to push it into his room. Upon seeing this, she immediately stopped him. She thought that even pushing a forklift required both hands to exert force. She couldn't let his freshly bandaged arm risk reopening and bleeding. Lu Xinghe felt a bit helpless. "I can actually do it." He felt like Song Shihuan was treating him like a porcelain doll, being overly cautious. In reality, he thought pushing a forklift was totally fine. Song Shihuan shook her head, disagreeing as she said, "It's better to be careful. Your hands need to be protected well now. The sooner you recover, the sooner you can go out to kill zombies and collect supplies. Otherwise, if your wounds reopen because you didn't take care of them, it would waste a lot of your time, which wouldn't be worth it." Song Shihuan took the forklift from Lu Xinghe and pushed it in front of his room. She remembered that the room could only be entered by the person living there, unless invited by the resident, which was not a problem. Song Shihuan turned around and urged him, "Lu Xinghe, hurry up and open the door." She commanded him without any politeness, completely unaware of the possibility that he might leave her outside. Lu Xinghe walked over, pushed the door, and opened it. In fact, this was also due to the doorbell wristband's sensing feature. Now, the rooms no longer used keys. They relied directly on the wristband's sensing, and you could just push the door open. Song Shihuan directly pushed past the door that Lu Xinghe had opened and drove her forklift inside, where she saw a room full of supplies. Lu Xinghe's room had been upgraded to 27 square meters, which at first glance was much larger than her room, which had been divided into several smaller rooms, leaving only a tiny space for sleeping. The room was packed tightly with supplies, making it feel cramped and not very easy to move around. Moreover, unlike her room, which was specially designed with many storage shelves for organizing items, his room was just a pile of supplies, with empty spaces where they couldn't be stacked any higher. Now, as for the new items that needed to be placed inside, Song Shihuan didn't know where to put them. She asked Lu Xinghe, "Where would you like me to put your things?" She thought it would be better to ask him directly since she was unsure where to place them. Lu Xinghe was also assessing his room. Despite just upgrading from 9 square meters to 27 square meters, he still felt like he didn't have enough space for his items. If the Apocalypse safe house system could complain, it would definitely say, "Isn't this because you are always collecting supplies?" That was indeed the case. Lu Xinghe had been either collecting supplies or on the way to collect supplies for the past few days. Whenever he had free time, he was out collecting supplies to bring back to his room. If there were a ranking of residents based on the amount of supplies collected in the Apocalypse safe house, Lu Xinghe would undoubtedly be the first. Song Shihuan felt a sense of admiration towards him. Lu Xinghe pointed to the empty space near his bed and said, "How about there? Could you help me put the things there?" Song Shihuan looked in the direction he pointed and nodded, "Sure." She paused as she looked at the boxes of gasoline in the forklift. "But these are all gasoline, although they haven't been opened yet. Is it really okay to put them next to the bed?" Song Shihuan thought about how her room was isolated, providing a much stronger sense of security than his. Also, her room's layout, designed with numerous shelves, allowed for a much more organized storage system. In his room, apart from the storage racks on the wall, there was only a basic desk. The Apocalypse safe house system had maintained the original layout she had designed for the 9 square meter room without any other changes. Hearing Song Shihuan's words, Lu Xinghe hesitated. He looked at his room, but there really wasn't any other place to put things. Seeing his expression, Song Shihuan couldn't help but ask the Apocalypse safe house system in her heart, "System, can their rooms be set up differently? That way, the experience would be much better." She intended to continue hiding the fact that she was the owner of this Apocalypse safe house, so she couldn't directly help him redesign his room in front of Lu Xinghe. She could only communicate with the system to see if it could allow for a customizable room layout on the light screen. She used the reasoning of improving the resident experience to persuade the system to agree to her idea. The Apocalypse safe house system indeed considered these aspects and agreed after some thought. "Host, this can be set up." Song Shihuan felt a surge of joy in her heart and said to the Apocalypse safe house system, "Then please set up an icon for room renovation on the external smart light screen." The Apocalypse safe house system responded, "Okay, host." Chapter 56. After communicating with the Apocalypse safe house system, Song Shihuan began to share the news with Lu Xinghe. She pretended to be confused and said, "By the way, why is your room still arranged like this? My room is about the same size as yours, and I've set up an isolation door and several shelves for storing things." Song Shihuan shook her head at Lu Xinghe. "No, I didn't go out to work. I just set up those metal racks on the smart light screen at the door." Lu Xinghe was intrigued to hear that the smart light screen could also renovate rooms. He seemed not to have noticed this feature on the smart light screen, but it was possible that he simply hadn't paid attention. Song Shihuan quickly nodded. "Yes, when I went to renew my room, I found an extra icon there. As long as you click on that icon, you can renovate your room." She thought for a moment and continued, "For example, I want to change your room into 2 rooms. One is a storage room and the other for living. Then I can set it up on the light screen to make the original 9 square meters a sleeping area and the additional 18 square meters as a storage room, with the option to close the door for isolation." Lu Xinghe was intrigued, but also found it hard to believe. Could the smart light screen really allow for such renovations? She gestured for Lu Xinghe to check the external smart light screen with her, thinking that if he could set up his room sooner, it would help him organize better and eliminate the worry about the gasoline smell. Lu Xinghe nodded. Okay, let's go take a look. Since the external light screen really had such a layout function, it would definitely be better to go outside and set up the room. It would be simple and easy, and most importantly, it would allow him to tidy up his room with those shelves. Song Shihuan planned to help Lu Xinghe unload the cargo from the forklift and naturally followed him outside, thinking about helping him design it better. Lu Xinghe exited the Apocalypse safe house and stood in front of the smart light screen, where he indeed found an icon for room renovation. Song Shihuan held her electric saw, ready to protect Lu Xinghe while he set up the renovation, occasionally taking care of any zombies that came by. In her heart, she suggested to the Apocalypse safe house system, I think you should add some defenses to this smart light screen. Otherwise, when we go outside to pay rent, we still have to worry about zombies coming. The Apocalypse safe house system quickly responded, Host, if a defense system is installed here, it could lead to undesirable situations. Song Shihuan was puzzled. What undesirable situations? She thought it was just adding another layer of defense. What could be so bad about it? After all, it would be much better than standing in front of the light screen worrying about zombie attacks. The Apocalypse safe house system explained. If a defense system is installed on the smart light screen, how big should the defense be? Should it cover just one person or everyone in line? And would there be loopholes for people to avoid staying in the Apocalypse safe house, choosing to squat at the smart light screen, seriously affecting the experience of other residents? Song Shihuan quickly accepted the Apocalypse safe house system's explanation. It was indeed true. If defenses were installed, these problems would arise. As for safety, no one wanted to risk being in front of it. She thought for a moment and suggested, then how about installing light screens inside the Apocalypse safe house as well? You could set up smart light screens in the stairwells of each floor, making it much more convenient for residents on each floor who want to renew their fees. In the future, more and more people would definitely move into the safe house, and it wouldn't be feasible for everyone to crowd outside to renew their fees. Plus, now that a room renovation function had been added, the number of people needing to use this function would also increase. Regardless, operating inside the safe house in the Apocalypse feels much safer than operating outside, enhancing the sense of security and user experience. The Apocalypse safe house system accepted her suggestion. Okay, this system will arrange it. Lu Xinghe was already setting up his room. After Song Shihuan cleared the nearby zombies, she walked over to check the layout of his room. She found that Lu Xinghe was very absorbed in arranging the room, which might also be due to the fun of the room arrangement feature set by the Apocalypse safe house system on the smart light screen. Arranging the room on the smart light screen was like playing a room decoration minigame. The Apocalypse safe house system divided the room into 27 small grids, each representing 1 square meter. Then, items needed for decoration such as beds, shelves, cabinets, doors, and walls could be taken from the side and arranged in the room. The supplies that Lu Xinghe had placed could also be moved directly on the screen, putting them on suitable shelves. This made it hard for him to stop arranging. Song Shihuan glanced at his light screen. He was still following a minimalist and practical approach. The room, as she thought, had also been transformed into 2 rooms, one specifically for storage and a smaller one for sleeping. She quickly shifted her gaze, not wanting to pay attention to his privacy. After Lu Xinghe finished setting up his room layout, Song Shihuan helped transport the remaining half of his goods from the truck inside. She entered his room again and saw the completed transformation. In fact, the rooms were quite similar. Like her, he had one side for storage and the other for sleeping and resting. This completely separated the sleeping area from the other supply areas. A few days passed, and especially since most of the residents in the Apocalypse safe house were girls, they gradually discovered the changes on the smart light screen and began to renovate their own rooms. Now that room renovations could be done on the light screen inside the safe house, safety was particularly guaranteed. This made many feel reassured, and they became enamored with this new feature, with many people lining up daily to renovate their rooms. When Song Shihuan wanted to renovate her room, she just had to contact the Apocalypse safe house system, which didn't trouble her at all. Now, she had finally gathered 10 lottery shards and was rubbing her hands together, planning to try her luck with them. She had been waiting for this lottery for a long time and couldn't suppress her excitement. System, I have 10 lottery shards now. I want to draw. The Apocalypse Safe House system lit up the lottery screen, saying, "Host, press the center to start the lottery immediately." Song Shihuan nodded, her gaze turning to the illuminated screen. First looking at the prizes on the lottery wheel. The lottery wheel was a circular disc, divided into sections from rare to common prizes. At first glance, she saw that the majority of the wheel was filled with various never-ending food items, followed by rare items like personal space, task exemption vouchers, invisibility talismans, and lightning area attack skills. When Song Shihuan saw the personal space, her eyes lit up. The absence of "thank you for your patronage. Come again next time" on the lottery wheel indicated that she could draw something decent regardless of the outcome, without worrying about losing everything. She stared at the personal space without blinking, silently praying for it to be her prize. She never expected that the lottery wheel would actually have personal space as a prize. If she could draw personal space with the 10 lottery shards, she would be so happy and excited that she wouldn't be able to sleep. She reached out to touch the center to start, and the lottery wheel spun rapidly. Taking a deep breath, she pressed stop, allowing the wheel to slow down. The lottery wheel was still slowly turning, making her anxious. It passed by the never-ending fried rice, the never-ending strawberry cake, the lightning area attack skill, and the invisibility talisman. Song Shihuan swallowed hard, watching as the personal space slowly approached the pointer, then gently glided away. She couldn't help but feel disappointed when it finally stopped on the never-ending mineral water. She rolled over on the bed a few times and sighed deeply. Indeed, winning such a lottery was not as simple as getting what she wanted. Those obviously more valuable items were clearly dangling in front of her, while the things she could actually win were definitely lower-value items. The Apocalypse Safe House system said, "Congratulations, host, you have drawn never-ending mineral water. Please extend your hand to receive the lottery prize." Song Shihuan perked up slightly, comforting herself that, after all, this mineral water was still quite good. In the days to come, as water resources became scarcer, having a bottle of such water would at least ensure she wouldn't have to worry about not having water to drink in the future. Moreover, the mineral water she collected in the storage could also be traded for other needed supplies later on. Thinking this way, Song Shihuan extended her hand to receive her lottery prize. With a thud, a bottle of mineral water landed in her hand. Sitting up, she looked at the bottle of mineral water, noting that apart from the absence of a mineral water company logo, it looked just like any other mineral water in the world. From the outside, there's really no difference. She couldn't help but wonder, "System, are you sure this bottle of water is never-ending? You're not pulling a fast one on me, are you?" The Apocalypse Safe House system replied, "Host, rest assured, the products from the Apocalypse Safe House system are trustworthy." Song Shihuan pouted, planning to test the water to see if it really was never-ending. If it truly was, that would be great. If there was a problem with the bottle of mineral water, she could promptly file a complaint with the Apocalypse Safe House system. She twisted the cap off the bottle of never-ending mineral water and poured it into her cup. The mineral water flowed continuously into the cup until it was filled to the brim. She blinked, finding it hard to believe. Is this skill real? This bottle of never-ending mineral water was just like her never-stopping chainsaw. The former always had a continuous supply of water, while the latter, despite being a chainsaw, never had to worry about running out of power. Song Shihuan picked up the cup of water in front of her desk and took a small sip. The water quality was also very good. After confirming that the items from the Apocalypse Safe House system were indeed useful, she started plotting. That chainsaw was something she needed for herself and couldn't sell. However, this bottle of mineral water was different. Perhaps it could be sold for zombie crystal cores in the future. The premise was that this bottle of water could only serve as a water bottle to drink from. Thinking this way, going out on missions in the future would also be inconvenient. She shook her head, deciding to wait for the next lottery to see if she could draw something similar again, so she could sell it to others. As for personal space, she felt resigned and realized she had to earn zombie crystal cores to exchange for it. The chances of winning it were simply too low. After Song Shihuan upgraded her chainsaw to level 5, she discovered new changes. She could embed zombie crystal cores into the chainsaw S-blade, which essentially served as energy. As long as she embedded the zombie crystal core, she could use the energy within it to power her chainsaw. Indeed, on the 10th day of the apocalypse, the zombies underwent an upgrade, and began to possess abilities. The zombie crystal cores in their heads began to show different colors. Each color represented a different type of supernatural ability. Of course, there was no need to be too pessimistic. Zombies could evolve and upgrade, and so could humans. Those humans who had awakened their supernatural abilities had also upgraded by hunting zombies. After upgrading their ability levels, the amount of supernatural energy stored in their bodies increased. In this apocalyptic zombie world, the hardest hit were the ordinary people who had not awakened their abilities. Shihuan could see that those ordinary people who originally lived in the safe house were slowly becoming unable to cope with the empowered zombies. Or rather, the rent cost of 5 zombie crystal cores a day was too much for them to bear. As a result, some residents could only leave. Shihuan couldn't bear to watch. She knew that some people didn't really want to leave. But the safe house system was set up in such a way that even if they didn't want to leave, they would be forcibly ejected. So these people had no choice but to leave. However, once they left the safe house, their safety in other places was not guaranteed. By this time, zombies had awakened their abilities, and even if they locked the doors of the empty apartments outside, it didn't necessarily mean they were safe. Those empowered zombies had ways to break in directly. Especially for those ordinary people without abilities, their safety was even more compromised. Leaving the safe house for other accommodations was undoubtedly a death sentence. Yet when they ran out of zombie crystal cores, they only had the option of finding rooms outside. Shihuan proposed to the safe house system. System, let us sell some love rooms in the safe house? The safe house system asked. Sell love rooms? Shihuan nodded and explained her idea, saying, yes, let us sell love rooms. These love rooms are specifically for ordinary people. They don't need to be very big. Just like dormitories in schools, with a bed for each person, plus a space for drying clothes and bathing. She continued, we could have rooms for 8 people, 16 people, or 24 people, and accordingly lower the prices for those living in these love rooms so that ordinary people can afford to stay in the safe house. Shihuan thought that if this were the case, it would be friendlier to the ordinary people in this world and allow them to continue living in the safe house, giving them a sense of hope and a safe haven. The safe house system displayed the layout of the rooms described by Shihuan on the light screen. Host, is this the kind of room you meant? Shihuan looked at the light screen, and the rooms displayed were stacked ones, looking a bit cramped, but still acceptable. She nodded and said, this is fine, but the price needs to be lowered. The safe house system replied, all right, host. How about 1 zombie crystal core per room per day? Shihuan frowned. While 1 crystal core per day didn't seem like much over time, it added up to a significant expense. Now, in the safe house, except for her, who could stay for free, everyone else needed to pay to extend their stay. Shihuan continued to propose to the safe house system. System, in addition to the collective rooms for ordinary people, we can also set up couple rooms, sister rooms, and family rooms for ability users. There's no need for everyone to have a separate room. They can share. She thought for a moment and added, I think you could also sell monthly and yearly passes. You see, people who move into the safe house generally wouldn't want to leave, right? If you're willing to offer them some discounts, they would be more likely to pay for a month or a year in advance to stay long-term. Wouldn't that be great? By allowing the safe house system to offer discounts to those living there, it could receive a large number of zombie crystal cores in advance. And the rooms were something the safe house system had plenty of, as it could create new rooms through energy conversion. The safe house system thought it was feasible and asked, host, how do you suggest providing discounts? Shihuan smiled. She was certainly on the side of humanity and preferred to benefit them. How about this? A monthly pass for 120 zombie crystal cores, a quarterly pass for 300 zombie crystal cores, a semi-annual pass for 600 zombie crystal cores, and an annual pass for 1,000 zombie crystal cores. With this structure, the longer you stayed, the more cost-effective it became. The safe house system considered it and decided to proceed as the host suggested. It set up these options in the control room, and the information would be synced to the smart light screen outside for ordering. Shihuan sighed in relief. As long as the system could provide benefits and give ordinary people with abilities a chance to breathe, that was good enough. She installed a zombie crystal core onto her chainsaw, planning to see how her chainsaw, powered by wind-type zombie crystal energy, could be used. Just as she was about to step outside, a group of people walked in. Lu Qing, The rooms here seem pretty cheap. I wonder what this safe house is really like. Let us go in and check out the rooms first. If it's not as good as the rumors say, we could just leave after today. Among this group were both men and women, and they headed straight for the elevator on the first floor. Isn't that the name of the female protagonist from the novel? Chapter 59, this Lu Qing is indeed the protagonist from the novel. Shihuan was right about this. Lu Qing had been in the cafeteria on the first day of the apocalypse, and after witnessing someone mutate into a zombie in the cafeteria, she had remained there, not leaving. The loudspeaker outside had caused chaos among the zombies, making everyone in the cafeteria feel negatively about the so-called safe house, leading them all to stay inside the cafeteria to avoid the zombies outside. They were all worried about the zombies coming toward the cafeteria until the sound from the loudspeaker gradually diminished and eventually fell silent. It must have run out of power. Great, the noise has finally stopped. They hoped the zombies surrounding the loudspeaker would leave, so those inside the cafeteria wouldn't be in danger. However, by that time, the zombies had also mutated, making them somewhat difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the continuous battles with zombies over the past few days had slowly given her more practical experience, making her more adept at handling them. This allowed her to venture further out of the cafeteria and gradually expand the space outside. However, the longer she stayed in the cafeteria, the greater the conflicts among people became, especially after most of the people in the cafeteria had awakened their abilities. Once the aunties and uncles in the cafeteria awakened their abilities, they no longer wanted to cook and began to identify themselves as ability users. They also planned to go out and hunt zombies instead of doing tasks like logistics. Those who had not awakened their abilities were relegated to cooking in the cafeteria, and the ordinary people could only silently accept this change. Meanwhile, those who had awakened their abilities went out to look for supplies while also guarding the cafeteria to prevent zombies from invading. However, the ability users had to take turns guarding at night, which could be quite exhausting. The internet outside had not yet been cut off, and at that moment, someone was scrolling through videos and saw the short video about the safe house again. The shared living situation was provided by the residents inside. Each person had their own single room, unlike their current living arrangement in the cafeteria where they could only spread out mats to sleep on the floor. The single rooms contained showers, wardrobes, and storage spaces, making it very convenient. They also saw that the apocalypse safe house rooms could be upgraded. If the 9 square meters was not satisfactory, it could be increased to 18 square meters, 27 square meters, and so on. From this perspective, it seemed that staying in the apocalypse safe house for just 5 zombie crystal cores for a whole day wasn't too bad, especially when compared to the cafeteria they were currently living in. If they moved into the apocalypse safe house, it seemed like it would be a better option. They could get a good night's sleep without worrying about gender separation. Even when it came to meals, they could cook for themselves. There wouldn't be as many interpersonal entanglements, offering enough freedom. At this moment, someone spoke up. This apocalypse safe house looks pretty good. Yeah, it seems like they're living well inside. It really looks comfortable. Why don't we go to this apocalypse safe house? After all, 5 zombie crystal cores can get us a day stay. Right, we can move in. After seeing the superior conditions of the apocalypse safe house outside, they slowly forgot about the initial concerns about the loudspeakers that attracted large groups of zombies, which had made them dislike the safe house. They also dismissed the negative messages about the safe house shared by 2 individuals in their university group, feeling they were unreliable. Thus, they remained in the cafeteria and did not leave. Lu Qing also looked at the messages sent by others in a video on her phone, which included many people from her school, even some familiar faces, including a senior from the student council. She couldn't help but send a message to Senior Lu Jiwei to inquire about the situation at the apocalypse safe house. Qing, it's great here. You should come and take a look. I've been living here for a few days, and it's very convenient to go outside for supplies. The defense here is excellent, and I can sleep well at night. You've awakened your abilities, right? It's close to the school, so I recommend you come take a look. Even if you're not satisfied, you can rent for a day and see. If it doesn't work out, you can always move out. Lu Qing was moved by the word from her senior and began to address the people staying in the cafeteria. Everyone, I want to check out the apocalypse safe house over there. Does anyone want to come with me? The person she most wanted to ask was Lu Jing, who had been fighting alongside her. Lu Jing nodded to Lu Qing, indicating he was also interested. Lu Qing felt relieved. With him around, she wouldn't be afraid. She listened to her teammates discussing whether to go or not until their voices quieted down. Then she said, "If you're planning to go, pack your things in 10 minutes, and we'll set off. If you're not going, you can stay in the cafeteria. It's entirely your choice." She didn't need to rely on others. She simply wanted to escort them out of a sense of responsibility. Chapter 60. Lu Qing and Lu Jing were the strongest ability users in the cafeteria. They were also regarded as the most recommended leaders among the people in the cafeteria. Most of the people who stayed in the cafeteria relied on the two of them to lead when going out for supplies and fighting zombies. Therefore, when they decided to leave, most of the other ability users planned to follow them. The few ordinary people looked at each other in silence. They had zombie crystal cores that had been distributed over the past few days, but the Apocalypse safe house required 5 zombie crystal cores per day. How could they possibly have enough to stay there long term? They knew that their current supply of zombie crystal cores would run out quickly, and they wouldn't be able to go out to fight zombies afterward. However, since most of the ability users were leaving, staying behind would only lead to a dead end. This left them in a difficult situation, feeling torn between choices that didn't seem good at all. But considering that staying here meant certain death, following Lu Qing and Lu Jing to the Apocalypse safe house would at least allow them to survive for a few more days. They gritted their teeth and decided to follow, hoping they could make it through a few days, perhaps even find a different opportunity later on. However, when they arrived near the Apocalypse safe house, they saw other ordinary people without abilities dealing with zombies in their own ways, either fighting alone or in teams. No one there had chosen to give up. Everyone was doing their best to survive. At that moment, they realized that it was wrong to consider themselves ordinary people who would voluntarily choose to handle logistics like cooking. They should stand up for themselves like the ordinary people there. The monsters outside were just zombies, and they could find ways to deal with them too. An individual's strength might be limited, but the power of many individuals together was limitless. As long as they didn't give up, the future would always be better than lying down and waiting. After nearly being abandoned in the cafeteria, they suddenly realized that only by relying on themselves could they truly depend on something solid. While waiting in line at the smart screen to purchase a stay at the Apocalypse safe house, they discovered a pleasant surprise. It turned out that it wasn't necessary to have 5 zombie crystal cores for a day's stay. Ordinary people could share rooms together. They looked at the shared rooms, which would be a bit more crowded than their original dorms, but with just 1 zombie crystal core, they could stay for a whole day. This was much more economical than before. If that was the case, the zombie crystal cores they had would be enough for them to stay for many days. During this time, they could team up with other ordinary people to go outside and kill zombies to gather supplies, or they could team up with ability users to go on missions. So they immediately checked in, receiving their room number wristbands. The Apocalypse safe house already housed hundreds of people, and their rooms were on the top floor of the building. However, it didn't matter. The safe house had elevators, and the rooms were well equipped. So they didn't have to worry about temperature or safety issues while staying in their rooms. After settling in, they soon began to venture outside to hunt zombies. On the 10th day of the zombie apocalypse, as the zombies underwent several rounds of evolution and mutation, the residents of the Apocalypse safe house began to lean towards teamwork in clearing out zombies. After his hand injury healed, Lu Xinghe invited Song Shihuan to team up. Song Shihuan, do you want to come with me to kill zombies and collect supplies? It was the first time he had invited a girl to do something, and he felt a bit shy about it. Song Shihuan was initially excited and wanted to agree, but then she remembered she didn't have any abilities. So she touched her hair and said to Lu Xinghe, "But I haven't awakened any abilities. If you team up with me, wouldn't it be a burden for you?" At least in her view, teaming up with an ability user as an ordinary person would surely be taking advantage of them. Lu Xinghe shrugged and replied, "It's okay. I don't often use my abilities." In his view, there was no such thing as a burden. The girl in front of him, with her chainsaw, was much more capable than many ability users. And even if she were a burden, he was willing to provide her with a place to rely on. Song Shihuan smiled and said, "Okay, then let us team up." After forming a team, they often went out together to hunt zombies. Their rooms are together, making it convenient for them to call each other. Song Shihuan walked out of her room with the upgraded chainsaw, and upon seeing the female protagonist from the novel check into the safe house in the apocalypse, She knocked on Lu Xinghe's door, following the usual 3 knocks before stopping. Lu Xinghe, familiar with Song Shihuan's knocking pattern, immediately knew it was her when he heard the 3 knocks. He grabbed a backpack and picked up the machete placed at the door before opening it. Song Shihuan smiled at him and asked, "Ready to go? Let's kill some zombies." Lu Xinghe nodded, "Sure, let's go." The two had been killing zombies together for a few days now and had grown familiar with each other, trusting one another like they trusted their own backs. Song Shihuan raised her chainsaw. "Shall we kill some zombies at the door first? I want to test the new feature of my chainsaw." Lu Xinghe nodded, "All right." He was quite curious about the chainsaw. If it were a battery-operated chainsaw, that seemed quite normal. However, this chainsaw made no noise and was incredibly convenient for killing zombies. It almost made him a bit tempted, but despite searching around the mall, he couldn't find a chainsaw like Song Shihuan's. Although he wanted to ask where she found it, he refrained from prying into her privacy. After leaving the safe house, Song Shihuan began looking for zombies. Upon spotting one, she lifted her chainsaw and walked over. As she turned on the switch, before she could swing at the zombie, a gust of wind shot out from the chainsaw, striking the zombie. The zombie's head instantly came off, blood gushing out. Song Shihuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was the power of the chainsaw combined with a zombie crystal core really that strong? It truly was beneficial to have abilities. Chapter 61, just a wind-type zombie crystal core could cause such great damage. Now, when Song Shihuan killed zombies, it felt as easy as chopping cabbage, and she found it very satisfying. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of power her chainsaw would have after further upgrades. This made her more eager to kill zombies and collect crystal cores to upgrade her chainsaw. Lu Xinghe also happened to see the new effect of Song Shihuan using the chainsaw. It could actually utilize wind-type abilities? Was this the power of the chainsaw? Or had Song Shihuan awakened an ability? But she had said she had not awakened any abilities. Thus, the wind-type ability could only come from her chainsaw. Lu Xinghe's curiosity about Song Shihuan's chainsaw deepened. How could a chainsaw use abilities? He felt the chainsaw in her hand was becoming increasingly mysterious. Song Shihuan squatted down to dig out the zombie crystal core and stood up to see Lu Xinghe looking at her with a puzzled expression. His gaze landing on her chainsaw. She didn't want to hide anything about the chainsaw, so she directly explained to him, "I modified my chainsaw. Now it can use zombie crystal cores. I just tested its power." Seeing Song Shihuan take the initiative to explain, Lu Xinghe asked out of his curiosity, "How did you get this chainsaw? It shouldn't be something sold outside, right?" Song Shihuan furrowed her brows. It was difficult to explain Lu Xinghe's question. She didn't want to directly reveal the system of the safe house. So how could she explain this? However, she thought about it. Perhaps the safe house system could sell high-tech weapons and food within the safe house. Maybe selling these would be more profitable than renting out the house. She decided to keep it a secret for now. "I can't say just yet, but I'll tell you when I can." She thought that when the safe house system could sell these weapons and food, it would be easier to explain. At that time, she could just say she bought it on the holographic screen, but since she was the first to check into the safe house, she had special benefits. Lu Xinghe nodded in understanding. The supplies nearby had been mostly collected by the hundreds of people living in the safe house. The two of them started driving their vans to a farther place to gather supplies. Rather than competing with so many people for limited resources here, it was better to go somewhere farther away to collect supplies without competition. This time, Song Shihuan followed Lu Xinghe. He was very familiar with this area for gathering supplies. They drove for about 20 minutes before stopping. Lu Xinghe parked first, and Song Shihuan followed suit, getting out to kill a wave of zombies. They had arrived at a small supermarket, where they pushed down the small forklift from the back of the van and then entered the supermarket to collect the supplies they needed. Song Shihuan already had the endless supply of mineral water rewarded by the safe house, so she had enough water resources. She mainly focused on collecting instant noodles and bread. Food supplies. After all, in the apocalypse, with zombies around, who cared whether bread or instant noodles were nutritious? Just having something to eat was already good enough. And whether they could get vegetables later was a matter for the future. Lu Xinghe, on the other hand, moved several barrels of mineral water. The safe house only provided water for bathing and washing that used crystal cores, and this tap water was not suitable for drinking. Since the nearby supplies had been collected, he went to the warehouse to check his stock and realized he still didn't have enough, so he came to restock. The two didn't say much, each loading their needed supplies onto the forklift before transporting them out of the supermarket and placing them in the back of their van. The combination of the forklift and the van made collecting supplies much faster. They filled their van in no time. They hadn't encountered any particularly powerful zombies, and the regular ones could be handled by the two of them together. Therefore, the whole day of outings was relatively relaxed. This efficient stockpiling made both of them very satisfied, and they even began to feel that their rooms were a bit too small. After moving the last load of supplies, Lu Xinghe planned to go to the smart holographic screen on the first floor to upgrade the size of his house space again. Upon seeing the various monthly, seasonal, semi-annual, and annual rental packages newly launched on the Safe House System's smart screen, he calculated in his mind and felt tempted. This was content that had just been updated today, and after finishing the calculations, he realized buying an annual package was the most cost-effective. However, considering he had saved only a small number of zombie crystal cores, he planned to go outside to kill zombies and earn more cores. The sky was getting dark, so he didn't go to find Shihuan, but went out by himself. He hadn't used his wind-type ability today, so he thought it would be a good time to kill a wave of zombies. He planned to buy the annual package directly, but 1,000 zombie crystal cores couldn't just be taken out all at once. He decided to see if Shihuan had the same plan tomorrow. If she also intended to get the annual package, they could spend half a day killing zombies and half a day stockpiling supplies, which would make for a more reasonable time arrangement. In the room next door, Shihuan was discussing with the Safe House System about the idea she had in the morning regarding selling other items in the safe house. The number of residents moving into the safe house had gradually increased, with one building already completed and the next one being rebuilt right behind it. The energy of the Apocalypse Safe House System is now sufficient to establish half a building at once. As long as that half building is filled with people, it can continue to upgrade to the next safe house. Shihuan felt that if this speed continued, it wouldn't be long before this place could turn into a small community. Chapter 62, if it were a community, then the Apocalypse Safe House should be designed to sell things, and smart cabinets could be arranged inside. After all, it could be said that this is a unique business, and there is no one else to compete with the Apocalypse Safe House System for this business. Shihuan said to the Apocalypse Safe House System, are the prizes in that lottery, the big wheel, available for separate pricing and sale? Thinking of her weapons, she continued, and my beginner's reward chainsaw, can it also be directly sold in the Apocalypse Safe House? Rather than saying that Shihuan wanted to sell, it would be more accurate to say that she wanted to provide a way for those living in the Apocalypse Safe House to obtain supplies and weapons, allowing ordinary people or those with low ability levels to have other ways to kill zombies or obtain materials. And by the way, help the Apocalypse Safe House System earn energy. Of course, Shihuan was still speaking in favor of the Apocalypse Safe House System, as that would make the system more interested in creating such things. She said to the Apocalypse Safe House System, I want to help you sell food and weapons. Don't you want to open a store or set up a self-service shopping cabinet in the Apocalypse Safe House to sell food and weapons? These things would definitely attract many buyers. The Apocalypse Safe House System certainly wanted to earn zombie crystal cores, and it would never be picky about the energy converted from those cores. It contemplated its food and weapon resource reserves, which could all be produced through its energy conversion. However, in this low-tech planet, they appeared particularly advanced, since it could double the selling price of the items produced through energy conversion to earn the zombie crystal core energy from humans in the safe house. It naturally wanted to profit from it. The Apocalypse Safe House System said to Shihuan, Host, can you continue to share your thoughts? Seeing that the Apocalypse Safe House System had taken the bait, Shihuan felt happy. She said to the Apocalypse Safe House System, those endless supplies of water, fried rice, cakes, and drinks you have can all be sold through a self-service cabinet. She excitedly said, these might not seem important to you, but they are incredibly important to the people here. With these supplies, they won't have to venture outside to collect resources at the risk of danger. The Apocalypse Safe House System replied, Host, I can sell like this, but there will be a limit to what can be sold each day, and it's not possible to take out too much for sale at once. These are all rewards for completing tasks. And if the main system finds out that they are being sold, it won't be good. The calm apocalypse safe house system still wanted more energy, but at least it retained some rationality. Song Shihuan nodded in understanding, saying that that's fine. Sell as much as you can. In her view, whether it was a lot or a little, as long as it benefited the humans here, it was a good thing. Moreover, things that she couldn't draw even after half a day, but wanted could now be directly purchased with zombie crystal cores, which was a very cost-effective deal. The Apocalypse Safe House system asked, then how much do you think is a suitable price? How about 100 zombie crystal cores for a bottle of endless mineral water? Upon hearing this price, Song Shihuan thought 100 zombie crystal cores was too much. However, considering that this was a bottle of endless mineral water, it meant that for many years to come, she wouldn't need to collect water resources again. Relying on this one bottle of mineral water could sustain her for many years, which seemed quite reasonable. However, she thought about the increasing rent for zombie crystal cores as the zombies mutated and couldn't help but suggest, by the way, system. I have another suggestion. You might consider setting up a place in the Apocalypse Safe House similar to a bank to store zombie crystal cores, and then issue a card to those who store their zombie crystal cores to keep track of their points. For example, just like my chainsaw upgrade, where level 1 zombie crystal cores require 500 and level 2 requires 250. The rank you set shouldn't change directly with the zombie upgrades, but should be based on the value of the zombie crystal cores. Song Shihuan thought to herself that currently, zombies were only at level 2, yet the rent still required 2 zombie crystal cores. If zombies later upgraded to level 10, how would ordinary people or those with average abilities obtain 10-level zombie crystal cores to pay rent? Changing it to a proportional system based on each level of zombie crystal cores would be more appropriate. This way, it would act like a bank where past level 1, 2, and 3 zombie crystal cores could be stored, with level 1 giving 1 point, level 2 giving 2 points, and level 3 giving 3 points, and so on. In the future, all transactions in the safe house, whether for rent or purchasing items, would rely on this point system. Such pricing would be more reasonable and friendly for humans. The Apocalypse Safe House system quickly grasped the meaning of Song Shihuan's words. However, it felt there was no necessity for it, as it could gain more zombie crystal cores and gain benefits without infringing on its own interests. Seeing that the Apocalypse Safe House system remained silent, Song Shihuan knew she hadn't hit the point yet, so she pressed on. If you do it my way, just think, everyone would store the zombie crystal cores they obtained from going out to fight zombies in your bank. And wouldn't those stored zombie crystal cores be at your disposal? It was like the Alipay or WeChat balance that they currently used. The money deposited could be used by the company to make other investments and earn more returns. Money continues to make money, and interest continues to compound. Now the Apocalypse Safe House system was intrigued, saying, "Host, what you said is feasible." Hearing this, Song Shihuan couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn system. You really are capitalist. Chapter 63. The actions of the Apocalypse Safe House system were indeed focused on its own interests and would not consider other matters. If Song Shihuan's proposal did not benefit it in any way, it would not consider doing such things to avoid wasting time and effort. After realizing the potential profit in this matter, it gladly accepted Song Shihuan's proposal to open a zombie crystal core bank. It planned to keep the stored zombie crystal core energy for its own use and leave the points represented by the data it created for the humans living in the Apocalypse Safe House. After all, points were just data for it, something it could easily create with a flick of its finger, while the zombie crystal core energy was what it urgently needed. This way, the people in the Apocalypse Safe House could claim all the zombie crystal cores they obtained from fighting zombies every day. From his perspective, it was a good thing for it, as it would no longer have to hide from them to collect rent and fees, but simply wait for them to store the zombie crystal cores for it to use directly. Thus, the Apocalypse Safe House system efficiently added a zombie crystal core bank icon to the smart screens that were originally present on each floor. The icon of the zombie crystal bank is twice the size of the previous home renovation one. And even the Apocalypse Safe House system has learned to introduce the role of a zombie crystal bank with a line of small text scrolling at the top of the smart screen. At the same time, the self-service snack cabinet proposed by Song Shihuan has also been created and placed next to the smart screen. But currently, it only contains an endless bottle of mineral water and an infinite portion of fried rice. There are detailed descriptions of each item and their sale prices labeled below. However, the Apocalypse Safe House system has not yet provided weapons for sale, as Shihuan previously suggested. The system has also converted everything that requires zombie crystals for exchange on the smart screen into points from the zombie crystal bank, thus encouraging the residents to directly exchange their zombie crystals for corresponding points, which is much more efficient. The next day, when the humans in the Apocalypse Safe House woke up and stepped outside their rooms, they found the smart screen had changed significantly, and they all gathered around to observe. The first thing that caught their eyes was the newly added self-service snack cabinet. They were astonished and skeptical upon reading the descriptions of the two items inside. Endless mineral water? How could mineral water ever run out? Who put this here? It must be a scam. I think so too. Look over there. It says endless fried rice. How could fried rice be endless? That small bowl wouldn't even fill a gap between teeth. Look at the price. It costs 400 points for that. What is 400 points? Does it require 400 zombie crystals? Buffed. Whoever buys this is a fool. I certainly won't buy it. The ability users and ordinary people who initially saw the changes on the smart screen thought they were being rational, pointing and commenting. Meanwhile, the quieter individuals began to contemplate the value of these two items. If these items were indeed worth their price, then it would make sense to save some zombie crystals to purchase them. Since moving into the Apocalypse Safe House, they clearly understood the difference. This was not something humans could create at this time. Naturally, they were more inclined to believe in the suddenly appeared self-service snack cabinet produced by the Apocalypse Safe House than to doubt it. However, they couldn't just take out the required number of zombie crystals. After all, if the 400 points on that snack cabinet meant 400 zombie crystals, that would be enough to sustain life in the Apocalypse Safe House for nearly 90 days. As for the mineral water and fried rice, they could easily find mineral water outside, and fried rice could simply be made with rice and eggs. They still felt the cost effectiveness was low and didn't see the need to spend so many zombie crystals on such items. Soon, they shifted their attention from these two items to the smart screen beside them. Wow, there's a new icon on the smart screen. Come and take a look. It says Zombie Crystal Bank. There's also a line of small text. Everyone be quiet and let me read it. The person pretended to cough a couple of times before he started reading. The Zombie Crystal Bank of the Apocalypse Safe House is now online. Dear residents of the Safe House, you can store your zombie crystals in the Safe House's Zombie Crystal Bank. We will exchange them for corresponding points according to the level of the zombie crystals. Detailed information on the points for each level of zombie crystals can be found within the Zombie Crystal Bank icon. For your convenience in spending within the Safe House, please exchange your zombie crystals for points used in the Safe House. The people listening nearby nodded in agreement, showing some interest in the points. Then go ahead and click on the icon to see how the exchange works. The person was also quite curious about the points from the Zombie Crystal Bank. Since clicking it wouldn't cause any issues, he reached out and pressed the icon. Upon entering the icon, the smart screen displayed 2 pages. One was a detailed table for exchanging zombie crystals for points, and the other was a window for storing zombie crystals. He first clicked on the exchange table to take a look. One first-level zombie crystal can be exchanged for 1 point. One second-level zombie crystal can be exchanged for 2 points. The points for higher-level zombie crystals follow this pattern. Upon hearing this, the onlookers began to ponder, wondering if the points were worth it. Chapter 64. Most of the zombies outside are currently second level, and the zombie crystals obtained from killing them are second level as well. This means they are worth 2 points. If you look at it this way, the 400 points for the mineral water in the snack cabinet would equal 200 zombie crystals. From this perspective, the endless mineral water and endless fried rice valued at 200 zombie crystals suddenly seem much more reasonable, which surprised the onlookers. At this moment, someone suggested, why don't you check the rent section and see if there's any change in the rent for the Apocalypse Safe House? Everyone was most concerned about the daily rent costs. If the rent could also be paid with points like these items, then perhaps their rent could be significantly reduced as well. If that's the case, it would be exceptionally cost-effective. Sure enough, the rent could also be purchased with points. Wow, a 9 square meter room only requires 5 points for a day. That's equivalent to 5 first-level zombie crystals. That's so cheap. It's half the price of before. Hurry up and exchange all your zombie crystals for points. The Apocalypse safe house system lowered the rent because the number of people it could accommodate had increased. The energy consumed is now sufficient to operate the defenses of the safe house, eliminating the need to exploit loopholes to make residents pay with second-level zombie crystals like before. This was a rare act of conscience, but the people inside the Apocalypse safe house were unaware of the various operations of the system. They only found the current rental arrangement very convenient and cost-effective. Among the crowd observing the smart screen, some noticed a drop in rent prices and found it to be a good deal, while others who had hastily purchased a monthly card felt they had lost out. However, they regarded the Apocalypse safe house as a high-tech operation with no human management. Even if they had complaints, they could only grumble internally, fearing that a direct complaint might lead to being expelled from the safe house, just like those who couldn't afford to renew their rent. Therefore, even those who felt they had been shortchanged by buying monthly or yearly cards chose to remain silent. In fact, this was also why Shihuan did not want to reveal that she was the owner of the Apocalypse safe house. If the residents knew she was the master of this place and such a situation occurred, they would undoubtedly unite against her, rather than being as quiet and compliant as they were now. With things this way, she didn't need to intervene. As the crowd calculated that points were far more valuable than zombie crystals, they began to line up, planning to exchange all the zombie crystals they had on hand for points to renew their rooms in the Apocalypse safe house. The zombie crystal core bank card and the survival house entry bracelet in their hands are interchangeable. The survival house system did not create separate cards or bracelets to act as bank cards. After all, even if they were forcibly ejected, they could still operate on the smart screen outside the survival house. When Lu Xinghe walked out of the room, he also saw people queuing at the smart screen outside. He thought about the previous house renovations and the upcoming new monthly, seasonal, and yearly cards. He speculated whether there were new features on the smart screen. He recalled missing a very useful new feature due to not paying attention, so he decided to join the queue to check it out. While waiting in line, before it was his turn, he noticed the self-service snack cabinet in front of him, which contained 2 items, endless mineral water and fried rice. Lu Xinghe restrained his curiosity and confusion as he slowly moved forward in the long line until it was his turn to look at the smart screen. A line of small text along with the large zombie bank icon explained the newly appeared features and the meaning of the self-service snack cabinet. Lu Xinghe was still saving up for the yearly card fee, and upon seeing the points exchange above, he felt delighted. What good luck! However, he had only gathered around 100 zombie crystal cores, which was still far from enough to purchase the yearly card or items from the self-service snack cabinet. Thus, Lu Xinghe became more determined to plan his time wisely for going out to kill zombies. Shihuan was unaware of what had happened in front of the smart screen. When she got up and went outside, everything had already returned to calm. She noticed Lu Xinghe standing in front of the smart screen, clearly a bit excited, and walked over to him, asking what's wrong. Is there a new feature here? Shihuan had a rough idea of what the new feature was, as she had discussed it with the survival house system the night before, but she could only know the specific operations by looking at it now. Still feeling the joy of the new feature, Lu Xinghe told her, yes, there's a new feature here. You can exchange zombie amounts for points usable in the survival house, making it much cheaper to renew the rent than before. If you're planning to stay long-term, you might want to check out converting to points to buy a yearly or seasonal card. Shihuan nodded. Oh, that's indeed nice. She pretended to agree while looking at the smart screen. After sharing the good news with her, Lu Xinghe's excitement gradually subsided, and he said, today, let's go kill more zombies. I plan to save some zombie crystal cores to exchange for points to buy the yearly card to renew the rent. He not only wanted to buy the yearly card, he also intended to upgrade her room size, as the current 27 square meters was no longer sufficient for him. Shihuan readily replied, sure, let's not delay and head out. She also needed zombie crystal cores, whether for chainsaw upgrades or purchasing portable space, and her current reserves were far from enough. At this point, it was no longer like when Shihuan first started, using a loudspeaker to attract zombies. Now, the zombies had abilities and had resumed normal walking, making them much harder to deal with compared to the stiff-moving zombies at the beginning. Continuing with her old method of attracting too many zombies at once would not necessarily mean an easy fight. She thought it was unnecessary to create trouble for herself. If she couldn't handle it and almost got killed, it would be her own fault. Dealing with these zombies slowly was also fine, as it had its benefits. After all, these zombies had all been upgraded, and their zombie crystal cores could be exchanged for higher points than the original ones. Therefore, although the time and difficulty required to deal with a single zombie had increased, it was still considered worthwhile. Knowing they would be killing zombies, Shihuan had brought many wind-type zombie crystal cores in her bag as reserves for dealing with zombies. In fact, she could also install water-type or lightning-type zombie crystal cores in her chainsaw, but after discovering the great power of the wind-type crystal cores during her first use, she decided to stick with those. She needed to save up the other types of zombie crystal cores until she had enough. Indeed, when Shihuan learned she could first use zombie crystal cores in the chainsaw blade, she didn't feed all the zombie crystal cores to the chainsaw. Otherwise, she would have consumed all the zombie crystal cores she obtained from killing zombies, leaving her with no others to enhance the chainsaw's abilities. Using the chainsaw with wind-type abilities, Shihuan killed the zombies in front of her. With each swing of the chainsaw, the zombies fell in droves, showcasing great power. She increasingly felt that consuming a zombie crystal core for such an easier way to deal with zombies was very worthwhile. However, encountering speed-type zombies or those with invisibility functions was still quite challenging. These two types of zombies were the ones Shihuan disliked and wanted to avoid the most. Speed-type zombies would dodge desperately when she swung the chainsaw, making it impossible for her to hit accurately. Meanwhile, invisible zombies would secretly hide in places she didn't know and then launch surprise attacks, which were very annoying. Once the energy from the zombie crystal cores in the chainsaw was used up, she would need to replace them in the chainsaw blade. This pause in time could easily give the zombies a chance to attack her. Thus, Shihuan had to remain vigilant against these zombies to ensure her safety. Behind Shihuan was Lu Xinghe, standing back-to-back with her, relying on each other. Lu Xinghe was eager to obtain zombie crystal cores to exchange for points to buy the yearly card sold by the survival house, and was also somewhat interested in the endless mineral water, planning to buy a bottle to try. However, he was worried about the limited purchase items and the current point discounts, which could suddenly stop at any time. Therefore, he was also anxious to kill zombies to quickly gather enough zombie crystal cores. He had originally planned to reserve the wind ability for emergencies, but he used it without reservation to kill more zombies in a shorter time and obtain more zombie crystal cores. After finishing off a wave of zombies, when they saw there were no more nearby, they began to clear the zombies and dig out the zombie crystal cores from their recent spoils. Shihuan really felt that clearing out zombie crystal cores was quite troublesome. She had to be on guard against zombies approaching from afar while crouching down to dig out the cores defensively. She thought that if only someone could specialize in digging out zombie crystal cores for her, or if the zombie crystal cores would drop like items in games, allowing her to skip the digging part altogether, it would be great. However, even though she thought this in her heart, her hands still moved quickly to dig out the zombie crystal cores. At first, digging out the zombie crystal cores was quite laborious, and it took a long time to get one. Now, she had gotten used to it, and with a quick jab, she could tell where the zombie crystal cores were and easily pull them out. However, after doing this for a long time, her hands still felt slightly sore. This was even more tiring than using the chainsaw to kill zombies, as it was truly physical labor. After digging out all the zombie crystal cores from the zombies she had killed, Shihuan stood up. She asked Lu Xinghe, "Lu Xinghe, are you done over there? If you are, let us go gather some supplies." Lu Xinghe finished digging out the last zombie crystal core and threw it into the backpack behind him. He stood up and said, "All right, let's go." In fact, the two of them were just standing on the street. They didn't need to do much. Zombies that smelled human would come attacking them. Compared to those humans who hid in rooms with security doors and windows that were difficult to invade, two people walking carelessly outside, were more likely to attract the attention of the zombies. Naturally, the nearby zombies chose to target the two of them. Little did they know, they were not easy targets. Shihuan felt that Lu Xinghe should be more tired than herself. The electric saw she used on the zombie crystal cores didn't require much of her energy. She just needed to be cautious of the approaching zombies. Meanwhile, Lu Xinghe gradually began to use other abilities, and when his powers were exhausted, he had to use a machete to kill zombies, which was much more tiring than what she experienced. When they arrived at the parking spot for her van at the supermarket entrance, Song Shihuan asked Lu Xinghe, "Are you okay? Do you need to take a break?" Seeing that he was fine and not forcing himself, she nodded. Even when collecting supplies, one person had to guard while the other collected. They were only at a small supermarket, and the van was parked at the entrance. Someone needed to guard the entrance to keep the zombies out, allowing the person inside to collect supplies safely and bring them in. They quickly divided their tasks. Song Shihuan went inside the supermarket to collect supplies, while Lu Xinghe stood outside to defend against the zombies. Song Shihuan knew what supplies Lu Xinghe needed, and she would inform him in advance about what she needed. So, after she entered the supermarket alone, she could also figure out what supplies he needed and bring them out with a forklift. Once inside the small supermarket, she first checked for zombies, cautiously clearing them out before starting to move the supplies they needed from the shelves onto the forklift to transport them outside. However, she seemed to hear the sound of a child crying. The intermittent sobs were very conspicuous in the supermarket, which was otherwise empty except for her. As she pushed the forklift outside, her footsteps paused. When she entered, she was focused on killing zombies, and the noise of the forklift made her overlook this sound. Now that it was quiet, and she didn't have to worry about zombies, the sound of the child sobbing caught her attention. Song Shihuan looked around but saw no one. Feeling a bit suspicious, was there really a child, or was it just her imagination? Or was there an illusion-type zombie here? Had she stepped into the illusion of a zombie? Song Shihuan sighed inwardly, released the handle of the forklift, and prepared to move toward the source of the sound. No matter whether it was a zombie or a human child, she couldn't let it go on like this. If it was a zombie, it needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. If it was a human, she had to rescue them. "Little one, please stop crying. Are you scared of the zombies outside? Don't be afraid. The zombies outside have been driven away by your sister. Don't be scared, come out quickly." It had been over 10 days since the apocalypse began, and she found it hard to imagine that a little girl would still be hiding in the supermarket. But thinking about it being a supermarket, she felt there might be a slight chance of survival. Song Shihuan moved toward the direction of the sound, towards the cake shelf. After confirming that the sound was coming from beneath the shelf, she squatted down. She hesitated, unsure whether to open the door. Although she heard a child's crying, it didn't mean there was definitely a child inside. It could also be a little zombie. If it was a zombie, opening the door would lead to an attack. She thought about calling Lu Xinghe, who was guarding the supermarket security outside, but she worried that if she called him in, the outside might be compromised, and zombies could enter the supermarket, which would be troublesome. After thinking for a moment, she knocked on the cabinet door and softly said, "Is there a little one inside? I'm your sister. You don't need to worry. If you're scared, just come out. I'll take you to a safe place." At worst, she could divide a small room from her safe house for the little one to stay in, as she was living in a free safe house. Or she could discuss with the safe house system about providing a children's safe house for the little one. Even though it was the apocalypse, it was impossible to let such a small child go outside to kill zombies. By now, apart from children protected by their parents, many other children had already fallen prey to zombies. The sobbing from inside the cabinet gradually faded away, and the frightened voice of a young girl came from within. "Are you my sister? Is there really no monster outside?" She kept her eyes fixed on the cabinet door, holding the electric saw as a precaution. The door slowly opened from the inside, revealing a little girl with red eyes, looking pitiful. At the same time, a mixed smell wafted out from inside. Seeing the little girl like this softened Song Shihuan's heart. She thought the little girl must have hidden in there when the apocalypse began and hadn't gone out since. Song Shihuan gently touched her hair. "Little one, what's your name? Why are you hiding here alone?" She felt it was necessary to ask. On the day the apocalypse began, Su Cheng was with her mother in the supermarket, buying fresh vegetables for breakfast. She had been pulling at her mother, wanting to buy some snacks. Who would have thought that was when the monsters came? Her mother hid her in this cabinet, telling her to stay quiet until it was safe to come out. But she never got to the safe time. The sounds of zombies roaring outside never ceased. She could only secretly eat some little cakes and jellies from the cabinet at night when the zombies were less active to keep from starving. Although she didn't want to shatter the little girl's frail hope, she knew that in this world, there was no way for a child to retain such innocence any longer. Su Cheng stepped out from the cabinet, standing up to look at the fallen monsters in the supermarket and the sister in front of her. Song Shihuan patted Su Cheng's hair, thinking about how long she had been inside alone and how she had managed to get through these days. Now that she was out from the shelf, there were still some things that needed to be taken care of. Su-chang was already 7 years old, about to start first grade in elementary school. She could walk without any problem and was quite sensible. Song Shihuan pushed the forklift as Su-chang walked beside her. She asked her, "What's your name?" It really was as Song Shihuan had said. The little girl in front of her was still very young. If left unattended, her fate would be to be eaten by zombies. Looking at the supplies she had just collected, the forklift was still not enough to fill a van. She thought about Lu Xinghe coming out to collect supplies and kill zombies. It didn't seem right to make him run back and forth for nothing. They were just partners collecting supplies and fighting zombies together, and their feelings for each other weren't that deep. Of course, the above is just an example. She would completely understand and agree with this situation when she sees it herself. He enjoys collecting supplies and wants to stock up on goods early to avoid running out of food sources later. But now it's only been half a day, so he doesn't consider it a waste of time. Song Shihuan smiled upon seeing this and said, "All right, let's move the stuff from the forklift into the van first." Lu Xinghe also smiled and replied, "Okay." Lu Xinghe was responsible for clearing out zombies and protecting Su-chang, who was inside the van. Song Shihuan hurriedly grabbed many clothes, pants, shoes, and other items suitable for Su-chang from the children's clothing store. Just as the van was about to reach the safe house in the apocalypse, some things came to mind. For example, entry to the safe house requires a wristband, and Su-chang didn't have a wristband for the safe house system, so she wouldn't be able to enter. Song Shihuan couldn't help but ask the system in her heart, "System, are you there? Apocalypse safe house system." "Yes, host." Song Shihuan was always straightforward and didn't hide anything about wanting to bring the little girl inside with her. She said to the safe house system, "System, I want this little girl to come in with me and stay in my room. Is that okay?" The safe house system scanned the child next to Song Shihuan and, seeing that she was just a 7-year-old, casually replied, "Yes." Song Shihuan felt a little happy. This safe house system wasn't completely devoid of humanity. She then asked the safe house system, "What about her wristband? Should I order it directly on the smart screen?" Song Shihuan knew that the safe house system could directly give her a wristband, but since Lu Xinghe was with her, there was a risk of exposure. "Safe house system, you can have her place an order on the screen. I'll set the system to exempt her from zombie crystal cores." Song Shihuan, "Okay. Thank you so much." After getting out of the van, Song Shihuan greeted Lu Xinghe and took Su-chang to operate on the smart screen, taking out a wristband for her to wear. "Su-chang, we can go in now. There are no zombies inside, so you don't need to be afraid." On the way, Song Shihuan briefly explained the situation inside the safe house to Su-chang, assuring her that it was safe to stay inside. Now, seeing the safe house in front of her, Su-chang calmed down and nodded. "Okay, thank you, sister." Song Shihuan then looked at Lu Xinghe and said, "Lu Xinghe, I need to take her in a shower and change her clothes. Could you please help move the remaining goods inside?" Lu Xinghe gestured that it was no problem. Chapter 68. Her current room is 54 square meters, most of which is used for storage, leaving only the space for sleeping, showering, and the kitchen. If it were just her living alone, it would be sufficient for storing supplies and sleeping. However, with Su-chang now, she couldn't possibly share the same room with her. They would have to sleep separately, which meant the room needed to be modified again. It was impossible to squeeze another room into the existing 54 square meters. Therefore, she could only expand it and have a safe house system enlarge her room. The safe house system had been accumulating zombie crystal cores from the rent. And with the establishment of a zombie crystal core bank, an endless stream of zombie crystal cores was flowing in, making it more generous now. It thought that it was just an upgrade for the host's room, and there would be no problem accommodating her wishes for how big she wanted it to be. The safe house system quickly said, "Host, you can upgrade. How many square meters do you want for the room?" Song Shihuan thought that the bigger, the better. If she had to upgrade the room every now and then, it would be better to just do it all at once. This would also save her time on rearranging the room each time she upgraded. In her heart, she said to the safe house system, "Is 108 square meters okay?" 108 square meters would be exactly double her current 54 square meter room. Safe house system, "No problem. This system will upgrade the room for the host." It thought for a moment and asked, "Would you like to keep the current proportions for the storage room, lounge, bathroom, and kitchen?" Since she was in a hurry to take Su Cheng in to shower and change, she didn't feel like redesigning the room. It just needed to be temporarily livable. Safe house system. Okay, host. Song Shihuan and Su Cheng arrived at her front door. She bent down and said to Su Cheng, Cheng, you will be living here with your sister from now on. This room is just for you and me. Only we can come in. But you mustn't run outside casually, or I won't be able to find you, and I'll be very worried. Now, the safe house only had this one building, housing hundreds of people of all kinds. While safety couldn't be completely guaranteed, at least each person's room could only be entered by themselves, which largely ensured safety. Song Shihuan felt that the safe house needed further optimization in other aspects. Su Cheng blinked and said, Okay, I will listen to my sister. After receiving her reply, Song Shihuan pushed the door open and took her inside. This time, the modifications were very simple, and the safe house system quickly completed the room transformation. Song Shihuan directly took Su Cheng to her small 9-square-meter room. This was a children's room, clearly arranged with care by the safe house system. The bed in Su Cheng's room was not as large as the one in her room and was just right for a child of her size to sleep on. The walls were decorated in pink, appealing to a young girl's heart. Her room didn't have as many storage cabinets as their other rooms, and the bathroom was also slightly larger than hers. Song Shihuan asked Su Cheng, Cheng, can you shower by yourself? She thought a 7-year-old should be able to manage showering on her own without needing help. Su Cheng nodded and said, Sister, I can shower by myself. Upon hearing this, Song Shihuan opened the bathroom door, adjusted the shower height to suit Su Cheng's height, and tossed in a zombie crystal core, causing warm water to flow out. Cheng, look, this is the switch. When you're done, just turn this off. She added, I'll get you some shower gel, shampoo, and clothes in a moment. After explaining everything to her, Song Shihuan left the bathroom. She planned to bring all the daily necessities to Su Cheng. The storage room was now larger than before. She walked in, and the system had installed many shelves that hadn't been filled yet. She headed towards the shelf for daily necessities to gather the items. Cheng, I've placed everything here. This is the shower gel, and that's the shampoo. Be careful not to mix them up when you use them. She hung the clothes for changing on a hook and said, You can take them later. After instructing Su Cheng, she went out again. Although Su Cheng was just a 7-year-old child, she thought it best not to stay inside during such a private moment. After all, Su Cheng had said she could shower by herself. Anyway, she was waiting outside. If she couldn't handle it, she could go back in to help. A 7-year-old child really should learn to be self-reliant. Chapter 69. After Su Cheng finished her bath, she looked much cleaner. Gone was the disheveled appearance from their first meeting. She looked obedient and cute. This was completely different from how she appeared in the supermarket, as if she were two different people. This also indirectly showed how difficult Su Cheng's life was inside that small compartment in the supermarket. Song Shihuan looked at Su Cheng's hair that she had washed herself and stepped forward to check if there were still any bubbles, making sure she had cleaned it properly. In case she was too young to wash her hair, but was trying to be brave. After confirming that her hair was clean, she handed Su Cheng the hairdryer so she could dry her hair. Cheng, can you dry your hair by yourself? Yes, sister. The sound of the hairdryer filled the room, slowly drying Su Cheng's hair, which fell smoothly over her shoulders. Su Cheng turned off the hairdryer and said, Sister, my hair is dry now. Where should I put the hairdryer? Song Shihuan replied, Give it to me. She took the hairdryer back, and the room fell silent, only to be interrupted by a rumbling sound of hunger. Song Shihuan could tell that the sound was not coming from her stomach, so it must be from the other person in the room. She paused and asked Su Cheng, Cheng, are you hungry? This child probably hadn't eaten much today. She had indeed forgotten to prepare food for her. Su Cheng touched her empty stomach and nodded. Yes, sister, I'm a bit hungry. Hiding in the compartment, she had lost track of time and didn't know how many days had passed. All she knew was that when she was hungry, she would take the opportunity to eat some bread when the zombies weren't nearby, and when she was thirsty, she would eat a few jellies, managing to survive day by day. In her heart, she had a premonition that her mother had already died at the hands of the monsters because she had heard her mother's scream from inside the compartment, followed by the roar of a monster. Su Cheng, hiding below, could clearly see the monster that looked like her mother walking back and forth, attacking other uncles and aunts. But even then, she didn't dare to go out of the compartment. She just lied to herself in her heart, convincing herself that the person was not her mother. Her mother was still outside, waiting to call her out when it was safe. Until now, she had waited for this sister in front of her. Hearing her say this, Song Shihuan originally planned to go to the warehouse to get some bread for her. But then she thought of the little bread trash bags next to Su Cheng when she came out of the compartment. After some consideration, she decided to get something else for her to eat. It was hard to imagine that she had survived inside for so many days relying on just bread and jellies. Song Shihuan said to Su Cheng, "Cheng, can I get you a bottle of 8 treasure porridge to drink first? If you still want noodles or rice later, you'll have to wait a bit." Cooking would take time, and she definitely couldn't prepare it quickly. Since Su Cheng was already hungry, it was better to give her something to fill her stomach rather than let her wait until the meal was ready. Su Cheng had been eating bread inside the compartment for 10 days straight, so it was unlikely she would want to eat bread again. But other food couldn't be prepared in a short time either, so the only options were porridge, self-heating hot pot, or instant noodles. Song Shihuan selected the most suitable food for kids among these, which was the 8 treasure porridge. Su Cheng knew that Song Shihuan was not her real sister and that she couldn't act spoiled like she did at home with her mother. She was actually very sensitive and understood how to read people's expressions and act accordingly. Su Cheng obediently said, "Thank you, sister. I'll eat whatever you make." Song Shihuan took Su Cheng to her room, first grabbing a can of 8 treasure porridge from the shelf and heating it up in a small electric pot. Given that Su Cheng hadn't eaten anything but bread for so many days, eating cold porridge wouldn't be good for her stomach. So it was better to have something soft like porridge. She also thought about how Su Cheng had only relied on jellies to quench her thirst. So she took out a bottle of mineral water that never seemed to run out, poured it into the kettle, plugged it in, and boiled some hot water for her to drink later. In the past 10 days, Song Shihuan had been eating 3 meals a day, maintaining a good habit. However, she mostly had bread with milk for breakfast and sometimes rice or noodles for lunch and dinner. Even when she cooked, she only made simple dishes like steamed eggs. Now that Su Cheng was here, she thought for a moment and decided to steam some white rice. Then, as she mentioned earlier, she would also steam some eggs. But since it was for 2 people, she decided to stir-fry an extra dish. The 8 treasure porridge that was heating up was already steaming, so she quickly turned off the electric pot and used chopsticks to take the porridge out. Once it cooled down a bit, Song Shihuan opened the can and handed it to Su Cheng. "Cheng, if you're hungry, you can eat some porridge first. Don't eat too quickly. Be careful not to burn yourself." The kettle began to boil, and Song Shihuan hurried to unplug it, looking for a cup in the warehouse, washing it, and pouring a cup of hot water for Su Cheng. Now, the rice cooker could steam rice in just 30 minutes, and steaming eggs was even quicker. Taking advantage of this time, she washed some vegetables and stir-fried a bowl of shredded potatoes. In the past 10 days, there were hardly any fresh vegetables left. Only potatoes and sweet potatoes, which could last longer, remained, while the others had lost moisture and were no longer edible. Song Shihuan finished frying the shredded potatoes, and the steamed eggs were also ready to come out. Su Cheng had finished her bowl of porridge and looked at the 2 dishes on the table, feeling hungry again, which made her swallow hard. In fact, this wasn't her fault. After not eating for more than 10 days, 1 bowl of porridge couldn't possibly satisfy her. While waiting for the rice to finish cooking in the kitchen, Song Shihuan took the opportunity to chat with Su Cheng. She talked about the things to pay attention to when living in a safe house during the apocalypse and the characteristics of the monsters, specifically the zombies that had killed her mother. She didn't want Su Cheng to go out and fight zombies right away, but there was some basic knowledge she needed to know. Song Shihuan couldn't keep taking care of Su Cheng. She had to learn to face the zombie apocalypse herself. Chapter 70, Su Cheng listened quietly as Song Shihuan talked about the zombies that had killed her mother. Just listening made her break into a cold sweat. But she didn't know what to do. She felt too weak right now. She thought about how scared she was to see those monsters and how she was afraid to face them outside. But she also knew that the sister in front of her was not her family and that she wouldn't always protect her unconditionally. She could only learn to become stronger. So when she heard Song Shihuan talk about those things, she overcame her fear and listened seriously to the characteristics of the zombies outside. Song Shihuan noticed the fear in Su Cheng's eyes and quickly changed the subject. There was no rush. She had just escaped from the zombie-infested supermarket and needed some time to catch her breath. As for the zombies, she would explain them to her slowly later. Just then, the rice in the kitchen was also ready, making it even less appropriate to talk about disgusting zombies before eating, as it would not only scare Su-chung, but also make her think of the zombies outside, causing her to lose her appetite. Song Shihuan walked in and turned off the power, then served 2 bowls of rice. She handed 1 bowl to Su-chung and casually took some chopsticks for her. All right, let's eat first. Just listen to what your sister said earlier. You don't need to go out and kill those zombies for now. Just understand the situation. Song Shihuan's current way of taking care of Su-chung, like raising a child, had some aspects she hadn't considered well. Before she crossed over, she had read apocalypse novels and disliked the female protagonist who took care of everyone like a mother, tirelessly. But now that it was her turn, she couldn't remain indifferent when she saw such things. The two sat together eating, with only the sounds of chopsticks picking up food and spoons stirring egg custard filling the air. At around 1 in the afternoon, there was a knock at the door. Hearing the knock, Song Shihuan easily deduced it was Shun Luxing looking for her. She put down her bowl and chopsticks, letting Su-chung continue eating, and walked outside to open the door. She opened the door and said to Luxing, "You're here?" Luxing nodded and asked, "Have you finished handling things here? Are you planning to go out this afternoon to kill zombies and collect supplies?" A hint of distress appeared on Song Shihuan's face. She had taken care of her side of things, but was hesitating whether to take Su-chung with her. To be honest, she wasn't very reassured about leaving Su-chung alone in the safety house during the apocalypse. She was afraid Su-chung would be curious and wander outside or into the warehouse. Neither place was good for playing. Curiosity is a child's nature, and if she advised her to stay in the room, Su-chung might not listen. After she left, she would do whatever she wanted, and there would be no way to stop her. Moreover, keeping her in that small 9-square-meter room would indeed be boring and stifling. But if she took her outside, she would have to face zombies. Su-chung had just been rescued from a small supermarket filled with zombies. It didn't seem right to let her face them again. Seeing that Luxing had asked her this question, she expressed her confusion, hoping he might have a good idea. "I've tidied up everything here, and Su-chung is fine too. But if we go out this afternoon, should we take her with us, or is it better to let her stay in the safety house?" Luxing pondered for a moment after hearing the question. It was indeed a bit tricky. After thinking, he said to Song Shihuan, "Perhaps you could ask her opinion and see if she wants to go out or stay." Song Shihuan's confusion was instantly resolved. She smiled at Luxing. "You're right. I should ask for her opinion." She realized that even though she didn't want to treat Su-chung like a daughter or herself like a full-time mother, she unconsciously treated Su-chung as someone needing care, as if it was her responsibility. Song Shihuan was about to go into the room to ask Su-chung's opinion, but hesitated to close the door in front of Luxing. She asked Luxing, "Do you want to come in and sit for a while? Su-chung is still eating, so it might take a bit." There wasn't much to hide in Song Shihuan's room. The warehouse section had already been separated by a wall. Even if Luxing went in, he wouldn't see how many square meters her room was, only the space around her dining table. The safety house's intelligent light screen could change room types, so it wasn't strange that she had 2 rooms in one. "Okay, then I'll come in," Luxing said. The 2 rooms were indeed not very different. If there was a difference, Luxing's room was simpler, with only collected supplies and no other items. Song Shihuan's room, aside from supplies, also had some small decorations that made her feel good. That was the biggest difference between their rooms. As Luxing sat down, he immediately noticed the bottle of mineral water on her desk. It looked exactly like the endless mineral water he had seen in the self-service food cabinet next to the intelligent light screen. His heart stirred, and he asked Song Shihuan in the kitchen, "Is that mineral water from the self-service snack cabinet, the endless one?" After putting down her bowl and chopsticks, Song Shihuan walked out. Following Luxing's gaze, she replied, "Yes, that mineral water is indeed as amazing as described." Luxing was a bit curious. "Can I take a look?" He was actually hoping to buy some of the 2 items in the self-service snack cabinet that he couldn't finish, but he currently didn't have enough zombie crystal cores. Chapter 71, Luxing wanted to see that bottle of never-ending mineral water. He definitely had the desire to buy it. Song Shihuan thought to herself that showing him a bottle of mineral water was no big deal. If it was exposed, she could always say she bought it from that self-service snack cabinet. After all, he wouldn't know if she really bought it. So she walked over to the desk and took the bottle of never-ending mineral water. She handed the mineral water to Luxing. If you want to see if this water is as amazing as it sounds, you can open it and pour some into your cup. It really is quite magical. Don't worry, I haven't directly touched this bottle. Song Shihuan had already considered that this bottle of water was meant to be her reserve water resource. She had also been carrying extra water when going out daily and hadn't directly touched the bottle's opening. This way, if Luxing wanted to confirm if the water was magical, he would need to worry too much and could just pour some a check. Hearing Song Shihuan say this, Luxing felt relieved. All right, I'll take a look. After Song Shihuan proactively offered, he took out his water bottle from his backpack, drank all the mineral water inside, and then lifted the bottle of never-ending mineral water, opened it, and poured it into his cup to see. Now his cup was full of this never-ending mineral water, and after putting the cap back on, the water level returned to its original state. At this moment, Luxing truly wanted to gather zombie crystal cores to buy this never-ending mineral water. With such a magical item, who knew how much stock was in that snack cabinet? If there was no stock left, and he couldn't buy it, it would truly be heartbreaking. Luxing shared Song Shihuan's views on water resources. He also believed that if things continued like this, future water resources would become scarcer, and collected mineral water had a shelf life that wouldn't last long enough for people. Having a bottle of such mineral water was like a lifesaver. Humans can go 7 days without food, but not 3 days without water. This saying isn't false, and fully illustrates the importance of water resources. Song Shihuan took the bottle of mineral water back and gave Luxing an approving look. Indeed, this bottle of mineral water is a great deal. At least we won't have to stockpile mineral water in the future. In fact, the never-ending fried rice could also be bought, but the required points were too many to gather all at once. She really thought so. Her own zombie crystal core had to be prioritized for upgrading her chainsaw and purchasing a portable space for use. Of course, it was impossible to waste it on food. At most, she could only wait and see if she could draw some food when the lottery wheel fragments were collected. If she could draw food that wouldn't be finished, then her resource collection work could be halved. Although eating the same thing all the time could be boring and unappealing. Having 1 or 2 items that wouldn't run out would ensure she wouldn't go hungry in the future, serving as a basic guarantee. When that time came, who would care about just having the same food? Not starving would already be great. Lu Xinghe nodded that endless fried rice was indeed quite good. However, when choosing between mineral water and fried rice, she would prioritize mineral water. At the dining table, Su Cheng had already finished her meal. She followed Song Shihuan's example and put her bowl and chopsticks in the kitchen before coming out. Once Song Shihuan saw that Su Cheng was done eating, she asked her the question she had been considering. Cheng, my brother Lu Xinghe and I plan to go outside to kill zombies. Do you want to come with us or stay in a room by yourself? She threw the question of where to go to Su Cheng herself. Su Cheng blinked at Song Shihuan. She had been saved from the container by Song Shihuan, so she naturally felt some dependence on her. Now, faced with the choice between this unfamiliar house and following her, she was very willing to go with Song Shihuan. However, thinking about those monsters called zombies outside made her a bit scared. But if she went outside, her sister and brother were so powerful. They would protect her, right? Su Cheng bit her lip and secretly glanced at Lu Xinghe before looking back at the more familiar and dependable Song Shihuan. Sister, if we go outside, will zombies come and catch me? Song Shihuan replied seriously. There might be zombies, but both sister and brother will protect you. However, you also need to learn how to avoid zombies yourself. She believed that with just her and Lu Xinghe, protecting a little girl shouldn't be a problem. At least, from their efficiency in killing zombies these past few days, it was not an issue. The zombies at the moment were not strong enough to put them in a difficult position. However, ensuring her complete safety was also something that couldn't be guaranteed. Su Cheng's eyes brightened as she said, "Then I want to go outside with sister, okay?" Song Shihuan nodded, feeling quite happy that Su Cheng made the decision to follow them outside instead of hiding in the safe house of the apocalypse. She actually didn't want Su Cheng to always hide inside the safe house, never stepping outside. Because even though she was just a 7-year-old child in this world, who cares how old you are? Zombies want to choose not to attack you based on your age. Suddenly, Song Shihuan thought of something and asked her, "By the way, Cheng, have you noticed any changes in yourself?" Like if you can summon water droplets or lightning. Shihuan asked Su Cheng if she had awakened any abilities yet, whether she was an ability user or an ordinary person. If she was an ordinary person, then surviving in the apocalypse would be a bit more difficult. If she was an ability user, then life in the future should be easier. At least if she was an ability user, even though she was young, she could still learn to hunt zombies. Su Cheng was a bit confused. She had been hiding in the container for so many days that she had no idea what was happening outside. As for Song Shihuan's question about whether she could summon anything, she was also unclear. She honestly said, "Sister, I don't know." Song Shihuan was just an ordinary person herself, so she had no way to demonstrate abilities to Su Cheng, making her feel a bit troubled and unsure of what to do. Seeing Song Shihuan's hesitation, Lu Xinghe took the initiative to say to Su Cheng, "When we go out later, I'll give you a demonstration, okay?" If this were Lu Xinghe's own house, he would use his abilities freely, but since this was Song Shihuan's room, he decided not to use his abilities inside to avoid accidentally damaging her room. Upon hearing Lu Xinghe volunteer to demonstrate for Su Cheng, Song Shihuan felt relieved. She thought it was appropriate for Lu Xinghe to explain such things since he had awakened abilities. He knew how to trigger and utilize the abilities within him. It was great that he could demonstrate his abilities to Su Cheng. The three of them had already wasted quite a bit of time inside. Song Shihuan thought it would be better to go out earlier to let Lu Xinghe demonstrate his abilities quickly, so they could go kill zombies afterward. Song Shihuan said, "Then let us not delay any longer. Let us go out?" Lu Xinghe nodded at Song Shihuan. "Okay." Song Shihuan handed Su Cheng a cup for her to drink water in the afternoon. She also took her frequently used backpack and put on her back. The three of them walked out of the room toward the safe house. As soon as they stepped outside, they encountered a zombie coming their way. This zombie was just right to serve as a teaching material for demonstrating abilities. Lu Xinghe directly used his abilities, and a wind blade blew the zombie's head apart. Lu Xinghe looked down at Su Cheng in the middle and said, "That's my ability, wind blade." However, Lu Xinghe forgot that such a young child would be frightened by the sight of a head exploding. Su Cheng looked at the zombie's head bursting open, with thick green zombie slime shooting out, and her face showed a look of fear. She cautiously moved closer to Song Shihuan and held her hand. Song Shihuan looked at Lu Xinghe with a smile, teasingly saying, "Well, we saw your ability." Lu Xinghe scratched his nose, realizing that showing such a bloody scene to such a small child wasn't a good thing. After all, this little girl had only just begun to truly experience the apocalypse. He should have been gentler. However, it was too late to remedy the situation. Lu Xinghe could only bend down and stiffly say to Su Cheng, "How about this? Extend your hand and see if you can release the energy inside you. If you have awakened an ability, just trying to release energy will let it come out." This way, it was simpler and easier to understand. Su Cheng looked up at Song Shihuan, seemingly seeking her opinion. Song Shihuan nodded at her, saying, "Just listen to your brother and give it a try. It doesn't matter if you have awakened an ability or not. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Su Cheng stretched out her small hand, facing forward. This brother said to release the abilities and see if she could unleash the energy within her. She imagined herself as a magical girl with magic, her hand representing the magic wand of the magical girl, needing only to trigger the magic within her to defeat the bad guys. As she envisioned this, a hint of green began to gather in her hand. When Song Shihuan and Lu Xinghe saw the green light forming in Su Cheng's hand, they exchanged glances. This indicated that Su Cheng had awakened an ability and was an ability user. The pale green energy likely represented a plant-based ability, right? Both Lu Xinghe and Song Shihuan were solitary individuals who didn't often work well with others, so they naturally didn't know how other abilities functioned. Focusing solely on the green mark appearing in Su Cheng's palm, there was no other arm stretching out into green leaves or any other reactions. They speculated whether it might be a plant growth-related ability. Song Shihuan said to Su Cheng, Cheng, it's done. You've awakened as a superpowered individual." Su Cheng felt it was quite marvelous while using this ability and curiously asked, "Sister, what kind of ability is this?" Seeing Su Cheng's curiosity, Song Shihuan shared her guess. "Your ability should be a plant-type ability, but we still need to find a place to test it further." Su Cheng nodded. "Okay, sister." Song Shihuan suggested to Lu Xinghe, How about we first check the agricultural market? If they have plant seeds there, let Chang give it a try. If she has awakened a plant growth ability, that would be great. The potential value behind plant growth abilities is very significant. Lu Xinghe understood that if this little girl named Su Cheng had awakened a plant growth ability, it would mean they could collect seed from crops in the future, allowing Su Cheng to stimulate their growth, which would mean they could continue to eat vegetables and fruits. Of course, Lu Xinghe didn't intend to take advantage of the little girl. If they needed to exchange zombie crystal cores later, he would be willing. After all, they wouldn't be able to eat vegetables for a long time, and if they couldn't get vegetables and fruits in the future, it would be quite a despairing situation. For Su Cheng, awakening this ability only brought benefits, not drawbacks. Even if she didn't want to go out on missions in the future, she could still rely on stimulating plants and selling them for zombie crystal cores, ensuring her place in the safe house during the apocalypse. Lu Xinghe said to Song Shihuan, "Sound good, let's go check it out." The two of them continued driving their respective vans, with Su Cheng sitting in Song Shihuan's van. At this time, the external network had started to collapse, but fortunately, Song Shihuan had downloaded offline electronic maps in advance, making it quite simple to find and reach the agricultural market. The van headed towards the right direction outside the safe house, with the destination being the agricultural market. Chapter 73, there were quite a few zombies at the agricultural market, so they needed to get out of the vehicle to clear them first. Otherwise, with so many zombies around, they wouldn't be able to move forward. Even if they could move, they would easily be surrounded by these zombies. As for why there were so many zombies here, it was due to the apocalypse and the mutations that occurred in the morning. Many people were buying things at the agricultural market, especially elderly individuals, many of whom had weak resistance and directly turned into zombies. Those who hadn't turned into zombies were slower in their shopping than the younger crowd, making them more vulnerable and often caught off guard by the zombies, leading to their infection. Of course, some zombies over the days had left the agricultural market in search of humans to prey on, drawn by the scent. However, many remained inside, wandering in the vicinity. With so many zombies around, even if there were survivors, they generally wouldn't come this way, opting instead to gather supplies in areas with fewer zombies. At this moment, the zombies weren't all outside. Many were inside various shops or other places. After Song Shihuan and Lu Xinghe cleared the zombies outside, they didn't enter the agricultural market immediately. The first shop at the beginning of the market street was a seed store. Song Shihuan parked the van and took Su Cheng inside with her. Holding a chainsaw, she focused her attention as they walked into the store. Since they needed to collect seeds, they had to clear out the zombies in the shop first to test Su Cheng's ability and gather seeds. Lu Xinghe stayed outside as a guard, killing the zombies that were drawn by their scent. This was not a waste of his time, as he was killing zombies to collect crystal cores. When the zombies inside the shop saw them enter, they quickly approached and lunged at them. At that moment, Song Shihuan didn't concern herself with whether Su Cheng was scared or not. She activated the chainsaw, unleashing a wave of energy that directly cut the zombies in half. In such dangerous moments, she couldn't afford to worry about the gruesomeness of the scene. She focused on eliminating the threat. After clearing out several zombies, she finally felt at ease and began searching for crop seeds in the shop. Song Shihuan took a bag of vegetable seeds from the shelves. Vegetables grow quickly, so they were suitable for Su Cheng's experiment. She tore open the packaging of the vegetable seeds and poured out a couple of seeds to hand to Su Cheng. Cheng, try using your ability again and imagine the seed sprouting in your mind, she said. Song Shihuan hadn't awakened any abilities herself, but she had read many novels about abilities in apocalyptic settings. Although she lacked practical experience, she had accumulated quite a bit of knowledge. Su Cheng took the seeds from Song Shihuan, nodded, and said, "Okay, sister, I'll give it a try." A gentle green glow appeared in her palm, enveloping the seeds. Both of them watched as the small seeds visibly sprouted, growing into several vibrant green cabbages. A bead of sweat slid down Su Cheng's cheek. She seemed unable to sustain the energy, and her ability was exhausted. The gentle green light in her palm vanished, leaving only the cabbages. Although she had stimulated 3 cabbages at once, and they didn't grow too large, it was still quite impressive. Looking at the cabbages that had transformed from seeds in her hand, Su Cheng's face paled slightly, and she felt weak due to her energy depletion. But there was more surprise and curiosity than anything else. Sister, look, I grew cabbages. How amazing. Song Shihuan couldn't help but smile, pleased that Su Cheng had awakened her ability. In any case, in a world of zombies, Su Cheng was now a superpowered individual, which was certainly better than being an ordinary person. Moreover, the ability Su Cheng awakened was quite remarkable. Song Shihuan said to Su Cheng, "Yes, you've awakened a plant growth ability. This is fantastic. From now on, as long as you have seeds, you can help these vegetables grow." Su Cheng, still somewhat confused, nodded. At her young age, she didn't fully grasp the significance of her ability, compared to her sister and brother, who could use their powers to defeat zombies. She could only make plants grow and couldn't use her ability to fight zombies. She felt a bit disappointed, thinking that Song Shihuan's praise might just be comforting her. Su Cheng nodded and placed the cabbages in a small basket beside her. Song Shihuan began searching for cardboard boxes in the shop. She found a larger box for Su Cheng and started teaching her, "Just fill this box with all the seeds from the shelves. Once it's full, call me, and I'll help you move it to the van." She felt that Su Cheng was already 7 years old and didn't need to treat her like a 3-year-old. She could handle some tasks. The bags of seeds were quite light. Su Cheng reached down to the lower shelves and placed the seeds inside the box while Song Shihuan moved the seed packages that were out of Su Cheng's reach into another box. They brought out a forklift, so there was no need to load a whole box and move it out. They just needed to fill the boxes and place them on the forklift. Once everything was packed, they could transport it all at once. Chapter 74. Su Cheng was just a little girl. Even if she came to help, it could only speed up the collection of supplies a little bit. The main responsibility still relied on Song Shihuan, the adult, to handle the collection. She often went out on such supply collection missions and worked quickly without any delays. When they pushed a forklift full of supplies towards the door, Lu Xinghe was just taking down another zombie and was digging out its crystal core. Song Shihuan leisurely pushed the forklift in front of the van's trunk and asked Lu Xinghe, who was already sweating, "Are you okay? Do you want to switch with me?" In her view, playing the role of a guard was not an easy task. Standing outside to protect those collecting supplies inside was like a shining beacon, attracting the zombies in the market to swarm towards them, which made it harder for him to deal with the increasing number of zombies at the entrance, consuming more energy. With his protection, she only had to focus on collecting supplies inside, which was much easier for her. Conversely, without anyone outside to kill the zombies, those inside collecting supplies couldn't relax either. They had to be vigilant against zombie attacks and split their attention. Moreover, the person acting as a guard needed to be someone trustworthy. Otherwise, they would have to worry about being backstabbed by teammates. Lu Xinghe was certainly a trustworthy person, and with him outside guarding, Song Shihuan felt very reassured. Lu Xinghe, not wanting to put on a brave face, estimated his consumed abilities and said, "All right, let's switch." Song Shihuan nodded and moved the supplies into the van, saying, "Okay, I'll put these supplies in the van first." She thought about the experiment she and Su Cheng were doing inside and told Lu Xinghe, "By the way, I just had Cheng use her abilities, and she indeed awakened plant growth abilities. She just triggered 3 cabbages, which is pretty good, right?" Lu Xinghe looked at Su Cheng, who was following Song Shihuan, and said, "Yes, her abilities are quite good." The seeds were packed in a cardboard box and were not too heavy, making them easy to carry. Soon, she placed the boxes of seeds into the van. The two switched roles, and it was now Lu Xinghe's turn to take Su Cheng to collect the remaining seeds in the shop, while Song Shihuan stayed outside to kill zombies. Song Shihuan found it much easier to kill zombies than Lu Xinghe. First, she didn't have to exert much effort, and second, she didn't have to expend her own abilities. She just needed the zombie crystal cores, which were enough to support the chainsaw's use. However, the consumption of zombie crystal cores was real. Basically, for every 10 zombies she killed, she needed to exchange for 1 crystal core, but she could fully accept this consumption, effectively trading 1 crystal core for 10. It was obvious how cost-effective that was. Song Shihuan also found killing zombies outside quite enjoyable. After all, the more zombies she killed, the more crystal cores she could obtain, allowing her to collect supplies and kill zombies simultaneously. There were many zombies here, and she hardly had any idle time to space out. After killing 1 or 2 zombies, A few more would rush over, drawn by the smell. She didn't even have time to dig out the crystal cores from the split zombie heads on the ground. She just cleared wave after wave of zombies and quickly dug out the crystal cores while the zombies were still at a distance, storing them in her backpack. Shihuan didn't know how long she had been numbly killing zombies until Lu Xinghe finished packing his seeds and saw a ground full of zombie bodies in front of her. Seeing Shihuan still engaged in killing zombies, Lu Xinghe didn't disturb her and focused on packing the seed supplies into his van until both van's trunks were fully loaded. The forklift was also squeezed into the trunk with difficulty. His question was actually about the zombie crystal cores at Shihuan's feet, which had not been dug out yet. If she had already cleaned them out, they could leave. Otherwise, they would have to wait for her to dig out the crystal cores. Shihuan wiped the sweat from her forehead and replied, "Not yet, just wait a moment." She didn't know how Lu Xinghe managed to balance killing zombies, digging out crystal cores, and guarding the entrance. Lu Xinghe had Su Chang to take care of, so he didn't go help Shihuan. However, the clearing process was quick, and soon she was done. Shihuan said to Lu Xinghe and Su Chang, "Let's go. I feel like more and more zombies are coming out from here, so it's better to leave early." When she first took over from Lu Xinghe to kill zombies, there weren't as many, just one or two would come over. Later on, there were always zombies approaching, as if employing a tactic of overwhelming numbers. She didn't want to speak ominously, fearing it might come true. Lu Xinghe also sensed this and replied, "Yes, let's leave." After the three got into the car, they quickly drove the van away from the market. Shihuan could see zombies chasing after them in the rearview mirror. However, with the vehicle running at full power, the speed was beyond what the zombies could match, leaving them far behind. Shihuan thought about how there should be more zombies gathered here than in other places. Zombies didn't care about camaraderie. They could devour each other and evolve. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, speculating, could there be a high-level zombie here? High-level zombies wouldn't act like low-level ones, just mindlessly biting. They would have some intelligence and plan accordingly. These high-level zombies were often the hardest to deal with. Chapter 75. The three of them successfully left the market, and the speculation about high-level zombies seemed unfounded. If there truly were high-level zombies inside, how could they have left so easily? However, to be honest, they adhered to the principle of better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. So being cautious was always wise. This time, they had Su Chang with them, and having someone to protect made a difference when facing zombies without any worries. If Su Chang weren't there, they could have confronted those high-level zombies. After all, if there really were high-level zombies in the market, they would need to find a way to kill them afterward. Otherwise, letting the zombies continue to evolve and become stronger would eventually harm them as well. Currently, zombies and humans were like two opposing camps. If the zombies became stronger, it would be harder for humans to survive. If humans were stronger, survival would be much easier. Shihuan felt that since Lu Xinghe had contributed to these crop seeds, he should get half of them. She said to him, "Lu Xinghe, do you want to take half of them to your warehouse?" Lu Xinghe shook his head, indicating just give them all to Su Chang. Even if he took these crop seeds, they would be of no use to him since he couldn't make the plants grow. He didn't have the plant growth ability, so keeping the seeds would only take up space. It was better to leave them for someone who needed them more. Shihuan listened and smiled slightly, gently brushing Su Chang's hair. "This brother wants to give you all the vegetable seeds he just collected. Don't you want to thank him?" Su Chang nodded and said to Lu Xinghe, "Thank you, brother." Thus, Lu Xinghe continued to help outside, unloading goods from the van to the forklift, while also keeping an eye on Su Chang for Shihuan. During this outing to search for supplies, they actually discovered a problem. If they encountered a crisis situation, or if there was indeed a high-level zombie in that farmer's market, bringing Su Chang along might not be safe. Initially confident in their ability to protect one person, the thought of impending danger made them feel that personal strength was too insignificant. Regardless of whether there were high-level zombies there, simply having so many zombies wandering around posed a danger, so they needed to go there and handle the situation. Lu Xinghe was more than willing to clear out the zombies, as a place with many zombies also meant a greater potential for harvesting zombie cores. However, such a dangerous activity was not suitable for bringing Su Chang along. Shihuan agreed with Lu Xinghe. This time, They couldn't take Su Chung with them. If it were just a normal outing to search for supplies in a relatively safe area, bringing Su Chung would be fine. But taking her to a dangerous place now was too unsafe. Su Chung initially didn't want to be separated from Song Shihuan, but seeing her serious expression, she could only nod. After instructing Su Chung, Song Shihuan walked towards the door, not wanting Lu Xinghe to wait too long outside. Su Chung appeared obedient and well-behaved, but she was still a child. Whether she was taken away by other residents or if she left the safety house, she couldn't help but worry. The safety house system reassured her, "Host, it's fine." The entire safety house was created by the system, and it had no problem controlling its own things. With this reassurance from the safety house system, Song Shihuan felt completely at ease. After meeting with Lu Xinghe, the two returned to the farmer's market to kill zombies. Both needed to kill zombies to obtain more zombie cores, and with such a zombie-rich area, they immediately got to work. Of course, to be cautious, they stayed together to prevent any unexpected incidents. If one couldn't handle alone, two would be fine. The number of zombies here was relatively high compared to other places. In a few hours that afternoon, they each killed around 100 zombies, and the farmer's market had quieted down, with no more zombie howls. Killing 100 zombies in one afternoon wasn't much during the early days of the zombie apocalypse, but now that zombies had upgraded several times, it was considered a decent achievement. The zombie cores Lu Xinghe collected were enough for him to buy a bottle of mineral water that would never run out. However, he still wanted to prioritize exchanging for the warehouse rental annual card. Although the endless mineral water was important, he still had reserves in his warehouse. So there was no need to rush. The annual card for renting the safety house required 1,000 zombie cores for a year, but for Lu Xinghe, who had upgraded his house, wasn't just 1,000 zombie cores. Calculating the zombie cores he had, he realized he was still far from being able to buy the annual card. Chapter 76. Regardless, keeping the zombie cores in his room meant he still needed to pay rent regularly through the smart light screen. It would be much more convenient to keep them in his wristband. She didn't need to go through the hassle of storing her zombie cores on the smart light screen. If she wanted to upgrade her chainsaw, she could just toss the chainsaw in. If she needed to store zombie cores in the system, she could simply have the system transfer them to her. So this new feature was really just for the benefit of the other humans in the safety house. Thinking about leaving Su Chung alone in the safety house, Song Shihuan felt she should check on her first. As for the supplies that needed to be moved, she could wait until she put her belongings in her room before going out to move them. Song Shihuan wanted to get to her room early to reassure Su Chung. Su Chung initially hesitated to stand up, wanting to open the door and see outside the safety house. But after finding that she couldn't open the door no matter what, she quietly sat back in her room, watching the time change on her phone, becoming increasingly anxious. It wasn't until she heard the sound of someone entering that she walked back to her room, putting down her backpack and chainsaw, as she still needed to move the goods from the van outside. Su Chung followed Song Shihuan like a little tail, going wherever she went. When Song Shihuan went to move the goods, Su Chung followed closely behind. This made Song Shihuan feel uneasy. The child clearly lacked a sense of security. She thought to herself that if they were going out for a more dangerous task, it was still not appropriate to take her along. No matter what, the safety house was safer, and leaving her there was the right choice. After pushing the forklift to move things twice, Song Shihuan brought all the supplies from the van inside. These were all crop seeds that Su Chung could use, so she wouldn't need to search for seeds outside anymore, as it was completely enough for her. After thinking about it, she said to Su Chung, "Chung, didn't I tell you before that you're a plant-based ability user?" Su Chung nodded at Song Shihuan, saying, "Yes, I am an ability user. I can make seeds sprout and grow." This was her clearest understanding of her own ability. After considering for a moment, Song Shihuan continued, "Your ability needs to be used to gradually upgrade. If you don't use it, your ability won't upgrade quickly. So, if you feel that you still have ability energy in your body or it has recovered, you can try using the seeds here to stimulate them to sprout." This wasn't about exploiting this little girl for labor. It was indeed, as she said, if the ability was there but not used, it would remain at level 1. Only by using and consuming the ability energy would the pool of ability energy in her body gradually expand, allowing her to store more. So this was for her own good, and she needed to upgrade her ability more. Suqing nodded and said, I understand, sister. Song Shihuan placed the different types of crops she brought from the warehouse in front of her and said, I'll put these here. If you want to use them, just take them out and stimulate them to sprout. Suqing nodded again. Okay. Su Cheng had the ability to promote plant growth, but without seeds, that ability would be completely useless. Just saying a simple thank you fell a bit light. Song Shihuan thought about it, and had Su Cheng take the 3 cabbages she had stimulated today to Lu Xinghe. She was already at home now, and with the system to monitor, she didn't have to worry about Su Cheng getting into trouble outside. Thinking that she couldn't just eat noodles for every meal, she cooked some rice and stir-fried 2 servings of vegetables for dinner. Song Shihuan smiled and allowed Su Cheng to bring her snacks into her room. Her things could naturally be handled by her. She reminded him, Cheng shouldn't eat too many snacks in a day, or it will harm your teeth. And remember to brush your teeth in the morning and at night. The 2 of them sat together and quietly had their meal. Chapter 77, she guessed that perhaps she had done a good job promoting this safe house for the apocalypse before the zombie outbreak, placing loudspeakers around the school community and promoting it online. Many people who saw the information would choose to come and stay at this place rather than go to other dangerous areas. Thus, this safe house for the apocalypse became the top choice for survivors in the zombie world. Even if they didn't stay here, they would still come to take a look first. Of course, aside from the effective promotion, it might also be because at the beginning of the apocalypse, survivor bases were not established quickly, and this safe house was indeed very good. Just the fact that it could prevent zombie invasions and allow people to sleep safely was far superior to other bases. Moreover, there were no fees to stay in this safe house. One only needed to pay rent for their room. Song Shihuan couldn't say which option for staying was more beneficial. She thought that the survivor bases established by humans required food supplies, while here, the payment was zombie cores. The former was becoming increasingly hard to find, while the latter was becoming more difficult to deal with. And for ordinary people without abilities, killing zombies was even harder. If she continued to compare, traditional survivor bases had markets and shopping centers for trading supplies, and task halls for accepting missions and teaming up to fight zombies, while this place had nothing. Song Shihuan couldn't help but tilt her head. Was this what they called thinking of something and having it come true? She asked the system, what specific task do you have in mind? Upon hearing this, Song Shihuan realized that it was essentially asking her to establish a survivor base. This was totally doable. She loved building simulation games. She then asked the safe house system, does this task have strict indicators and penalties for failure like the previous ones? Safe house system. The ultimate goal is to turn the safe house into the best apocalypse base. Song Shihuan nodded. She understood that as long as she completed this ultimate goal, there would be no other penalties. She then asked the safe house system, how many people are currently living in the safe house? She had been paying attention to the number of residents during these days of zombie hunting. Safe house system. Currently, there are 1,000 residents, and the 3rd safe house is under construction. Song Shihuan was surprised and opened her mouth wide. She didn't expect that within just over 10 days, so many people had moved into the safe house. This meant that it was indeed necessary to build it up well. However, Song Shihuan thought that with such a large blue star, having only one city with a safe house seemed unreasonable. Moreover, the number of residents was likely just from nearby provinces. Other places would still establish survivor bases. Compared to traditional survivor bases, the safety of the safe house was much higher. But people from very far away couldn't trek through mountains and rivers to get here. Unlike before when they could take planes, high-speed trains, and trains, all transportation had come to a standstill with the appearance of zombies, making it hard for anyone to arrive, unless they were particularly wealthy and had private jets. Song Shihuan asked the safe house system, are you planning to establish safe houses in other cities? Safe house system. Why establish safe houses in other cities? Isn't this place good enough? Song Shihuan thought she was right. The safe house system indeed had considered establishing safe houses in other provinces. For the sake of her fellow humans, she suggested to the safe house system, Blue Star is so big, it's a waste to only build one safe house. You should build several more in other places. That way, people from every area can be accommodated, and you'll gain more energy. Song Shihuan sighed Realizing that the safe house system hadn't overlooked this, it was simply stingy. She said with a hint of exasperation, "Have you ever heard the saying? Safe house system, what?" Song Shihuan replied confidently, "If you're too stingy, you won't catch the wolf. The energy you expend in the early stages can't compare to the energy you'll earn later. As long as there are more residents, you can continuously earn energy. So, if you have one more safe house, the energy you gain double." Hearing this, the safe house system began to waver. Indeed, the number of people in the safe house was increasing every day. After thinking for a long time, it decided to give it a try. Chapter 78, a light screen appeared in front of Song Shihuan, displaying a map of Blue Star. At the same time, the safe house system's inquiry came through her ears. "Host, where do you think the second safe house should be established?" Song Shihuan looked at the map. Where would it be suitable to build a safe house? It had to be on her country's territory, which was the most appropriate. The first thing she had to consider was her own country's people. Although she had already entered this book and the country in front of her might seem a bit unfamiliar, the people here were even more unfamiliar. She didn't know anyone. But so what? They spoke the same language, and they looked similar to her, which meant she hadn't crossed over to another place. She was still on this land, and the ground beneath her feet was still her homeland. So, for her, the first consideration had to be the survivors on her homeland. If she wanted to help others, it would have to be when she was capable of doing so. And right now, everywhere was struggling to cope, so of course, she had to prioritize the safety of the people in her own area. She saw a small flag lit up on the map, representing the safe house system. She quickly zoomed in on the map and chose a provincial city that was a bit distant from the safe house. Song Shihuan said seriously, "System, I think this place is quite suitable." The safe house system looked at the location she pointed to and was somewhat doubtful. "Isn't this quite close to us?" Song Shihuan widened her eyes and retorted, "How is it close? It's obviously separated by such a distance." What the safe house system meant by close was that on the entire map of Blue Star, these two locations were relatively near. However, Song Shihuan meant far in terms of the distance between provinces within the country, which was equivalent to a long distance between the north and south. The safe house system remained silent, still insisting on its own opinion. Song Shihuan understood the temperament of the safe house system. If it didn't speak, it meant it didn't quite agree with her statement. But since she was fighting for the interests of her people, she had to put in the effort to persuade the safe house system. Establishing the next site for the safe house here has its benefits. Since we have already done promotion here, many people have learned about our safe house online. However, they're too far away to come. So, if we set the location here, it would allow people from that area to easily move in. It is important to do this as it can reduce your risks and ensure guest occupancy. If you build the Apocalypse safe house on landmarks in other countries, and they do not know what an Apocalypse safe house is, it is possible that no one will move in even if you establish it. In that case, wouldn't your risk increase even more? Although Song Shihuan felt uneasy, she was unsure if the Apocalypse safe house system would take her words into account. Traditional Apocalypse safe houses are vulnerable to zombie hordes, and it is likely that a large survivor base could be destroyed during such an attack. Regardless, the advantages of the Apocalypse safe house outweigh those of traditional survivor bases. Naturally, she wanted her own country's people to benefit more from this. Apocalypse safe house system. The host makes a valid point, so the system will proceed accordingly. Song Shihuan breathed a slight sigh of relief as she saw an icon lighting up on the screen at the location she had just indicated. Does this mean the Apocalypse safe house is being established? She recalled that when she first wanted to set up the safe house, the Apocalypse safe house system required her to be physically present at the designated location to establish it, and now she felt a bit confused. She asked the Apocalypse safe house system, "Is the Apocalypse safe house starting to be built now?" Apocalypse safe house system, yes. Except for the first time when the host needs to confirm the location in person, subsequent locations can be established by remotely selecting coordinates through the system. Song Shihuan nodded in understanding. This was good as it saved her a lot of trouble. She couldn't imagine how long it would take to traverse mountains and travel to distant provinces to establish an Apocalypse safe house. Now that the safe house in other locations was also beginning to be established, she could focus on the construction of the current apocalypse safe house. Thinking of another safe house under construction, she asked the apocalypse safe house system, if I start planning for the safe house now, when the other apocalypse safe house is completed and the number of people reaches the current scale, will it need to be planned again? Apocalypse safe house system. No. The other location can simply copy and paste the version from this side. It only needs to be constructed once, and that will be sufficient. Shihuan thought that playing a construction game once was enough. If she had to play it multiple times with the same equipment, she would likely lose interest. The current layout of the apocalypse safe house system was not tightly connected between buildings, but rather separated. Each building required residents to use their wristbands to open doors and enter. Additionally, each apocalypse safe house contained 9 square meter rooms, with 1 square meter designated as a corridor. The far left had stairs and elevators, followed by a self-service snack cabinet with a touchscreen. Compared to traditional survivor bases, the kind of bullying behavior that may occur in the current apocalypse safe house would be greatly reduced. The safety of the resident survivors would also be improved. However, the downside was that such a layout might reduce communication between people. Shihuan felt somewhat troubled, wondering whether to build according to a community style or simply add some facilities on top of the existing apocalypse safe houses. They say you can't have both fish and bear's paw, but she wanted both. Chapter 79 Shihuan thought about how to ensure the personal safety of the people living in the apocalypse safe house while also facilitating communication between them. Of course, she meant communication in places like trading halls and task halls. Just having a safe apocalypse safe house for each building would ultimately feel too cold. In a zombie world, going out alone to fight zombies is too insignificant unless the individual has very strong abilities. However, if the survivors here unite and form teams, even powerful zombies would not be a threat, as they could work together to defeat them. Zombies can infect people and turn them into zombies, while humans can only increase the number of survivor humans through generations, and not everyone can awaken abilities. Once the number of zombies far exceeds that of humans, and humans cannot withstand so many zombies, it indicates that humanity is not far from extinction. Therefore, humans need to unite to face these zombies together. The task hall serves as a positive guide for humans to eliminate zombies, while the trading market allows humans to exchange collected resources, which is also essential. Shihuan looked at the screen and thought about the task hall. It was relatively simple. She could just add a large screen for task releases at the entrance of each floor and set up a window for people to post tasks next to it. At the same time, posting a task would require a certain number of zombie crystal cores. Only then would the apocalypse safe house system want to create this large screen for the task hall. Otherwise, it wouldn't engage in self-harming and benefiting others. However, installing that large screen in every apocalypse safe house seemed excessive. It would be better to directly requisition a few rooms on the first floor, leaving a suitable area to serve as a task hall and trading space, specifically for posting tasks and facilitating exchanges between people. This way, there would be a space for communication, a place to post tasks, and the safety of guests living inside would also be maintained. Shihuan zoomed in on the location of their first building on the first floor. The image showed that it was already full of people, with each unit occupied by regular guests. Looking at it this way made things a bit tricky. It wouldn't be good to ask these regular guests to move out. Shihuan asked the apocalypse safe house system, if I want to have the 6 residents in the middle of the first floor move to another place to vacate this area, is that possible? If the rooms need to be moved, the system would certainly have a way. But suddenly asking people to move from the first floor to the upper floors or to another building didn't seem appropriate. The apocalypse safe house system had no such confusion. The 6 rooms in the middle, that's fine. It had no emotions, and to it, changing a room was no issue at all. Its apocalypse safe houses were all high-tech, easy to access, and it wouldn't matter where people lived, whether on the 9th or 10th floor. So it directly displayed a screen in front of the 6 residence rooms with a line of text, Apocalypse Safe House under construction. Your room will be adjusted to building number. Please be informed. There was also a confirmation button. This startled the girls living in those 6 rooms. They clutched their chests as they looked at the suddenly appearing screen. After seeing that the screen was the same as the intelligent screens they usually encountered in the Apocalypse safe house, they then focused their attention on the line of text. For this sudden appearance of high technology, they felt only awe. There was no reluctance in them. Of course, they also understood that even if they were unwilling, opposing it would be useless, so it was better to accept the arrangement. Consequently, they quickly pressed the confirmation button. The screen appeared hurriedly and then left just as quickly. The only trace left by the Apocalypse safe house system for the girls in these 6 rooms was the updated housing number on their housing wristbands. As they walked outside with doubts about the information displayed above, they confirmed that their room numbers had indeed been changed. Shihuan, pleased with the prompt response from the Apocalypse safe house system, didn't even have time to say anything before the 6 rooms in front of her turned empty. This indicated that the people in those 6 rooms had already been moved out. Shihuan blinked and gazed at the 6 rooms, once again marveling at the efficiency of the Apocalypse safe house system. Well, she thought, there was no need to say what she wanted to discuss with the system anymore. Shihuan began to transform these 6 rooms, starting by evenly splitting them into 2 rooms. She hung a sign for the task hall on the left and a sign for the trading hall on the right. This was her initial idea, so the implementation would be relatively quick. She tapped the door of the left task hall, and the image on the screen immediately changed to show the interior of the room. Shihuan cleared all the furniture and initial items from this 27 square meter room. Then she said to the Apocalypse safe house system, increase both of these rooms to 180 square meters. The room on the screen quickly expanded until it reached a size of 180 square meters. Shihuan added a few large rolling screens inside to display unclaimed tasks released in the task hall. The rest of the space was filled with seats, and she installed small smart screens on the seats for residents to publish tasks and to charge a processing fee for the tasks submitted to the Apocalypse safe house system. This way, the task hall was basically set up. Shihuan told the Apocalypse safe house system, now you just need to set it up. The small screens can allow guests living in the safe house to publish the tasks they want, and then you can take the necessary processing fees according to their tasks and display them on the large screens. She continued, at the same time, other residents can only input task numbers on the screens at their seats to directly claim tasks. For the transfer of task items, just add a window on the seat screens to handle those task items. The Apocalypse safe house system responded, understood. Chapter 81. Shihuan finished setting up the task hall. She moved on to the trading hall next door. The trading hall was much simpler and more straightforward. She arranged it with 1 stall per square meter in the 180 square meter room, leaving space in the middle for people to walk around. This resembled the farmer's market from before the apocalypse. Similarly, stalls would be charged a fee, and if someone needed a larger area, they could just buy more square meters. This made calculating prices more convenient. Shihuan told the Apocalypse safe house system, remember to set up the stall fees in the trading market. Whether it was the rent for the safe house, the processing fees for tasks in the task hall, or the stall fees in the trading market, all payments needed to be made using points within the safe house. As long as the Apocalypse safe house system could earn energy, it was happy to see the necessary buildings and equipment built. Correspondingly, the system would also protect the transaction safety of the stall owners. In crowded places, there would be more trouble. People would always have friction and disputes over various issues. At such times, someone would need to intervene. The order in these 2 places would definitely require assistance from the Apocalypse safe house system. Otherwise, it would be difficult to stop fights and quarrels. If someone violated the rules, they would be forcibly ejected from a room when using their abilities and placed on the blacklist of the task hall and trading market. No longer allowed to enter those 2 rooms. She believed that simply detecting abilities in the room and ejecting those who used them would be easy for the Apocalypse safe house system. It confirmed, no problem. Detecting abilities in the room, ejecting those who use them casually, and adding them to the blacklist of the task hall and trading market would only require setting up a program. Shihuan continued to discuss some trivial matters and, looking at the 2 completed rooms, yawned. Let's leave it at that for now. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to bed. After a long night of building the safe house, using her brain and hands, plus a whole day of killing zombies and collecting supplies, she was already exhausted and sleepy. Now that the rooms she needed to build were ready, she could no longer hold on and wanted to sleep. The morning light filtered in through the window, and Song Shihuan slowly woke up. She had good self-discipline when it came to sleeping. When it was time to wake up, she would wake up without lingering in bed. She wasn't worried about whether Su Chang had gotten up. Considering that children are usually full of energy, she probably woke up earlier than her. She boiled 2 bowls of egg noodles and set them on the dining table before going to find Su Chang in her room. Sure enough, Su Chang was already out of bed. Song Shihuan stood at the door and said to her, "Chung, breakfast is ready. Come eat." Su Chang replied with a good and walked over to the door. The two of them sat at the dining table eating hot noodles, and when they went outside, they found that the area had become lively. The task hall and trading market caught the attention of the residents, like a suddenly appeared self-service food cabinet. Many people curiously walked inside. The task hall and trading market were exactly as their names implied and very easy to understand. The onlookers quickly realized what these places were after seeing the large characters on the door signs. Now that they had these 2 convenient places, they could publish tasks and exchange items inside. They immediately spotted business opportunities, planning to clear out some of their unused items or secure a good spot to sell things, making it easier to sell later. After all, setting up a stall in the trading market only cost a small number of points each day, a price they could easily accept. After Song Shihuan and Su Chang finished their noodles, she instructed Su Chang to stay home before stepping out of the room. She then saw people walking into the 2 rooms one after another, making it look quite lively. She knocked on Lu Xinghe's door, inviting him to go check out the task hall and trading market together. Since she operated the setup of these 2 places through the Apocalypse Safe House system screen, she wanted to see the actual effects on site. Lu Xinghe, being Song Shihuan's teammate in killing zombies and collecting supplies, was naturally invited along. Chapter 81. Hearing the knock at the door, Lu Xinghe packed up the things he wanted to take out and came out. As for who was outside, he could guess without thinking. Listening to the familiar knock, it could only be Song Shihuan. However, he didn't know why she called him so early today. He opened the door and looked at Song Shihuan. "I'm here." Song Shihuan pointed to the lively trading market and task hall on the right and said, "Lu Xinghe, the Apocalypse Safe House has new functions. Do you want to go check it out?" After hearing Song Shihuan's words, Lu Xinghe looked over at the direction she was pointing. The soundproofing of the Apocalypse Safe House was excellent. He had no idea that it had become so lively outside while he was in his room. Many people took the elevator down from the building and walked towards the mission hall and trading market. He glanced over and saw people carrying things to sell, or those heading to the mission hall to post tasks. Of course, Lu Xinghe only took a quick look and didn't know what they were up to. So he asked Song Shihuan, "What's going on over there? Did they develop a new feature?" Hearing this, Lu Xinghe felt a stir in his heart. "Shall we go take a look? Can we check it out before doing tasks?" Song Shihuan had no objections, so Lu Xinghe and Song Shihuan headed towards the 2 newly developed rooms. They first entered the mission hall, which was the closest to them. Many people were already seated in the mission hall, some posting tasks while others were accepting them. After entering, Lu Xinghe and Song Shihuan found a spot to sit down and started looking at the tasks displayed on the big screen. The big screen had many tasks already posted. It was universal for all the residents in the 3 safe houses in this area, no matter which building they lived in. The tasks posted would show up on the same big screen. Song Shihuan looked at the screen and saw someone posting a task to find family members, with their home address noted. The surviving family members needed a powerful ability user to help bring them over. There were also tasks for forming teams to kill zombies and collect supplies, specifying the desired teammates' levels, ability types, and gender. Song Shihuan scrolled down, pondering if there were any tasks that could help her earn some points for the safe house while she was out, as her points could also be converted into credits in the safe house system. Lu Xinghe thought the same. He didn't have a need to post tasks, but if he could earn points while accepting tasks, that would be good since he was currently short on points and supplies. Points could only be earned by exchanging zombie crystal cores for points, and killing zombies was something he had to do himself. It wasn't feasible to trade supplies for someone else to do it. He believed that doing it himself would yield zombie crystal cores faster. And only this way could he maintain practical combat experience and the ability to deal with zombies. The 2 glanced through the current tasks and found that none of them were suitable for their current situation of collecting supplies while fighting zombies. So they regretfully left the mission hall. They turned to enter the trading market, where some people had already set up stalls after paying the stall fee. There were stalls selling daily necessities, branded bags, beautiful dresses, and various sharp weapons. Most of these were traded for zombie crystal cores or points in the safe house system. It's worth mentioning that the safe house system's bank had been set up, and later a new feature was added to the wristbands, allowing for face-to-face point transfers. This was equivalent to upgrading the original doorplate wristband to a multifunctional watch. Song Shihuan had already collected most of these supplies and didn't have much demand. On the contrary, she thought she could sell some of the water resources she no longer needed from her warehouse. Ever since she got that bottle of never-ending mineral water, the mineral water in her warehouse had hardly been touched, except for when she took a bottle with her when going out. Lu Xinghe was more interested than Song Shihuan. He arrived at a stall selling weapons. After checking out the tang knives displayed by others and finding the price reasonable, he bought one and also purchased a whetstone. After checking out the hustle and bustle of the mission hall and trading market, the two walked outside. Song Shihuan was quite satisfied with the actual effect of both places. She felt that there was nothing that needed improvement. She thought they needed to come back more often to see what needed strengthening. Killing zombies was relatively dangerous, so it was safer not to bring children along. Su Cheng's room now had plenty of snacks, and Song Shihuan also took a tablet loaded with various TV resources for her, as well as some crop seeds for her practice with. She believed that Su Cheng wouldn't be too bored alone in the safe house. Chapter 82, as usual. Song Shihuan and Lu Xinghe each drove a van to areas where zombies were more prevalent, getting out to fight zombies. Today, they had stopped at a frozen market that was now without power and internet. A foul smell was emanating from the frozen market, coming from seafood, pork, steak, and lamb that had gone bad after the freezers lost their cooling function. Song Shihuan pinched her nose. The smell was indeed overwhelming. However, there were indeed many zombies in this area, making it a worthwhile location for their zombie-killing activities. Not having to run around looking for zombies, she decided to endure it and kill all the zombies first. Why did her brain go haywire back then, obsessively collecting instant food? Now her warehouse only had various rice and dry goods left. Thinking about the large amounts of meat that were going to waste made her feel a bit desperate. She actually liked eating meat, but at first she thought it couldn't be preserved and discarded it. Now she was left regretting it. Lu Xinghe did not understand Song Shihuan's sadness. The zombies that had originally been gnawing on seafood, pork, steak, and other meats caught the scent of fresh humans and rushed towards them, wanting to bite into their fresh flesh. Song Shihuan couldn't pay attention to the stench here and had to put her hand down, gripping the chainsaw and starting the fight. She still used her most familiar wind blade ability embedded in the chainsaw. The advantage of wind-type abilities is that the wind blades can be used for long-range attacks, rather than waiting for zombies to get close before attacking. This allowed her to remain in a safe position without close contact with the zombies. However, this could only block melee zombies. Those that could also attack from a distance, like fire-type zombies, would require her to dodge danger and then use the wind blade to counterattack. After seeing Song Shihuan's creativity in embedding abilities into the chainsaw, Lu Xinghe wondered if he could cover his tang knife with wind-type abilities to increase its lethality without needing too much energy. Taking advantage of the fact that there weren't many zombies at the moment, he swung his tang knife, planning to try it out in this practical combat. Lu Xinghe's experimental direction was different from Song Shihuan's chainsaw. Song Shihuan embedded a wind-type zombie crystal core into her chainsaw, effectively transforming it into a flying wind blade that pierced towards the zombies. In this case, the chainsaw was merely a container, an intermediary. In contrast, Lu Xinghe's experimental model involved wrapping his wind-type ability around the edge of the tang knife to enhance its sharpness, allowing him to kill zombies more quickly and efficiently. However, maintaining this wind-type ability in his hand was also a problem, as it could easily distract him during combat. He had to both injure zombies with the tang knife and sustain the release of the wind-type ability within him, making it difficult to focus on two things at once. Lu Xinghe pressed his lips together, determined not to give up, and continued his experiment. When Song Shihuan pushed open the door to her home, she smelled the aroma of cooked rice coming from the kitchen. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, She hadn't instructed Su Chang to take on the cooking duties, but the little girl had taken the initiative to steam rice. The network had collapsed at this point, and the tablet could only be used to play some offline mini-games or watch TV. Su Chang had quite a few vegetables around her that she had stimulated to grow using her plant growth ability. She was currently holding the tablet and playing a block elimination game. Upon hearing a knock on the door, she immediately stopped her game and cheerfully said, "Sister, come in." Song Shihuan walked in and looked at her, smiling as she asked, Chung, did you steam the food in the kitchen?" Su Chang nodded, saying yes. "I also help my mom steam food at home." Song Shihuan patted her head and praised, "You're really amazing." After a moment's thought, she asked, "Can I take some vegetables from you to stir-fry for our lunch?" Song Shihuan thought to herself that although she couldn't eat seafood or meat, being able to eat fresh vegetables would still be comforting. Su Chang picked up the vegetable she had stimulated to grow and smiled, "Sure, I'll give them all to you." Song Shihuan took the vegetables from her hands and didn't chat further, as they only had an hour for lunch break and needed to hurry up and cook. "So," she said to Su Chang, "I'll go stir-fry the vegetables now. I'll come call you when it's time to eat, okay?" Su Chang nodded, "Okay, thank you, sister." Su Chang carried the vegetables to the kitchen. She didn't need a little friend to help her wash the vegetables. When she made quick dishes, it usually only took about 5 minutes to prepare a dish, so she was very fast. Thus, today's lunch bid farewell to steamed egg custard, and the dining table had 2 additional plates of fresh green vegetables. Chapter 83. The zombies have been evolving, upgrading from the original level 1 and 2 zombies to now level 4 and 5 zombies. Of course, the ability users were also upgrading. Someone like Lu Xinghe, who had been continuously fighting zombies, had his abilities upgrade quickly and could be said to be one of the top ability users in the safe house of the apocalypse. Having strong abilities doesn't mean killing zombies is easy. It still requires effort. Song Shihuan was the same. Although she hadn't awakened any abilities herself, she had contributed all the zombie cores, except for the wind-type zombie cores, to the chainsaw over the past month, upgrading it to level 8. Upgrading from level 5 to level 8 had cost her too many zombie cores, almost exhausting all the ones she had saved. She felt a pang of regret in her heart, but there was no other choice. If her weapon didn't upgrade, she would fall behind the zombies, and falling behind meant getting hurt. For Song Shihuan, whether or not she would continue to collect supplies or fight zombies at such a high intensity in the future, she had to ensure her chainsaw steadily upgraded. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to go out at all. The ordinary people in the safe house had quietly begun to change careers. As the zombies steadily upgraded, they could no longer face such high-level zombies. This made them feel fortunate that they had come to this safe house. And now the newly emerged trading market in the safe house gave them the option to do other things. They could temporarily stop and think about what they could sell in this trading hall to earn zombie cores to continue living in the safe house. Cooking, making clothes, helping other ability users sell things. Even in the apocalypse, there were still many things that ordinary people without awakened abilities could do. However, if it were in those survivor bases, ability users would naturally look down on these ordinary people. But in the safe house, things were much better. And using abilities for internal strife was not allowed, which greatly protected these ordinary people. Ordinary people began to set up stalls in the trading market to sell things, offering boxed meals, handmade clothing, or taking on tasks posted by other ability users, earning zombie cores to continue surviving in the safe house. Similarly, ability users with a more life-oriented focus also began to set up stalls in the trading market instead of going on missions. It can be said that different people have different ways of living. Wanting to continue living isn't too difficult. When Song Shihuan saw this trading market, she sighed in her heart, grateful that she had built the safe house this way earlier. Otherwise, even though these ordinary people could live in the communal rooms of the safe house, there would come a day when they could no longer afford the rent. Now, although they hadn't reached the highest level of 6 for ability users in the safe house, there were still some at level 5. The vegetables Su Chang stimulated to grow increased daily, enough that both Song Shihuan and Lu Xinghe had plenty left over even after sharing. Seeing that the vegetables were nearly filling up Su Chang's room, Song Shihuan felt that this couldn't continue and proposed to Su Chang. She said to Su Chang, Chung, Would you like to sell your excess vegetables in the trading market? Regardless, it would be better to let others eat the fresh vegetables rather than let them go to waste at home. Plus, it would be a win-win situation, earning some zombie cores or points as pocket money. Su Cheng's eyes sparkled. Sure, I want to sell these vegetables to others. Su Cheng often went to the trading market and had seen people buying things there, which was lively, just like before the apocalypse. Song Shihuan asked with a smile, "How do you plan to sell your vegetables? How much do you want to charge?" In the trading market, rather than exchanging zombie cores, more transactions were done using the current doorplate wristbands to transfer points. After all, carrying gold zombie cores was not safe, and their wristbands were directly linked to their identities, making it impossible for others to extort or steal. Having seen others transfer money using their wristbands, Su Cheng thought for a moment and said, "I want to sell each type of vegetable for 1 point." Song Shihuan was taken aback. Just 1 point for each? At this point, 1 point had already become worthless. After several upgrades of the zombies, the rent in the safe house had also adjusted. Except for those who had bought a yearly pass, the rent for other houses had increased twice. After all, as the zombies grew stronger, the energy needed to maintain the safe house's defenses also increased. However, upon seeing the snacks in the self-service cabinet that had also increased in price, Lu Xingha's face fell again. Damn it, he had to start saving the zombie cores to buy those. Song Shihuan confirmed with Su Cheng, Cheng, "Are you sure you want to sell each type of vegetable for just 1 point? Selling at that price could almost be considered charity. It would be a way to earn pocket money." Su Cheng nodded firmly. "Yes, I want to sell them this way." Before the apocalypse, she lived with her mom, and they weren't very well off. Her mom worked hard to raise her, taking her to the market or supermarket every day to buy groceries, clothes, and snacks. At that time, she thought that if she ever made money, she would give all of it to her mom. Su Cheng felt sad, but when she was alone, she could only quietly miss her mom. She didn't show it in front of Song Shihuan. This time, she wanted to sell the vegetables so cheaply because she wanted others to have enough to eat and not go hungry. Chapter 84. Su Cheng had rarely ventured out of the safe house in the apocalypse. The few times she did go out were under the protection and guidance of Song Shihuan and Lu Xingha. Most of the time, she stayed inside the safe house, because Song Shihuan had set up the safe house system to lock her room whenever he left. This prevented Su Cheng from sneaking out of curiosity and getting into trouble. Of course, these measures were only to protect her. However, during those few outings, Su Cheng had seen the dangers and horrors of the outside world and realized how difficult it was to survive. This made her not long for the world outside the safe house. She felt that staying in the safe house was quite good and reassuring. Su Cheng could hardly find any children her age in the safe house. All she saw were tired adults. She thought that since her special ability allowed many people to eat their fill without starving, she hoped to use her ability to help more people. She had the protection of Song Shihuan to grow up in such a safe environment, while others had to face dangers and resist with all their might. Seeing that Su Cheng was so determined to sell a little produce, Song Shihuan didn't stop her. After all, the plants catalyzed by her ability were all produced by Su Cheng herself. If she wanted to sell them, then so be it. Anyway, with Su Cheng's current level 5 ability, the vegetables she produced daily could be sold for points, and saving up little by little would result in a considerable amount of points. As for seeds and abilities, she had enough of both. So no matter how she sold them, it wouldn't result in a loss, and there was no need to fuss over it. Song Shihuan was not going to covet her points. When selling in the trading market, she would also use her own wristband to receive payments. This way, if she didn't need to buy anything, she could save the points, and if she did need to buy something, she could pay herself. Alternatively, when Su Cheng grew up, she could save up a nice amount of points. She only planned to raise Su Cheng until she was 16, after which she would let her become independent. If Su Cheng reached the appropriate age and expressed a desire to live alone, she would also arrange for her to move out early. In any case, whether Su Cheng relied on her ability to survive in the safe house or planned to go out and explore with others, it would all depend on her choices at that time. Song Shihuan pushed out a shopping cart that had been left behind from previous trips to the supermarket to collect supplies. "Let us load these vegetables and fruits into the cart and head to the trading market," she said. The two of them organized the vegetables and fruits that Su Cheng had produced in her room and then pushed the cart to the trading market. After discovering the situation, Song Shihuan also communicated with the safe house system to improve it, constantly making adjustments and optimizing the trading regulations to protect both consumers and merchants. In the trading market, each square meter had a designated stall, which was sufficient for the people in the building. However, there were also many who sought to monopolize stalls to sell at high prices. Faced with this situation, Song Shihuan felt helpless and could only introduce new rules multiple times to prevent such occurrences. Fortunately, such incidents had become rare by now. The two of them pushed the cart to an empty stall and rented it. As the host of the safe house system, Song Shihuan didn't have to pay fees for tasks or stall rentals. However, given the crowd, she still needed to maintain appearances. After unlocking the stall, they walked inside. They arranged various green vegetables on the stone table in front of them, quickly attracting the attention of others. Since the apocalypse, not many people had been able to eat fresh vegetables. Seeing such fresh produce made them quite happy, but they hesitated, thinking the prices must be high and were reluctant to approach. Once Song Shihuan arranged all the vegetables in the cart, she operated the small screen in front of the stall to set up the stall sign. Vegetables only 1 point each. As soon as she typed this line, it appeared above the stall. Those who had been hesitant took a step forward upon seeing the price. Only 1 point for a vegetable? Is this real? Song Shihuan sensed their doubt and disbelief in their voices, smiled at them, and pointed to Su Cheng beside her. You should ask this little boss. All these vegetables were catalyzed by her ability, and she said she just wants to sell each for 1 point. The few who stepped forward to inquire about the price turned their gaze to Su Cheng. Little boss, do these vegetables really only sell for 1 point? Su Cheng's face turned red, but she nodded firmly. Yes, sisters, all my vegetables only sell for 1 point. I hope you all can eat fresh vegetables. As soon as she said this, the stall became lively. I'll take 2 cabbages. Me too, me too. I want 4 eggplants. Su Cheng's low-priced vegetables were very popular, and everyone, adhering to the principle of if it's cheap, buy it, rushed to buy more. They worried that the prices would rise later, and they wouldn't be able to get such affordable vegetables again. Su Cheng collected the corresponding points through her wristband as she handed out the sold vegetables. Thus, the transaction was completed. Song Shihuan watched her sell the vegetables from the side, not stepping in to help. Such a simple task was something Su Cheng could handle on her own, and after all, these were her vegetables. There was no need for her to rush to help with everything. She could complete what she was capable of herself. The neatly stacked vegetables slowly dwindled down to just the bottom layer. Song Shihuan said to Su Cheng, Cheng, I'll go bring over the vegetables from your room. You need to stay at this stall and not come out, okay? Su Cheng nodded and gratefully replied, Okay, I understand. Thank you, sister. Chapter 85. Song Shihuan pushed the now empty cart away from the stall and headed towards the outside of the trading market. Leaving Su Cheng alone here was not due to carelessness, especially since most people here were ordinary, and with such a young child like Su Cheng running a stall, the safety factor increased significantly. Sister, make sure to take care of those pumpkins. Yes, all these are only 1 point each. Song Shihuan looked from a distance at Su Cheng doing business, her smile never faltering. Despite being only 7 years old, she was already quite adept at running a business. Watching Su Cheng's stall run low on vegetables, she pushed the cart over and brought out more produce. As soon as these fresh vegetables were restocked, they were met with another round of frenzied purchasing. The trading market was on the first floor, and Su Cheng's room was also on the first floor, making it very convenient. However, knowing it was Su Cheng's first time selling, Song Shihuan decided to stay and keep her company. There were hundreds of people in the safe house system, and the vegetables in the cart were still selling well. Many people entered the trading market or task hall to take a look. Su Cheng's vegetables were cheap, which would only improve business. She said to Song Shihuan, Sister, I found that everyone really likes eating vegetables. The older brothers and sisters here bought so many at once. These days, due to the lack of vegetables, most of what others eat are frozen foods or vegetarian dishes, and they all want to eat some fresh vegetables to improve their meals. However, Song Shihuan said to Su Cheng, In the future, Cheng can grow more vegetables and sell them here to everyone. That way, we won't have to worry about having too many vegetables that we can't fit in our rooms. If we sell them outside, we should be able to sell out every day. The vegetables Su Cheng just sold aside from greens, cabbage, lettuce, and oilseed vegetables, included pumpkins, winter melons, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. These are all vegetables that can be stored for a longer time. Of course, this was also a suggestion from Song Shihuan to Su Cheng, as winter melons, pumpkins, and potatoes can be kept at home for a while. However, leafy vegetables like greens, lettuce, and oilseed vegetables cannot be stored for too long and need to be eaten quickly. If they didn't sell them now, it would just be their family and the Lu Xinghe family. Even if they ate vegetables for every meal, they wouldn't be able to finish them all. But now that they can set up a stall in the trading market to sell vegetables, they don't have to worry about which vegetables to grow every day. She believes that no matter what vegetables they sell, they will be sold out at that price. The task hall of the safe house in the apocalypse is universal. Residents of each building can post tasks displayed on the big screen. However, the trading market is not universal. Only residents of that building can set up stalls and sell, and only they can buy from it. Currently, the safe house in the apocalypse has established 6 buildings, and basically everyone who should live there has moved in, with people from neighboring provinces gradually coming in as well. Similarly, Song Shihuan had the apocalypse safe house system establish a safe house in the north, which has also housed quite a number of people. There was originally no safe house there, and someone was preparing to establish a survivor base. But on that day, a safe house appeared out of nowhere, and some people chose to move in because of a short video promotion they had seen. And then it turned out to be quite appealing. Not everyone likes to live in a survivor base, since the survivor base is run by human superpowers. There are always schemes and intrigues. Or rather, because the living conditions inside are not as safe as here, it tends to cause some worries. The unfamiliar safe house perfectly solves these problems. At least safety and privacy are guaranteed, which makes those who tentatively move and stay there from then on. Both safe houses in the apocalypse are developing steadily. After tasting success, the apocalypse safe house system plans to establish branches in other locations. Song Shihuan is certainly happy to see this. The more safe houses are established, the more secure the survivors will be. Merchants always act for profit. They can rely on information gaps to sell for 15 points or 2 points in other buildings and earn a price difference. As for how to get into those buildings, they just need to buy the cheapest room there to get a wristband for the safe house, allowing them to enter the trading market in that safe house to set up stalls and sell, as long as the price difference isn't too large. The apocalypse safe house system should turn a blind eye to this. After all, as long as the safe house system thinks there is energy, it's fine. They won't miss out on making money. Chapter 86 Song Shihuan is not new to the working style of the apocalypse safe house system. This guy is just someone who won't get up for no profit. However, the trading markets in each safe house cannot circulate with each other, and someone bears the role of a middleman, selling in other buildings, which is not impossible. Song Shihuan just went along with it, turning a blind eye. After all, this doesn't hurt those merchants. There are no cheaper items elsewhere, and those merchants wouldn't spend money to run to other buildings to sell. As long as the price difference isn't too large, it's acceptable for these mobile merchants to move around and trade. Su Cheng found the opened vegetable packages in her room and was filled with enthusiasm. "Sister, I want to use my ability to grow more and more vegetables so that everyone can come and buy them." When she finished selling everything today, she noticed an ant who looked to be about her mother's age, and upon hearing that the vegetables were sold out, her face showed disappointment. This ignited Su Cheng's desire to grow vegetables even more. Originally, Su Cheng had no deep understanding of her awakened plant growth ability. It was only when Song Shihuan suggested that she use her ability to continue upgrading it that she began to release her internal energy daily, just like completing a task. Whenever her internal energy gradually recovered, she would use it up again, which is why she steadily reached level 5 of her ability. Growing more vegetables now means she can save them for selling together tomorrow. Song Shihuan found it interesting and asked Su Cheng, "Cheng, how many points did you earn just now?" "How many points?" Su Cheng, still holding a big white radish she had just grown, looked a bit confused. She had been too focused on selling vegetables in the trading market to count how many points she had earned. Seeing her puzzled expression, Song Shihuan pointed at her wristband. "Cheng, do you want to check?" Su Cheng immediately put down the grown white radish, tapped on her wristband, and a small screen lit up. She clicked to check her balance and happily exclaimed, "Sister, I now have 230 points. The trading market is safe, and since Su Cheng can sell vegetables on her own, she didn't plan to go with her. After all, after a whole day of outdoor tasks, she was quite tired and just wanted to lie in bed and rest. To recover her energy for the next day's zombie hunting, Song Shihuan asked Su Cheng, Cheng, will you be scared to go to the trading market alone tomorrow? Su Cheng thought for a moment and shook her head. Sister, I'm not scared. In the safe house, she didn't feel anything to be afraid of. Moreover, after Song Shihuan left today, she sold vegetables in the trading market alone, and those older brothers, sisters, aunts, and uncles were all very friendly, with nothing to be afraid of. Besides, staying alone in this house every day always made her think too much. Now being able to go out and interact with many people is a good thing. It has made her feel much more relaxed and happy. Since the network has collapsed and there's no signal, she can't use her phone to contact anyone. However, sometimes it is indeed necessary to contact others. Of course, this function can only be used within the safe house or within 100 meters outside the safe house. Essentially, it is just like her calling Lu Xinghe from her room to ask if he wants to come out to do tasks or communicating with Su Cheng, as she mentioned. Others are the same. They can also chat and communicate with their friends and teammates living in different rooms through this doorplate wristband. She plans to check if there are any areas in the safe house that need adjustment and optimization, as well as to take the 10 lottery fragments she has gathered to draw once on the big wheel. The lottery wheel of the Apocalypse safe house system still has the same items without change. Song Shihuan knows deeply that she won't be able to draw a space for herself, but every time the big wheel lottery is drawn, she still silently prays to get a space, and this time is no different. She reached out and tapped the start button in the center, then pressed stop, and watched as the wheels slowly came to a halt. This time, the prize landed on an endless cake platter, consisting of 10 different flavors of small cakes, assembled into one cake platter. Song Shihuan looked at the cake and swallowed, forgetting about the regret of not winning the portable space. It had been a long time since she had eaten cake, and now being able to win an endless cake made her very satisfied. She urged the post-apocalyptic safe house system, saying, "System, quickly teleport my cake prize to me." Post-apocalyptic safe house system. Okay, host, please extend your hand to receive your prize. Song Shihuan reached out her hand, and the heavy cake platter landed in her palm. Chapter 87. This platter cake was quite large, looking like it should be about 12 inches, with no skimping on materials. The ingredients were very generous. The flavors included milk taro, strawberry lava, sea salt Oreo, durian millefeuille, tiramisu, chocolate, matcha mousse, and blueberry filling, each looking delicious and making one's heart flutter. Song Shihuan could hardly wait. She had just brushed her teeth, washed her face, and bathed, but she wanted to taste the flavors of this platter cake. As for brushing her teeth again after finishing the cake, that was just a small matter. With 10 flavors in the platter cake, it meant she could enjoy 10 different tastes. However, thinking about how she wouldn't be able to eat that much cake at night, Song Shihuan felt she could try sharing some. After all, she didn't spend any money on it since it was a prize from a lottery, so she wouldn't feel bad about giving it away. Now, with a bracelet that allowed her to communicate with people inside the post-apocalyptic safe house, she didn't need to knock on doors one by one. She could just call using her phone watch. Song Shihuan's first call was to Su Cheng. Cheng, are you asleep? Do you want to eat cake? On the other side, Su Cheng was still busy urging the vegetable seeds to sprout. Upon hearing about the cake, her eyes lit up, and she said, "Sister, I'm not asleep yet. I want to eat cake." The temptation of cake for children is immense. There are hardly any kids who don't like cake, especially in times when resources are dwindling. Cake seems particularly luxurious and enticing. After hearing Su Cheng's words, Song Shihuan's eyes curved into a smile. "Okay, then come to our dining table. I'll bring out the cake." She hadn't even hung up the phone when she heard the sound of footsteps. Su Cheng had already run out of her room. Song Shihuan hurriedly carried the cake platter to the dining room, not wanting to keep little Su Cheng waiting too long. However, it was still quite a challenge for just the two of them to eat a 10-flavor platter cake. She thought for a moment and called Lu Xinghe, saying, "Lu Xinghe, are you sleeping now?" At this time, it wasn't too late, but she had never called Lu Xinghe at such a late hour before, so she didn't know if she would wake him up. Lu Xinghe was still awake, though he was already lying in bed. Song Shihuan? What's up? I'm still awake. Song Shihuan quickly asked Lu Xinghe, do you want to come over and eat cake? I got the cake from the snack cabinet. There's plenty to try. She said this without worrying about being exposed, since the post-apocalyptic safe house's snack self-service cabinet indeed had this platter cake. Moreover, Lu Xinghe didn't know that her chainsaw needed zombie crystal cores for upgrades. And the zombie crystal cores she had obtained from the zombies she had defeated these days were more than enough to buy a small cake like this. This wouldn't attract Lu Xinghe's attention. Lu Xinghe was particularly fond of sweets, but since Song Shihuan invited him, he agreed, all right, I'll come over. Although Song Shihuan had invited him to taste the cake, it was polite to ask before entering someone else's home. Song Shihuan nodded, yes, come over. I'll have Chengqing open the door for you. This 10-flavor cake was still too much for 3 people. So she also called 2 other girls she knew in the post-apocalyptic safe house. One was Wang Yujie, the original roommate of the previous host. And the other was Shunli, the girl she met when she went to school to kill zombies and prepare for a sweep. Wang Yujie lived right next to Lu Xinghe, so it was very convenient for her to come over. The other girl was someone she encountered at school when she received a mission to kill zombies. Shunli had said she wanted to rely on herself to kill zombies and move into the post-apocalyptic safe house, which she indeed accomplished. Initially, Song Shihuan hadn't encountered this girl named Shunli in the post-apocalyptic safe house, and sometimes she wondered if Shunli had been overpowered by zombies and eaten. She only saw Shunli when she brought her family over later. Song Shihuan had a high initial impression of Shunli, and as they lived in the post-apocalyptic safe house together, they gradually got to know each other. They would occasionally chat when they met. The people she invited came in one after another. Song Shihuan asked them to sit at the dining table with a 10-flavor platter cake. The 5 of them would each have enough to eat 2 pieces of cake. You can see which piece you want to eat. No need to be polite. Just help yourselves. Song Shihuan didn't hold back. After saying that, she picked up a piece of milk taro cake and placed it in the paper plate that the system had provided, picking up a fork to dig in. The others also didn't hold back. They confidently took their favorite cakes and placed them in their paper plates to start eating. Shunli put a piece of cake in her mouth and felt the taste on her tongue, her eyes curving with delight. Ah, this long-lost flavor. I haven't eaten cake in so long. I really miss this taste. Wang Yujie felt the same way. This was the first piece of cake she had eaten since the apocalypse, and it was truly delicious. If I have more zombie crystal cores in the future, I want to save up to buy cake to eat. Su Cheng, on the other hand, was like a hamster, wasting no time talking and taking small bites of cake to put in her mouth. Song Shihuan savored the milk taro cake in her hand, feeling so happy that she shook her head. The only boy at the table, Lu Xinghe, observed the exaggerated reactions of the girls and quietly tasted the chocolate cake in his hand. He didn't have a particularly strong reaction, but asked Song Shihuan, did you buy this from the trading market or? Song Shihuan blinked at him. It's from a snack cabinet. Isn't it delicious and quite a bargain? She didn't see the need to play along with his excuse that it was bought from the trading market. Anyway, saying it was from a food cabinet wasn't a big deal. Shunli and Wang Yujie looked surprised. You bought it from that self-service food cabinet? Isn't it expensive? Song Shihuan shook her head. Not really. It's within my acceptable range. This was from the 10 lottery fragments she drew, so of course, it was within her acceptable range, and it wasn't expensive at all. Chapter 88 now. Although it was a world of zombies, there were still many high-level ability users with a demand for such desserts, so the vendor's business was quite good. Song Shihuan thought about it and felt that the cakes she wouldn't finish could also be given to Su Cheng, letting her help sell them, thus avoiding waste. Of course, the most important thing was to earn some points. Even if she didn't sell much, accumulating little by little could still earn her a significant amount. The self-service food cabinet in the post-apocalyptic safe house had been there for quite some time, and many people had purchased products from there, including Shunli, who had bought the endless supply of mineral water. She didn't rush to renew the rent, so she still had quite a bit of points in hand, and her current life was relatively comfortable. On the other hand, Lu Xinghe's zombie crystal cores were different in the early stages. He hardly killed zombies and focused on gathering supplies. Later, after discovering various discounts, he began to work hard to kill zombies and exchanged everything for points to renew his rent for a year. Thus, the mineral water he always craved remained unpurchased. The next day, when Song Shihuan and Lu Xinghe were outside killing zombies, they saw Lu Xinghe's eyes blazing with fierce determination, as if he wanted to clear out all the zombies in the building. The zombies outside had evolved to level 5 or 6. While Lu Xinghe was a level 7 ability user, one of the few who didn't have to fear these zombies and could walk boldly down the street. As long as he wanted to kill zombies, he could do it much faster. In the early stages, Song Shihuan first collected rice, cooking oil, and seasonings. Now, with the vegetables and fruits stimulated by Su Cheng, she didn't have to worry about meals anymore. She also gradually collected quite a few daily necessities, so for the time being, she could relax and not worry about gathering supplies. This also allowed her to spend more time killing zombies and obtaining zombie crystal cores, speeding up the upgrade of her chainsaw and ensuring her safety in this apocalyptic zombie world. After finishing off those zombies, the two immediately headed to a hospital. The zombies in hospitals were notoriously numerous. When the apocalypse struck, the hospital was filled with patients in poor health, making them the most susceptible to infection. Because they were weak, it was even harder for them to evade zombie attacks, making hospitals some of the fastest places to fall and the ones with the most zombies. Of course, the people at the hospital entrance were not just Lu Xinghe and Song Shihuan, but also other ability users from the safe house. This was a mission posted in the safe house's task hall, with little commission, but it mentioned that there were too many zombies here, and there seemed to be higher-level zombies, requesting high-level ability users from the safe house to deal with it. Tasks without much reward still attracted many people. After seeing this task, Song Shihuan and Lu Xinghe also planned to come the next day to check it out. Higher-level zombies had clearer minds, and they understood that if they let these high-level zombies continue to evolve and grow stronger, it would be even harder to deal with them in the future. They naturally wanted to eliminate the threat in its infancy. The highest level of zombies they had encountered so far was level 6, and the person who posted the task mentioned there were higher-level zombies, which likely referred to level 7 zombies. Song Shihuan and Lu Xinghe rarely followed a team to kill zombies. This was to say that if they allowed that zombie to continue evolving, they would also be in danger in the future. As two of the more notable ability users among the zombies, they naturally had to come and take a look. Only by seeing the zombies die before them could they feel at ease. Moreover, a level 7 zombie's crystal core could also be exchanged for a decent amount of points. However, with so many high-level ability users arriving, it was uncertain whose hands the high-level zombie would fall to. Although they came as a team, they didn't plan to fight as a large group. They mostly entered the hospital with their usual teammates. Song Shihuan and Lu Xinghe walked side by side into the hospital. The moment they stepped inside, they felt a sense of being watched. Song Shihuan frowned, sensing that the situation inside was worse than they had imagined. However, since they were already there was no reason to retreat. Both Song Shihuan and Lu Xinghe became alert, almost simultaneously reminding each other. Lu Xinghe, be careful. Song Shihuan, watch your surroundings. The two exchanged a serious glance, showing a cautious expression as they moved toward a less crowded area, first clearing out the low-level zombies blocking their path. They were also here for the high-level zombies, as high-level zombies meant that the crystal cores in their brains were more valuable. Of course, the most important thing was to nip the danger in the bud. They fought their way through zombies while heading up to the hospital's upper floors. The elevators were out of service, so they could only go up the stairs. The zombies had long since lost their original stiffness and could still move briskly in the stairwell. Song Shihuan and Lu Xinghe dealt with wave after wave of zombies, reaching the top floor a step ahead of the other high-level ability users from the safe house. The feeling of being watched grew stronger. Song Shihuan tightened her grip on her chainsaw, while Lu Xinghe held his new weapon, a tang knife, as they approached the innermost office. They exchanged a glance and slowly pushed open the office door. The bright light spilling out from the office enveloped them, and the sounds of zombies roaring and human ability users talking faded away. Chapter 89. Song Shihuan was momentarily blinded by the light, then raised her hand to shield her eyes, slowly lowering it again. Listening to the sounds, she looked over at the dining table not far away and saw her mother sitting there, peeling edamame. This made her pause, open her mouth, and anxiously say, "Mom, what are you doing here?" Song's mother shot her a glare. "What kind of question is that? If I'm not at home, Where else would I be? She placed the peeled edamame into a bowl. Reaching for the bag, she began to peel more edamame. Song Shihuan wiped her tears with her sleeve, shook her head, and said, "It's nothing. I just wanted to help Mom." The mother and daughter quickly finished peeling the bag of edamame. Song's mother took the bowl full of edamame and headed into the kitchen to cook. The sounds of frying and chopping gradually filled the kitchen. Song Shihuan closed her eyes, feeling the rare warmth of the moment. Then she slowly stood up and walked toward her room. The furnishings inside were just as she remembered, unchanged in any way, until she pulled out her phone from under her pillow and saw the time and date displayed on it. Song Shihuan gazed at it with nostalgia before stepping out of the room. She sat on the sofa in the living room, turned on the TV, and randomly clicked on a video, letting it play. Song Shihuan pulled her brother's hand off her head, just as her mother came out of the kitchen carrying the cooked dishes. Her brother raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. All right, I'll listen to Mom." He turned and winked at Song Shihuan, implying that she should finish eating and sneak out to play together. Song Shihuan smiled and nodded. All right, everyone come to eat." Everyone got up and walked to the dining table, where steaming bowls of white rice awaited them. Looking at the 4 dishes she loved, along with the familiar faces of her father, mother, and brother, tears fell again. "What's wrong?" Song's mother asked. "Why are you crying again?" Her brother also expressed concern. "Yeah? What's wrong, Huan? Tell me, and I'll take care of it for you." Song's father, usually not very talkative, also looked at her with a worried expression. "Huan?" Song Shihuan listened to the familiar calls of Huan around her, the only nickname that no one else had ever called her. She reached up to wipe her tears. She said to them, "I'm sorry, Dad, Mom, and brother. I know you're all fake, but I really miss you so much. I can't keep immersing myself in this anymore." Song's mother, father, and brother were all taken aback. What did she mean by fake? Song Shihuan gripped the chainsaw on her lap. She truly could no longer deceive herself. The familiar faces in front of her, along with the beeping reminders from the apocalypse safety house system in her head, represented that seeing all this was just an illusion, not real. But now, the urgency of the apocalypse safety house system was increasing, and if she couldn't wake up from this dream soon, something bad would likely happen, which could lead to her death in this dream. Song Shihuan stood up, holding her chainsaw, an ability with double the power of a level 6 wind system, and swung it towards the 3 people sitting at the dining table. Soon, they were sliced in half by the wind blades. Song Shihuan watched as their heads and bodies separated, blood splattering out, and her heart ached even though the people in front of her were fake. She couldn't bear to treat her family this way, but there was no other way. Based on her experiences from the novels she had read, if she didn't kill them, she wouldn't be able to break the deadlock and leave. And indeed, after Song Shihuan chopped them down, the familiar-looking figures of her parents slowly transformed into zombies. The entire illusion then collapsed, revealing the original appearance of the hospital office. This must be a mental or illusion-type zombie. No wonder it was so difficult to deal with, requiring all ability users to be dispatched for missions in the task hall. Chapter 90 Lu Xinghe also fell into the illusion when he opened the door. This illusion created by zombies corresponded to the thoughts and images in each person's heart, making it easy to lure them into the illusion. If one became immersed in the illusion and was unwilling to leave, gradually relaxing their vigilance, they would be devoured by the zombies in the real world. When Song Shihuan crossed into this apocalyptic zombie world, the family she missed most from the peaceful era before her crossing was her greatest longing. Therefore, the zombies inserted those images she missed most into the illusion to confuse her, wanting her to immerse herself in this family reunion. However, the illusion-type zombie faced Song Shihuan, who was bound to the apocalypse safety house system, and Lu Xinghe, a level 7 ability user. Its illusions had little effect on them. Lu Xinghe also realized this. But instead of lingering, he didn't know how to escape the illusion for a while, so he was trapped inside for some time. Not long after Song Shihuan emerged from the illusion, Lu Xinghe found a way to kill the people inside the illusion, shattering the illusion created by the zombies and successfully coming out. When Song Shihuan looked at Lu Xinghe beside her and noticed he had also come out of the illusion, she smiled slightly and asked, "Are you okay?" Lu Xinghe nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine." The large office outside, showed no traces of zombies. Everything in the office was neatly arranged, without any disorder, seeming perfectly normal. However, because everything was too normal, it felt abnormal in this zombie world. They continued to walk inside and pushed open the door to the innermost office. A zombie dressed in a white coat sat at the desk. Hearing them push the door open, it looked up and asked, "Why didn't you knock?" This questioning voice directly entered their minds. Shihuan was certain that the zombie in front of her hadn't moved its mouth or spoken out loud, yet she distinctly heard it talking in her mind, its voice indistinguishable from that of a human. Next to her, Xinghe furrowed his brows and sent a level 7 wind blade towards the zombie. A mere zombie didn't need to adhere to martial ethics. However, the zombie quickly dodged Xinghe's attack and charged towards them. Shihuan and Xinghe unleashed their wind blades at the zombie, making it impossible for it to evade. The zombie was gradually pushed back, suffering numerous cuts on its body. It felt no pain, but sensed it couldn't break through their attacks, so it turned to run toward the window, planning to break through from there. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Shihuan quickly replaced the zombie crystal cores embedded in her chainsaw with ice-type zombie crystal cores and swung it towards the zombie that was about to jump. She froze the zombie into a large ice block. This was 3 times the power of a level 6 ice ability, completely locking down this zombie. Shihuan and Xinghe exchanged glances and walked over to the large ice block. Xinghe used his tang knife to poke the zombie and then pressed it down to the ground. The sound of the ice block hitting the floor echoed. Xinghe unleashed another level 7 wind blade towards the zombie's head, slicing the ice block in half and killing the zombie completely. Shihuan crouched down with her knife, poking at the zombie's head to break through the surface ice and digging for the zombie crystal core inside. She held up the translucent ice blue zombie crystal core and examined it. Oh, this is just a level 6 zombie crystal core, but this zombie should be an illusion-type one. There is indeed a difference between illusion-type zombies and mental-type zombies. The former creates illusions, while the latter can control people's minds. Comparatively, illusion-type zombies are definitely weaker than mental-type zombies. However, illusion-type zombies shouldn't be underestimated. A mere level 6 zombie could trap Xinghe, a level 7 ability user, in an illusion. If it became stronger, who knows what would happen. Thankfully, they had come together and eliminated this zombie. Shihuan stood up and handed the zombie crystal core to Xinghe. How about it? Do you need this zombie crystal core? Since the two of them took down the zombie together, they should split it evenly. However, since it was just a level 6 zombie, it wasn't too necessary. Xinghe shook his head. You can have it. After all, you were the one who froze it. Otherwise, it would have probably escaped. Shihuan nodded and didn't hesitate with Xinghe, accepting the zombie crystal core and tossing it into her backpack. After all, regardless of the type of ability, as long as it was of this level, the points exchanged at the system would be the same, so it didn't count as taking advantage. After killing the zombie, the two of them headed downstairs, taking a different route. They encountered other zombies in the hospital and dealt with them as well. Then, they informed the people coming up that they had killed the zombies on the top floor to avoid the next group running up and finding nothing. You two killed that high-level zombie? That was too fast. Fortunately, it was just a level 6 zombie. Its ability was a bit special. Huh? What kind of ability did that zombie have? Illusion type, I believe. It could create illusions for those who entered. If you got immersed in it, you might not be able to escape. Oh, I see. So, even if other ability users didn't kill that high-level zombie, this trip wasn't in vain. Chapter 91. After encountering the illusion-type zombies in this hospital, their previously inflated egos slowly deflated. They initially thought they were skilled fighters in the safe house during the apocalypse, able to handle any zombies outside. However, they realized that there are always stronger beings, and there are indeed more formidable zombies beyond the ones they faced. They just hadn't encountered them yet. The illusion-type zombies they met in the hospital, although successfully dealt with later, had indeed trapped them in an illusion, which was undeniable. They still needed to continue killing zombies without letting their guard down or becoming complacent, believing themselves to be invincible. They had to maintain the right mindset. Shihuan went out every day to kill zombies, But not every time did she encounter wind-type zombies, so the number of wind-type zombie cores she could obtain decreased. Sometimes she would go to the trading market to buy wind-type zombie cores from others. However, everyone was shrewd. When they realized she had a demand, they wouldn't exchange at an equivalent rate, but would secretly raise the price. After experiencing this multiple times, Shihuan understood that it was not worth it to trade with them for zombie cores, as it would only lead to her spending more points in small amounts. She thought, isn't it just wind-type zombie cores? The chainsaw could also embed other types of zombie cores. She could become less reliant on wind-type abilities and learn to practice using other zombie cores. Thus, this time she brought along an ice-type zombie core to deal with the illusion-type zombie, and the effect was quite good. Now, Shihuan was even more eager to use the chainsaw to try out different types of zombie cores. So, she would end up being taken advantage of and could see how powerful these different types of zombie cores could be. In that case, she could choose to use different zombie cores based on the types of zombies she encountered. Luxinghe had learned about the source of Shihuan's chainsaw beforehand. She had exchanged it from the safe house. The safe house now had not only a self-service food cabinet, but also added a self-service weapon cabinet. However, the weapons inside were just knives, swords, and bows, which didn't seem as extraordinary as Shihuan's chainsaw. Nevertheless, the details on the self-service weapon cabinet indicated that these weapons could be upgraded. Each upgrade required a certain number of zombie cores, and even buying weapons from this cabinet with points was quite expensive, comparable to an exorbitant price. Generally, survivors who had awakened abilities were unwilling to waste money on weapons from the weapon cabinet, while ordinary people found it appealing but couldn't afford it for the time being. Luxinghe planned to save some zombie cores to buy a weapon for self-defense. However, he wanted to buy too many things at once, so he could only take it one step at a time and work hard to accumulate zombie cores. He didn't have to worry about Su Cheng. She had already blended in well with the stall owners in the trading market. Next to her stall was a sister selling boxed meals. This sister often came to buy vegetables from Su Cheng, and they had developed a mutual helping relationship. Shihuan felt relaxed and happy. She wasn't particularly interested in cooking. The meals she prepared were just average. If it weren't for the need to spend her zombie cores to buy boxed meals outside, she might have chosen to eat out every day. The zombie cores needed for exchanging for a portable space were still a long way off, far from even a fraction, so she couldn't bear to waste any zombie cores and stuck to cooking her own meals. Luxinghe always thought that all of Shihuan's zombie cores were spent on the ever-expanding house, the never-ending cakes, the never-ending bottled water, and the never-ending fried rice. So, the series of things that Shihuan never seemed to finish included bottled water, fried rice, and cake. These three items pretty much solve her meal problems. At least when dining out, she only needed to bring one portion of fried rice with her, without needing to carry other food, which was very convenient. After entering the safe house, Shihuan called Su Cheng using her watch. Cheng, are you still at the trading market? Do you need me to come pick you up? The trading market was safe, but outside was truly unsafe. Su Cheng's special ability attracted attention. Selling vegetables daily in the trading market would surely make many people envious. They would envy her for making money from vegetables while only earning a few points. And such malicious thoughts could lead to bad actions. Shihuan didn't want to see such things happen. The safe house buildings rose from the ground, and with the benefits being tasted, the safe house system began to establish many branches across various locations. Of course, this was a good thing, and Shihuan didn't want to disturb the safe house system, letting it focus on benefiting survivors, allowing more people to survive in this world. Chapter 92 Sister. All the vegetables and fruits I sprouted today have been sold out. She was certainly willing to accept the free boxed meal. She never liked cooking much, but all her zombie cores were spent upgrading her chainsaw, leaving her with no extra cores to buy boxed meals outside, so she continued to make her own. She felt that the child had become much livelier recently, which was a good thing. For dinner today, the two of them had boxed meals sent by the sister from the neighboring stall. One had to admit that the boxed meals made by someone who set up a stall were indeed much better in taste than the meals Shihuan put together herself. She patted her bulging stomach, feeling a bit scared that if she kept eating like this, she might really not want to cook anymore and would choose to buy boxed meals in the trading market instead. She quickly shook her head. No, hold on, persevere. In recent days, Su Cheng had also become smarter while selling vegetables. Besides using her abilities to sprout some vegetables at home after recovering at night, she would directly use seeds to sprout vegetables while at the trading market. This way, she could save the time spent transporting vegetables with a cart. In short, she would sprout vegetables and fruits during her recovery periods, ensuring a steady supply of her produce. Song Shihuan went into the kitchen to wash the 2 empty boxed meal containers, so Su Cheng could return them to the sister tomorrow. This made her miss her family even more. She poured out all the zombie cores from the bag, where she kept them. She set aside the cores she needed for the chainsaw for tomorrow, and used the rest to upgrade the chainsaw. Now, the chainsaw could be upgraded to level 9. While waiting for the chainsaw to upgrade for 10 minutes, Song Shihuan picked up the illusion-type zombie core and examined it thoughtfully. She wondered what would happen if she embedded this zombie core into the chainsaw. Would it allow her to see her family again? Song Shihuan couldn't help but ask the safe house system, if I embed this illusion-type zombie core into the chainsaw, can it recreate the illusion of my parents? She can use other types of zombie crystal cores in the chainsaw, and also emit corresponding skills based on her feelings. For example, if she uses a wind-type zombie crystal core to want to produce a wind blade, she can create a wind blade. If she uses an ice-type zombie crystal core to create an ice ball, she can also freeze that illusion-type zombie with the ice ball. However, her thoughts can only align with the abilities of that type of zombie crystal core. Otherwise, it won't work. The Apocalypse Safety House system answered, Host. After embedding the zombie crystal core, the chainsaw skills can only be used on others, not on oneself. Upon hearing this explanation from the Apocalypse Safety House system, Song Shihuan felt a sense of loss. But then she thought of Su Cheng, who was separated from her mother, and asked, if it can be used on others, does that mean I can create such an illusion for others, right? The Apocalypse Safety House system. Yes, but the illusion created will not be that powerful. Song Shihuan felt delighted. Even if it was not useful for her, she could still help Su Cheng fulfill a dream. She thought of taking the chainsaw to find Su Cheng, but suddenly remembered the way she had escaped from the zombie illusion. That was to kill the person in the illusion. Song Shihuan immediately stopped in her tracks. If that were the case, she shouldn't go find Su Cheng, as it would be too cruel for her. It would be better if such an illusion didn't happen at all. She hesitated and asked the system, then, to walk out of this illusion, do I also need to kill the person in the illusion? The Apocalypse Safety House system. Host. The abilities you exert by using the zombie crystal core embedded in the chainsaw will not be as powerful as those directly used by zombies against you. Especially for this type of illusion-type zombie crystal core, it is not a direct attack type. Using just one embedded in the chainsaw will at most make someone faint and have a related dream. Just making someone faint and have a related dream is quite good, which reassured her. Song Shihuan picked up her chainsaw and walked towards Su Cheng's room. She gently pushed open the door, and the little girl was exhausted from using her powers, sleeping against the head of the bed. She gently patted Su Cheng's shoulder and heard her mumble softly, Mama, Mama. Su Cheng dreamed of her mother. After doing all this, she left her room. Little Cheng, may you have a good dream. Chapter 93 that night. Whether Su Cheng had a good dream or not, Song Shihuan didn't have the time to think about it. After leaving Su Cheng's room, she heard the alarm from the Apocalypse Safety House system. Host, please pay attention. A large number of zombies are approaching. Please prepare for response. Song Shihuan was taken aback upon hearing the alarm from the Apocalypse Safety House system. Isn't the Apocalypse Safety House supposed to protect against zombies? What is there to be afraid of? The Apocalypse Safety House does have a defense system, so even if zombies come, there's no need to worry. They will leave on their own. The Apocalypse Safety House system. Host. The system has detected that survivors have piled a lot of zombie corpses at the entrance of the safety house. Those zombies are coming for these corpses. Song Shihuan. Which morally deficient person did this? The Apocalypse Safety House can resist zombies, preventing them from invading. This is indeed a fact. However, it's unclear which morally deficient survivor, in the middle of the night, piled a circle of collected zombie corpses around the safety house, clearly trying to attract the zombies. Zombies not only bite humans, but will also eat their own kind's corpses. If only 1 or 2 zombie corpses were present, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now, several large trucks of zombie corpses have been piled around the safety house. Even if the zombies are not interested in these corpses, They cannot resist the sheer number of them. This has attracted zombies from other places. Naturally, zombies that eat their own kind are not coming to avenge their zombie brothers, but to have a feast. Song Shihuan thought, if they want to eat, let them eat. They should leave after they finish, right? From his perspective, it doesn't seem like a big deal. However, those piled up zombie corpses might make it difficult for the people inside the safety house to go out for the next few days. But Song Shihuan became anxious again and asked the Apocalypse safety house system, what will happen if those zombies come to eat these zombie corpses? Normally, after they defeat zombies, they directly extract the zombie crystal cores, leaving the zombie corpses behind without any plans. It seemed like there shouldn't be any problem, right? If passing zombies eat them, what can be done? The Apocalypse safety house system. There are residual abilities within the zombie corpses. Now that a large number of zombies are gathering here, if left unaddressed, once the zombies finish eating these corpses, they will swiftly level up. Song Shihuan's heart tightened. Zombies leveling up after eating these corpses? This was something she never expected. Simply gnawing on these corpses could lead to a level up, which is too frightening. Now the zombies outside are still at levels 5 and 6, while the speed of human ability users leveling up is slightly faster. The highest level ability user is already at level 7, and there are quite a few level 6 and 7 users. But if the zombies level up again to level 7, they will be much harder to deal with. After all, the number of zombies is large, far exceeding the number of surviving humans. If they are allowed to level up, they will eventually suffer the consequences. It seems this matter must be taken seriously, rather than lying down and letting these zombies eat the corpses and leave. Song Shihuan couldn't help but curse that morally deficient survivor. What benefit is there in doing such anti-human things? Doesn't he also consider himself a surviving human? What benefit does leveling up zombies bring to him? When human ability users are wiped out by the zombies, he won't be able to survive either. The Apocalypse safety house system reminded host that ability user should be on the system's blacklist. This is rather complicated. Song Shihuan's expression became strange. Survivors who are added to the blacklist of the Apocalypse safety house system are generally those who repeatedly violate regulations in the task hall or trading market. However, those merely get added to the blacklist, prohibiting them from engaging in activities in the trading market and task hall. But it doesn't prevent them from residing in the safety house, unless they are reported for harassment by residents of the safety house and confirmed by the system. There are more females residing in the safety house, so their safety issues should be more secure. Although the noise from outside and the sounds of zombies biting cannot be heard inside, the sound of someone knocking on their door can still be heard. In fact, there was an incident before where a girl heard knocking on her door, went out, and encountered a harassing male ability user. Coincidentally, that male ability user was quite powerful, leaving the female ability user unable to dodge or resist. That time, the Apocalypse safety house system monitored it and informed her, allowing her to handle the situation in time. And the male ability user was thrown out of the safety house and permanently banned from re-entering. Thinking of this incident made Song Shihuan feel nauseous. However, the most urgent issue to deal with now is the large number of zombies coming to besiege the safety house and the matter of those zombie corpses. She needs to think of a way to respond. Song Shihuan gritted her teeth and said to the Apocalypse safe house system, can you send an alarm to every resident in the safe house about the zombie attack? Let everyone know what's happening outside. The Apocalypse safe house system replied, yes, host. Song Shihuan said, thank you. Her strength alone was not enough to resist so many zombies. She could only wake up all the residents living here to fight together. At this late hour, the house was in silent mode, and no matter how much noise was made outside, it was impossible to wake the people inside the safe house. This meant that, apart from her, everyone else was unaware of the situation outside. The only way for Song Shihuan to wake everyone up was through the Apocalypse safe house system. As the saying goes, a single spark can start a prairie fire. She believed that with so many ability users fighting together, they could surely defeat the zombies outside. Chapter 94, the emergency announcement from the Apocalypse safe house system rang out in every room of the safe house. Emergency announcement. Emergency announcement. All residents of the Apocalypse safe house, please listen to the broadcast. Human survivors have thrown a large number of zombie corpses outside the safe house. A massive number of zombies are approaching, surrounding the safe house. The safe house has a defensive shield that can withstand zombies, preventing them from entering the safe house. However, once the large number of zombies outside absorbs the energy from the piled-up zombie corpses, it is expected that all zombies will level up. To ensure your survival, all residents are advised to prepare to fight the zombies and clear the piled-up zombie corpses outside the safe house. This emergency broadcast echoed simultaneously in every room of the safe house, quickly waking up the sleeping survivors. Everyone began to panic. A large number of zombies were coming. The zombies were surrounding them. What should they do? The Apocalypse Safe House system repeated the announcement several times to ensure everyone understood. Emergency announcement. All residents of the Apocalypse Safe House, please listen to the broadcast. Human survivors have thrown a large number of zombie corpses outside the safe house, and a massive number of zombies are approaching to surround the safe house. After several repetitions, all the human survivors inside the safe house understood. Good grief. They couldn't believe someone would do such a terrible thing. If they found out who it was, they would definitely beat them up. This was the collective thought of all the survivors in the safe house at that moment. They opened the windows of their rooms and looked outside to confirm if the broadcast was true. When they saw the densely packed zombies below, they were shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. With so many zombies surrounding them, was there still hope? The pessimistic ones felt increasingly hopeless. Of course, in contrast, there were optimistic individuals who viewed everything positively. Oh wow, there's so many zombies outside. Get up, stop sleeping, and let us go kill some zombies. A large number of zombies means a large number of zombie cores to collect, and we can't miss out on that. Due to the chainsaw incident caused by Song Shihuan, Su Cheng fell into a dream with her mother and did not wake up from the alarm of the Apocalypse Safe House system. Song Shihuan was glad that Su Cheng was peacefully dreaming and not disturbed by the situation. She packed all the zombie cores she planned to use tomorrow in her backpack and picked up the chainsaw that had already been upgraded, heading out of the room. Of course, she wanted to go outside to kill the zombies. She figured that with so many zombies outside, she wouldn't even have to search for them. Instead, she could take advantage of the situation to collect more zombie cores. Just then, she received a call on her wristband from Lu Xinghe. Song Shihuan, are you still sleeping? Did you hear the broadcast? Song Shihuan smiled and replied, I'm not sleeping. I just heard the safe house's broadcast. I'm planning to go outside to kill some zombies. What about you? She thought Lu Xinghe must also be an optimistic person, right? With so many zombies waiting outside for him to clear them. Wasn't this a great opportunity to earn some zombie cores? Lu Xinghe picked up his tang knife and said, All right, let us go together. Clearly, he felt the same way. The zombies were not very active at night, and with the dark moonlight, it was difficult to see outside. The arrival of the zombies at this moment gave him the perfect chance to kill some. The two met outside and connected their wristbands. At this moment, some people heard the broadcast, but were too scared to face the zombie horde. They hoped that others would deal with the zombies or comforted themselves that they were in the safe house and didn't need to worry about a zombie invasion. Apart from a small number of such people, most rushed out of their rooms and headed downstairs. However, it was dark outside, with only a smart light screen illuminating the area. It looked pitch black, making it hard to discern the zombies. Song Shihuan and Lu Xinghe stood at the front of the safe house door, not rushing outside. Zombies rely on sound and smell to move, while humans mainly use their vision to kill zombies, making the night more unfavorable for them. Song Shihuan frowned and said to the safe house system in her heart, System, can you install a few big lights outside? The kind that can illuminate the entire area outside the safe house. If she wanted to see clearly outside, she had to install lights. Others couldn't do it, but she could directly contact the safe house system to solve the problem. Naturally, the safe house system was on the side of humanity. Moreover, installing a few lights was a small matter. The system replied, Okay, host, please wait 1 minute. Song Shihuan was delighted. 1 minute would pass quickly, so she patiently waited without stepping outside. At this moment, Wang Yujie from the adjacent room also came out and approached Song Shihuan. She looked outside and asked nervously, Song Shihuan, are there really so many zombies outside? Are you brave enough to go out? Wang Yujie was clearly comforted by his Song Shihuan's words. After thinking for a moment, she said, You're right. Now that you mention it, I'm not so scared anymore. Sigh, we should take the opportunity to kill more zombies and save some rent for a few days. Chapter 95. 1 minute can feel both long and short. As they waited for the lights to turn on, some people had already started going outside the safe house. When Shihuan looked closely, she saw the novel's female protagonist, Lu Qing, and the male protagonist, Pei Jing. This made her feel even more at ease. After all, they were in a novel world, with the female lead living in the safe house. What was there to fear from zombies? They would surely turn this crisis into a blessing. As Shihuan thought this, the lights installed by the safe house system lit up, illuminating the area outside the safe house. The zombies that had been hiding in the darkness, feasting on their kind, were suddenly revealed in the light. Shihuan happily pulled Lu Xinghe and said, "Let us go kill zombies." Lu Xinghe looked at Shihuan's hand holding his and then at the spirited girl in front of him, feeling a stir in his heart. He suddenly called out, "Shihuan." Lu Xinghe raised his eyebrows, looking at her beautiful face. The words he wanted to say turned around his mouth, but stopped. "There's so many zombies outside. You need to be careful." He thought that some things seemed inappropriate to say in this situation. Shihuan blinked and smiled at Lu Xinghe. "You two, stay safe." As the two left the safety shelter of the apocalypse, they entered battle mode, pointing their weapons at the densely packed zombies in front of them. With the leading characters, the female protagonist Lu Qing and the male protagonist Pei Jing, and followed closely by Shihuan and Lu Xinghe, they gradually motivated those standing in the corridor of the safety shelter to move outside. "Everyone charge. Is it just a few more zombies? Who's afraid of whom?" A large-scale battle between zombies and human ability users officially began at this moment. Under the bright lights, the situation outside the safety shelter was clearly illuminated, making it more favorable for survivors to fight against the zombies. Shihuan swung her chainsaw, which had been upgraded to level 9, effortlessly dealing with these level 5 and 6 zombies. However, even after killing zombies, new ones kept appearing, as if they would never run out. Shihuan had no time to dig up the crystal cores from the heads of the zombies she had killed. She could only watch them accumulate. Of course, everyone else was in the same situation. At such a critical moment, they could only focus on the zombies coming towards them, unable to do anything extra, because at this moment, anyone who crouched down to dig for crystal cores risked being pounced on and bitten by the zombies. Shihuan kept swinging her chainsaw for almost an hour, making her arms feel numb. This high-intensity killing of zombies was far more exhausting than when she and Lu Xinghe were outside, searching for and killing zombies. When they were outside, they couldn't always encounter zombies and had to look for them in shops or other places, which allowed for some breathing and resting time. Here, however, there were just too many zombies surrounding the safety shelter, and not all ability users inside participated in this battle, creating a significant disparity between the number of survivors and zombies. Those attacking the zombies outside simply couldn't stop. Besides the initial zombies attracted by the smell of corpses, many more zombies, drawn by the fresh scent of humans, rushed towards them. It was as if all the zombies in the city were converging at this moment. "Safety shelter system. No problem, host." Shihuan nodded. "Okay, then set up that free late-night snack and move that never-ending cake and fried rice from my room outside. Put out more disposable tableware for these ability users to use. If the consumption of zombies outside is indeed huge at night, we need to replenish our energy." She felt that since she got these two things from the system lottery, no matter how many she gave away, it wouldn't cost her any zombie crystal points, and it could be considered a public service. Shihuan also put bottled water into the small bag in front of her, where she kept the zombie crystal cores. This way, after killing zombies, she could easily take a drink. Lu Xinghe, using his wind ability combined with a tang knife, was already adept at killing zombies. Now he didn't have to exert so much effort, but the continuous and numbing killing also made him feel tired. Of course, the most important thing was that on the battlefield, he had no time to dig up the crystal cores from the zombies he killed, which diminished his motivation to kill. When the free late-night snack from the safety shelter system suddenly appeared in the corridor, it caught the attention of many. "Wow, is this provided by the safety shelter? I didn't expect this safety shelter to be so heartwarming." Chapter 96, hearing the comments from the onlooking ability users. Shihuan couldn't help but complain in her heart about the safety shelter system. Look, these are all my contributions, and everyone is praising you. Can't you show some appreciation? Safety shelter system. Host. How do you want me to show it? The system thought, a bottle of water that never runs out? Since humans were praising it for being heartwarming, it might as well meet that request. So, following Song Shihuan's request, a barrel of bottled water appeared next to the free late-night snack, designed like a tabletop water dispenser, complete with paper cups for drinking. People nearby looked at the suddenly appeared water dispenser and exclaimed, "Look, there's another barrel of drinking water here. My gosh, I'm really touched by the safety shelter this time. Come on, let's go get a cup of water. We still have to go out and kill zombies later. Yeah, if we kill these zombies, we can be safe here. The cake smells so good. It's been a while since I had cake. Let me try it. Isn't this the never-ending series from the self-service food cabinet? I can't believe it really is never-ending. The taste is pretty good. How about we pool our money together to buy one of those never-ending series?" "Sure. I think that's a great idea." Song Shihuan couldn't help but smile. Pooling together was indeed a good idea, saving money and allowing them to eat it every day. She stepped forward to grab a piece of durian millefeuille she hadn't tried before, holding a small fork and slowly eating it on the side. Lu Xinghe walked out of his room, saw the fresh items being offered, and came over to take a look. He filled a plate with fried rice and stood next to Song Shihuan to eat. There were still plenty of zombies outside, but the number of ability users was limited. The zombies seemed to have unlimited energy, as if they never tired. Meanwhile, human ability users couldn't maintain a prolonged battle. People occasionally retreated from the battlefield. Fortunately, as humans, they had a safety shelter to ensure their safety. This place could also serve as a temporary refuge, giving them a moment to catch their breath in the fight against the zombies. Through the glass window of the safety shelter's door, Song Shihuan saw fewer and fewer people outside. After resting and regaining some energy, she picked up her chainsaw, planning to return to the battlefield outside the safety shelter to continue killing zombies. Song Shihuan and Lu Xinghe walked out together, heading in the same direction to kill zombies. On the ground, they could still see the zombie heads that Song Shihuan had cut off with her chainsaw and the ones Lu Xinghe had pierced with his tang knife. Song Shihuan touched her bag used for holding zombie crystal cores. It was quite obviously deflated, with not many crystal cores left inside. At night, she planned to upgrade her chainsaw, feeding it the zombie crystal cores she had accumulated these past few days. However, this idea required someone to help. Looking at Lu Xinghe, Song Shihuan said, "Lu Xinghe, could you cover me for 10 minutes? I want to dig out the crystal cores from the zombie heads I've chopped off." She thought that she couldn't just watch the zombie crystal cores keep diminishing. They had to be dug out. Song Shihuan looked at the bright Lu Xinghe in front of her. If there was anyone who could protect her amidst the encirclement of zombies and allow her to focus solely on quickly digging out zombie cores, it was only Lu Xinghe. Upon hearing Song Shihuan's request, Lu Xinghe thought about the weapon she was currently using, which indeed required embedding zombie cores to be effective. He nodded and walked over to her, stopping in front of her. "Okay, if you feel at ease, go ahead and dig out the zombie cores. If there's time, please help me dig out the cores from those zombies I've been stuck with. I'll try to cover you for a bit longer." After saying this, he tossed her his small bag for holding zombie cores. Song Shihuan quickly caught the small bag he threw and hung it over her other shoulder. With Lu Xinghe in front of her warding off zombies, she could focus on digging out the zombie cores with peace of mind. She smiled slightly. "Thanks. When I have time, I'll dig yours out too." The way they killed zombies was very distinctive, and their techniques were fundamentally different from others, making it easy to distinguish which zombies were theirs and which were not. Song Shihuan never thought about taking advantage of the zombie cores killed by others. She only focused on digging out the cores from the zombies they had defeated. Lu Xinghe held his tang knife firmly, not allowing any zombies to get past him and approach Song Shihuan even a bit. Once Song Shihuan had dug out all the zombie cores from the last wave of zombies, she took a step forward. She raised the chainsaw in her hand towards the zombies and didn't forget to check on Lu Xinghe. "Lu Xinghe, I'm done. Do you want to go to the back and rest for a bit?" Lu Xinghe stabbed a zombie in the head with his tang knife and replied, "All right, then it's up to you from here." Chapter 97. Once their abilities were exhausted, they patiently waited for their powers to recover. As the first light of dawn slowly appeared on the horizon, this tumultuous night finally came to an end, and the lights outside the safe house extinguished. Outside the safe house, there were heaps of zombies scattered everywhere, and the tall piles of zombie bodies indicated that the great battle between humans and zombies had ultimately concluded with a victory for humanity. The cleanup was underway, with everyone digging out the zombie cores from the zombies they had fought on the battlefield. After a whole day of hard work, everyone was exhausted. Watching the fierce flames burning the zombie bodies, she finally felt relieved and walked into the safe house. Shihuan was already too tired to function. She pushed open the door to her room, threw the abundant zombie core she had collected onto the floor, and lay down on the bed for a good sleep. As for those zombie cores, even if she collected more, she felt no excitement whatsoever, only the exhaustion and numbness after killing zombies, wanting to restore her spirits through sleep. When Shihuan woke up again, she went to the bathroom to take a shower, then took the dirty sheets, pillowcases, and clothes to wash, throwing them directly into the dryer and preparing the bed again. Looking out the window, she saw that the fierce fire was nearing its end. Her stomach growled at an inappropriate time, and as she walked out of the room, she saw Su Cheng sitting on the sofa, eating the snacks laid out on the coffee table. Upon seeing Shihuan, Su Cheng quickly said, "Sister, you're awake?" Shihuan nodded. She had forgotten to bring her phone, so she directly asked Su Cheng, Cheng, what time is it now?" Su Cheng looked at the tablet in front of her and replied, "Sister, it's almost 12 o'clock. Shihuan felt frustrated. She had slept until noon. She asked Su Cheng, "Are you hungry? We were a bit tired last night. How about we go buy some box meals?" Although she had woken up, she had no energy to do anything else, including cooking. Su Cheng noticed Shihuan's exhausted appearance and nodded. "Okay, let's go buy some box meals." She was a well-behaved child. The original plan for the morning was to continue going to the trading market to sell her vegetables. However, since Shihuan didn't wake up as planned to take her to the market, Su Cheng chose to wait here until she woke up instead of leaving alone. As they walked out the door, passing by the entrance of the safe house, they could still see the ashes and black smoke. Su Cheng paused for a moment, curiously asking Sister what happened outside. Shihuan explained, "A lot of zombies came outside last night. Everyone was out there killing zombies, and it wasn't until morning that we cleaned them all up. After that night, she still wanted to eat those things herself." As for the water dispenser set up by the safe house system, it remained there. In the eyes of the safe house system, it was just a barrel of water, so it provided it without any issue. During the meal, they kept quiet and didn't say anything. After finishing her meal, Shihuan lay down on the sofa in the living room and rubbed her sore shoulders. After Su Cheng took the empty box meal back to the kitchen, she saw Shihuan massaging her shoulders and quickly walked over, saying, "Sister, let me help you massage." Shihuan tilted her head and smiled at Su Cheng. "Thank you, Cheng." Su Cheng sat next to Shihuan and stretched out her small hands to help massage her shoulders. Unable to resist sharing her little secret, Su Cheng said, "Sister, I dreamed about Mom last night." Su Cheng smiled and continued, "Yes. I showed Mom my awakened abilities and told her that I can help a lot of people now. Mom praised me and told me to live well from now on." Looking at her happy smile, Shihuan felt that the dream woven for her using the illusion-type zombie core last night was not wasted. She gently said, "That's great, Cheng." Su Cheng showed a carefree smile while continuing to massage Shihuan's shoulders. Thinking about the other things that happened in her dream, she wondered if she could dream about Mom again today. It was a rare day for Shihuan not to go out on a mission, and she just sat on the sofa in the living room chatting with Su Cheng. This rare day, without needing to go on a mission, passed slowly in leisure at home. Besides chatting with Su Cheng, she also thought about some other things. For instance, the thoughts that came to her during last night's zombie killing, realizing how reliable Lu Xinghe was. If there was someone like him to accompany her in this apocalypse, it seemed quite nice. Shihuan blinked. She felt that perhaps she could transition her relationship with Lu Xinghe from that of ordinary teammates to something more. As for whether Lu Xinghe would be willing, she thought he probably would be. After all, within the safe house, there were many survivors, and among them, there were quite a few powerful men and women. Yet, Lu Xinghe chose to team up with her and hadn't teamed up with anyone else. This realization made her smile. Chapter 98, however, at that time, she worried that speaking her thoughts out loud might bring some bad luck, so she kept her mouth shut and said nothing. deciding to wait until after the zombie battle was over. Thus, after resting for a whole day and both having recovered their spirits the next day, when they went out together to do tasks, Song Shihuan and Lu Xinghe asked each other and received affirmative responses. In this apocalypse, dating wouldn't have too many ups and downs. It remained simple and plain. However, confirming their feelings for each other made them become a bit closer. Aside from that, there was no other change. Song Shihuan still lived in her own room and didn't merge their rooms together. She feels that she still needs some personal space. And her choice to be with Lu Xinghe is mainly because she finds this relationship more reliable, which can bring them closer together. In the future, having someone's companionship will make her feel more secure in this world and less lonely. As for any love between them, it can only be described as minimal. This kind of life continued until Song Shihuan finally accumulated enough points to buy personal space through daily zombie hunting and leveling up her chainsaw, at which point they finally stopped their daily outings to hunt zombies. At this time, with the arrival of the apocalypse safe house system, the world of this novel underwent significant changes. In the Blue Star, where Song Shihuan currently resides, many places have established apocalypse safe houses, allowing people in those areas to choose to live there, greatly increasing the chances of retaining human power and preventing zombies from invading so quickly, leading to more survivors. The mutated zombies have also significantly decreased due to the collective efforts of humanity. It is foreseeable that in the battle between humans and zombies, victory will belong to humanity. As time passed, the more survivors that moved into the apocalypse safe houses, the larger their areas expanded, gradually encompassing the towns within the safe house boundaries. At the same time, this allowed survivors to have a larger area to move around in, enabling humans to live comfortably inside. The expansion of the apocalypse safe house system also created more land available for these survivors to rent for farming. This provided an additional means of livelihood for some survivors without abilities. Similarly, starting farming early meant they would not have to wait until all external resources were depleted before realizing they needed to plan for survival. By taking preventive measures and planting crops in advance, there was no so-called food crisis. Humanity could achieve self-sufficiency in their paradise. During this time, Song Shihuan also parted ways with Su Cheng. After earning a lot of points from selling vegetables over the years, Su Cheng moved out to her own room. She was naturally happy about this, and, after sending Su Cheng off, opened another safe house room for her. Once Song Shihuan finished handling these trivial matters, she invited Lu Xinghe to explore the greatly expanded apocalypse safe house together. Now, the safe house is equipped with many entertainment facilities, leisure areas, and buffet dining options. The main principle is that as long as you have enough points, you can live well in the safe house. She had to admit that these measures have indeed motivated the survivors in the safe house to go out and hunt zombies. It was evident that over the years, those who were initially fatigued but had accumulated enough points and stopped going out on missions began to venture out again to find zombies and complete tasks in order to enjoy the recreational activities in the safe house. Song Shihuan and Lu Xinghe also spent their non-hunting days sitting together in these places, watching movies and enjoying their leisure time. She thought that although the apocalypse has not completely ended, she believes that the future will only get better.